Hello and welcome back to RedditRead, a channel where we read Reddit stories and talk about them a little bit. No AI voices here, I read all the stories myself. And today's theme is all about roommates. Roommates from hell. We've all had bad roommates before, except for us.
Except for us.
Because we've never had roommates before.
No, not a single one.
So we're the greatest people to talk about this.
Yeah, to judge people.
All right, so all of our stories come from Best of Redditor updates today, so you know they're going to be freaking good. But before we get started, I have to remind you guys to subscribe, hit that like button down below. Check us out on Spotify. A link will be in the description if you'd rather listen or watch it there. Without any further ado, let's get into our first story, which was originally posted in Am I the Asshole, got reposted on Best of Redditor updates. And the title reads, Am I the asshole for refusing to let my roommate's boyfriend live with us after he tested me?
Ew.
How does somebody's boyfriend test somebody else?
I don't know. That's why I'm like scared.
What would that kind of what kind of test would that be?
Did they maybe do like, you know, like how some people will like stick you in a room with their boyfriend and see if you make a move on their boyfriend? Maybe it's like that kind of
People
scenario.
do that?
Yeah, where they're like, oh, I just wanted to make sure that you wouldn't make a move on my
Who
man
does
or
that?
something. Or like they do it with their sister or brother or something.
I'm not a fan of tests, but
Me neither. Me neither. But I feel like that's the only kind of test that I can think of between like a boyfriend, girlfriend, friend situation.
Well, let's find out. So, I, 19-year-old woman, live with my roommate, let's call her Ashley, 20-year-old woman, in a small 2-bedroom apartment. We've been friends since high school and decided to split rent when we both started college. Things were fine at first, but then she started dating Jake, 22-year-old guy. At first, he was over just a couple of nights a week, which I don't mind, but over the past few months, he's basically moved in, eating our food, using our stuff, and not contributing a single dime to rent or bills. I finally had enough and told Ashley that Jake either needed to start paying his share or stopped practically living here. She apologized and she said she'd talk to him. I thought that was the end of it. Fast forward to last week, I was getting ready to head out to a late night study group when Jake cornered me in the kitchen. He told me he wanted to test me and see if I'd be a good person to live with full time. I was confused and asked what he meant. He said that if I wanted him to pay rent, I had to prove I was roommate material by showing I could handle sharing the space with someone like him. He then gave me a list of rules he'd want me to follow if he officially moved in. Things like doing my share of cooking, even though I already make my own meals, not bringing any guys over, I'm single, but why is that even relevant? And being respectful of his gaming time by keeping the Wi-Fi free during his stream. I can't.
Oh, no. No.
This guy.
Oh, no.
He's definitely on Reddit. He's got his fedora on. I laughed in his face and told him there was no way he was moving in. He got pissed and told Ashley I was being unreasonable. She confronted me and said Jake was just testing the waters and that I should have been more open to the idea. She accused me of being jealous because I'm single and suggested I was trying to sabotage their relationship. Now she's saying if I can't be supportive, then maybe she should get a new roommate, one who respects her relationship. I think this is completely insane, but Ashley and a couple of her friends are siding with Jake. They're calling me selfish and controlling. So am I the asshole for refusing to let him move in after his ridiculous test?
Oh my God.
So he's trying to move into somebody else's place. It's like, well, I need to test you.
That's the craziest. After he's basically already living there.
Yeah, and not paying anything.
So I don't understand. That's so crazy.
It's saying, okay, you need to be respectful of my gaming time and not use Wi-Fi when I'm streaming.
That is crazy.
To my one viewer.
That's so crazy. Probably the Wi-Fi she pays for too.
Yeah, she probably. Well,
he's not paying.
If he's basically already living there, he probably already streams from there.
Yeah.
And is using their internet that they're like the two roommates are actually paying for. Mm-hmm. So
you know the thing is too is if he's not on the lease, I can just imagine like he can't. No.
Well, I don't even think you can live with somebody who's not on the lease.
Yeah, technically legally or not legally, but whatever landlords call it. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so if they find out you're living with somebody else, they're gonna like either kick them out or they're probably gonna jack up your rent.
Yeah, that's so crazy though. You have to do your fair share of cooking. She's not your mom.
That's actually crazy.
Like what?
To be like, yeah, I want to move into your place, but you have to cook for me.
Yeah, you
Like,
have to
no-
do your fair share of cooking, which probably means in his eyes, cook every day a meal for him.
This guy, okay, he's definitely a Redditor or something
100%.
because he's like, yep, you're a woman, so you need to cook for me. You need to respect my gaming time.
Yeah.
And I need to test you to make sure I can live in your place.
You know what I was gonna say? I was say it sounds like this guy might stream Splatoon.
That's an inside joke that none of you will get, but
What was his other demand? Cook, respect my Wi-Fi, and there's something else he said.
well, he said that she has to prove that she's a roommate material by showing I could handle the space,
Oh, no
sharing the
guys.
space with someone like, oh yeah, no guys. That was, yep, no guys.
That is crazy to say. You are basically
Okay, like,
a guy who is brought over.
yeah,
Like,
you
you-
are right now.
You are what you're telling her to not bring over.
Yeah, he's like, well, it's okay for me. You can't do it, but it's okay if I do it.
It's okay if my girlfriend brings a guy in because it's me, but you can't do that. No guys allowed. I'd
That's
be like, "Are
actually
you for real?"
like, and just the premise of coming with a list of demands.
Yeah.
When you're asking to move in with somebody, like in somebody's else's space.
Yeah. Yeah.
But here's my rules.
Mm-hmm.
It's not your space.
No.
And okay, we don't know if they're gonna put him on the lease, but I'm guessing they're probably not. They're just
Probably
gonna let
not.
him.
He's probably just gonna move it. If they allow him to move in, he's probably just he already is. He's just gonna pay rent, probably like a portion of like some sort of bill.
But he better pay for his electricity for his computer while he's streaming all the time.
exactly. Oh, the electric bill's up some, so now you have to foot that and pay the Wi-Fi bill. Just get a better Wi-Fi, like get faster Wi-Fi then.
Well, his
support.
first mistake is
Oh,
he's
Jesus.
we don't
Not
the
an
way she
Ethernet cable.
well the way she worded this, you don't stream on Wi-Fi. What are you doing? You don't stream on Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I mean you can, but that's just dumb. Even if you know what, listen, I'm a tech geek. I'm Ethernet everything. I have Ethernet cables running all throughout my house because I need my computers to be hardwired if I'm doing anything besides just like watching YouTube. It needs to be hardwired. It has to be. Especially if you're streaming, you just can't. And you got to have good upload speed too. Otherwise, because listen, quick rant about internet, because where I live up until like a few months ago, Spectrum was the only internet that we could get here that besides like DSL, which is, I'm not getting into that, but it's so bad because cable internet upload speeds are shit. Even though the DOCSIS 3.1 standard can support symmetrical upload speeds, Spectrum hasn't done that in all their markets yet. And who knows when they're going to do it in this market. So finally, a couple months ago, another company came in with fiber, and now I have symmetrical upload speed and download speed, and the latency is so much better. So now when I upload these long ass videos, it doesn't take an hour. It literally takes like 2 minutes. Anyways, all right, so that's the first post from this, but of course this is Best of Redditor updates. So there's an update from 2 days later. OP says, "Hi everyone, it's been a wild ride since my original post, and I wanted to give an update because a lot has happened. First off, I want to thank everyone who commented. It helped me see things in a completely new light. Honestly, I didn't even realize how much I was being gaslighted by Jack and Ashley until I read some of your insights. I thought they were my friends, but now I see how manipulative and toxic their behavior really is. Maybe I just hated the thought of not having any friends, but who needs enemies with these kind of friends? Not gonna lie, it still breaks my heart to realize this, and I cried a lot, but that doesn't change anything. Haha. I don't know why I'm saying this. It's just been a really emotional few days. Please forgive my rant. Since our confrontation, Jake has gone full victim mode. He's telling mutual friends that I'm trying to ruin his life and kick him out of his girlfriend's apartment. Let me remind you, this man does not pay rent or contribute any bills, so calling it his girlfriend's apartment is already laughable. He's been painting me as some controlling, jealous monster who can't handle his straightforward personality. Meanwhile, Ashley is just eating it up and defending him, saying I'm overreacting and causing unnecessary drama. What's worse is that I've started noticing just how much control Jake has over Ashley. She's completely bought into his narrative and is now acting like I'm the enemy. For example, she told me last night that my attitude is making it hard for them to feel comfortable in their own home. Their home. This apartment is 50% mine, but suddenly I'm being treated like an unwelcome guest. I've decided I've had enough. I've already documented everything, his constant presence, his freeloading, and now his smear campaign. I'm reaching out to the landlord this week. Most leases have clauses about long-term guests, and Jake definitely has overstayed his. As for Ashley, I don't know if there's any saving our friendship. I'm heartbroken because I thought she cared about me, but now I realize she's supporting Jake's abusive behavior. Thank you to everyone who opened my eyes to what was really happening. I'll post another update once I've spoken to my landlord and taken further action. For now, I'm just trying to reclaim my peace and my peace of mind.
God, I need to hear this update of when she talks to the landlord, because I can just imagine that Jake is not going to enjoy being kicked out if he's kicked out.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's find out because, so that was November 30th. Final update's December 9th. So, like, how long is that? Like 2 weeks? No,
like
not
a
week.
Even. Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Final update. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to come back with a final update now that everything has been resolved. It's been a whirlwind, but I can say finally that I'm in a much better place, and I'm so grateful to everyone who supported me along the way. After my last update, I contacted the landlord and explained the situation. Turns out Jake had violated the guest policy in our lease by staying over so often. The landlord was understanding and firm. Jake couldn't stay overnight anymore, and if Ashley wanted to add him to the lease, we need to renegotiate everything, including his share of the rent and utilities. When I shared this with Ashley, she was furious at first. She accused me of trying to sabotage her relationship and even said I was acting petty. But as the reality of the situation set in, something shifted. I think for the first time, she saw how much Jake's presence had disrupted our lives and how much it had hurt me. To my surprise, Ashley apologized. She admitted that she had been blinded by her feelings for Jake and hadn't considered how unfair her actions were. She said she needed to reevaluate things with him and asked for some space to think. Over the next week, Jake stopped coming over. Ashley and I had a long, heartfelt conversation, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I was talking to my old friend again. She admitted that Jake's controlling behavior wasn't sitting right with her anymore and that she felt she'd been losing herself trying to please him. And here's the best part. Ashley broke up with Jake. She realized he was manipulative and toxic, not just to me, but to her as well. She thanked me for standing my ground and helping her see the situation clearly. We're still working on rebuilding our friendship, but things feel so much lighter now that he's out of the picture. The apartment is peaceful again, and I've even started redecorating the place to make the space feel more like home. Ashley and I are taking things one day at a time, but we've both agreed to prioritize communication and respect moving forward. I know not every story ends this way, but I'm so grateful mine did. Thank you to everyone who encouraged me to stand up for myself. It made all the difference. Without you, I would be living in hell now.
Damn,
Wow.
that's actually one of the best updates we've heard.
Wow. That's a good update.
That is.
I thought like the girl and the boyfriend were going to end up like leaving or something together.
Yeah, or OP was going to end up moving out.
That's crazy that she actually realized how
Toxic.
messed up he was for that. And like
that's such a crazy thought though, to think that someone could get so like infatuated with someone where they wouldn't recognize like the harm they're doing to others, you know?
Oh, I get it.
I know you do, but I don't, you know? Like I don't.
I heard this thing today that it's like a Pisces thing. Now I'm not I'm not one to really be like, oh, astrology is so the end all be all of everything, but I think I do align with most of like the Pisces traits. Okay, so there's no more updates on this one. The only thing that I hope comes out of this is that the two roommates end up getting together, even if it's just to spite the guy. I don't care.
Yes, and send him pictures of them kissing.
Send him pictures of them scissoring and.
Yeah.
No, actually, don't do that because he'll probably be like, "Yeah, do it more."
He'd stream it.
You can't stream that.
He would do it anyway. He'd be like, "Guys, look what I was just sent in the middle of this Fortnite, Splatoon kind of stream."
He's playing Splatoon. He's like, I just splatted all over the sky. Now look at these guys. Look at these women scissoring. All right. So good ending there, luckily. Mm-hmm. But I want to see some bad updates. I want
blood. I want fights happening. I want clothing being thrown out of windows.
I want a sword duel.
Yeah.
Anyways, on to our next story today, which also comes from Best of Reddit Updates, obviously. Originally posted on Am I Overreacting? The title reads, Am I the asshole for locking up my snacks because my roommate kept stealing them?
No.
Probably not, yeah. I, 19-year-old woman, live in an apartment with 2 other girls, and for the most part, it's chill. Except one of them, let's call her Kayla, has a habit of eating everyone's food, then pretending she didn't. Like, girl, it's not a ghost eating my hot Cheetos. At first, I was nice about it. I'd label my stuff, gently remind her, even offered to split groceries once. She always hit me with, oh my God, my bad. I thought it was mine. But this girl doesn't even buy hot Cheetos, like, ever. So last week, I got fed up and bought a little lockbox for the pantry, put all my snacks inside. Petty? Maybe. But I work and pay for my own groceries. I'm not feeding a freeloading gremlin. Now she's sulking and telling people I'm treating her like a thief and making the house tense. Our other roommate says, yeah, I probably should have just talked to her again, but how many friendly chats do I need to have before it's not my job to babysit the damn Oreos? So, am I the asshole? No. I mean, like...
I mean, here's my other question. Maybe put it in your room. Like...
Well, it's... Oh, well, it's hot Cheetos, so I was going to say they need to be in the refrigerator, but
yeah,
they
she
don't.
said the pantry, so...
Oh, yeah. So, not refrigerated items. I mean, she could put it in her room, but I mean, that's
yeah.
It's her pantry too. She should be able to use her pantry and not have other people steal her stuff. I mean, is it maybe a little extreme to get a lockbox for it?
Imagine really wanting some Oreos and you have to go and you have to put in your code or fucking open the.
Yeah, it's shit. Like 3 a.m. You wake up and you're like, I really want Oreos, and you're like. And like you don't have your glasses on, you're like, I can't see the numbers.
The lights are all off, and you're trying to like, what the fuck am I looking at?
So
imagine just walking in and you see your roommate crouched in the pantry trying to open their lockbox. What the fuck?
Because she's causing an inconvenience to herself as well, not only the roommate but herself as well.
And I do think it's weird though that the roommate who is stealing the snacks is going around being like, she's making me feel like a thief and stuff. It's like, because you
were like you were a thief.
You know what? If I was rooming with someone, right, and they put their food in a lockbox, you know what I would do? I'd be like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, like that wouldn't even bother me. Like it's only bothering her because she wants to take it.
Yeah, like maybe I would be like, why are you putting your food in a lockbox? Just like out of curiosity. If they said, I think you're stealing my food, I'd be like, damn. I'm not, but you know, if that makes you feel comfortable, you do.
Yeah, I'd be like, that's weird, but okay.
Maybe you're sleepwalking, fat ass. Like, what?
Big back?
Yeah, big back.
So, where could it go from here? Because this is Best of Reddit Updates.
All right, here's my idea here. The roommate breaks in
to her lockbox to get some hot Cheetos.
Yeah.
She's that desperate for hot Cheetos.
Yeah.
So she's like one of those girls like in middle school that would always come in late with like a bag of hot Cheetos.
Yeah, and they're like all over Cookie Monster fingers. Pants.
Yeah.
Oversized sweatshirt.
And they walk in, they're like, sorry I'm late.
It was always like Takis too, the blue ones.
Takis and hot Cheetos.
Like, get the fuck out of here. You're not cool. That's all I have to say. If you go to school with hot Cheetos or Takis, you're not cool.
I hope that's not cool anymore.
It wasn't cool back then either.
Well, they thought it was.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Whoever was doing it.
It wasn't though. It wasn't cool. You're just kind of annoying because then they would sit there and Takis are like cardboard, bro. I had a Taki once because everyone was talking about how good they are. I almost broke my tooth. Like they're hard.
Really? I've never had.
Yeah, it was. Maybe I just had a bag that was like overcooked or something. But this shit, I literally was like, it was not. It didn't taste good. And it was really, really like hard. But all you hear in the back of the class is, and it's just like, okay. And the crinkling of the bag. And you just turn around and look at them like, can you put that away? And the teachers would be like, we can't eat in class right now. And they're like, but I didn't have breakfast.
I didn't have breakfast, bro.
I'm hungry. God, why are you targeting me? You're always targeting me. Get the fuck out of here.
That's so accurate.
She always does this. Like, what?
That is line for line.
That's literally every time. Why is it always the kids who are always disruptive in class always are like, they're just targeting me. Are they though? Like you're the only one talking.
Yeah.
Like what?
If anybody out there is watching this who is like in school, like, is it still like this?
Yeah, please let us know.
Please tell me it's not.
We've been out of school for what?
3 years
now?
Don't remind me.
I'm old. Yeah, let us know because and also let us know if you experience these type of people. Because I'm curious if this trend and
like do we still have Taki girls with Cookie Monster pajamas?
Yeah, who are always the victim.
Let us know.
Anyway, let's get back into it.
Some comments from this one. Someone said, don't think you're overreacting, especially if you've already had a talk with her. She should be respecting your belongings, and that includes food items that you bought with your own money. Opie said, yes, I've talked to her about it. She just won't listen. And then someone else asked, has she paid you back for the food she's already taken? And Opie said, nope, because she'll never admit that she stole my snacks, so I just lock them. Don't want to make a scene because of snacks, but at least it won't happen again, you know? Well, I have a feeling it is going to happen again because there's an update. From 2 days later, they say, hey again, just wanted to update y'all because things have evolved from my previous story. So ever since I locked up my snacks, Kayla's been acting super weird. Not like full-blown mad, but giving me that energy. You know when someone says they're fine, but they're slamming cabinets a little harder than usual? Yeah, that. She hasn't touched my stuff since, which is a win. But she keeps making these comments like, oh, I'd offer you some, but I don't want to get accused of stealing anytime she eats something. And I just smile like, girl, please, with an upside down smiley face. Our other roommate, bless her peacekeeping soul, tried to gently suggest that maybe I could take the lock off now that the point has been made. But I was like, nope, I don't trust people who act offended when you set a basic boundary. Honestly, the vibe's kind of tense, but also peaceful. My snacks are safe. My energy is unbothered. She even labeled her cereal the other day, so I guess the message really landed. Anyway, thanks for the support. Turns out locking your hot Cheetos can lead to personal growth for everyone involved.
That's so... okay, listen. Just take the high road. Like, her roommate should just take the high road and be like, okay, fine, I stole your snacks. Sorry.
Some people can never admit that they did something, even if they clearly did.
And even if she doesn't admit she stole her snacks, she can just not make comments, you know? Like,
the
I was caught, I'm just
completely unnecessary.
Yeah, it's like, okay, stop slamming cabinets then.
Yeah, it's like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Literally shatters the fucking oven glass, you know?
She's like, yeah, I'm fine. You know, I'm just making cookies.
Do you know that one video where the guy, there's like baby oil or something on the ground and he slams into the fucking oven?
What?
There was like, I think it was a Vine or something. Like,
was this before like the Diddy baby oil thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It was, no, it might have been just cooking oil. Like, a sister or mom or something put cooking oil on the ground, and like there's some cookies, and like someone came running, and they slid on the oil and slammed right into the oven, and just glass shattered everywhere. It was a Vine, so it's funny, you know. Yeah,
the Vine era pranks.
Yeah. For some reason, I just remembered that when I said slamming the glass.
That's not what I was expecting to update. I was honestly like expecting something way more crazy, but.
Yeah, like the lock is broken. The snacks are just everywhere.
But I mean, I guess this is like the other girl put a label on her food. So like maybe she gets the message now.
My question is like, does her roommate have a job where she can buy her own snacks? Like,
I don't think so, because she said she was a freeloading gremlin.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if like she just was kind of banking on everyone else having food so she could just eat, so she didn't have to buy her own groceries.
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
Which I can understand because I would do that. But like,
I can picture the only thing she has in the cabinet for herself is that cereal. That's it.
So yeah, she's not overreacting for that one. Not at all. I mean, it's a little bit of a, you know, to put a lockbox on.
Yeah, but
your food, but
it's also her food.
It's your food. You can do whatever you want with it. So not overreacting. Anyways, next. Our next story. Best of Reddit updates, of course. Originally posted on r/bad roommates, which I've never heard of before. So this is a new one. Title reads, roommate moved her possibly homeless boyfriend into the house. Okay. My male longtime friend, female, and I have been renting a house together for 2 months now. We're both on the lease, but I paid the deposit, moving costs, and pay roughly 75% of all living expenses. Yes, I know this is dumb. My friend doesn't make much money and was in a bad situation, and she couldn't live here without being on the lease. We've lived together for almost 3 years, and it's been fantastic. I had moved to a new city and she knew lots of people and has helped me establish a social life. I had no problem with the arrangement until now. She recently suddenly and tragically lost her dog, who was like a child to her, and has been spiraling ever since, drunk all the time, starting fights and hurling insults, etc. We had basically stopped talking when about a month ago she met some random guy. I don't know much about him, but what I've seen isn't great. 2 weeks ago, she got a DUI and this guy bailed her out. The next day, he came to our house with her and spent much of the day. He then started coming here every day, taking up the living room, walking around with no shirt on, etc. I avoided them as much as I could, and we never exchanged words. The guy gives me the creeps. He's large, maybe 6'4", and on the heavier side, and it's just his vibe. I don't know. It's just off. 6 days ago, the guy spent the night here. Then he stayed over the next night. Then the next night. The following morning, I told my roommate that it's not cool to be taking up the house and having her boyfriend stay over for long stretches. I told her he made me uncomfortable, and she basically said it's her boyfriend and her house, and she can do what she wanted. On the 5th morning, yesterday, I saw that he had toiletries in our bathroom. I told my roommate it seems like her boyfriend is attempting to stay here long term and pointed out that our lease has limits on guests staying over 14 nights in a 6-month period. This is where things changed and where I need advice. My roommate has now started to say things like, I feel threatened and I feel unsafe and I need my boyfriend here for protection. There's no truth to them at all. I've been leaving the house every evening after work and only coming home around 11 or 12, and I completely avoid all contact with both of them. The only contact we've ever had one evening was when I came home around 11 and they were smoking weed on our front porch. He was once again basically in his underwear and asked him to please wear clothes when he's in the common areas of the house. That's all I've ever said to him. It seems like she's using this as some kind of legal/defense strategy and planning to tell our agent and owners that I'm some kind of danger to her and she needs her boyfriend here for protection when they tell her he needs to go. Yesterday, her boyfriend showed up at 4 p.m. while I was still working from home and spent the rest of the day and night here. He's literally waking up, going to work, and coming back to our home. He's living here. So I got curious. Last night when I got home, I looked through the window into his SUV. It's filled. I mean filled with clothes and hangers. It looks exactly like a car that someone is living out of. Maybe I'm crazy, but it seems like this dude is homeless and is manipulating my roommate into moving into our house. Her shift in language, all the talk about threats and protection, isn't like her, and it's completely divorced from reality. It seems like she's being coached. I've spoken with our agent, who I'm friendly with, and she's aware of the situation. She's seen the guy's car here every day and will be messaging my roommate about the guest rules today. My concern is that my roommate is going to start lying and accusing me of making her feel unsafe, telling the agent that she needs her boyfriend here for protection. I'm not super concerned that it's going to work, but I am concerned that the agent and owners are going to look at the situation and decide it's not worth it and just cancel the lease. I really, really like this house and I don't want to have to move. I've already changed the Wi-Fi password. I pay all utilities and locked up all of my possessions, which include plates, cookware, and all the silverware. I'm just out of options at this point, and I'm wondering if anyone has been in a similar situation. Edit, I should mention that the agent is basically our landlord. It's a direct home rental from the owners, and she is the middleman who handles all renter issues.
Oof.
That sucks.
This is messy.
I think this is a time when a duel is necessary.
Yeah, I agree. But the dude's 6'4" and on the heavier side. I feel like he could just like fall on him and win.
But if it's a sword duel, just stab him in the stomach.
Okay. Maybe. Well, like, okay, here's my thought. And this is just my thought. Could the roommate be like, she is violating the lease. Cancel her on the lease.
Well, I think that's basically what he's doing. He's told the agent.
but if him and her are on the lease, if they both could possibly get in trouble and kicked out because they're both on the lease. So
I don't think he could if he's the one reporting it and saying, she's doing this, not me. I've told him to leave.
So that's why I'm hoping that, they'll just be like, hey, you girl, You have to move out. He can stay though.
Yeah, and the agent's seen the guy's car there every day, so she already
Yeah.
knows that this guy's been staying there. So,
But I wonder if OP expressed to the agent that he is worried that she is. I feel like no matter what he says, if she starts making reports that OP, is abusive or could be dangerous to her, I feel like no matter what, even if the agent, that's just not a good look. That's not a good thing to be accused of. Even if the
No.
agent knows him and is doubtful of it, it's still, if that gets out, I mean, she could go tell other people that, and they could just automatically be like, okay, maybe he is abusive. Like maybe he is dangerous to live with and rude, or she feels threatened being home with him. It's not like he can go to the agent and be like, yeah, I feel like she's going to make threats that I'm abusive, because that's also kind of like I don't know. I feel like that's what abusers do. They'll immediately be like, she's going to say I'm abusive. Don't listen to her, you know?
yeah. But
So, like,
I mean,
he's cooked either way.
that is true. We're only hearing his side of the story, but at least from the way this is written, it seems like they've been living together perfectly happily for the past 3 years. Now all of a sudden,
Yeah.
she's had this change. So if people are aware of how like fine everything's been for the last 3 years, and now all of a sudden, oh, he's dangerous,
Yeah.
then they'll probably
That is true.
also, because he's a guy and she's a girl, people are just more inclined
Yeah.
to believe
Sadly.
that a guy is doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think that's kind of what he's maybe worried about too.
And also, I feel like I'd just be worried if the dude is 6'3" and like 200 pounds. That's a bigger dude. Like, even if they're not athletic, that dude could still, like I said, fall on you and probably suffocate you.
Yeah.
So it's like, he could probably be like, I feel threatened in my own home because this dude's walking around with no shirt on.
Yeah, and he's not even supposed to live here.
Yeah. Imagine the dude lives in his car and then finds this girl who's obviously going through something because her dog died. Like, it clearly seems like this dog was like an emotional thing.
Yeah.
Connection with her, probably had a really deep meaning to her. And just the idea that she's spiraling so bad that she's now drinking excessively is with a possible like manipulative homeless dude who's probably encouraging all this, all her drinking and smoking and stuff. Like, I just feel bad for the girl too.
Yeah, because I think the guy is taking advantage of like that she's in a like an emotional state of her dog just dying.
Yeah.
And using that to try and get a place to live,
Yeah.
so he doesn't have to live in his car.
Yeah.
Like I don't think this guy really feels anything for her.
Probably not.
I think he's just doing this to try and not live in his car.
Yeah. Probably just have a bitch on the side and have some shelter and food to eat, you know?
Yeah.
Free Wi-Fi so he can stream.
Well, no, he changed the Wi-Fi password.
Yeah. Oh, not anymore. Oh, damn. He can't stream anymore.
He can't stream Clash Royale.
Yeah.
Some comments from that first part. I'd immediately demand the rent split to go back to 50-50 at the very least if he's going to stay there. You're literally subsidizing housing for two people. They can't make half of their rent between the two of them. OP said, I did. I sent her an email when we first stopped talking explaining that she's going to be responsible for 50%. I attached all of our utility bills and gave her a total due on the 1st. She's made it clear she's not going to pay it, but I have documentation. I could get her to take her to small claims court eventually, but for now I'm worried about getting this guy out. Yeah, also disagreement that they already had before was kind of crazy. Yeah, I'll pay 75% of everything.
Like, here's my thing. Like, I don't think I could ever room with someone. If I was going through a rough time and I had an agreement like that, I would obviously want to push to get 50-50, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's nice that he did do that. But yeah, it definitely is like, okay, you have a job, you're back on your feet, you have a home. Like, let's start making it so you pay 50-50, you know? Because I just think that's fair no matter what.
Okay, so he kind of recaps everything that he said in the first part and then just kind of starts putting in more stuff. So basically, he's saying the whole situation again, change the Wi-Fi password. He hid all of his laundry detergent and dryer sheets. So they had no TV, no internet. Then he says after this that he's been friends with the landlord since they moved in. And the landlord was just as upset with him living at the house as I was. So I think this is where he actually continues the next part. So she sent my roommate a formal notification that if the boyfriend stayed over beyond 14 days, they would evict us. My roommate said she understood and that he would be gone after the 14th day. But sure enough, on the 15th, he was right back at the house. We had a confrontation, which I filmed, and her boyfriend charged at me and tried to attack me.
Duel.
But he dueled him, but my roommate held him back. I was actually kind of hoping he would hit me so I could get the cops involved, but he just stormed out and slammed our door. I spoke with a cop friend and she told me it unfortunately wasn't enough to seek a protection order. After that, he stopped staying over, but continued to basically live at our house, arriving around 3 p.m. and leaving at 11 or 12. I was miserable and basically just accepted the fact that this would be my life until the lease ended next summer. But 2 weeks ago, I finally caught a break. She fucked up and had her boyfriend stay over again. I documented it and sent proof to the landlord, and she texted me back saying, "Woohoo, you're free." An hour later, she sent both of us a notice of eviction, instructing us that we both had to be out by the end of October. My roommate and I happened to be at the same sports bar, a huge multi-story place with dozens of mutual friends, when the notice came in, and she came upstairs screaming at me, cursing me off, and telling everyone that I had gotten us evicted because I went whining to the landlord. She and her boyfriend left and went to the landlord's house, freaking out and saying that she's going to be homeless and won't be able to rent a place with an eviction on her record. She actually tried to convince the landlord to just evict me and let her boyfriend move in instead, saying that I was the one causing all the problems. The landlord said no dice, but told her she could avoid the eviction if she agreed to break the lease, move out at the end of the month, and didn't have her boyfriend over all the time in the meantime. If he showed up, the landlord said she would immediately send a 7-day eviction notice and we'd be out within a week. After that, my roommate and her boyfriend basically disappeared. I think at first she might have thought that if they stayed away for a bit, things might cool down and he could start coming over to the house again. But at some point, something must have changed. Either they realized there was no path forward or they found someone else to stay with. I don't really know. But about a week ago, they came to the house and started packing up some of her stuff from the garage. And yesterday, my landlord said my roommate had agreed to break the lease at the end of the month. I just signed a new lease today and will officially have my home back on November 1st. Not sure what the lesson is. Definitely be cool with your landlord and always sign a separate rental agreement with your roommates before you enter into a lease together.
Damn. So they had separate agreements themselves, but instead of signing one lease, they basically had two in each of their names.
No, I think they only had one lease, so he's saying you should have a separate rental agreement for each person.
I thought he said that they had,
Because
yeah.
he said, not sure what the lesson is. Definitely be cool with your landlord and always sign a separate rental agreement with your roommates before you enter into a lease together. Because that's why the landlord had to like evict both of them.
Yeah.
Unless, no. But then she ended up leaving anyway, just breaking her lease.
Yeah. So I was like, did they sign two of their own that they?
Okay, so yeah, they must have them.
That's a good lesson for you out there who are gonna room with someone. I mean, I can imagine landlords would probably hopefully encourage that too, though, to prevent things like this. Because if you're rooming with someone, obviously they're gonna be like, okay, well, shit like this could happen. So
yeah.
And also an agreement on who's paying what part of the bills, so you can't really fight about it. Because landlord, all they want is their money, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to lose out on money because two roommates are arguing over who's paying the bills.
Right, yeah. He got out of it. He got his house back. She's gone. Probably living on the street with her boyfriend smoking meth or something.
That's such a... God. What a crazy thing to have ruin your friendship. You're spiraling. You meet a guy. You let this guy take over, ruin your whole entire living arrangement, your friendship, lets you spiral further, and now you're homeless.
Yeah, she's going to look back on this and be like, what the fuck was I doing?
Yeah, when she gets in a better headspace and gets rid of this guy.
Because she made the choice either not have him come over or lose the place that I am living at.
Yeah.
And she chose lose the place I'm living at.
Chose the guy.
Over some guy that she met on the fucking street.
God. I kind of wish he hit OP just so he could get the duel,
Get a restraining order, get him for battery or whatever.
Yeah.
And then he'll be off like his he won't be in his car anymore. He'll just be in jail.
Yeah, he won't be homeless anymore.
Yeah.
He'll have a place to stay.
And then he should just keep beating up OP, and then he'll keep having a place to stay.
Yeah.
As soon as he gets out, just hit him again, and he'll have another place to stay. Well, good ending. I want something with a bad ending. Give me something bad.
Give me something bad.
Give me something absolutely terrible. Anyways, next story comes from Best of Reddit Updates, of course. Originally, Am I the Asshole? Title reads, Am I the asshole for not telling my housemate I'm moving out and taking everything with me? I've lived with my two friends in a house, rented room by room for 10 months, and around 3 months into this, a girl we don't know moved in to fill the last room. I was initially excited to have another girl in as my two friends are guys, so I greeted her when she moved in, but my excitement was quickly dulled as her first words to me weren't hello, but what are your plans to clean this place up? This annoyed me immediately as the place was in pretty good condition, but I explained the way we clean and tidy. Clean up after ourselves with a weekly cleaning day, which happened to fall the day after she moved in. I showed her around explaining what belonged to who, what was communal, etc., and then let her settle in. But there was already problems the next day when we found she had used various things of ours to cook and then half-assed washing them, leaving dirty food and stains on our dishes and utensils. This happened a few times before. One of my friends explained we didn't mind her using our stuff until she got her own, provided she actually cleaned it after. She then shouted at me for 15 minutes, even though I wasn't the one that even brought it up, and said I was trying to look good in front of the boys, who've been my friends for years. Cue the laundry list of issues we faced over the past 7 months. She uses the clothes drying racks 5 days a week, not accounting for the other 3 of us in the house. Still won't clean our dishes, has cracked the wood on our chopping boards, using them as lids for hot frying pans. What the fuck? That's crazy. Leaves her hair all over the bathroom and kitchen floor. Uses all my freezer space, leaving me with none. Leaves the microwave and air fryer dirty. Leaves pee and period blood on the toilet seat and takes my pads, tampons, razors, etc. without asking. These are a quarter of our grievances, which we have had tried to address, only for her anger to be directed solely at me. The house has never been in worse condition, and her only solution is to complain at us for the mess. 90% of it is obviously hers. Then ask us to send her money to buy cleaning products. We have plenty. And then not help with the weekly clean. Me and my other 2 housemates have been looking for a reason to leave, and I just got a new job opportunity. So we took this chance to find a 3-bed flat to rent as a whole and are moving in next week. The thing is that 90% of our things in this house are bought by us. We'll be taking the toaster, microwave, kettle, drying racks, air fryer, our pots and pans, the iron, Hoover, and much more. Pretty much all our communication with her is now through me, as the boys refuse to talk to her for various other reasons. So I've decided not to bother letting her know and let her find out when A, she notices people coming for viewings, or B, the moving van arrives. We didn't expect her to buy things we already use communally, but she has maybe twice ever contributed to this household financially, so she can deal with buying her own stuff and learn to clean up her own messes. Am I the asshole for not telling her?
Hell no, you're not, and I can't wait for the update on this one. Oh my God.
She wakes up. I would do this as stealthily as possible. I'd do it in like either if she's gone during the day at work, I'd do it then, or like try and be sneaky in the middle of the night, get in with that moving van, get everything out so she just wakes up or comes home and everything is gone.
Yeah.
Empty.
I turned the couch upside down too, just to be a dick.
Turn the couch upside down, turn the TV over.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just
I would turn everything
the
upside
remote.
down. Yeah.
Hopefully whoever this is has never lived with people before, because she doesn't know how to live with people.
She clearly doesn't know how to live alone or on her own at all. Who doesn't know how to wash dishes? You wash it until, okay, listen, here's the thing though. If you're hand washing a dish and there's still food on the dish, or like still like sauce on it, would you consider that clean?
Oh, no.
Exactly. So she's leaving food on these dishes when she's cleaning them.
Well, yeah, that's, she's just hoping somebody else is going to do it for her. I kind of understand where she's coming from by using other people's stuff, because she's probably never lived with other people before that aren't her parents. And her parents are probably okay with that.
But here's the thing though. I believe they have probably told her not to use their stuff. If they told her, hey, you can use our dishes if you clean them, but stealing like pads and stuff is kind of crazy. Especially, what's also crazy is she only confronts the girl roommate. She does not confront the other 2 dudes. She only goes at the girl.
That is true. She does.
So I feel like that's either I'm too scared to go yell at the boys, or it's you're a girl, you should be cleaning. Like, I feel like this roommate is like, you're my mom. You do the dishes kind of thing.
You're my mom. You do the dishes. You're like, you're the only woman here, so you must be my mom.
Yeah. You're the girl here. Get to cleaning. Like, okay.
You know what? She's acting like those guys that are like to their girlfriend, like, be my mom
Yeah.
and do everything.
Yeah. So I just feel like that's crazy. Also, I'd be so pissed if someone was stealing my pads, my tampons, and my razors. You know how expensive razors are?
No.
No. Well, if you want, like, here's the thing. There's a thing called a pink tax on products that are marketed towards women's. Like, a men's razor could be like $10. The same razor, but pink is like $15. So, like, it's the pink tax. So I get men's razors, actually, because they work better anyway, and they're cheaper. But I would be pissed if someone was stealing my razors, because it's still like, I'm not using a razor that you used. And 2, that's my fucking razor, and razor heads can kind of be expensive, like the replacements. So.
All right. So this one has an update from a month later. They say, posted about a month ago about Nightmare Housemate and my evacuation plan, and I'm finally updating you all. We actually did not move out when we were meant to, as it turns out the prospective landlord did not have the correct licensing and couldn't produce it when requested. Luckily, still had some tenancy left. We got our deposit back and found a better and cheaper flat and moved in last week, which is going great. On to the roomie reaction. She got home from work early and found me taping up a box with my door open and asked me, "Are you leaving?" Turns out she knew this already, but still individually asked me and my housemates if we were leaving and asked us each to leave a few possessions, so she had just one thing. We did not leave anything of ours except for our shower curtain, which she had stained with hair dye. Yes, we took the toilet paper and cleaning supplies, as she never bought any ever. It was honestly quite a calm departure, except for messages asking how much things were and last-ditch efforts to get us to leave her things, and her telling me to take it out the bin on my way out. A few days later, she rang me 4 times, but I didn't see them as I was at work. When I did see the calls, I just blocked her number, and we have never been in such bliss. We can all walk around our flat without feeling uncomfortable, and I haven't been shouted at once in my own home. Long may this continue, and the boys also stepped up on the move out and laid down the law, so I had backup. New job, new home, life is great. Thanks for all the advice.
Damn.
So she didn't even have toilet paper. They took the toilet paper.
Good.
That's kind of petty, but that's amazing. But that's amazing.
I just imagine the roll was like half gone on like the one they had out.
We're
and they
taking
still
this
were like,
half. Yep, I bought this, so I'm taking it.
Yeah. What if we have to shit on the road? What if we shit our pants?
What if we have to fart and it might be a shit? And she's so incompetent that she, a few days after, she's still calling her like, "Can I get my toilet paper?" She either hasn't taken a shit in a few days, or she's just not wiping, or
she's using the shower curtain
that she already stained.
Yeah,
it's like, well, it's already stained, so
what's to say we can't add a few more on there?
But she's so incompetent that she can't. They've already moved out, and she can't just be like, "Well, I guess I have to get my own stuff now." She's still like, "No, guys."
Yeah, she's calling them asking, "How much does this cost usually?
Can I buy it from you?"
Like, can you just like bring back a toilet paper roll?
That's
can you just leave me one pot? Like, no. Can you leave the toaster? Girl.
That's crazy.
This has to be her first time living out of her parents' house or something. To not be aware or leeching. Maybe she's roomed with people before and this is just how she's acted and they took care of her basically.
Maybe she got kicked out of the last one.
Maybe. I just like, God, what a miserable person to live with. It sounds like she just needs to live on her own and experience life. I feel like this is probably good for her to kind of just be thrown out there.
Yeah, she needs to learn how to live on her own.
Yeah, she needs to learn how to do her own dishes. First of all, buy her own dishes.
And buy toilet paper.
Yeah. And then go and clean them. Once she buys her own things, and if other people move into the place she's at and they start using and abusing her things, she's going to finally understand what it was like for these other people.
Yeah, now she's going to be like, wait, this is what I was doing before.
Yeah, she's like, they're using my one pot and they're leaving food in it still.
And they're staining my shower curtain.
They're taking my period pads.
That's crazy. You're taking those.
Yeah. But girl, go buy your own. That shit's also expensive.
Is she okay? Even if she should know how to buy her own like hygiene products.
Yeah.
Even if she hasn't lived on her own before. That's crazy to think it, she's, well, we don't know how old she is.
God, if someone's using my expensive ass shampoo and conditioner, you're catching hands. No one is allowed to ever touch my shampoo and conditioner. That shit's expensive. And I remember when I lived at home, I had my own. And it's like, I know how much my little sister used. She would put like this much conditioner in her hand. I'm like, girl, you need like this much, bro. You're fine. You don't need a fucking dollar coin. You need a penny. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. And I remember we bought, oh my God.
What the fuck? Holy shit.
He's huge.
Motherfucker. Does he show up on camera?
He's actually huge.
You guys see that thing that looks like it's on the lens? That's a big ass spider coming down from the ceiling right now.
Ginormous. He's still pulling his web. It's still,
he's gonna have a whole web across here by the time we're done.
I can literally see it. It keeps stretching out. He never broke it off. He's walking with a web sticking out of his ass right now. Do you not see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, what the fuck, bro?
All right, so still, that one had a good ending too. Where are the ones with the bad endings where everybody dies? And because that's what I want.
Ask AI. Roommate stories where everyone dies.
Where everyone dies in the end.
The update is from like the mother.
Reddit roommate stories where there's a nuclear bomb that goes off and everyone dies.
Yeah.
So on to our final story, which of course comes from Am I the Asshole Again? Title reads, am I the asshole for swapping rooms with my roommate while he was away? I, 19-year-old guy, have been living with my roommate, George, 20-year-old guy, for about 6 months. We've been decent friends for a year or so, but it's definitely been rocky since moving in together. For context, we go to different universities and our schedules are completely different, so our breaks don't really align. A few weeks ago, we got in a bit of a fight. He wanted to have a bunch of friends over and have a house party, but I had an exam the next day and needed a bit of quiet. He was pretty pissed at me, and I didn't really see him before I went home for my mid-semester break. While I was at home, the airline I would have been flying return with canceled some flights, problems with the gas shortage, and I ended up having to come back a day early. When I got back to the apartment, it stunk like beer and weed. The floor was a mess, and dishes were piled up. I was a bit frustrated with the mess, but I also figured George thought I'd be back the next day. I didn't want to start another fight, given we'd left on sort of bad terms. That was until I opened my door into my room and saw 3 of George's friends sleeping in my room, 2 on the floor and 1 on the bed. They seemed to have made themselves pretty comfortable. My stuff was still all in there, but moved out of place. There was empty cans and bottles everywhere, alcohol and spew stains on the carpet, and the room reeked. I was livid and yelled at them to get out. This must have woken George up. He came out of his room looking pretty surprised. I demanded he cleaned everything up and went out for a few hours of fresh air. When I got back, he wasn't there. He cleaned up a bit. The beer bottles were in a bin and dishes were done, etc. But my room still smelt and was far from what it was before. I could see he'd made an attempt on the vomit and alcohol stains, but it seemed pretty half-assed. The smell made me pretty nauseous, so I ended up sleeping on the couch. It was also gross, but not quite as bad. Eventually, it mostly aired itself out, but I was still pretty disgusted by some of the stains and lingering scents. George never apologized for this, and we just didn't talk much after the whole incident. I was pretty bummed. We were pretty good friends, and I would have been open to working through this to make the rest of our lease tolerable, but not without him owning up and apologizing. 2 days ago, he left for his break, and I've had the apartment to myself. I was tidying my room and found a ton of ants in my wardrobe, leading to some crumbs they must have left. I try not to eat in my room and definitely wouldn't have in my wardrobe. This was pretty much the final straw for me. The lease has another 6 months on it, so I couldn't move out. And I decided if George thought that was an okay way to leave someone's space, he could have it. It took me the whole day, but I ended up swapping out all our furniture. I set his clothes up in the wardrobe with ants, remade his bed, and tried to recreate his room exactly. His room is a fair bit bigger than mine with an in-suite and deck, but we both split rent evenly. He found the apartment, so claimed the better room first. There's barely any stains or smells in his room, and even if there were, the deck gives me a bit of a safe haven. Not sure why they decided my room was the place to dump everything. At the time, I thought this was a fair enough response, but he's coming back tomorrow and I'm rethinking it. I still have time to fix it. Am I the asshole?
See, this is iffy. Like, I think his friend's an asshole for using his room as a party room and not your own.
Of course.
Like, how are you, who has your own bathroom, a bigger room, and a deck, gonna let your friends party in your friend's room and then crash there? First of all, why are you in his room at all? But also, see, I don't know how to feel about the moving part.
Yeah, I think this is an everyone sucks here.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, the roommate was an asshole for using his room and doing all that. But you're also kind of an asshole for moving everything and swapping rooms with him while he's gone.
Yeah. Like, that's extreme to me.
Yeah, that's taking it from 0 to 100 pretty fast.
Yeah. It's also a great way for you and your friend to absolutely have a blow up, because I cannot imagine your friend's gonna be very happy losing the deck and his own bathroom.
And yeah, and that's the thing too, is like when you're thinking of revenge with a roommate, you have to consider you have to live with this person.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really want to deal with that?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just easier in the long run to just take the high road, because you have to live with this person. Now, because he's done that, well, he's asking if he should undo it because he still has time to undo it. So it's not finalized yet. But if he still goes through with it, okay, he's going to be pissed. Now they're both super pissed at each other.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're starting this whole thing.
And who's to say that your roommate won't literally demand that who's to say he won't just take your room and just sleep with your stuff in there, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's to say he won't just do that? Like, there's too many ways for it to turn extremely petty and very ugly, where as much as it sucks, I would just move my stuff back and take the other room. And as much as it would suck, like I said, I would just get like a fucking shampoo or rent one and clean up the stains and kill the ants and take care of it, and then just lock your room. Maybe you can lock it and get like a key, you know, or something where
possibly. Yeah, I think this is one where you kind of just have to bite your teeth.
Yeah,
because now you're starting a war with your roommate.
Yeah, and also, okay, this may sound, I've never been in this situation, but I feel like your roommate could do so much worse. The worst he did was had a party and let people into your room where they drank and they threw up and they ate some food. And yes, they used your stuff. They slept on your bed. Your room smells like vomit and alcohol. Yeah, that sucks. It so sucks. But hey, your roommate, yeah, he half-assed it. He's probably hungover. He did try to clean it up. He didn't do a good job, but at least he tried. He could have just left. He could have just not done it and been like, whatever. Not cleaned up anything.
I also wonder if he would have come back the day that he was supposed to, because he came back a day early. Mm-hmm. If he would have came back the day he was supposed to come back, if he would have done a better job at hiding it.
Yeah.
But because he found out about it, now he's half-assing the job. He's like, well, it's already blown. He already knows about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Or doesn't want to intrude on his roommate's space more, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of extreme to switch rooms, and it's just going to end up in a big blow up. So I think if he goes through with it, I do think he will be, they'll both be the asshole, but I think he should switch it back, personally.
Yeah, I mean, I think he said they had like they have 6 months left in their lease. Just bite your teeth for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Dude, because now you're going to, instead of just biting your teeth for the next 6 months, now you're starting a war for the next 6 months.
Yeah. Get an ant trap, shampoo your carpet, open the windows, let it air out, get a little air freshener, put some Febreze in there. You can get like carpet stuff where you sprinkle like carpet like powder that like supposed to absorb scents and stuff.
Yeah.
Do that, clean that up, and just lock your room, close your door, put do not enter, like tell your roommate no one can be in my room. Like lay that boundary down. If he violates it again, then you have bigger fish to fry. But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, you're going to blow this up even worse than it is.
Let's see. So, small update from a couple hours later that he added to that post. So he said, "Thank you for advice, everyone. I really appreciate thoughts, opinions, etc. Although I acknowledge and understand everyone saying I should change it back, the little time I have had in my new room has been too good to let go of. I feel pretty justified by the support I received and don't feel like being the bigger person at the moment. I will talk to him when he gets back so he doesn't just walk into the wrong room and hopefully explain my position. To those asking about bolts, I will get a lock, but it's tricky. The apartment rules are pretty strict, but I will look into it. I will update everyone after it goes down. Thanks again for the support and advice." Okay, he's kind of the asshole now.
He's the asshole. He really said, "I really like my new room." He probably, you know what, he likes it probably because he has his own bathroom and a deck.
Yeah, and he's saying, yeah, I don't feel like being the bigger person at the moment.
So he's acknowledging that this is kind of a bogus move.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You might not feel like being the bigger person at the moment, but a month from now when you're in a war with your roommate, you're going to be like, well, now I feel like being the bigger person.
Well, it's also like I feel like it's too late then to go back on it because
then it's too late.
And especially because one, you're going to be comfortable. And this is from just like, I feel like this is how I would feel if I was in this situation. I've never been in this situation, but I feel like this is how it would turn out for me because I'm a very spiteful person. I would get too comfortable and I would almost enjoy that they're upset at me. I wouldn't be happy like they were being a bitch to me, but I'd be like, haha, I had that trashy room for 6 months. Now I get the better room for 6 months. Like, I'd just be like, it's too nice to move, and I'd be too lazy to move myself back. Because it'd be like, well, then I'm basically losing this war, and I don't like to lose, so. And I feel like that's the same exact way he's fallen down. Would I ever do that? No, I would never switch rooms with someone. I would feel it would feel inappropriate almost for me to go into someone else's personal space and touch their personal stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's how I would never end up in this situation. So, like, I don't understand how he has the balls to go into someone else's room, go through their dressers and pick up their clothes and move it into a closet and move their whole bed.
That's also a lot of work. He's doing a lot of work for this like, I'm mad about this, so I'm gonna do this.
I genuinely want to know what he thinks is gonna happen when his roommate comes back. I can imagine OP is sitting in like on the couch with like his arms like, we need to sit down and talk. Like, I feel like he's gonna Chris Hansen him, you know, like, have a seat.
Have a seat.
What are you doing here?
Keep your hands out of your pockets.
Yeah, hands out of your pockets.
Who are you? We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah. Are you her dad? I swear we're just here to watch a movie.
Are you a cop? No, I'm not a cop. We just want to watch the football game.
Yeah. Do you have condoms with you?
That's such a trick question because there's no good answer. Because if they say no, then he's going to say, oh, so you were going to have sex unprotected? And if they say yes, they're like, so yeah, you were going to have sex.
Yeah. Chris really got them, bro. But no, I feel like that's what he's going to do. He's going to be pacing around in the living room. He's going to hear someone jiggling at the door, like trying to unlock the door. He's going to sit down and he's going to like, what? Oh, we have to talk. And the roommate's gonna be like, can I go put my stuff down? I just got off a plane ride home. Like, I want to go into my room and just decompress, go to the bathroom in my ensuite, you know? And friend's gonna be like, yeah, about that. It's not your bedroom anymore.
It's gonna be like, so we need to talk about
Oh my God. Imagine getting back to your home, right? Stressful flight. You had to fly back, you know? You were at your family's place. So it's like, oh my God, I can't wait to go home into my bedroom and just decompress, right? You get home and your bitch ass roommate is sitting there and you're like, hey, and you go to like put your stuff away and they're like, your room is actually now to the right instead of to the left. I'd be like, what the fuck did you just say to me?
Yeah, that's honestly the worst when you're about to get home and you're like, okay, I can finally be done with the day.
Yeah.
And then there's like something else
Yeah.
that stands in your way.
Yeah, and
you're
it's
like,
your
no.
and it's your roommate moving all your stuff to another room that smells like liquor and throw up still. Like what?
I think I might just go in my car and be like, you know what? I'm just gonna live in my car now.
No, you know what I'd do? I would get right back in and I'd start moving the furniture back. I'd be moving everything and be like, no, I'm taking my room back. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro. No way.
Yeah.
That's how this is gonna go. The roommate is gonna be jet lagged, tired, and is gonna be pissed off and is gonna start moving the shit back, or it's gonna be a full blown fight, police involved. It's gonna be a duel.
A duel.
Yeah.
Yes, give me a duel. Give me a duel.
Duel.
All right. Well, let's see what happens because we have an update from 3 days later. Says, I want to start off by saying thank you so much for everyone's support and advice. Really appreciate it. I did decide to keep the room switch. I also looked at the lease agreement and was able to install the lock on my new room. Okay, that's insane. That's insane. He switched the rooms and then put a lock on it. That's insane.
I just feel like that's too much.
That is way too much. Well, let's see how the guy reacts. When he got back, I sat him down in the living room and explains why. Have a seat.
Have a seat.
What were your plans here tonight?
I just wanted to go to my room, bro.
I just wanted to go to my room. You know how many times I hear that? Okay.
Please leave out of this door. No, not the front door. This door.
You're not going to want to go that way.
Yeah.
You have to go this way.
Are there gonna be cops out there?
That's not up to me. When he got back, I sat him down in the living room and explained what I'd done. I tried to explain why I was so frustrated and how difficult it had been living in my new room, but he didn't let me finish and ran over to look at his, now my, room. When he saw that everything I said was true, he started yelling at me. He called me psycho and that I had totally disrespected him. I tried to stay calm, but I ended up yelling back at him. I told him that his actions were what had led me to do this and that if he ever wanted to switch back, he needs to pay me to professionally clean my old room and get rid of the bugs. He told me it wasn't that bad and I had way overreacted. Luckily, the fight didn't get physical. Oh, damn it.
Damn.
But he did get very close at times. We definitely didn't work it out, but he did seem to have somewhat accepted the new circumstances. Turns out he not accepted it at all. The next morning, I woke up to the landlord knocking at the front door. George had told the landlord that while he was away, I'd trashed my room and swapped with him. The landlord was furious about the ants and the stains in the carpet. I tried to explain what actually happened, including that George had been smoking weed in the apartment, which is illegal here, and the landlord did listen, but with no proof of when the apartment got trashed or who was telling the truth, said we'd both be liable. He said this was our first warning and he's giving us a week to clean it perfectly or we'd be kicked out and lose our bond. After the landlord left, George and I got right back into it. I demanded he pay to clean it up, but he completely refused. He said that he had done more than enough to try and clean it and wouldn't consider paying for anything while I still had his room. I told him that he was an idiot for bringing the landlord into the situation, but apparently he's got another place to crash and didn't care. Knowing he had a different place, I realized I didn't have much of a leg to stand on. My ego wouldn't let me give up the room, let alone pay to get everything cleaned up. So I retreated to my room and locked the door to think things over. I decided to text one of my friends to see if I could stay at theirs for a bit, just in case. And they said it would be fine. I knew George was going out later that night with friends, and I decided I would start moving some of my things over to my friend's place. George ended up sleeping somewhere else and didn't come home until late the next day, giving me enough time to get all my stuff out. I basically moved out by the time he got home, at which point he sent me a text telling me not to come back and that he wouldn't be getting anything cleaned. I sent a screenshot of it to the landlord, just letting them know that we would certainly be sacrificing the bond and our lease. I made sure to apologize to the landlord, not that it made much of a difference, but he seemed to appreciate it a bit. I'm now apartment hunting again and have blocked all contact with George. I'm typing this from the couch of my friend's place where I'll probably be for the next few weeks. Thanks again for the support. I guess I've learned not to move in with my friends and will be leasing by myself next time. Not sure whether I regret what I did or not. I still feel it was justified, but almost certainly not worth the fallout.
What the fuck did we say?
This guy's an idiot. What?
First of all, the Redditors who supported him are fucking idiots too.
Yeah.
There definitely were people, yeah, you're so justified for this. No, he wasn't. And now look at him. He's
now
sleeping
he has
on a
nowhere
couch.
to now he has nowhere to live. See, like this is
God,
what
I hate Redditors.
like he did this to himself.
Yeah.
I hate to say it because like at first I was on board with this guy. But he did this to himself.
Yeah. He had every opportunity to move everything back, take the high road, which I know sucks. But like, what did I say? Right when he took that room and right when his friend was pushing back, his ego was going to be too big. He was going to not want to do. I literally said that.
He literally said my ego would not give up the room.
Yeah. And that's exactly how I feel like I would be in that situation. So I'd never put myself in that situation.
Like his ego was so large that he would rather give up this place to live, go crash on his friend's couch, than give up the damn room.
Yeah. Which he didn't have to do in the first place. He could have he had the time to move everything back. I know he said, well, in the 6 hours I had to think, I don't really have that much time. Yeah, you do. Stay up all night and move
he's just
back.
trying to justify why he couldn't do it, even though he could.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like this. I think it sucks. Take the high road, bro. Like I said, you don't even have to hire a professional cleaner. You know what you do? You go down to a store, because most grocery stores, you can rent a fucking shampooer, and you go and you shampoo it yourself. Yeah, it's going to suck. You do that. You shampoo it. You get some ant traps. You fucking kill the ants. You could fucking probably shampoo them bitches up. Like, bam, done. You're done. And it's all clean and everything's back to normal-ish, And put a lock on that room and then call it a day.
Him moving all his stuff into the other room and putting a lock on it is insane.
Yeah.
That like actually is psychotic behavior.
Well, and I may be wrong. It sounded like Redditors told him to buy a lock. I don't know. It sounded like he said, I did think about getting a lock and I did get a lock. Like it sounded like someone in the comments said you should get a lock for the door, either for his new bedroom door or for his old bedroom door. I don't know. It sounded like someone had said it and he was addressing it in the like mini update when he was like, I'm not moving back. I could be wrong, but I think that's like what I was picking up. So it's like I said, again, he's taking advice from Redditors who are pushing him to make the wrong decision here.
Yeah,
and he literally admitted that there were people telling him that he should just move it back, take the high road. And he's like, no, I'm not going to.
He's like, my ego is too much.
Yeah, you shouldn't move in with friends then.
I guess someone, I don't see this comment here, but somebody said commenter 2 was on the ball and it's frustrating when the right advice gets missed or ignored. This is all very 20-year-olds. And I hope George's clothes find more ants and feet find more inexplicable Legos. Yeah, so this is like a compilation and best of Reddit updates. So the people commenting on this are not like the original comments from him asking, am I the asshole for this? So the comments here on this compilation post are like, what? What?
Yeah.
Like, why are people telling you to do this? And
okay, and here's my question. How many people on each side told him keep your room moved or move it back? Because I bet only maybe like 5,000 people probably told him to. I don't know. I know Redditors, I know they definitely were telling this bitch, keep the room. Keep the room. This is totally fair. It's not fair. You all live in basements. You don't understand. So don't be giving advice.
You all live in your mom's basement. So.
Yeah, so stop giving advice to these people. But it's like, I guarantee, I feel there had to have been a good even split. Because people love to be petty, but people also love to call you out for shit on Reddit.
But I feel like it's which one ever gets there first, which one's ever like the first. Most people just jump on the bandwagon. And it's like, and a lot of times Reddit is like, people will answer like they'll read this and be like, well, it's just a thing I'm reading on the internet. They don't actually realize that these are real people.
Yeah.
So they'll be like, well, this is how you win. This is how I'd want it to go. If this was a story, this is how you win. And it's like, okay, this is how winning is not always the thing to do. Like, especially like I said, when it's like, you have to live with this person. And now see, he did this and now he doesn't have a place to live.
Yeah. And I'm always kind of like glad that his other friend already was like, well, I have a place to live, so I don't care if we get kicked out. See ya.
They're both honestly kind of just being stubborn.
Yeah.
Because he's like, I'm not gonna clean this. And And he's like, well, I'm not giving up the room then.
Mhm.
Fuck you. Well, fuck you. Well, I got a place. Well, so do I. See ya.
Yeah.
Like they're both just
Yeah.
like their egos are too big.
I agree. This was crazy. First of all, like I said, Redditors need to really understand that people are actually posting these, and people do actually go and they listen to the advice you give them. So be careful on what advice you do give them. Yeah, Redditors need to get a grip on life and move out of their mom's basement. And
Touch grass.
Yeah, please.
Go outside.
Yeah.
Go on a walk.
Take in consideration what your advice could do to a real person.
Maybe talk to a real person once in a while, not just your Discord waifu or your AI girlfriend.
Yeah, stop refreshing Am I the Asshole? Please.
And today's theme is all about 4th of July stories. It's July 3rd as of recording, which means tomorrow is America's 250th birthday, 250 years of good old American freedom. So if you're not from the US, 4th of July, there's always a lot of barbecues, parties, celebrations going on, and sometimes they go really bad because there's usually alcohol and fireworks involved, and those stories are also on Reddit. I'm once again joined by my best friend Kerrigan, who has experienced lots of 4th of Julys. Have you ever had a 4th of July party or anything that's just been crazy?
I had one where someone threw dynamite in the yard.
Dynamite? Isn't that what fireworks basically are? They're just...
Yeah, but this was like a stick of dynamite like this big. All it did was explode. And they didn't tell anyone. Like, they snuck down in the yard and they just lit it and chucked it. So no one knew it was going off. And dynamite is a little bit louder than a firework.
You think?
And it left a crater in the yard, like this big.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we have any stories like that today. Before we get started, I have to remind you guys to like and subscribe down below and check us out on Spotify via the link in the description if you'd rather watch it there. Thank you. But without any further ado, let's get into our first story, which comes from Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, Am I the asshole for not inviting my cousin to our family 4th of July barbecue after how she acted last year? My cousin doubles as my dad's personal assistant / caregiver and is here for a few hours per day on weekdays. In many respects, she is very helpful, but she's also a loud, highly opinionated type A with boundary issues who has a tendency to try to commandeer things that are not in her domain, and she can turn something simple into something very difficult. Last year, though she was invited, she told us she would not be coming to the barbecue because she just wanted to stay home and relax. We told her that was fine and not to worry about it. It was her day off anyway. She lives a bit far, and there was nothing my dad needed for her to do. My dad and I had done the shopping. He was capable of manning the barbecue on his own, and my mother, who has an unnecessarily large collection of serving dishes because she likes to set up hors d'oeuvres and the likes, was going to help me with the food prep. Most of the houses here are open with a kitchen peninsula / bar dividing the kitchen from the family room, and such was the design of our house. My mother and I set up our spread on the peninsula for easy access, and then everyone chilled in the family room while we waited for the barbecued items to be done. As we were sitting there talking and chilling, my cousin stormed in unannounced like she was conducting a surprise inspection. And when I say stormed in, I mean she came flying in, as she tends to do. She said she just decided to stop by, though she lives 40 miles away, and then almost immediately started taking the food off the peninsula, telling us we should instead put it on the dining room table. We were all perplexed by this because the dining room was out of the way on the other side of the kitchen and was away from our gathering area. We all told her as much, but she kept arguing with us about it while trying to relocate items and didn't stop until I literally wrestled a bowl of chips out of her hands and set it back down on the peninsula. After that defeat, she instantly spotted something else that she felt we didn't do right and tried to fix. And again, we had to stop her and tell her to leave it and to just sit down and relax. But she kept at it, storming around, trying to modify things, all the while complaining that she was stressed and felt like she was at work, while loudly declaring that she was going to go home, but not actually leaving. By this point, my mother was upset and everyone was completely bewildered, so I told my cousin to actually leave. This year, I haven't told her about the gathering and told my mother that I'd prefer to keep it that way. But my mother, who has a fear of other people being alone on holidays, thinks I'm being mean, but I just really want a calm, relaxing, nice time.
Nah, not the asshole.
No,
Not the
no.
asshole. This is their property. You know, you can't just come in there and change it up.
Given a surprise inspection.
Yeah.
I'd like to imagine she walked in with like a food like temperature probe
my
thing.
God.
It's like, I'm conducting a health inspection
I was
on
gonna
this
say, like-
gathering.
I saw you didn't wash your hands before you handled that food.
There is not an employees must wash hand sign above the sink. This is a violation. I imagine her like that because she said surprise inspection.
Yeah, literally. But it's like, what gives you the right to just walk in? And one, it's like, okay, if you were hosting the party, I can understand if you wanted to switch it up. But it's not your house. It's not your party that you're throwing. You didn't buy any of the food or prepare it all. So, like, why do you think you can come in and just change it? Especially in ways that don't make sense.
Because I mean, I think she just likes to cause problems. Like, some people really love just causing problems. Like, it brings them joy to cause other people trouble. And I think that is this person, because she lives 40 miles away. She doesn't even live close to there.
Did she say at the beginning, did OP say that she's her dad's caregiver?
Personal assistant / caregiver.
What the does the dad do that?
Wait, so she's not even part of the family.
She said cousin.
Oh, she's a cousin. Oh yeah, my cousin
So
cousin doubles as dad's personal assistant and caregiver.
What does your dad do that he needs a caregiver
Or
assistant?
so is it more, I don't know if it's more of a personal assistant or a caregiver. Because wait a minute, but
like,
didn't
what
she
does
say
the caregiving? What is the caregiving that the cousin does? Like, does she does the dad have like health issues that she has to assist with? But it's like, okay, I don't understand that.
Well, I don't think the dad has like any serious health issues, because she says my dad and I had done the shopping. So like they went shopping together. So like
Yeah.
the guy can leave the house.
So like, why did they refer to her as a caregiver then? Because when you say caregiver to me, I picture someone who like cares for people who need help because they have health issues.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that
assistant,
was
okay, maybe if he works.
Well, and the dad is barbecuing. He's manning the grill.
So what does
He
she
has the
caregive?
most important role.
Yeah, I gotta stand around with a beer in one hand. All the other guys circling.
Beer in one hand. What's this?
Spatula.
Yeah, spatula in the other.
Got the tongs for the broads, you know.
So I don't think it's a caregiver if he can grill stuff. I don't know. So maybe it's more of a personal assistant.
Maybe that's the only time like he is like healthy is when he's manning the grill.
Is when he's manning
the grill.
That's all he can do is go to the store and man the grill.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I don't need a caregiver right now. I need to get these burgers and brats done.
So Opie's asking if they're the asshole for not inviting her to the next, like this year's 4th of July. Because this was 13 days ago. So this is like this 4th of July. So there could be an update like a month from now that's like, yeah, she showed up again. But
She showed up with f***ing fireworks, blasting them at the cookout.
she shot a firework through the front door and said, surprise inspection.
Had some Roman candles, firecrackers. Imagine being bombed by fireworks.
That's what they should have done in 1776.
Oh my God. Yeah, when they're fighting for our freedom.
They would have won well, even though we did win, they would have won against the British right away if they surprised them with fireworks, because they wouldn't be expecting that.
Imagine being a British soldier and someone throws a firecracker at your face. Like the whole strip, you know?
Yeah. They'd be so flabbergasted that they'd just be like, you know what? You can have it. You can have the country. You know?
I thought they were pretty flabbergasted because they are all taught to stand in a line with a musket and just shoot. And we were up in the trees.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So the mom has a fear of other people being alone on holidays, which I've never heard of. Somebody having a fear of other people being alone on the holidays. So yeah, the mom's, she sounds like a people pleaser. She just wants everyone to be happy. But if this like cousin is there, I don't think everyone's gonna be happy.
And it sounds like OP said that she's kind of like this all the time.
Yeah, which
so it's like,
I don't think somebody who does this at a party is only like this on 4th of July. It's not like the freedom rings through her and she just acts like this on 4th of July.
American Eagle takes over and she has to assert dominance. Yeah, no.
She gets that eagle instinct and she just has to come in and
She sounds more like the British in this situation. All the Americans are just trying to have a good life, and she comes in.
Okay, so we're going to change this. I don't like this. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. Everything's wrong.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you can leave.
Okay, OP did respond to a comment here. So somebody said, not the asshole. Sounds like her cousin is used to being in charge in your home while she's caring for your father. She needs a reality check. Don't invite her. That didn't work last year, so you need to put things into place to keep her from coming or being allowed in. When she does show up, don't let her in. You might need to find another care provider as she's become way too familiar with your home.
So the cousin does take care of the dad. I'm so confused right now.
So
what does the dad need help with?
I don't know. Because
does that matter to the story? No.
No, but I mean, if
know.
you can man a barbecue, I mean, you can basically do anything.
Yeah, exactly. If you can go to the store and you can get the stuff and you can stand over a hot grill and grill your burgers and stuff, you're fine. You don't need a caregiver.
Yeah, I mean, it's as long as you can have a beer in one hand and a spatula in the other, that's all you need for life.
Exactly.
So OP said in response to that, you would think, but her job is to actually just help him manage bills and appointments with other clerical type tasks. But she keeps doing things that are really outside of her job description and that we tell her she doesn't have to do, but she tries to do them anyway and complains about it the whole time as if they are things she has to do. For example, it's absolutely not her job to do his laundry, and we've told her as much, but she does it anyway and complains about it the whole time.
Oh my God.
So she likes creating more work for herself and then complaining about it for making more work.
Yeah, so it does sound like she's a control freak. She probably just gets off on having like this kind of like power in a way, you know?
Yeah, she seems like, it sounds like she wants to have control over everything.
Mm-hmm.
Even stuff that's like the laundry.
Yeah.
Like nobody's telling her to do that, but she's like, well, I'm not in control of it, so I have to do it.
Mm-hmm. And then she complains about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm now more confused though, because, and maybe this is just like mean of me, but like, does he not have he clearly has a kid, you know?
Yeah.
And a wife, maybe, unless they're divorced.
Yeah, maybe they don't live together, so he doesn't have anybody, because the kids probably don't live with him. Because these are adult kids, right?
But the cousin doesn't live with him either. She lives 40 miles away.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Maybe the kid just lives far. You know, who knows? Who knows?
And she's not a caregiver, I wouldn't say.
No.
If she's just managing the guy's bills.
Yeah, well, it sounds like she's trying to be a caregiver.
Well, yeah, she's trying to be, but they say it's only for a few hours per day on weekdays, so it's not like a full-time thing.
You know,
it's just a few hours.
So maybe she doesn't have a job and they're trying to be helpful.
Yeah, because I'm like, if she lives 40 miles away and she's only doing this for a few hours, and she's driving all that way every day just to work for a couple hours.
And also, how many hours does it take to go through someone's bills?
Also, yeah. Well, I think she's trying to do more work, because we don't know if she's getting paid for it, but I think she's trying to do more work to try and get them to pay her more. And that's why she keeps doing more stuff.
Oh, it could be. Yeah. Yeah. So she can be like, well, I worked 4 hours today instead of my usual 1.
Yeah. So you have to pay me for 4 hours.
Damn. I don't know. I feel like if I hired someone and like, if I could still like function and I just hired them to help me with like bills, although I don't really need, I'm thinking of when I'm old, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they start doing my laundry. I feel like I'd almost be offended because it's like, I can still do my laundry, bitch. Like, I don't need help with that. I'm not that old.
See, that's you, because you're very independent. But I'd be like, yeah, do my laundry. Yeah.
Oh, an extra $20? Oh, hell yeah. Do my laundry, please. Not me. I would be offended. I'd be like, I'm going to be like 90 years old, like a skeleton, right? Wrinkly ass skin. Like, bones that are so brittle, and I'm still gonna be doing my laundry. Like, it's gonna take me 5 hours to fold like a towel, because like it's like I have to like slowly.
Okay, you got to know when to give it up.
No, I can't.
Be like, I need help.
Not me. That's gonna be me.
So would you invite her back if she apologized for her behavior the first time?
If she apologized and promised not to do it again, maybe. Like, it would have to be like, if you come over, you are just there to eat, socialize, see some fireworks, and then get the out.
Yeah, I think it would have to have some type of agreement.
Yeah, it would have to be like a hard boundary of the food's gonna be where it's at.
She's gonna have an assigned seat, and she
Yeah.
has to stay there.
And the laundry is done. Do not touch the laundry.
Don't touch the laundry.
That was probably the other thing she tried to do.
Yeah, she's probably like, oh, while I'm here, I could probably do the laundry.
She's like, oh my God, I see a dirty shirt over there. I have to do the laundry. I'm like, girl, can you not?
Yeah.
Go talk to your aunts and uncles. Come on.
So, yeah, not the asshole
Not the
on that
asshole.
one. Not at all. We don't have any updates, but it was only posted 13 days ago. So they're talking about this year's 4th of July. So maybe there'll be an update and she shows up and maybe shit
Yeah.
will go down. So
Yeah, fireworks are used as weapons.
yeah, I'll keep my eye on this one. If this one gets updated, we'll read the update here.
I now hope that they use weapons as, like fireworks as weapons. I just think that would be so bad, right? Because it is like explode. It's actually like
Yeah.
a mini bomb.
Yeah.
But it's also like they go up in the sky and they're pretty. So
I'm just so like it goes on someone, it blows them up, like it blows their body into pieces. But it's like a firework, so it looks nice and
Yeah,
pretty.
yeah,
But you just
exactly.
blew somebody up.
exactly. I don't think the fireworks that you shoot in the sky. I think they're strong, but I don't. Are they that strong where they would absolutely obliterate?
I don't think
someone?
they're that strong. But
Like I feel like you might like lose a chunk of your arm or like your hand or something.
yeah, I don't think it would.
It'd probably
Well,
burn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All those sparks.
Yeah.
But it'd be pretty.
Yeah. So it'd be a pretty death.
Yeah, it would. You'd
And
see
that's
it
what
coming right at
matters.
your face. So it's perfectly fine.
Anyways, on to our next story, which also comes from Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, Am I the Asshole for not paying to get into my friend's party? 4th of July edition. I'm 18 years old and one of my best friends was throwing a 4th of July party. The only people attending were our friend group, roughly 12 people, and a few others. She had previously mentioned that she would need whoever was drinking what she bought to give her money so she didn't foot the entire bill. But that was all that was mentioned of money. She had thought that the cost of all the drinks would be somewhere around $70 to $80, but it ended up being way more than that. Fireworks alone were roughly $150. Not sure about the total cost. Yesterday, July 4th, she had asked in the group chat for everybody, in all caps, to send her money regardless of whether they were drinking or not. I explained to her in what I believed was a very polite way that I would just be willing to give her around 10 for groceries, but that was all I could do since A, I'm not drinking her stuff, B, I'm only stopping by and won't be around for fireworks, and C, I'm going to college next year and my tuition is crazy expensive, meaning I'm trying to save as much as I can. This was all in our group chat with everyone. She got extremely upset and said I was being ridiculous. I messaged her privately explaining the situation once more, and she told me that I shouldn't bother coming because, again, I was being ridiculous. She told me that money was always an issue with me, which I don't know what she meant by that because I don't owe her anything or have ever asked her to spot me for anything anymore because she used to hold it over my head. I said okay and that I hope she has a good time, explaining further that she had stated just the day before that people who weren't drinking her stuff didn't have to give her money. My guess is that she realized how expensive everything was and backpedaled so she can make some of that money back. She never responded to that message and I didn't go to her party. Flash forward a few hours, I'm at another party and having a lot of fun. I got to meet my boyfriend's friends finally and met a ton of other new people. I check my socials and see my other friend who I didn't mention because he doesn't have much to do with my side of the story, but he was the other person who helped plan the party, taking a picture with my ex-boyfriend. They had uninvited me and invited my ex-boyfriend who I did not get along with. Some people at her party were told the situation, though one of my other friends, the only one who knew what really happened at the time and almost left out of anger. I don't know what to do because we are a very tight-knit friend group and things will get messy if I stop talking to some of them. It also hurts because I have known a couple of them since middle school. Please let me know if I'm the a-hole in this situation.
Well, no, not at all.
She said if you're not drinking, you don't have to pay.
Yeah, and then the next day she's like, oh, actually, I need everyone to pay me some money. And how is $10 not enough?
Because it's 12 people. So okay, let's do some math here.
This is why you do bring your own booze.
Yeah, that could have been a solution here, but let's see. So 10 times 12. I had to use a calculator for
Oh
that.
my God.
120. So okay.
Well, OP said that they could only pitch in 10. So
Yeah.
everyone else could have pitched in more. And
yeah, but that's just assuming everyone just pitched in like the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But like you're getting money out of them anyway. So it's like, why are you upset that they can just give you 10, especially when they clearly stated that they're only going to stop by, they're not going to drink, and they're not watching fireworks.
Yeah, so they're not in attendance of this full event.
Yeah, they're only like popping in, probably hanging out for maybe an hour to say hi to everyone and then leaving.
This is weird. And the fact, okay, also because they invited her, they uninvited her and invited her ex-boyfriend.
That's the crazy part.
Okay, so I'm like, did she do this on purpose to try and get her to not come so that they could invite her ex-boyfriend?
Maybe, or just it was a retaliation, like, you don't want to come to the party and you don't want to pay. Well, we're going to invite your ex-boyfriend that we know you don't like instead of you.
Yeah, it was probably that, actually. It was probably just retaliatory.
Like, that's crazy, though. Like, if I had an or even if you had an ex-boyfriend that was, like, a piece of shit and I knew you hated them and you couldn't come to my party and you couldn't pay me money to come to my party, you know, the last thing I'd be doing is inviting him. Because I guarantee if you didn't like him, I wouldn't like him.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of friends do you have? I would say the friendship's over. That's something, like, worthy to end something on, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're saying they don't want to, like, things to get messy in the friend group, but it's, they already have, because she asked you to pay.
And it clearly sounds like her friend, because OP states that her friend said that money's always been an issue with her. Like,
yeah, which is, so OP said, I don't ever ask her to spot me anything anymore because she used to hold it over my head.
Exactly.
So we're talking about, so wait, how much did she want her to pay?
I don't think it said anywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't say, but we're talking about $10 here.
Yeah.
Like, she's going to give $10. I'm like, so to her, like the friend or whatever, this friendship is worth $10.
Exactly.
I'm like, you're really going to decline the $10 and be like, over $10?
And then
really?
be like a bitch to her about it. If that's all someone could contribute to your party, okay, fine. Go ahead, come. At least they're contributing in some sense.
Yeah, and like anytime I think when there's like a dispute with money in a friendship, it's like, okay, is the friendship worth this dollar amount?
Literally.
And we're talking about $10 here.
Exactly. I don't know, man. I just think $10 is a perfectly acceptable amount, especially for someone who's only going to be there for like an hour or so. I would be like, if you're drinking and you're heavily drinking and you're not bringing any alcohol of your own, okay, then it's more understandable that you would want them to pay a little bit more. But it's also like you're hosting a party.
I was going to say that too. I'm like, it's kind of weird to be like the host of a party and be like, actually pay.
Yeah. If you want to get into the party that only 12 people are here at, you have to pay a charge.
There's an admission fee, and then there's a cover charge. There's a fee for the band. And
there's a firework fee if you want to watch the fireworks. You have to pay extra. If not, put a blindfold on and turn around.
Put a blindfold on. And and you have to wear headphones too, so you don't hear them.
So you can't hear the explosion. Only water if you're not drinking. You can't even have the soda refreshment.
No ice either. Just,
just tap water from the hose.
From the hose.
Yeah.
You don't actually, okay, listen, that's a very American thing to have like ice in the water, and like, and also to drink water from the tap is also very
I don't drink
American.
tap water though.
Well, I mean, like, wait, so you don't put like water from the faucet in a filter and like, no?
I only drink bottled water.
Okay, so you're European, I guess.
Yeah, fuck tap water. But I do, if I'm like making pasta, I use tap water.
Well, yeah, why would you use bottled water for that? Because you're gonna boil it anyways. Anyways, there's an update for this.
Ooh.
In the comments. The update reads, they ended up talking bad about me and telling everyone I chose not to go as opposed to being uninvited. And they made it out like I ditched them for other people. The girl I texted showed the messages to anybody. I'm guessing that's supposed to say everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because I was right. Long story short, I ended up dropping those people a month later for that and many other reasons, and they started stalking my socials.
Oh.
Well, time to find a new friend group.
Literally.
And it looks like you are, so good for you. I mean, they're only 18, so.
You know, now that I think about it, maybe that's why OP's friend was like so confused on alcohol prices. They probably were over consuming alcohol. Okay.
Wait a minute. So they're 18 and they're farting
Yeah.
for 4th of July. Okay, so they just admitted to crimes on the
Oh
internet.
my God, we're reporting them. Reporting.
Because I'm like, that just clicked in both of our heads at the same time. We were like, wait a minute.
I was like, wait a damn minute. So, okay, here's my other question. How is OP's friend getting the alcohol if they're 18?
That's what I was gonna say. Now I'm like, okay, so who's the one buying?
Yeah, who paid for it? Who bought it? Unless they're friends with a 21-year-old.
Which they could be, or it's their parents.
Or maybe OP's friend is 21. I'm so confused now how they got the alcohol. I want to know all their ages.
Or they just, pull up to the gas station and ask somebody in the parking lot, hey, would buy this for us.
Yo, can you buy like $200 of alcohol? Like, what the How much did you buy it?
Can you give me a pack of cigs too? Actually, this is probably why she didn't know how much it would cost, and it ended up costing more because she's probably never bought alcohol before.
But again, if you're asking someone to go buy alcohol for you, not in personal experience, but you give them money and you say, buy whatever you can with this, and then they do that. So either the person she gave the money was like, yeah, I know you only gave me $70, but I was like, you guys have to have this and this extra. So I don't understand how they overpaid for alcohol.
They didn't plan any of this.
No.
Well,
not at all.
At all.
Not at all. And why, again, why is the budget any of your guests' issues? If you can't afford the alcohol or you didn't want to foot the whole bill, you tell everyone, if you want to drink, bring your own alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to be generous, bring alcohol you're willing to share.
Well, and it's also, it's unclear if, she is hosting the party or if they've all agreed that, yeah, we're going to chip in and do this. Because if she's saying, hey, I'm having a party, I'm like, okay, so you're hosting the party, so you're going to have stuff, right?
Yeah. Unless if I'm invited to a party, I'm immediately assuming that I don't have to pay, right?
Why would you ever assume that you have to pay?
Exactly. So, yeah, in this case, first, OP's friend's like, okay, anyone who's drinking has to chip in money. And then she's like, everything's a lot more expensive than I thought, so everyone has to chip in money. It's like, okay, if that's the case, do a bring your own booze to save everyone the headache.
And that's like you said, that's not your guest's problem that you underestimated how much this is going to cost.
Or if you have a bunch of underage people coming over who can't buy their own booze, say, give me the money that you're willing to spend on booze and I'll go buy it for you.
Yeah. And that's legal advice. If you have a bunch of underage people coming over to drink, do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Ask them for the money so you can go buy it for them on their behalf.
Okay, so she's not the asshole for that one. Clearly not. Good thing she's finding a new friend group.
Yep.
So good for her. Next. Our next story also comes from Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, Am I the Asshole for Not Allowing Alcohol? I have a pool and agreed to host a 4th of July celebration for our family because no one else really has a nice space. I've always been of a mind that alcohol plus water don't mix. Alcohol contributes to numerous drownings every year. There will be several small children present at this event, some of whom can't swim. I'm not signing up to babysit everyone else's kids. I told everybody if they come to my party, they can't bring alcohol and got huge pushback. I said, fine, that I can just close the pool instead. They don't want that either. I suggested someone else host. No one volunteered. I'm getting a lot of pushback from people saying you have to drink on the 4th of July. People saying I'm a killjoy and a fun vampire. I feel I have presented 3 reasonable options. Option 1, no alcohol. Option 2, no pool. Option 3, don't come to my house. My family are all pissed, and even my wife says I'm being too strict and we should compromise by disallowing hard liquor but letting people drink beer. I don't really see how that's a solution, though. Am I a fun vampire?
I don't think so. Okay, here's my opinion. If you have to drink to have fun, you have a problem.
Yeah.
Like, realistically, you have an issue. If you can't just go to someone's house and talk and yap and swim in a pool and have fun.
No, I have to have beer.
I need my hard whiskey right now. Like, okay, I get it. If maybe they were all adults, right? I'd be like, okay, you're all adults. You're all in the pool. If one of you drowns, whatever.
It's
you know?
your fault.
It's your fault. But when he said that there are little kids going to be involved.
That's where it changes, I think.
Yeah. And it's also like people do at the cookouts. They do get shit-faced drunk or they get distracted by drinking and yapping that they don't watch the little shits who are running around. So that is a common thing, you know? Like, so I can see why OP's like, okay, no alcohol. And he gave them reasonable options. Okay, if you guys want to drink, then we can't have the pool open.
Yeah, which is totally like a good solution to this.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess they want to swim too.
Okay, so tough shit. You're going to someone's house. It's also their house, their rules. Their party, their rules. You know, if they're saying don't bring alcohol, don't bring alcohol. And if you're mad about that, then yeah, have a party at your house and have alcohol. But it sounds like they just want to go to their house because they have a pool.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Because no one volunteered when they were like, okay, well, let's do it somewhere else. No one volunteered probably because they don't have a pool.
Yeah, they're all like, we want to swim and drink.
Yeah, with our little kids running around.
Yeah, come on.
And also, just like you have your kids, like your little kids around, and you're just, even if the pool wasn't there, you're just gonna you just want to drink so you can get drunk, and you still have your kids around.
Yeah. I don't like that. It's also like you're going to have to drive home. So
yeah,
why are you drinking?
Unless your kids are 16 or something, then
you know, actually OP has a fourth option. Hire a lifeguard.
Hire a lifeguard? Can you
lifeguard.
hire a lifeguard at your own pool?
I don't know. Try it out. I'd make everyone else who wants the pool open and drink contribute to hiring a lifeguard.
I would laugh so hard if I drove by and saw somebody's like one of those pools you have to put up every year, and there's just a seat over the pool with a lifeguard with the whistle in the mouth, like
no running,
no running.
and someone not a lifeguard, just hire a random who doesn't know the family, doesn't know anyone, so they can't get distracted by yapping, you know?
Yeah.
Their one and only job.
Then they would get distracted.
Yeah. It's one and only job is sit on a lawn chair right next to the pool. Put that in the group chat.
If that's even possible.
I'm sure you can go on Facebook Marketplace or something. Go to Craigslist.
Lifeguard for hire.
I'm looking for a lifeguard for 4th of July cookout.
No, he just goes down to the community pool and he goes up to the lifeguard. He's like, can you come to my house on 4th of July by chance?
If we paid you, could you come to our home and watch our pool?
Are you by chance freelancing?
Yeah. Can I interest you in a business adventure here? Really start expanding your horizon as a lifeguard?
Yeah.
I think, that's a great option.
Yeah. But I understand why they don't want to have them drinking, even if, it's just a liability to even just have little kids around your own pool.
Yeah.
Which is why, you're supposed to put a fence around it.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people don't.
Yeah. And also, if a kid does drown in your pool, there's a chance you get in trouble for it.
Yeah, exactly. So he doesn't want to take that risk.
Yeah. And he doesn't want to babysit other people's kids. Because it sounds like he's not going to be drinking.
Oh.
So
yeah.
If everyone else is drinking, I can see how they easily are like, well, he's sober, so he can watch the kids.
Yeah, but he's not your babysitter.
Exactly.
Unless all the parents want to hire babysitters.
Yeah, don't bring your kids to the pool day. 4th of July party. Yeah, I don't think it's crazy to ask no alcohol then. Or no pool. I think that's a totally reasonable solution.
But these people, they
want the best of both worlds.
They can't go one day without drinking. I think they're just a bunch of alcoholics.
I was gonna say, I wonder if they're from around here.
I was gonna say they're hardcore Wisconsinites.
Yeah, literally.
If they really would just needed to drink something, they could just go out to their cars on the street once every hour. And go take a little drink and hang out there for a little bit and then come back.
They got to pregame hard before they come over. Okay, here's my other question. If they all showed up already shit-faced, would OP still let them in?
I don't think so, because I think that's the whole problem here is that they would be drunk around a pool.
Yeah.
Which that's really dangerous. Like water, you think of water, it's just we drink water. It comes out of the faucet. It's water.
Mm-hmm.
But just water existing in a space kills so many people.
Yeah, I almost choked on my own spit. So That's basically water.
What?
I almost drowned.
That
so
is not the same as, that is not within the scope of drowning at all.
Yeah, it is too, because it went down the wrong tube and I couldn't breathe. I was drowning.
Drowning does not mean you can't breathe.
Well, I had some water in my lungs because I swallowed it.
You had saliva. Saliva
That's
is not
basically
water.
though.
No,
it's a liquid.
Well, ice has water in it. Do you call it water?
Yeah, it's made of water.
But you don't call it water. You call it ice.
Okay, and you call that a Baja Blast, but it's still got water in it. It's basically water.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Because
it
it's
is.
a Baja Blast.
Okay, and saliva
That's
is
the whole
basically
point I'm
water.
making. That saliva is saliva, not water.
Okay, if I just kept spitting into a cup and I put it in front of you, would you automatically be like, that's spit? Or would you be like, that kind of is clear like water?
I'd say it's spit.
But if you didn't know that I just spit into the cup, I put it in front
I would
of you.
still probably be able to tell.
You think so?
Yeah.
We were just talking about how easy it is to drown, okay? And I just said that you can drown on your own spit.
That's not drowning.
Well, you get the experience of what it could be like.
I don't think that is the experience. Even if
no. Drowning is a cause of death.
So if I put my head under the water and inhale, I'm drowning.
So you're suicidal. So you're willingly drowning yourself.
No, I'm just putting my head under the water and like breathing
Okay,
in.
what do you call that? What do you call that then?
Putting my head under the water, doing it
You're
once.
drowning.
I'm talking about doing it once. If I just dip my head under the water, breathe in.
Okay, that's different. Drown.
See, that's the point
No.
I'm trying to make, is that's not drowning.
Look up what drowning means. Look up what drowning means.
Nose and mouth covered by water and be deprived of oxygen. So if I just put my head under the water for
Shut the fuck. We're gonna agree to disagree on that.
Okay.
Because I don't think we'll ever see eye to eye on that.
I don't think so either. Anyways, we have a small update on that one, and they say, I retracted my offer to host. There will be no pool party. They can get drunk wherever they like, but my pool will be locked up and my family's going to go watch fireworks. I'm so sick of entitled people. So no party.
Damn, that was a simple
Canceled.
resolution
Yeah,
right there.
That was option 4, no party.
I mean, good for him for laying his foot down.
Yeah, because like if that was me, I probably would have caved.
Really?
Been like, fine, you can drink.
See, I feel like I'd just be like, no, out of spite. I'd be like, you really want to drink, huh? Let's see you go one day without drinking.
Make it a challenge.
Yeah.
It'd be like,
one day without
not
drinking
for
challenge.
1 day challenge. Anyways, on to our next story, which also comes from Am I the Asshole? Title reads, Am I the asshole for pulling out of a 4th of July trip with my best friend because she's bringing her girlfriend? Basically, my best friend invited me on a trip with her and her family during the 4th. I agreed and have been intending on going. A couple weeks ago, she flippantly announced that her girlfriend would now be coming, which on surface isn't an issue. I like her girlfriend and we get along well. However, since they have begun dating, I've become like a cooked-in third wheel. Matter of fact, there was a situation prior to this in the fall where me and her had a trip planned, and the week before, she randomly announced that her girlfriend will be going. Of course, she would stay with us, so I was confused on why she wouldn't tell/ask me how I felt about it. No matter how well you get along with someone, staying in a hotel room with a couple is just uncomfortable, and they also aren't the type that's afraid of PDA or making sexual comments to each other when they're in front of people. The trip was fine, and outside of the fact that she tried to get me to split the hotel 2 ways instead of 3, because if she made her girlfriend pay, she would have to stay with her brother, and she doesn't want to be away from her. Wasn't aware this was a couple's trip, but okay. Point is, I stood my ground and she sure as hell paid the girlfriend's portion because that was ridiculous. I'm so exhausted of only being able to hang out with her when her girlfriend is there. I get everyone prioritizes everything differently, but filtering everything against your relationship and leaving absolutely no time for anyone, especially someone that you claim to be your best friend, is just troubling for me. I have a boyfriend. I understand your significant other takes precedence, but me and him both have a very healthy balance of our relationship and our friendships. She doesn't seem to have that, and that's fine. But as the person on the receiving end, I don't know how that's supposed to make me feel. It just feels like our friendship no longer exists independently of their relationship, and I'm just a side character. Anyways, I'm going to tell her I'm not going anymore, and when she asks why, I'm just going to straight up tell her that I'm not interested in being the third wheel for 5 days. Edit, I'd like to clarify the plan would be for us all to share a hotel room.
I mean, why does she keep inviting the girlfriend last minute?
I think I I think this is what's happening. I think the girlfriend doesn't want her hanging out with another girl alone.
Ooh, yeah.
Because it seems like, at least from the way it happened this time and the first time, it wasn't planned that she was going to be coming at first, but then she's like, oh yeah, she's coming now.
Yeah.
Because I think she's like, the friend is probably telling her, hey, I'm going on this trip with, whatever, OP. And then she gets super jealous about it, and she's probably like, okay, fine, well, you can come too.
Yeah, it could be that.
I think that's
or
what's
they're
happening
like
here.
a really clingy couple. But no, that wouldn't make sense then, because OP's friend would tell her girlfriend immediately, oh yeah, I'm making plans. And it would immediately be, you're coming with.
Yeah, that's why. That's specifically because she's always coming like later, not part of the initial planning.
Yeah.
I think it's probably that.
Yeah. Is this an Am I the Asshole post? Why is she asking if she's the asshole again?
For saying that she's not going on this trip now.
I mean, I don't think she is. I mean, it is uncomfortable to be a third wheel. Like, it's not ideal, especially if you're sharing a hotel room.
I mean, it's always uncomfortable to be a third wheel, but especially when you're with a couple and you're by yourself.
Yeah.
That's even worse. And you're going to share a hotel room with a couple.
Especially a couple that's willing to openly be affectionate and make sexual comments to each other.
Yeah, that's, I mean, like, unless I'm into it and they're hot or whatever, then it's fine.
Well, my thing is like, there's a time and a place, okay? And if you're in a shared hotel room with someone and you're making sexual comments to each other, it's a little weird. It's different if you're out in public or with a friend group and you like do a little comment and everyone's like, oh, haha, couples, whatever. But it's like a different thing if you're in a in a private space making comments.
Yeah,
like that.
that's just.
I mean, even
weird.
in public, it's kind of frowned upon.
Or maybe they're trying to get her in on like a threesome or something. That's
why
they're making those.
This is the whole plot.
They're like, yeah, she'll come with us, and then they start making sexual comments in the hotel room.
There's only a king size bed.
Oh, what are we gonna do?
What are we ever gonna do?
I guess we're gonna have to all spoon each other.
Yeah. They just print a sign that says "No clothes allowed" on the bed or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she's the asshole for being like, I don't want to go, because it is uncomfortable. And especially like when it's a last minute thing, because I can imagine OP was probably looking forward to it. And also, like, I could see getting annoyed of every time you hang out with your friend, their girlfriend is with you.
Yeah, that's also making me think that the girlfriend or whatever is like very not secure in this relationship, that she like has to be around her all the time.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't trust her.
Yeah, that or it's, but no, again, the clingy thing wouldn't work.
People are only clinging because they don't trust them, I think.
Yeah.
From knowing myself. And also, she's not the asshole because last time, even though she was coming, they tried to split the cost 2 ways instead of 3, which is like
not fair.
No, like and what is the reasoning? Like she would have to stay with her brother?
I wonder if it was like they said, "Oh, she will be coming," and then OP was like, "Okay, then we're splitting it." The cost of the whole before they went on the trip. Like OP was like, okay, we have to split it 3 ways. And the girlfriend wasn't able to afford that. So if she did go, because she couldn't afford her portion of the hotel bill, would have to stay with her brother or something. That's what I'm picking up from that. Like it wasn't like after the trip.
Oh, it was before the trip. And that already happened. So that was the first trip. So okay, if that's your answer, like, oh, well, if we did that, then I'd have to stay with my brother and she doesn't want to be away from her. Then it's like, okay, then don't go. Then you're not going.
Yeah. And also, if you can't afford to pay your fair share of a trip,
then don't
go on the trip.
Like,
unless they've very openly been like, okay, you can come. You don't have to pay. We'll cover the cost.
Yeah.
But this is a last minute thing of my girlfriend's now coming. We're still splitting it all 2 ways. No, we have another mouth to feed, another person to get a bed for. Like, no, 3 ways. And I think that's fair.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. And I mean, it just seems like, and we don't know who in this relationship is the more like clingy one, I guess. It's clearly a thing where one of them cannot stand to be away from the other. And that's not a healthy relationship, I don't think.
I mean, OP even said it herself that she has a boyfriend, but they understand that they can hang out with their other friends. Like, they don't always have to be going on trips together. Like, they don't have to be involved in all the trips they go on.
Yeah, I mean, like, you still have to have your own life.
Yeah, your whole life can't be.
Your whole life can't just be them and only them.
Mm-hmm. I think really clingy couples, there's definitely something going on there. Like, I don't think you guys actually love each other. I think you're just like obsessed with each other.
Yeah, that's what I think. I'm like, okay, you guys are clearly missing something in your lives that you're both just using each other for, is what I think. Because that's what I just
Yeah, because if you actually like someone or love them, you should be able to trust them.
Yeah.
Fully. Like, you should be able to trust that your...
Continue.
You should be able to trust that your significant other can go on a trip and not cheat on you. And if you're worried that they're going to go on a trip with their best friend and cheat on you, well, then either you don't trust your girlfriend or you have some self-esteem issues that you need to work on.
Yeah. I mean, that's really the core of it. It's a reflection of yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. And your relationship.
Yeah. Okay. One of the things I had for this one is, should OP bring her boyfriend to make a point?
Oh my God.
That would be so petty, but that sounds awesome.
That would be perfect.
Like, yeah, well, I'm bringing my boyfriend. Oh, you're bringing your girl? Great. I'm bringing my boyfriend.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, perfect. Double date.
And then she would probably be like, oh, this is like making me uncomfortable. And she's like, oh, really? Is it?
Yeah, they should f in the bed too.
Yeah. The boyfriend should just be like really loudly in the hotel room, babe, you're making me really horny right now. Might have to whip my dick out.
I might have to bend you over the bed right now.
You know, and then they might have a foursome.
Yeah.
You know,
the girl, OP can be like, I see your bulge. Have a foursome's crazy.
They might have a foursome. The girls might scissor and
oh my God.
Yeah, there's only one guy in this situation. So
yeah.
I was gonna say the guys lock eyes and but there's
bro's having a whole fantasy right now. God damn.
And this is from 20 days ago, so there's no update, but there could be one. Oh, so this is again from this 4th of July. This is this 4th of July trip.
Oh my God, we're getting the current tea.
We're getting the recent stories here. Update on this one. She brought her boyfriend and they had a foursome and they all
and now they're all
and now they're
a throuple or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say a throuple, but I'm like, that's not enough people.
No.
So yeah, she's not the asshole for that one. Hopefully the trip is going well or not going at all. I'll watch that one for updates too, because that was a recent post. So anyways, on to our final story today. So it comes from Best of Redditor Updates, originally posted on Am I the...
Oh my God.
On Am I the... Okay. Am I drowning?
No. I mean, yes, you are.
Am I the drowning?
Am I the drowning?
So if I'm drinking water, I'm drowning.
Is it going in your lungs?
Yeah. Doesn't all water pass through the lungs?
Are you just rage baiting me?
What? The water goes through the lungs and then it goes into your large intestine first and then
you're rage
No.
You're 100%.
Wait.
You are 100.
Wait, no, the small intestine is first, right? And then the large intestine. Yeah, because the large one would have to go below the smaller one because the smaller one would sit on top of it. So it goes down your windpipe into the lungs and then into the small intestine into the large one, right?
You are rage baiting.
What?
You are 110% rage baiting.
What?
You're rage baiting. You can't even come up with a reasonable answer to that question. You're rage baiting me.
No, I'm not. It goes... What is wrong with my explanation?
You're rage baiting me.
What?
You're 100% rage baiting.
What are you talking about?
Are you genuinely 100% for real right now?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
What do you mean?
You're not 100% for real
Yes, right now. I am.
No, you're not.
Yes.
You're not. You genuinely cannot be for real.
What do you mean? What's the surprising thing? What's the...
Okay, first of all, there's two things. One, no. Two, you're missing an organ.
What am I missing? The liver?
You're rage baiting. Rage baiting.
No, I didn't say the liver. What is I don't even know what the liver does. Wait, but doesn't alcohol destroy your liver? So that means that liquid must go through your liver. Right?
Julian.
So when you eat a piece of food, it doesn't go into your lungs first and then into your stomach?
Your lungs are air only, or water if you're drowning, or liquid if you're drowning.
So there's no food in there?
No.
That's crazy. I thought there was like food in my lungs.
There's only food in your stomach.
That's crazy.
You are rage baiting.
No, I'm not.
You're genuinely rage baiting.
No, I'm not.
100% you are.
No, I'm not.
You are.
My mind is blown right now.
It is not because you're rage baiting. You already knew that.
That's why I'm like, because my mind is blown right now. I thought every time like I ate like a goldfish or something, that shit was going in my lungs.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
Yes,
it's just like,
did.
I don't believe anymore that you didn't know you could put your pillow flat on the bed.
I actually didn't know that. And
you just admitted that you yeah, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You just wanted to fight. That's what you wanted to do. Rage baiting, bro. Rage baiting. I can't stand you.
Listen, I've been looking at Reddit for the past hour and a half. I just got the Redditor in me. I had to rage bait. Oh, that was so funny.
Was it though?
Yeah.
I sat here thinking my friend's an idiot.
Anyways, on to our final story today, which comes from Best Redditor Updates, originally posted on Am I the Asshole? The title reads, Am I the asshole for jumping out of the way when my niece and nephew tried to push me into a pool, resulting in them falling in? Happened today. My folks decided to host a barbecue because I guess that's what older people do. I declined because I really don't like my two sisters, their husbands, or their kids. Wife and I are child-free. Mom then pressured the wife. Long story short, we went. By the time we arrived, there were about 20 people there. My sister and their husbands were already solidly buzzed, drunk really. My mom was spending 100% of her time trying to keep the nieces and nephews, ages 7 and 11, more or less under control. My dad had strategically retreated to the whirlpool part of the pool with a small cooler full of beers. Wife and I made small talk with the miscellaneous people, ate food, and had a frozen margarita. Sisters/brother-in-laws took turns criticizing us for being late, not being in our swimsuits, and screwing up the vibe. Whatever. Typical suburban summer get-together. About 45 minutes in, two of the kids ran at one of the neighbor guests who was standing next to the pool and pushed her in. She was at the pool steps, stumbled in, but didn't fall, so she only got half wet. She was clearly very unhappy about it, but she didn't make a scene. Just went over to where the parents were, grabbed their towels, dried herself off, and left. Sisters and brother-in-laws thought it was all great fun. A bit later, I was standing a few feet away from the pool chatting away with somebody. I saw three of the kids running full tilts at me from the corner of my eye. Obviously, I was next. Not that it's terribly difficult to outwit young kids, but I just jumped out of their way at the last second. All three of them ran straight into the pool at full speed. Most of the other guests, including my wife and me, started laughing, but their moms, who as I mentioned were pretty shit-faced, absolutely freaked out. Apparently, two of the kids couldn't swim even though they were in swimsuits. Since I wasn't in swim gear, I stepped back from the pool and let the other people fish the kids out. The kids were bawling their heads off like they'd lost a limb. At that point, all hell broke loose. The four drunk parents were yelling at everyone in general, and me in particular, for nearly letting their kids drown, and also because two of the kids had been videoing the trick using their parents' iPhones, which are now at the bottom of the pool. One of my brother-in-laws got into the pool to try and retrieve the phones, but his BMI and BAC made that impossible. No one else volunteered to help, unsurprising given that my sisters were still bitching at everyone. I told my sisters it was their job to watch their kids and that if anything had happened to them, it would have been their responsibility, not mine. There were some pretty strong words on both sides. Wife and I left after the other brother-in-law fell over and face planted while yelling at us.
Oh my God.
Now they're saying I should have let the little shits knock me into the pool and have their fun and ruin my phone. So, am I the asshole? Side note, Dad, of course, never got out of the whirlpool.
Oh my God, what a real one.
This does sound like a typical suburban barbecue with family and friends.
Does.
Some shit like this always happens.
Yeah, I've never been to a barbecue or something where everything goes as planned. There's
Yeah,
always
it never
something.
does.
There's
It
always
never
something.
does. I do have to admit though, and it's really funny that he was like, Fuck you. I'm not letting you push me in that pool. And he
Hell
just moves
no.
on.
I wouldn't either, though. Like, no. It sounds like these kids are kind of used to getting away with things, though.
Yeah, because the fact that they think that they can just run up to somebody and push them into a pool.
Yeah. You know what I would have done? I would have let them, and I would have drowned. I would have killed myself. I would have just
Out of spite.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to kill myself out of spite.
You know what, kids? You're learning your lesson today. And I would have just laid there at the bottom of the pool.
Yeah, then they really would have learned their lesson. They'll be scarred for the rest of their lives. And this is kind of what we were talking about earlier with the pool one, that like, okay, so the moms are drunk. They're not paying attention. Their kids are running around. They fall in the pool or whatever.
Yeah.
And they can't swim.
And I like how it's mentioned that the parents saw this and they didn't jump into the pool to get their own kid. Other people already in the pool got the kids.
Somebody else do something.
They're like,
my kids are in there.
I don't have a swimsuit on.
What am I going to do?
Yeah. So just right there, yeah, again, it proves that the other guy in our other story was right.
Yeah. And they're also drunk, so they're probably like, oh, what are you doing in the pool? You can't swim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think he's the asshole. Also, it's like, okay, he jumped out of the way. So, okay, how does that make him in the wrong?
It doesn't, because they're trying to, like, I don't know, I guess they probably would consider this like a TikTok prank or something.
Yeah.
That they're probably trying to record. But they're also they're kind of like assaulting him. They're like going to push him and, into a body of water.
And also, I think it's weird considering that they did this before to a neighbor of the parents. So, like, they probably didn't know that woman that they tried to push into the pool.
No.
So it's like, okay, they were willing to push someone that maybe they know them, but not like fully. They were willing to push kind of like a stranger or someone they weren't familiar with into a pool. I think those kids are little rascals.
Well,
like,
yeah,
clearly.
and after the first time, the mom should have stepped in and been like, "What are you doing? Stop!"
Yeah, like stop! You can't do that, and apologize to the woman that was pushed in.
And also, the dad could have got out of the damn whirlpool with his beer cooler over there. It's like, oh, my kid's drowning, but man, my whirlpool, I got my beer.
That's OP's dad.
Oh, what?
Yeah, that's OP's like dad.
Oh, I thought it was the kid's dad's. He's just sitting in the whirlpool like, those damn kids.
Oh, fuck, them kids, man.
He's like, you know what? I wouldn't be really upset if they did drown. So whose house is this at?
I think it's at OP's mom and dad's home. And he didn't want to go because his siblings were going and he doesn't like them.
Yeah.
Which I can understand.
Yeah, so he doesn't like the sisters, and now we can see why he doesn't like his sisters. So where were the husbands in this? Where were the kids?
They were there. The husbands were shit-faced with the wives.
Oh, yeah, because one of the brother-in-laws went into the pool to try and get the phones. But did you get his joke that, like, his BMI and BAC made that impossible? So he's fat and he's drunk. Yeah, I mean, I think this guy rocks.
Yeah.
Because those fucking kids, it's so common these days. These kids just run around and do whatever, and the parents are just like,
because there's no discipline.
They're just kids, what are you going to do?
Yeah, because there's no discipline. They don't tell their kids no. Because it's easier to kind of let your kid do anything without laying down the law, You don't have to beat your kid to get them to listen to you.
No, you have. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, because I think it's just easier to give your kid a phone and, like, ignore them.
That is the problem. You just give them their iPad and they'll just be there like,
no, you gotta have the volume turned all the way up on some game.
Subway Surfers.
Yeah. At a restaurant.
Can we go to McDonald's?
Yeah. I'm glad that the phones got ruined. The parents' phones were ruined.
Well, but also, okay, when is this from? This is from 2 years ago. Every phone for like the last 5 or 6 years has like water resistance. So
but
phone
if it's
falling in a pool,
completely submerged for a long time.
Yeah, like iPhones, and he specifically said it was an iPhone, and iPhones have had IP6, at least 6, 7.
Oh my God. That was horrible. Oh my God.
Oh my God, the Gen Alphas would call me cringe for that.
Isn't that so crazy that like Gen Alphas are gonna start treating us like how we treat millennials?
I know. Well, they already are.
I know, and it hurts. I'm not that old, okay? I swear. I'm not that old.
Yeah, iPhones have been water resistant, at least IP67 for like since the iPhone 7 and since like the iPhone 10, they've been IP68, which is like 5 or 6 feet of water for half an hour. So if they fell in a pool for a second, that would not affect them at all.
Well, it sounds like the pool, they fell all the way to the bottom, and obviously the brother-in-law could not retrieve them.
I know, like the guy doesn't want to ruin his phone, but I love to put my phone in the water.
What?
You know, if it's, I used to do this all the time. Like I would fill up the sink with water and I'd put my phone in it to like clean it, you know, because it's like, what better way to clean your phone than submerging it in water?
What?
Yeah, that's how I used to clean my phones. I don't really clean my phone.
It like a fucking dish?
Yeah. I would honestly put it in the dishwasher if...
Oh my God.
All right, so off that initial post and the comments, he was voted not the asshole, clearly.
Yeah.
But there is an update from 1 month later. So let's see what it says. He says, first off, my folks tell me that my nieces and nephews are all good swimmers and that they use the pool all the time. The 7-year-old is still a beginner, but he loves the water. My sister just said they couldn't swim, so I look bad. To be fair, none of the kids are allowed in the deep end, which is where they fell in. It was the 2 10-year-olds and the 9-year-old who tried to push me into the pool. After we left, the party ended on a pretty sour note. My drunk brother-in-law, who face-planted while yelling at me, had to go to urgent care.
Oh my God.
And get his face stitched up. He was too toasted to drive, so Dad took him. Dad was not very happy about this. Had to get him out of the whirlpool, stop drinking his beer.
I'd be pissed too.
Late that evening, my sisters started a group text and said some really nasty crap. Their husbands threw in a few comments as well. Wife and I blocked the 4 of them. My mom called me. She was pretty upset about what they said. She and Dad were in the chat, and I don't blame her. Because of the text, my folks insisted my sisters/brother-in-laws come over the next day, Sunday, without their kids to get some things straight and lay down some ground rules. Mom's wording. The result was a contrite, if unenthusiastic, apology from my siblings via my mom's phone. I'm glad my wife was with me when they called. Her hard stares kept me from saying what I wanted to. I told them thanks and that we felt no need to discuss it further. Since I thought things were settled, I unblocked them. That evening, I got a text from one of the brother-in-laws telling me the phones cost X amount of dollars and asking when I'd be paying for them. What the f***? I replied, never. Took a screenshot of his text and forwarded it to my folks with a note that we were done with this nonsense. We were going no contact with sisters/spouses and not to invite us to any more holidays or get-togethers if they'll be present. Then I blocked the sisters and their spouses again. At that point, the shit really hit the fan. Dad called them and ripped them a new one. Among other things, he told them the grandkids were not welcome at his place indefinitely. Damn. Since my mom regularly provides free babysitting, that got them pretty rattled. He also banned them from using the vacation house and told them my wife and I actually own it, not he and mom. This completely freaked them out. Both of my sisters' families used the place a lot, including having their friends up for weekend getaways. This was very much out of character for my folks. They clearly had it, and for reference, I never wanted my sisters to know we owned the place. We bought it for my folks. They'd always wanted a place in the mountains. Keeping the ownership quiet was just a way to avoid drama with my siblings. A couple of days later, my sisters and their husbands came to our place unannounced to apologize in person. We were out to dinner and they left a note. One sister also called me at work too. I sent her to voicemail. We've decided being no contact is the best thing for the indefinite future and haven't interacted with them for the last 3+ weeks. Personally, I'm done. They can go pound sand.
Damn, what a twist. The kids can swim. They own a vacation home.
You already know these siblings are troubled that he didn't want to tell him that he owned the place.
Oh, 100%.
Because he knew it was going to be a big deal with them.
100%. That's crazy. I'm glad, though, that the OP's parents are, like, behind them.
Yeah, because that's usually the people that aren't in these stories.
Usually the parents are like, oh, forgive and forget, you know? So I'm glad that the parents are like, nah, f*** that.
He said the grandkids are not allowed here indefinitely.
No free babysitting.
Can't go to the summer house.
In the mountains.
Yeah.
That was probably what devastated them the most.
They were like, oh, Not the house in the mountains.
What am I going to tell my friends when they want to hang out?
Yeah.
Like, what?
But that's not it, because there's another update.
Are you for f***ing real?
A week after that one.
Oh my God. Oh, spill the tea.
So he says, well, it's been an interesting last few days. I thought the shit hit the fan before, but it was more of a fart compared to what's happened this week. For this to make sense, I need to provide some financial context. My folks haven't ever been good at saving money. I've been doing their taxes for years, so I know pretty much everything about them money-wise. Their house is paid for and they have minimal debt, but they didn't save much for retirement. Both of them get Social Security, Dad gets a solid pension, and they have a bit of savings, but there's no treasure chest in the basement. I bought their current car for them after they retired, a retirement present so they could have something nice to drive. It was the first car in probably 20 years they didn't lease. My sisters are convinced the folks are dripping with money and that our parents will be leaving the two of them everything since I don't need the money, so they've never cared about saving either. Turns out my oldest and her husband, they have 3 kids, have been living beyond their means for some time and are in financial straits. They've maxed out their credit cards and are behind on their car leases to the point that one is about to get repossessed. He bragged in the past about making X per year, but it turns out to be about half of that. She confessed all this to Mom on Tuesday because they need a loan and this was a what the f moment for Mom and Dad, that for the last 3 years, instead of staying at the vacation house regularly, she's actually been renting it out once a month or so and pocketing the cash. We're talking $2,000 plus for a weekend and at least $4,000 for a week. With her being cut off from using the place, she's had to cancel one group already. She's now worried they'll lose everything. My folks aren't in any position to give them a loan. My other sister was aware of her renting out the place, but of course hasn't ever said anything. I suspect she's done the same thing as well because I went up there once to drop off an ATV I had been working on, and there was a family there who claimed to be staying there with my sister/her family and that they'd gone to town for something. At the time I let it go, I figured she loaned out the house to some friends, but I've always wondered. I found all this out through my folks who are pretty stressed about this. Mom more than Dad. He's mainly just pissed off about it all. I know Dad feels betrayed, and I imagine he's embarrassed that he's in no position to help his daughter out. He did reiterate, as long as it's up to him, the girls won't be using the vacation home anytime soon. My folks let me know what's going on because they figured my sisters would put a full court press on me next, and they were right. On Thursday, my sisters came to our place again, without husbands this time, and waited outside the door until I got home. I had to choose between fighting with them in public, them making a scene if I went in without them, or letting them in, so I let them in. I got a bullshit story from the older sister with the younger one backing her up regarding why I needed to let them use the mountain house again immediately. They also said I've been a shitty brother and that I needed to step up and plan on paying for the kids' college tuitions since that's what family does. I let them pitch their story, then called them. Oh my God. Okay. I let them pitch their story, then called them out based on what my folks had told me. Things went to shit from there. There was denial, crying, cursing, yelling, you name it. I swear my ears are still ringing 2 days later. Won't lie, I said some really mean and shitty things to them, but nothing that wasn't true. They finally left about after an hour. After that, I took a shower and laid down. When I got up, my wife was home, and her first words were that she had to block more phone numbers because my sisters were blowing up our phones from new ones. Folks messaged me yesterday asking me to call. I'm sure my sisters have told them some bullshit version of what happened, but I'm not up to rehashing it yet. I'm usually a pretty energetic person, but this drama has me beaten down. I just had enough energy today to drive up to the vacation house and padlock the entrance gate shut. I'm the only one with the key. I'm guessing that will be enough to ensure my siblings leave the place alone. They'd probably die trying to walk 400 yards uphill to get to the house. Wow.
Oh my God.
This is all over these kids trying to push them in a pool.
I feel like this was a long time coming, though.
Yeah,
I think
that was the straw that broke the camel's back here.
100%, because that's crazy.
Wow.
I'm so glad I don't live in a family like that.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Like, how the audacity to me to go into your brother's home and say, you've been a shitty brother, you need to let us use the house still, and you need to pay for our kids' college. You've been a shitty brother, that's the least you can do. He's been a shitty brother? What?
Saying you have, well, of course you have to pay for my kids' tuition. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
And the vacation house, renting it out. I feel like I've heard this before. Like, I know for a fact there's been other stories of people who are like, I have a vacation home. I found out my siblings been renting it out. That's so crazy to me. We've been living above our means. I've been renting it out. I need this money. Okay, that's not my problem. Maybe you guys should like cut back on spending.
They had it coming for them though,
Oh,
honestly,
yeah, 100%.
because these are like the worst people to have as siblings. Luckily, I don't have any siblings, so I don't have to deal with this. But this sounds like hell.
It does.
But
and
at
to
least
know you're related to them.
Yeah, to be like, that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But at least the parents are on the right person's side here.
Yeah, they clearly. I just want to know, how did the sisters get like this, but the brother's normal? That's been always my question when like you look at a family and it's like you have like some really entitled, spoiled people in the family, but then you have some not, like people who act like normal.
I feel like, well, I don't know because I don't have siblings, but I feel like the younger ones would see the older ones becoming like stupid people and they're like, I don't want to be like that.
Yeah, but also I feel like a lot of times it is the young one though, because they were spoiled as a kid. The youngest one's always spoiled. Youngest one's always spoiled. My little sister, she's always spoiled.
Or if you're the only one too.
Yeah. You're basically always getting the younger sibling treatment.
Yeah.
So if I had these siblings, I would probably block them way sooner. Like, he's put up with a lot, it seems like. And like, to still be nice enough to buy your parents a vacation home, right? And it's technically your home, but you are still allowing your bitch ass sisters and their rude husbands to go there, and you know they are, and you're just okay with that. Like, I feel like that's like really mature.
Yeah, like he's already being extremely generous to them.
Yeah.
And now they're like, well, of course you're paying for my kids' tuition.
Yeah. Like, they're extremely entitled.
Yeah,
like they think they are like privileged enough to just go to him and be like, you have to pay for, our kids' college funds, and also we still have to use your vacation home.
Yeah, I mean they're just using him for his assets, I guess. And they're like, well, we're family, so you have to, right?
Yeah, no. They don't.
And today's theme is all about the worst vacations. Vacations from hell. We've all been on vacation before. We've probably all had bad vacations. We're going to look at those today. I'm once again joined by my best friend, Kerrigan. Have you ever been on a bad vacation before?
Yeah. One that turned sour very quickly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all have. So we're going to judge some other people's bad vacations today. Before we get started, I have to remind you guys to subscribe and hit that like button below. Also, we're on Spotify now. There's a link for that in the description if you want to check it out there. Thank you. But without any further ado, let's get into our first story, which comes from Am I the Asshole? Title reads, am I the asshole for staying in a hotel while my friend was trapped overnight inside the airport?
Sounds like something you would do.
What?
That sounds like something you would do.
Okay, well, let's read it and find out, okay? My best friend and I, 20-year-old woman, recently went on a trip to the UK. I actually have a UK passport since my dad is British, but my friend had to get a UK visa. We were supposed to take 2 flights, one that would arrive in France and a connecting flight that would fly to the UK. However, the second flight ended up being canceled. The next available flight wasn't until about 2 p.m. the next day, so we would have to wait around 17 hours. The passengers were allowed to stay in nearby hotels for free. However, this didn't apply to people like my friend, who wasn't legally allowed to leave the airport because she didn't have a visa for Europe. Instead, she had to stay within a specific area of the airport that had these bright ceiling lights that would stay on 24/7. There was construction nearby, so there was this extremely loud drilling noise every so often. All the available seats were taken by other passengers, so my friend had to sleep on the floor. Plus, earlier that day, water got spilled on our phone chargers and her phone was only on 40%. I had the option to stay with her, but I chose to go to the hotel instead. She was furious with me, accusing me of being a fake friend. She told me she was scared of being alone in a creepy unknown place and wanted me there to comfort her, and I assured her that I'll be back by the morning. She said I was acting selfish for not even spending one night with her, but I hadn't gotten any sleep in over 24 hours and I didn't see why both of us had to suffer. Am I the asshole? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think so. That, you know, part of me is like, that's hard, but the friend is right. You're leaving her alone in a country that she legally cannot be in, technically. Like, she has to be in a specific area, but you have free range.
Yeah.
So it's like, you are kind of lame for doing that to her.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if the friend was okay with her like leaving her there, then it would have been fine.
Yeah.
But specifically because she was like, no, like don't leave me, like I'm in a place I don't know and I'm like scared, and she just left anyways.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be back in the morning.
Yeah, she's like,
see you later.
Yeah, that's okay, but like you'll be fine. So like,
you're in an airport. What could happen?
So like I could like it would be okay if she did this if the friend was okay with it.
Yeah, exactly.
But she wasn't.
Yeah, no. The
So
friend
it
was, asking her to stay because she was scared. I'd be scared too, though. I'd be like, they won't let me leave this area, and I have to sleep on the floor with all these random people, and my phone's at 40%, and I don't have a charger.
Yeah, that
is a bogus situation.
I think I would probably. Okay, so you said that this is something I would do. So can you explain that now? Now that we've read it?
Yeah, I said that. Well, I didn't know the context, right? But I can totally see you being like, yeah, I'm going to get a hotel room for myself. I'll see y'all later.
Okay, well, I would want to.
I know.
I wouldn't.
Well, obviously, with the context, I don't think you would. But I feel like in any other circumstance, you would be like, yeah, you guys can sleep here. I'm getting a hotel.
No, well, listen, if you guys were okay with that.
I think you would let us into the hotel, though. But I feel like you would just.
Well, you
would just wander off. Well, like, not if we're in a situation like this. I'm just saying if we're, like, in America, we're stuck at an airport, and you just, I can just picture you wandering off and getting a hotel.
Well, if we, if we were in a place where we could leave the airport.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Wait, this actually doesn't make sense because that's a completely different situation because one of us is not trapped in the airport.
I can picture you picture we're in a group, right? And you're annoyed with us. I can picture you wandering off, getting a hotel and not telling us.
Oh, okay, yeah, I would totally do that.
Yeah, exactly. We would be like, where's Julian? We'd be texting you and you'd be like, I got a hotel.
Okay, yeah, I probably would do that. But
and we'd all be like, what the hell?
If I was like annoyed or whatever, but
you would be cranky, annoyed. I feel like you would probably invite the person not annoying you as much.
Okay, you're probably right, but
like I said, if I was in a big group of people, like if we went with like 10 other people on a trip and we were all cranky, upset, flights are canceled, we're all just upset, annoyed at each other, no sleep. I can if I heard that you wandered off and got a hotel room by yourself and didn't tell anyone, I would not be surprised. Would I be mad at you? No, because it's just Julian behavior.
In a group that big.
But it's also like, that's just your behavior. I'd be like, that. You know, that's a valid point that he did that. I am jealous of him, leaving all of us to argue over all the choices.
In a group of 10 people, that's different than what's going on here.
I know, but that's like, that was the first thing that popped into my head, that you would just do that. You would wander off and do it yourself because you'd be sick and tired of all of us trying to argue over our canceled flights and stuff.
That is true. I do get sick and tired of people kind of easily. So.
Yeah, and especially in a stressful situation like that. 10 people, flights canceled.
Yeah, because like, I mean, trips are stressful. I mean, like, they're fun, but they can also be stressful if something doesn't go
like when we were in Denver.
What happened when we were there?
Our flight got delayed, and they moved us to a different gate. And then someone passed out waiting in line.
They did? Okay, so let's see. Did OP have a responsibility to remain with her travel companion, travel buddy, you think?
Yeah. Well, okay, so we need more context, because if it was the friend's first time ever leaving the country, right? First time ever doing international traveling, you're definitely the asshole. Because if you have a passport to Europe already, right? Like OP said her dad is
Wait, I'm
from.
not understanding this completely because she says she has a UK passport. So are they in the UK or are they somewhere else?
No, they said that they landed in France and they were supposed to take a connecting flight to the UK, but that flight was canceled. So
Oh,
they're in
so they're in
France.
France. Okay.
Yeah, but since OP has a European passport, she can leave the airport. So that just makes me believe, and this is assuming that this isn't OP's first time internationally traveling. So they're familiar with traveling. So if it's the first time her friends ever left the country, right? And you left her in an airport when she says, I'm scared, her phone's about to die, and she doesn't have a charger, and she has to sleep on the floor. Yeah, you did have a responsibility to stay with her.
Yeah,
It's
and
like a tour guide. If a tour guide just leaves you behind, what the fuck? Like, you're my tour guide. You're supposed to tour me around. You're supposed to be my guide.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know if it's their first time leaving the country.
Yeah.
But I'm still confused because they're in France.
Yeah.
And they're going to the UK.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're going on a trip to the UK.
Yes.
So they're not from the UK.
No.
But her dad is from.
Yes. So she has a passport, which is why I was assuming that she's already internationally traveled.
Wait,
because if her dad's from the UK, he most likely has gone back to the UK to see family, and she's most likely come with him. So she's familiar with traveling.
Okay, this still doesn't make sense to me though, because a UK passport is not the same as a European passport.
Well, according to her story,
because of Brexit and all that. Wait, how long ago is this? This is only a year ago, so that's after that. So this still doesn't make sense to me. And it also doesn't make sense to me why she can't leave the airport. Like, where is her friend's passport from that she can't
UK.
leave the... No,
well, her
friend
her friend applied for a visa to the UK to travel to the UK. So I'm guessing she just has an American passport.
So we think they're American.
God, I'm such a fucking American for assuming that, aren't I?
Because I'm kind of lost here because I don't know why she wouldn't be able to leave the airport.
Well, how long was their flight?
If she has like a US pass, because like if I fly to France with my US passport, they just ask you like, why are you here? And you'd be like, oh, I'm on vacation here. For how long? A week. They're like, okay, go on your way.
Yeah.
So I don't get why she can't leave the airport. Okay, so the friend must not have a passport where she can be in Europe, because every time I've left the country I had to leave the airport. So, and I didn't have a visa to any of the places I was going. So I'm like, why can't she just leave? You know what? That's actually probably so American of me to just be like, why can't she just leave the airport? Why won't they let her into the country?
You know what I think? I feel like I'd get so nervous being questioned by immigration. I think I'd just fail.
It's not like a pass fail.
I think they would be like, why are you here? And I'd be like, vacation. And they're like, where are you going? I'd be like, I don't know.
I don't know.
Send me back. Just send me back.
Yeah. Anyways, I think it's fair to say that she's the asshole.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Moving on. Next story.
We need to, or we're gonna fall deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole.
Anyways, on to our next story, which comes from Best of Redditor Updates, originally posted on Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, am I the asshole for refusing to pay my girlfriend's plane ticket after she decided to stay longer on her trip without me?
I feel like I've heard this story before.
I might have also heard this one.
I feel like this one's...
Okay, so the story reads, throwaway because she knows my Reddit. So here's the deal. My 28-year-old guy's girlfriend, 27-year-old woman of 2 years, and I planned a 2-week vacation to Italy. I paid for the flights, hotels, everything, because I make more than she does, and I wanted it to be a stress-free trip for both of us. Everything was great until the last day when she tells me she wants to stay longer to find herself and think about our relationship without me. She didn't discuss this with me beforehand, and it completely blindsided me. I was hurt and told her that if she feels she needs time alone, then she should also be independent financially during this extension of her trip. I said I wouldn't be paying for her new return ticket whenever she decides to come back. Now she's upset, calling me unsupportive and selfish, and some of our friends are saying I'm being an asshole because I left her stranded in a foreign country without financial help. So Reddit, am I the asshole for refusing to pay for her new plane ticket home after she chose to extend her trip without any heads up? That's the first post, the original post.
Obviously, He's not the asshole. Okay, if that's such a crazy ask, boyfriend, I want to extend my trip to find myself and think of a relationship with that you're not in. Like, I don't want to be in a relationship. I want to think about what it's
Well,
like
she
to be
didn't say
alone.
that. She said
She did too?
she said she just wanted to find herself.
No, read
Oh,
it.
yeah. And think about our relationship without me.
Yeah, so
No, she just wants to think about their relationship.
Yeah, with a relationship where he's not there. So she
Yeah,
just
she
wants to be
wants-
alone. She wants to be single.
Yeah, well, no, she just wants to think about it by herself.
You know what she's gonna f***ing do? She found some Italian twink she wants to
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, here's what she means by find herself.
Yeah, exactly.
She met somebody there, and she wants to stay with whoever that
Yeah,
is.
she wants to test it out and see what a relationship would be like without her boyfriend. She wants to test a new relationship. And the audacity to be like, I'm extending the trip for myself. I'm not inviting you. Can you still pay for it?
Yeah, she's basically
Like,
saying,
what?
"Can you pay for? Hey, like, can you pay for me to cheat on you, please?"
Yeah. Even if she didn't say she was seeing a guy or the OP had no clue that she may have saw some guy she thought was hot. That's basically like she's saying, if I told someone that I need time to think alone about possibly not being in a relationship with them, that's basically going on a break, okay? That's basically like I need a break. Like that's the start of a breakup.
And like to ask for a break or whatever, that's fine.
Yeah,
But she
but-
doesn't need to be in Italy
Yeah,
to do
exactly.
that.
You don't need to be in
It's
Italy.
like, go home and break up then.
Yeah, go home and be like, after that trip, I feel like we need a break. So he is not the asshole for leaving her ass there. And those friends.
What friends?
The friends
Oh,
who were like, you're the asshole for leaving her stranded. He did not leave her stranded. He said, I'm not paying for you to be on your little self-enjoyment trip.
Yeah, the friends did say that, which is, why is it always in these Reddit stories that the friends or the family are clearly just agreeing with the asshole?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Would you ever agree with like me if I left my boyfriend in another country because he said he wanted a break to find himself?
No.
Exactly. You would side with me. You'd be like, what the fuck is he on about?
Yeah.
You'd be like, dump his ass.
I mean, maybe they're just like trying to defend their friend, but I mean, like, if you're a real friend to them, you should tell them when they're being dumb.
Exactly. Exactly.
That just from that post, he was voted not the asshole, obviously. But then there's an update from the next day, actually. So he says, thank you to all the people who responded, especially the early ones who gave some outside verification of me probably not being the asshole. I don't feel comfortable saying I'm completely blameless here because you're only getting one side of the story and I need to take responsibility for my part in this whole thing, such as it is. But I guess I never realized how good my girlfriend was at making me feel like unreasonable shit was normal and rational and that I was the crazy one. So here's the update. We're both back in America now, and she's packing her shit to go and stay with her family for a bit until she can find a new place. Soon after I posted, it was time to go to the airport, so I did, without her. I'm one of those people who arrives really early because I never think I'll get to the gate in time because everything that could go wrong probably will go wrong. It never does, but especially with how my luck's been going, I didn't want to push it. I was there for about an hour by myself, mulling things over and talking to my mom. I looked at a couple responses to this post, but I didn't trust that I wouldn't lose it if I started responding, and I definitely didn't want to burst into tears while I was in the airport. As I was talking to my mom, my girlfriend showed up. I guess she thought I was bluffing, but had a rude awakening when the hotel staff kicked her out of the room because I'd only paid through that day. I took no small amount of satisfaction in this, not gonna lie. She'd been so concerned about the plane ticket that she didn't even stop to think about where she was going to stay. As many of you guessed, she met someone while we were in Italy. She was quick to tell me it was just a physical attraction and that they hadn't done anything, but she has his ad and was wanting to see if it'd go anywhere. I guess that's what I get for not feeling well and wanting to stay in one night while she went out to explore. Obviously, I told her things were over between us, even though she tried to make it sound like nothing had happened. The fact was, A, I couldn't feel like I could trust her when she had that, and B, I don't really want to be with someone who feels like it's okay to still keep her options open when she's been in a monogamous relationship for the past 2 years. The flight home was awkward as fuck, and she really tried hard to give another pitch for why we should stay together on the drive home from the airport. I think as we got closer to home, reality started setting in and she realized she'd just thrown a lot away. So yeah, I'm jet lagged and physically and emotionally exhausted. I'm just kind of numb at this point. Finally, I didn't see all the comments as there were 2,500 at the time of this update, but to the few of you that were downvoted into oblivion who said this was fake because I hadn't updated in several hours, you. I was looking for reasonable dissenting opinions that might have helped me make sense of the situation, and you're accusing me of making this up for some random internet points. Believe it or not, my priority was not to tell a bunch of strangers on the internet how my world was falling apart around me. I know it's easy to think that these people aren't real and their struggles are meaningless because screens divide us, but ironically, you're the assholes.
Bro, good call out there.
Yeah, call out those Redditors.
Yeah. Because people do, okay, we'll get to the story, but people do that. They're like, they haven't posted in an hour. They're lying. It's fake.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that about anything on the internet.
Yeah, but it's also like people have a life. They're not you who sit online all day.
Yeah, they're not like sitting at their computer pressing F5 on r/am I the asshole refresh all day.
Yeah. What are these good juicy stories? Like this one's fake.
I say as we sit here and read off of Am I the Asshole?
But here's the thing, we're not sitting there refreshing the page going, oh yeah, where's the juice at?
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, into the okay. Into
Definitely called it.
Yeah. Because why else would she want to stay there?
Exactly. Also, she's a dumbass. I want to extend my vacation, makes no plans to extend it.
Well, she clearly just thought that he was going to do this without question.
Yeah.
Which makes me think that some type of similar thing has happened before in the past, and he just like caved and did it for her. That she thought that she could just say this to him and it would like, of course he's going to do it.
Yeah.
And she was like shocked that she got kicked out of the hotel room.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it sounds like from what he said at the beginning that she's been like making him feel like he's always in the wrong for everything. So she's like gaslighting him and
sounds like it was a
whatever.
toxic relationship to begin with.
Yeah, which if she's willing to like, you know, go and meet people in another country when she's already in like a long term, like they've been together for like 2 years, and just be like, oh well, I just want to keep my options open.
Yeah, I saw this really hot guy and I got his ad and I wanted to see if maybe something could blossom. Girl, get the fuck out of here.
Okay, the first part of that's understandable, but doing that while being in a relationship.
Yes. Yeah. If you're in a relationship and you're on vacation with the dude and you're like, this guy's hot, I want to extend my vacation and see if we can maybe be a thing.
Yeah, unless...
That's crazy. And my boyfriend's going to pay for it.
It's just crazy. I mean, unless they're in an open relationship, which they're not, but...
Open relationship, let the dude also hit the Italian man, you know?
Oh yeah, if it was an open relationship, then she should have been like, she just came back from the hotel that night that he was sick and been like, hey, I met this great guy down at the bar. I asked him if he wanted to have a threesome tomorrow, and he said, yeah.
Yeah, swingers party, guys. Get the pineapples.
Okay, so I also feel bad for this guy because he's kind of like blaming himself because he says, I guess that's what I get for not feeling well and wanting to stay in one night while she went out. But like, it's not his fault.
Not at all.
Because he was sick for staying in. This probably would have happened either way, whether he was sick or not. And it's not his fault at all. Because I feel bad for the guy, not only because like his girlfriend's a piece of shit, but also because he's like partly blaming himself for this. I think he also said somewhere else, he's like, oh, I know I'm not. Oh, he's like, you're only hearing it from my point of view. So I mean, like, this guy seems really intelligent. Like, he's acknowledging that we're only seeing it from his point of view or whatever. And he said that he like purposefully didn't post again right away because he wanted to see if anyone commented that didn't agree with him.
Yeah.
Like, he's not just posting to try and get everyone to agree with him. Like, he actually wants people's advice. Like, hey, am I the asshole for this? Because so many people post on this and they just want everybody to agree with them. And then they get mad if that doesn't happen or whatever. But this guy, look, this girl sucks. We know this girl sucks. They're broken up, whatever. This guy's set up to find a good one. He'll be fine.
Yeah. He dodged a bullet.
Yeah. He deserves someone better than this. He's going to be fine. This other girl, she can die, I guess. But like,
yeah. Yeah, go ahead and die.
And also, like, okay, so they're sitting together on this flight, this international flight. So this is like a long ass flight. Yeah. And I'm just picturing her like once every hour being like, so listen, I think we can still make it work. And I hope he's just like, he's like,
Headphones in.
hey, I got my AirPod.
Mm-hmm.
Can't hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Imagine being seated next to that couple though, behind them, in front of them.
yeah, if they're in like a three row, like 3 people to a row, so there's somebody else there. Listen, if I would love to be a passenger there and listen to that shit.
So would I.
Listen, because I do this all the time. Like if I'm on a flight and I hear somebody start talking about something juicy, or somebody starts talking like a little bit loud, and I can just hear it through my headphones, I'm like, put that shit in transparency mode. What are we talking about? Like I am listening in.
Julian, turn around. What happened next? What happened next? Honestly, if I met someone on an airplane and they were like, and I was talking with you, and they genuinely were like, "What the happened? Like, yo, what kind of tea is this?" I feel like I'd spill it to them too.
Yeah, honestly.
I'd be like, "All right, sit down, pal. Sit down, random stranger. Are you ready for a story of a lifetime? We're gonna start from the beginning."
I'd be like, oh yeah. Let me start over for you.
Yeah. Yeah. So this happened, and
so we've deemed not the asshole for that one. Not at all. Good thing he got out of that relationship.
Literally.
Because if it wouldn't have happened on that trip, it would have happened later, and that just would have been even worse. So anyways, on to our next story, which comes from Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, I went on vacation with my friend and her family, and they kicked me out. I got my own room and stayed. Am I the asshole? I am in college, and my roommate from last year, Meg, whose family is really rich, said she could bring a friend on vacation. It was kind of awkward. I was her third choice, but her family vetoed the first 2 because they didn't want her bringing a boy or this other female friend of hers they disliked. Her parents bought my plane ticket and booked the resort, which I was very grateful for, and I saved a lot of money up so I could make sure to buy my own food and activities when I'm there and treat her family to a dinner as a thank you for the ticket. But when the trip started, it was just bad. It was her, me, her mother, her father, and 2 of her father's friends, and her 3 brothers going. On the flight, they all got first class and got me an economy seat, but I didn't say anything because why argue about a free ticket? The first night, they went to a grocery store. It turns out they wanted to cook at the resort kitchen for the whole trip. And by they wanted to cook, it actually turned out that they wanted me and Meg to cook. I wasn't warned about this, but it turns out Meg's family is so traditional that they see cooking as a woman's job, and her mom had just had hand surgery. So it was me and Meg cooking every meal for 6 men and her mom, and I can't cook well. I know a couple staple meals to feed myself, but since I rarely eat meat, I don't know how to cook it. I'm also okay at cooking for 1 or 2, but have no practice cooking for a group of 9. I screwed it up, undercooked chicken and overcooked some steak, and her dad was angry with me. I got short with him and told him that if he knew how to do it better, he could pitch in instead of standing around criticizing. But he got furious and said that he was on vacation. I said that I was trying to have a vacation too, or did they invite me to be an unpaid domestic servant? Meg's parents and dad's friends got angry. I said that, and they started yelling at me. The argument escalated. I sarcastically called myself the help. Her dad snapped at me and told me to get out of their suite and go home. Didn't say shit about how he expected me to do that. I left and called the airline with my ticket and asked them if they could do anything to prevent anyone else from modifying or canceling my ticket. They let me set a passcode and no changes could be made to the flight without it. Then I went to the resort desk to ask about rooms, saying I was stranded unexpectedly. They actually did have some affordable rooms available because of a weekday discount, so I got housing and still had money left over for touristy stuff. I went sightseeing and relaxed on the beach for 3 days until Meg's parents ran into me. They were taking a sunset walk and did a double take seeing me on the beach. They said that they thought I was going home, and I said I decided to stay. They were angry because they saw me staying and using the return flight as having deceived them into thinking I couldn't afford a vacation and using them for flights when I could actually afford things. Am I the asshole for staying on that vacation and using the flight home?
Hell no, she's not the asshole.
No.
Abuse the rich people.
Yeah, and they kicked her out, and it was like...
Because she couldn't cook. Okay, first of all, you were her third choice of a friend to bring.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm like, so you don't even... Okay, I don't even think she knows Meg that well because she doesn't even know that like her family's like traditional.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so you're her third choice. You don't even know that her family's traditional. I'm like, okay, you guys clearly aren't even that good of friends.
And also, Meg's not a good friend for not warning you, hey, by the way, my family's very traditional. They're going to expect us to do all the cooking on this trip.
Yeah, it's insane that nobody said anything to her beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
and said like, oh, by the way, they're gonna want us to cook. Do you still want to go?
They arrive like Sunday night. They're like, oh, nice time to relax. And they're like, I want a steak dinner right now. Get to cooking, girls.
They're like, girls, cooking time.
Us boys are gonna have a beer on the beach. Y'all get to cooking.
You know, that does sound really nice, but I mean,
You sure you want to say that, Julian?
I'm gonna get canceled. It does sound nice, but
that's only if the person who's with you has agreed and you're paying them, basically.
Listen. Okay.
Nuh-uh. You're not gonna tell me to listen and say something crazy.
No, I'm just saying, like if that's what somebody wants to do and they agree on that, then that's fine. It's whatever. Like it sounds nice. Like I'd want somebody to just cook for me and whatever.
Yeah, but they're not just cooking for you, right? They're cooking.
Oh yeah,
for...
they're it's not the same. They're cooking for 9 people.
Yeah,
which is
and
like
6 of them are men who are fully capable of taking care of themselves.
Yeah, well, yeah, and it's like okay, and also just cooking for 9 people is like most people don't know how to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's like something you would hire a chef to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
And these are just 2 people. They're not master star
and you know
chefs.
how long cooking can be? Like, are they cooking breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
They're not going to have
a vacation.
Yeah, they're not going to have a vacation. They're just going to be a cook.
Exactly. They're not going to have time to like enjoy anything.
Which they're kind of like treating her like a servant they're bringing along. They put her in economy.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, okay, listen. If my friend invited me and their parents were rich and they put me economy, yeah, I'd be like, damn. Y'all got first class, but honestly, at the end of the day, I'm going on vacation for free.
Yeah, which is why, and she's not even upset about that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not even like the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's oh, you're here now. Well, you have to cook for all 9 of us. Yeah. By the way,
what are you doing sitting there? The kitchen's calling. Go make me a sandwich.
What are you doing outside of the kitchen? You're a woman. What are you doing?
I don't understand. Men who live in that kind of like household and stuff are the most spoiled, rotten, bratty ass people ever in existence.
It's because they think that they don't know how to do anything, but they just don't want to do anything.
That or they weaponize it. They're like, oh, I actually don't know how to do my laundry. And if you make them do it, they're going to fuck it up. Like, they're going to purposely mess it up. Overstuff the washer, let it seep out everywhere. Like, they're going to do stuff like that. So you're just annoyed at them. Where it's like, fine, it's easier if I do it, because if they do it, it's just a big mess.
Yeah, it's weaponized incompetence. And I mean, like, I've 100% done that so many times before to get my mom to do stuff for me.
Keep that in the video. Keeping that in.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep it in the video. Like I'm not gonna lie. I'm spoiled. I'm a mama's boy. I have 100% done things like purposefully bad so that my mom will just do them for me. I don't do that anymore, but I used to do that. Not anymore. To be clear, I'm not doing that anymore. So like I kind of understand this mindset that a lot of men are like I just don't know how to cook. Like, I get it. I'm not saying it's good, because it's not. It's not good. Mm-hmm. But I can understand it, because I'm kind of the same way. I'm kind of like having somebody to cook for you and like clean and do the laundry sounds really nice. It does. I can't lie.
I mean, I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't be mad if someone cooked for me all the time too, but it's like, I don't have the money to pay someone, and I'm not going to expect my friends or other people to just do it for me, right? Like, I'm going to do it. If someone offers to like help do something, oh, fine, help me out. But I'm not going to just completely put the burden on them, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's like, that's just the easiest way to get burnt out, you know?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So it's like, I'm not going to do that to someone. And it's also like, I don't know, I kind of feel like if I didn't do my own laundry, I'm just a lazy piece of shit. So
listen, okay, I didn't start doing my laundry until I was 18 or 19. So listen. So I get being like, oh, I don't know how to do laundry, like I don't know how to cook, because I also never used to cook for myself until I was Till probably about a year ago, honestly, if I'm being completely honest here. Like, I would never cook anything myself, and I would just have my mom do it. So I get it, but at some point,
but you understand that it's wrong now,
yeah, because at
right?
some point you got to just grow up and just learn how to be an adult.
Yeah.
Like in all honesty,
Okay, here's my question: when you were making your mom do this, was it because she's your mom or because she's a woman?
oh, it's because she's my mom.
Okay, so it's different then. It's your mom. I mean, I feel like people sometimes do that. They kind of
But-
rely on their mom.
Well, but I feel like it's kind of similar because I feel like a lot of like straight men in relationships, they expect their girlfriend to be like their mom.
But if you got in a relationship with someone, would you expect them to be like your mom?
Well, no, because they're not. Well, maybe.
Oh my God. You know, okay, so here's my comparison. You know, girls who like do a baby voice when they talk to like their boyfriend or something?
Mm-hmm.
That's like the equivalent to men expecting their wife or girlfriend to act like their mom.
Yeah.
Because they're basically acting like a baby. Like they're your child. You're acting like a child where you need a grown ass woman to do your laundry and wake you up and feed you. Like you are literally bottom of the barrel weak men. Like I hate men who are like, my girlfriend does everything for me. She cooks, she cleans, she wakes me up in the morning, she lets me play my video games. I don't work. You know, like you're not cool alpha, bro. You're literally bottom of the barrel. Like she is more alpha than you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm saying alpha because usually they always call themselves alpha males.
Yeah. They themselves are the only ones that think that they are
Yeah.
alpha for that.
Everyone else around you thinks that you're just a lazy piece of shit.
Yeah.
Other than other alpha males who are exactly like you. They will sit there and they will tell you that you're cool.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to have those. You got to put them to work, man.
I'm just saying you're not cool. You literally are not doing anything for society. You might as well yourself.
And I'm keeping that in.
There are going to be people out there that are going to be like, see, this is the male loneliness epidemic. Who caused that? You guys did this to yourself.
It's like that meme where she's like, and who set that system up?
Yes. Who set that up? Where were we at?
She's not the asshole.
The asshole. The men in that family are. The friend's the asshole for taking her along and not telling her that she's gonna cook the whole time. And yeah. The mother is also at fault too because she broke her hand.
Well, I also think it's crazy that she even went along with this at all in the first place because like she did cook for them for a little bit, but like if I was her, as soon as they told me that, I would have been like, "What the f are you talking about?"
Yeah, I immediately would have been combative.
But she even went along with it for a little bit, probably because like she probably felt like obligated because they paid for her to go there, but it was like she's not obligated to do anything if they didn't agree to it before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's not the asshole. So she's asking if she's the asshole for staying there and still taking the flight back that they paid for.
No, the flight back is compensation for the way they treated her.
Yeah, literally. That's her compensation for cooking for them.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how I would see it. Also, if this family's so rich.
Yeah, why the they care anyways?
But also, like, why didn't they hire a private chef?
Well, because this was cheaper, probably.
Probably, but you would think if you're rich, you don't really care. She was smart, though, to make sure she put a password on that flight so they couldn't cancel her
Yeah,
ticket.
that was smart. I didn't even know you could do that.
I didn't either. But that was genius.
And also, again, like this like the friend that she went with, like Meg or whatever, it doesn't sound like, at least from what we're reading here, she didn't stand up for her at all for anything. And I'm like, what kind of friend is this?
Exactly. Well, she's probably so also ingrained in the mindset of she's a woman. Like, it's her job. She probably just kind of like projected that onto OP.
But again, I'm like, how do they not know each other well enough to that she would know that about her?
Yeah.
Like, it's
that is
crazy.
The crazy thing.
Like, it's crazy to go on a family trip with somebody that it seems like you barely even know. And they're going on this trip with like the whole family, like the dad's two friends and like two brothers and two sisters or whatever. Like, this is like a whole family, like big family. And then like just some random girl.
Yeah.
It's weird.
You know, it sounds like the reason why they were allowing Meg to bring a friend is because, so, okay, in the beginning of the story, she said she was the third pick. The first pick was a boy, and they didn't want another boy. And the second pick was another girl that they did not like. You know why I think they didn't want the boy to come? Because they wanted another girl to come to cook.
To cook.
So I think that's the only reason that Meg was allowed to bring a friend is because her mom couldn't help cook. So they needed another person to help Meg cook. So they were like, invite one of your friends and make sure it's a girl. And the second girl, she sucks at cooking. She's not allowed back. So I believe that's what happened there.
Okay, and also, does it say how old they are? No, they're in college, so they're college age. So they're adults. And they're like, you can't bring a boy with you. You're an adult, bro. You can bring whoever the you want. I like, that pisses me off.
Yeah. Well, again, they probably said no because it's a boy and they needed another helping hands in the kitchen.
Well, I was thinking it's because, well, you guys are going to when we're here, and we can't have that.
That probably is also in play.
Can't be having the hokey pokey under God's watchful eye before marriage. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's probably also a factor of why they didn't let her bring a guy.
Anyways, on to our next story, which comes from Best of Reddit Updates, originally posted on True Off My Chest. The title reads, "My friendship blew up on a trip to Japan. Finding out my friend of 5 years was an absolute asshole when taking her on her first trip to Japan 1 year after I moved back from there. What did she do? Wouldn't add to the itinerary at all, but complained every single day when we got there. I took her to popular stations in Tokyo since it was her first time and we had 7 days. But she wanted to go to the beaches and rise at 5 a.m. and stay out till 2 a.m. like she does in Mexico. Compared everything to Mexico, even wanting to tip a restaurant owner in USD because I do it in Mexico. Wanted to tip everyone and argued the whole time when I told her, don't do it. It's rude. And when I got my Japanese friend to educate her on how to give proper thanks, she finds one person online who said it's not required but appreciated and wouldn't stop pressing me about how it's so good to tip. She would ask me how my legs were doing and I'd answer honestly like, yeah, they hurt. And she later mocked and betrayed me saying it made her feel bad I was complaining about my legs. I never said they hurt out of my own accord, nor did I stop what we were doing to ask for breaks. If she asked, I said yeah, but she'd rather I'd lied. I asked if she was thirsty. Well, we waited for open hours and she said no. So I went to find a coffee shop to grab one real quick. She goes, I don't even want to go there. You should have taken me to a real cafe. Girl, I'm just grabbing me a drink since you said no. Doesn't believe in itineraries, yet hated everywhere I took her. So got her friend back home to look up places for her. She had 6 months to look up anything to add, but she doesn't believe in itineraries. Got mad I didn't order for her when she didn't ask me to help. Said, if we were in Mexico, I would have ordered for you. All she said was she was thinking about getting a bun today. She didn't end up ordering it herself because she didn't want to point to it and ask the cashier. I was standing 10 steps away from her. There was no one in line and we were the only ones in the store. Not sure why she didn't even attempt to order a bun in the case or ask me to help her. Started saying she should have gone on this trip with friend A or friend B to my face. Said she didn't like the touristy areas, aka Shibuya, Akusaka, Harajuku, I'm sorry if I said any of that wrong, and wanted to go to rural areas where she doesn't even speak Japanese and was relying on me to quite literally hold her hand for everything. She's older than me, but both late 20s, by the way. She said she was going to leave the trip early if we spent a day with my sister at our Japanese friend's house. She wouldn't eat sushi because they have worms in them. Wouldn't go to karaoke because they were listening. Said I made her cry, which she's only ever done at her dad's funeral. Wow. Called dried squid a gag gift she can get her family. Accused me of cutting her luggage and wouldn't take out yen from the ATM, so I did, and she paid me back. Tried to tell me data works fine compared to our pocket Wi-Fi and that we can just leave the Wi-Fi at the hotel when I asked her to hold it for us. I lived in Japan and will not go anywhere without a pocket Wi-Fi. This isn't even the half of it, a whole 7-day nightmare. For the first time in my life, I actually slept through an entire 9-hour plane ride on the way back. Okay, so she put like an edit in here. She said, I totally forgot some more effed up things like asking, do you have an eating disorder? Or telling me she was going to smack my hand because I had it near my nose as I was choking on so much secondhand smoke, my throat was getting raspy. and trying to convince me it was my fault that I was getting inappropriate stuff happening to me. Example, man chased me down the streets of Ikebukuro wanting to go to a hotel, but it's my fault because I was standing alone at the station. Edit 2. Anyone want to guess what profession she's pursuing? What profession is she pursuing? What would
Okay, it's either gonna be like a translator or a nurse. I just think a nurse because I feel like everyone who's like a bully or like really mean ends up wanting to go into healthcare for some reason.
Really? You think so?
Like the meanest people are like, yeah, I want to be a nurse. Ooh, you want to be a nurse?
Well, I don't know anyone in healthcare. Clearly you do. So I guess.
No, I mean, I don't. I really don't. But it's like, it's a if you look up, I know I have seen so many other people who are like, why are all the bullies nurses?
I've never heard of that, but that's
It's been a thing.
interesting.
People tell stories all the time where they're like, this girl who was extreme bully, who was mean to everyone, decided she wanted to go be a nurse. This inpatient girl who was so annoyed with everyone wanted to be a nurse.
So maybe she's a nurse. Maybe we'll find out in the update.
Yeah.
My first thing, I thought she was like an influencer or something because she's very entitled. She thinks she's always right.
You know what I think is so funny is that she wanted to go to rural areas of Japan where they speak no English. You don't speak a lick of Japanese. Why? Or you can't read it, you can't speak it, you don't understand it. Why would you want to go? Like if I went to Japan, if I went anywhere, I would probably want to be in the more touristy areas just because I know I would be someone there would be able to speak English or I would be able to read signs that are in English. And also like I have no problem going to touristy areas because that's like what they're for.
Because you're a tourist.
Because I'm a tourist. So, you know, being an influencer totally would make sense because I feel like they always want to do random entitled shit.
Yeah, and she doesn't believe in itineraries, so I feel like she's like the type of girl that's like, yeah, I'm just so spontaneous. Isn't that crazy?
Oh, I went on the spontaneous trip to Japan.
Isn't that just crazy, guys?
It's irresponsible.
Yeah. So she had 6 months to prepare for this, and
Yeah.
she didn't add anything to their like shared itinerary. And now she's complaining about
The
the
whole
places that
time.
they're going.
My thing is if I would also be like reviewing it. Like if I was going on a trip with you and we were going somewhere and you created the itinerary and you were like, Adam, if you want to do something, let me know. I would be like, okay, what do you think we should do? Like I would go if you've been there before. In this case, it sounds like she's lived there for a bit.
Yeah, the OP she lived there and she just got back from living there.
So she's very familiar with the area. So if you moved to like Poland and you came back and you and I went on a trip and you created an itinerary, I'd kind of just trust that you know where like the cool spots are, where it'd be fun to see, you know, like the touristy areas that most people want to see or travel to, but you know like the ins and outs of how to navigate. So I would just kind of like listen to you.
That's generous because I don't trust myself with doing that because I'm also really bad at planning and I would never make an itinerary going on a trip.
See,
And
my idea of making an itinerary is I just am like, okay, I want to see this, and I want to do this. How can I incorporate that, you know? Like, how can I make sure that I see this, get to do this, experience this, and like do this? Like, I don't necessarily need to like have dates, but like if I'm going on a big trip, I can be like, okay, this day I kind of want to do this. Like, I'm going to be in this area, so we should stop and see this, you know? Like, that's how I don't need to like be like at 9 a.m. we have to have already had breakfast, already ready for the day. 10 a.m. we're at our first attraction. 11 a.m. our next one. Like I don't believe in scheduling like that, but having a rough draft of what to do and where to go and what to see is kind of all I need.
So they've known each other for a long time. So I'm curious is this like a new behavior from her, or is this something that's like she would have been able to see? Because like somebody's just suddenly acting like this is like weird.
Well, yeah.
But also like trips, like vacations, like can bring out the absolute worst of people. I feel like going on a trip with somebody is like a litmus test for how the rest of that friendship is gonna go.
I agree.
Because shit like this can happen, and I don't know what it is about being on like vacation, but
well, I feel like it's like, one, you're in an unfamiliar area, you're not home, you spent a lot of money, so you want to make sure you get the best out of it, and it's just kind of stressful.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and you also have to be around somebody, like one person for like a long time.
Exactly.
And that can be a lot.
Exactly. See, okay, so this is what it sounds like, and I could be incorrect. It sounds like her friend is from Mexico or has lived in Mexico. And OP said that she just got back from Japan. If they've been friends for just 5 years, there's a chance that they were friends just online. That they or that they became friends, they moved away, and they stayed connected online.
Oh, so like they haven't known each other for that long, like in person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because just with like the context
possible.
that I'm getting of she's lived in Japan, she finally came back home, quote unquote home, makes it sound like they have not been around each other for a while. They may have been like friends online, but not like seeing each other in person.
Yeah. Oh, well, definitely, because I mean, it's at least been a while, because she said because she said she lived in Japan. If you're saying you live somewhere, you've been there for a while.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would think it's been a while. So it could just be that like maybe when they met, like she was different and they just hadn't seen each other in forever, and now she's like weird.
Or like the vacation just brought it out of her,
Yeah.
Yeah, people can change. She probably changed, and she's just a bitch on vacation.
Like she's literally saying to her face, yeah, I would have rather gone on this trip with like this person or this person. I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah. I feel like I'd be honored to go on a trip with someone who's lived there.
Yeah, like that's a privilege.
Yeah,
like you have a personal tour guide.
Exactly. So like I wouldn't be sitting there being like, yeah, I wish I went on this trip with this person who's never been here before and doesn't speak a lick of Japanese.
This doesn't make sense.
It would be like comforting to me to know that at least someone that I'm with understands and can like read like the language, can understand and speak the language. Like it would be very comforting, because it's like, okay, if I'm in a situation where I don't speak any of their language and they don't speak any of mine, at least someone can communicate,
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. But that's a huge thing, and like I feel like that would enhance a trip so much. Like I feel like that's why the trip I just went on was like the most fun I've ever had on a trip out of the country, because like I have a friend that lives there, and like we can hang out like with somebody that I know.
Yeah.
And that's just makes it so much better. Okay, so we have some comments here. Someone said OP needs to get new friends, and how is the friend? And they responded, said, I told her off a day after we landed, then blocked her everywhere. Okay, so she's blocked. And we also got the ages. They said she's 28 and OP is 26. So she's the older one, and she's still acting like this.
Oof.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, we have an update.
Update.
So she says, so I got a lot more responses and questions than I thought I would get on my last post. I figured I would share more about it for those who were interested. I also wanted to thank everyone who told me their own story of disaster trips. Some felt really relatable. Also, big thank you to those who asked me for Tokyo recommendations and those who said they would have been glad to have me as a guide. That made me really happy. I actually had 2 friendships that ended over that trip, and overall, I felt really taken advantage of and underappreciated. Thank you all for helping sort some of those feelings by sharing your thoughts. Of course, this was a huge lesson learned, and I'll do my best to move forward with more caution and maturity. A little more context to what I went through. Got mad. I told her no. I don't need her to hold my bag. Got mad. I told her I didn't want to walk 1 hour to our destination because she chose the route with 1 train and a 40-minute walk. I chose one with 3 transfers and a 10-minute walk. I said I put my compressions in my check-in on accident, and she replies, well, I'm smart and packed mine in my backpack. told me she couldn't help with adding to the itinerary or join study sessions because she has had family issues she didn't want to tell anyone about and didn't understand how that doesn't give her a pass to complain the whole time. She would agree to leave an area but then make snarky comments about how she liked the previous area more. Blew up at me for being on the phone at dinner. I was navigating the whole time and we shared a hotel/bed. The only time I got to check in with my family is when we sat down to eat. Kept saying her family, who was tracking her, was asking why we're at a laundromat or why we're at a mall and not outside. Would compare me to friend A, like, oh, she would have understood my joke. Used my other friend problem I was having against me, saying she understands why my friend did what she did. Yapped about how she hates Selena Gomez for writing a song about her ex. And when I told her nearly every singer/songwriter does, she told me to list names. And so I listed people and she said no, but name male singers though. What? She thinks Selena Gomez wrote a song about her. Wow. Okay. Heard my favorite group, XG, play in Shibuya. And when I got excited, she goes, ew, only because they're a girl group.
What?
Acted like me making an itinerary meant that we couldn't walk into random shops along the way. Anytime we went somewhere spontaneously or didn't make a reservation, she would be like, see, this is how I travel. I just go with the flow because I do better under pressure. Anyways, so some people had mentioned how I didn't see any of this behavior prior to going on the trip. And I'll best be honest and say there were red flags in our relationship, which I saw, and I actually did distance myself from her. But after I moved to Japan and came back, I was in this weird position and really wanted to reconnect with my old friends and establish a support system again. So I decided to start fresh with her, which was obviously a mistake, and I got what I deserved. She started changing during the pandemic, in which her and friend A got really close as we were barely talking at the time. I talked to a mutual friend of ours recently, and we both suspect that friend A had a part in fueling her toxic behavior. We always knew her as a sort of mama bear that took care of everyone and is super well-mannered and self-righteous. Everyone IRL likes her and looks up to her, but as one commenter pointed out, those good qualities are actually a disguise. She needs to be in control, and once she is out of her element and not in control, she completely lost her cool and was actually very verbally abusive. Which brings me to the next answer to everyone's question. She is pursuing to be a detective or police officer. It's more fitting rather than ironic. She appears disciplined, morally superior, and dominant, but she's simply judgmental and controlling. And it's scary to think someone like her will have more power and influence. Oh, that sounds just about right for a cop.
Literally.
The next thing I want to address is people asking, why did she even want to go to Japan? I kind of think it's simple. I invited her and said, I know of good places and can take us around. I think a lot of people in my life want me to take them to Japan because it's easier to go with someone who knows how to travel there. She wasn't someone who ever dreamed of going to Japan, but the opportunity came up and she took it. She's more of a Korea boo, to be honest, but nevertheless,
no.
She was excited to go. She even started texting friend A on our trip saying that we were going to make it up to her and go to Kyoto next year and that I could join, even though she told me to my face, no offense, but I'm never traveling with you again.
Oh my God.
The last thing people are asking is what I said to her when I ended it. So when I got back to the States, basically I started blocking her on everything. I argued with her for 7 days and everything that came out of her mouth was a complaint or insult, so I had zero energy to go back and forth. I already know that nothing will change her mind or open her eyes. She texted me asking why she couldn't find my username anymore, and I said this: girl, no way we are friends anymore after the way you behaved all throughout the trip. Never in my life have I heard a grown adult complain that much and not know how to communicate without an attitude, gaslighting, and being condescending. You are ethocentric, extremely judgmental, and ableist. You say a lot of racist microaggressions and misogynistic things, and the fact that people can't even be honest with you or that you can't be honest with others is wild. You'd rather not hear the truth because honesty makes you feel bad. The entire time you talked about how you normally do things with your friends and family, and all it told me was that you're not very adaptable. But yeah, there was way too many unpleasant behavior and things said that showed your true colors, and I don't want any further involvement. Then I blocked her, but I got a new phone and saw that she read it. So that's that. I'm not hurt, but I'm really bummed about my trip to Japan being ruined.
Damn. She can take me. I'll
Whole,
go. Please.
Something she glossed over at the beginning is that she said she also lost another friendship from this trip. So there was like another friend situation.
I'm wondering, yeah.
Because she did say she had a Japanese friend and they like went to her house or something. So maybe it was her. But this whole thing is just crazy.
The audacity to be mad at someone who planned a whole trip for you.
Yeah.
And complaining the entire time. Like come on, just be happy. Be grateful that you're on a trip.
Yeah.
And if you are so like determined to do certain things, then put it on the itinerary.
Yeah.
Tell that to your friend.
Or go by yourself. If you want to be spontaneous and do whatever you want, then go by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like, damn. Jesus Christ. It doesn't surprise me at all that she wants to be a cop.
Literally.
she's a perfect fit.
Once she's not in control, she's a bitch. So right when someone's giving her attitude back or is not being compliant, I can see her just whipping out the gun and
she's like, "You're resisting. I felt you tense up. No. I felt you tense up. I had to take you down."
Yeah. Like, I feel like she's definitely going to be that kind of cop.
Like she's
excessive force.
Yeah, like she's gonna pull over a car, be like, "License and registration, please," and they start reaching for their license and registration, be like, "Whoa, you reaching for your gun?" And she like pulls out her gun.
Yeah, I can picture her. Exactly. That's exactly what she's gonna do.
Or she's gonna be like that cop. Have you seen that video of like the cop who like an acorn drops on the top of his car and he thinks fire. It's a gunshot and he starts shooting. He's like, shots fired, and he starts barrel rolling. That's gonna be her.
Yeah.
So glad she got out of that friendship because that bitch is crazy, and hopefully
literally.
Hopefully she doesn't go to whatever jurisdiction of police department she works at. Maybe she works in American Fork, Utah. Yeah. Anyways, on to our final story, which comes from Best of Reddit Updates, originally posted to r/self. The title reads, "I'm on vacation with my boyfriend of almost 6 years, and I've decided to break up with him. I love him so much. I live with him, but this trip was the straw that broke the camel's back, and when we get back home, I'm going to end it. I've always known he's had a temper, but him throwing little tantrums 3 times during this trip, it's only been 5 days, has been exhausting. I'm pretty even-tempered and slow to anger, but his anger is triggered by, in my eyes, seemingly everything. And when he's mad at something, he gives me the silent treatment. No communication, no telling me what's wrong, even if I ask kindly and try to attend to his needs, and he'll often just walk away from me, leaving me perplexed if I've done something to anger him. 95% of the time, I haven't done anything, but he'll get angry at me anyway and find some way to pin it on me for not being helpful. But it's a lose-lose. When I try to help, he ignores me and is cold to me. When I ask him how he wants to help, he has no response and gets annoyed. After getting the silent treatment for a while, I usually stop trying to help. This is when I become the bad guy for not helping him. This behavior is nothing new. He's always done this. But this trip has made me come to the realization that I can't depend on him to be there for me. I feel literally sick to my stomach with the anxiety of it all. Even when I'm weak with hunger, I can barely stomach a bite of food. I feel like I want to throw up constantly. This June would have been 6 years for us. We've built so much together. His family is like my family. His friends are my friends. But I don't think I could ever marry or raise a child with this person who abandons me on a whim and blames me for all the misfortunes in his life. When he's in a good mood, we're on cloud 9. I'm terrified of losing him. I'm terrified of what my life will become, but I'm having a hard time seeing a future with him. So many empty promises of I'll do better next time and I won't give you the silent treatment anymore. And I believe them every time until now. Now I know if nothing has changed in nearly 6 years, nothing will change in the next 6 or the next. His lack of empathy and victim mentality and unpredictable anger has finally got to me. Just 2 more days on this trip. I have to try and act normal, have a good time. I want to enjoy his company while he's in a good mood. I don't want to ruin his trip for him or the others we are traveling with. But once we're back home, I don't think I can do it anymore. Wow.
Damn.
So she's writing this while they're still on the trip.
So she's made up her mind.
She's made up her mind already.
Good for her, though. And
the first thing she had to do was tell Reddit about it.
Yes. We love to hear the juicy details.
Tell everything on Reddit. Well, maybe not
Yeah,
everything.
maybe keep a few things to yourself.
There's some questionable things on Reddit.
Yeah.
But she has a quick edit here. Thank you for all the responses. I appreciate all the support, everyone. I want to clarify a few things. I don't think he's a narcissist, and I don't think he's a bad guy. He genuinely loves me and cares about me, but he's not a great communicator and isn't super emotionally mature. A lot of people are commenting that he's an emotional manipulator. I can almost say for certain he doesn't lash out and love bomb in order to take advantage of me. He just simply doesn't know how to react to his emotions in a healthy way. I can attribute a lot of this to how he was raised, knowing his family and his parents. It may sound pretty black and white, like he's a horrible person in the post, as often happens on Reddit, but it is much more gray than that. I'm not perfect and he is not evil. It is also very possible he has ADHD, but he hasn't gotten diagnosed for it. Thank you all for who are concerned for me. I can promise I am safe.
See, I mean, I can see how she is like kind of defending him because yeah, she's right. People on Reddit immediately jump to like the worst of the worst. They can't see the gray. They only see black or white.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, even if he's been like this the whole time you've been with him and he still hasn't changed, then yeah, he's never going to change.
Yeah, and she's already realized that. She said 6 years, 6 years of this, and it hasn't changed. It's going to be 6 more years and 6 more years, and so on and so on.
But also, I live by this. His past and the way he grew up explains why he is the way he is, but it does not excuse.
It's not an excuse. It's an explanation, but it's not an excuse.
Yeah, you can't like. I feel like I fall into that a lot, where like I can always see the explanation of why someone is the way they are, but I'm a very firm believer that you can't use that as like an excuse.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's probably not the worst person in the world, but I mean, this behavior is just not acceptable. You have to change eventually. Like you have to work on yourself. And clearly in 6 years, he hasn't made any move to work on himself. And that's not something you can make someone do. They have to want to fix themselves and work on it.
Yeah, you can only help them if they are willing to help themselves. And if they're not, then you got to decide, well, is this something that I want in my life or is it not?
Yeah. So I'm glad at least that she was able to recognize that, yeah, she is gonna do better without him.
Yeah, and like I do kind of feel a little bit bad for the guy because like everyone's commenting he's an emotional manipulator because he does this. And like I do get what she's saying of like, well, I know he's not doing it on purpose because he probably isn't. And I can understand doing something that might be like kind of emotionally manipulative, and then later being like, oh, that was kind of, or then somebody tells you that was kind of manipulative that you did that. And you're like, oh yeah, it was, but you don't realize in the moment that you're doing it. So I kind of understand it because I like,
yeah, but like, it's not like that he's thrown like mini fits and tantrums is what she said on this, what was it, 5-day trip?
Yes.
That he's already thrown like 3 of them.
Yes.
So it's like, there comes a point though where you kind of, if you can recognize that you were being like emotionally manipulative, you kind of have to eventually, if you can realize that, then you have to work on yourself.
Yeah, and after 6 years, that's
and making all these false promises of I'll get better, I'll stop doing that, I won't do it again, and then not getting better. You kind of have to get better eventually.
Yeah, he doesn't want to like face it and like actually work on his problems because that's more work than just ignoring it.
And a lot of times people, sadly, they kind of need to hit rock bottom before they will get the help. Honestly, her breaking up with him could be the push that he needs to realize that he needs to fix himself. That or it'll just make it worse. But it's not her fault. It's not her problem at all if that's what happens. If he can get better, he can get better. If he can't, he can't. And that's on him at the end of the day.
Yeah. And like it doesn't say how old they are, does it? No.
I don't think so.
It doesn't. But I mean, if they're like younger, if they're in their like, early 20s, if they were in their early 20s and they've been together for 6 years. Well, anyways, if they're like younger, I feel like this is one of those things where it's like he needs to work on himself before he's ready for something like this. And maybe a few years down the line, he works on himself and maybe he can get back together.
Yeah.
Like, But you know, if they're older or whatever, he's probably never gonna change.
No, no. What a way though on vacation to like come to that realization.
Yeah, on vacation.
Like you're supposed to be relaxed, having a nice time, and you're sitting there with the secret of when we get home, I'm packing my bags and leaving.
Yeah, she's thinking about how am I gonna break up with him when we get back home?
Yeah.
That's all she's thinking about.
She's like, wow, that's a nice beach right there. Damn, how am I gonna tell him?
Yeah.
How am I gonna tell him that I think we should break up? Also, it's probably hard for her too, because it sounds like she does really care for him.
Yeah, and that's why it's hard to let go of that when you really do like love and care for someone, even if you know what the better option is for you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No personal experiences here, you know.
Listen, that's why I say I can sympathize with this guy a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I did kind of do a little bit of what he did. Like, just not for 6 years though.
Yeah. See, that's the thing in this story. It's 6 years. Yours was like 6 days.
You know, but I get it. I didn't realize that I was doing that. I didn't realize I was like kind of being manipulative at the time.
But now you can look back and know. And what will we do next time, Julian?
Not do that.
We'll learn from our mistakes. I think you need to really, really reevaluate yourself.
All right, so we got an update for this one from 2 days later. So they say, I did it. I told him he pushed me one time too far and that I cannot do it anymore. It was heartbreaking. A lot of tears were shed. He was shocked but very apologetic, and he begged for one more chance. He promised change, but I told him that I don't want to spend the rest of my life with the man he is today. I said that if he enacted change, maybe down the line we could make it work. But as of right now, I can't trust his promises, and I have to take care of myself and my own heart and take some space. I don't want to be given the silent treatment, and I don't want to walk on eggshells anymore. Well, he was devastated and said he would do anything to keep me. He was also very understanding and kind. He wants me to take care of myself too, and he will respect my decision and work on himself. He's looking into therapy/counseling/anger management options. He said he'll work on communication and emotional regulation so he can treat his friends and family better and hopefully win me back someday. I'm currently staying with his parents while he takes the time to gather his things and move out. I'm heartbroken and scared, but I know I made the right decision for me. Some people were commenting that we just needed to communicate and talk through this. I've tried. I'm super big on addressing problems and conflicts and talking them out, but he didn't grow up that way. After every single conflict in his past, I always sat down with him and he told me exactly how I was feeling and why. I would ask him to explain his feelings and his side as well. Like I said, he didn't grow up being the best communicator. Trying to talk through the problems to no avail is one of the reasons I had been pushed so far away. Some commenters also mentioned an ultimatum. I heavily considered this, but I am so conditioned to cater to him and walk on eggshells around him that I decided the best way to take care of myself is to be away from him, alone. I don't have to think about anyone else's needs but my own, my dog. For the first time in a while, I'm going to do what I want, go where I want, eat where I want, and be as spontaneous or not as I want. Nobody to watch me, nobody else's plans to consider. Now, I know sharing those moments is part of the beauty of relationships and marriage, but I think rather than being free to make my decisions and share them, I had been conditioned to make sure he wouldn't get mad at my decision before committing to it. I love saying yes to plans, but with him, I became non-committal to plans with family and friends just in case. It's time for me to take my life back and simply do what I want to do. Thank you, Reddit strangers, to all the people who supported my decision and gave me the strength to follow through. It was so hard, but I remembered all your encouragement and support and reassurance. Thank you to all the people who were on my boyfriend's side of things and gave your perspectives. You were all so kind and helped me understand his point of view. It is hard, but there is hope for him to grow and truly change for the better. If not for us, then for his own happiness and peace.
That's like the nicest update I feel like we've had in a while.
Yeah, that's she's so positive for just breaking up a relationship of 6 years.
And she's also that emotionally intelligent to know that all the suggestions that Redditors gave her were like to keep them together was just not going to work, and that she's already tried, you know?
Yeah, I've never seen someone be that nice to the people in the comments that were on the other person's side.
I know. I know.
I thought I was saying it wrong at first because I'm like, there's no way she's being that nice to them.
Yeah. Well, because like Redditors don't know how to be respectful.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
So maybe she just got lucky and those people were not on her side, were defending or kind of explaining the boyfriend's side, but were surprisingly respectful about it.
Yeah. It also sounds like if he actually does what he says he's going to do, it seems like he might actually be able to turn it around.
Yeah.
And hopefully he does, because even if they don't end up getting back together, that's still going to be better for him.
Exactly.
And whoever he dates next. And it also seems like the guy was like holding her down a lot because she's like, now I can go where I want and eat what I want. And I'm like, you couldn't eat what you wanted to eat before?
Yeah.
Like how much was he like holding you down?
He's
like,
probably like, I don't like McDonald's and would throw a fit if she wanted it. Things like that.
We'll throw a temper tantrum if we go to to McDonald's. But hopefully he can get the help that he needs. He can turn it around. Maybe they'll get back together. Maybe they won't.
Who knows? We don't know.
We don't know. Do you know?
Now's your time. Now's your time. We're listening. I'm going to give you the silent treatment now.
That's actually like so, like, I can't imagine a grown man being like, I'm not talking to you.
I don't want these McDonald's chicken nuggets. I wanted Burger King.
I can't imagine a grown man doing that. That's insane. Even I don't do that. That's saying something. And today's theme is all about the worst neighbors on Reddit, neighbors from hell. And once again, I'm joined by my co-host, my best friend Kerrigan. How you doing today?
It's a Friday.
It sure is. So real quickly, before we get started, I just have to remind you guys to subscribe and hit that like button down below. It really helps us out a lot. And we're also on Spotify now, so if you'd like to listen or watch there, the videos are there too. Links will be in the description or in a card that's popping out in the top right corner right now. So without any further ado, let's get into our first story, which comes from Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, Am I the asshole for not letting my neighbors use my yard?
Automatically no.
Yeah, I'm going to say no, but let's see. Maybe there's cheating involved because it's Reddit.
Oh, yeah.
I, 26-year-old woman, recently bought a house with my husband. Our house is a beachfront house with an amazing yard. The backyard is designed to basically look like a hidden oasis. It has a pool, hot tub, water fountains on the side, and a small slide all surrounded by trees and other plants. The trees give us privacy from both houses next to us, but still give us a view of the beach. The backyard is why we bought the home, and we already spent the majority of our time being back there, even when my husband works. The entire backside of the house is mostly glass, so it's also what we see when we are in the house. It is definitely the focal point of our home. Yesterday, we started the construction on a new fence. The fence goes around the backyard with a gate only to the beach, so you either have to go through the house or go through the beach to get to our backyard. We didn't think anything of it before.
There's a spider behind you.
What the f***? What the f***?
It's on the wall. It's just a tiny thing.
Where?
Try to turn around.
I don't want to turn around.
It's small. It's like one of those daddy long legs.
I don't want to look.
It's literally this big, Julian.
We didn't think anything of it before I got a knock on my door this morning from someone who lives in the condos across the street from us. I have seen her a few times, but we never really talked. She introduced herself and then asked about what we were building in our yard. I just told her that we wanted to put up a fence before tourists start coming. This was recommended to us by our realtor. Marie kind of looked shocked and asked if we were putting a gate on the front or anything. I said no, that we had already had a landscaper come and look to get more plants put around it. She then asked me if I could put a gate on the front. I didn't really understand this, so I asked her to clarify when she explained that the previous owners would let people from the condo walk through their yard to get to the beach because otherwise they have to walk 5 minutes down the street to get onto the beach where there is a lot of tourists. Our street leads to a private beach, so there isn't as many people. She said that mostly everyone in the condo started doing this over the past few years, especially people with kids or even just letting their kids go to the beach alone. She also said that they would let people use their pool if they texted and asked. I immediately told her that no one would be in my yard unless I knew them. She obviously got upset by this and then said that basically everyone in the condos would be upset by this. I told her that I understand why they want to use my yard and that it's just a pass through, but I hate the idea of being in my backyard and having random people walk through. She started getting mad at me for it and saying that I am ruining a lot of people's way of life by blocking off this path. She claimed that a lot of people let their kids during the summer go to the beach through this way, and a lot of kids can't walk to the popular spots. The beach is kind of quiet where we are. I did get annoyed and told her that I don't really care and that I will not let people into my yard. She tried to bring up the pool, but I just told her that I wasn't going to talk about it anymore. This was yesterday afternoon, and I've already seen people standing outside the condos and pointing to my house. I even had someone run over to talk to me and asked if I was really getting off the beach path. I've talked to both my neighbors who agree with me, but my friend and sister are both saying I'm in the wrong. So am I the asshole? No, it's
Automatically no.
I mean, it's her house.
Exactly. And it's her pool and it's her backyard.
I mean, yeah, it was nice that the neighbors before let everyone in the neighborhood use their pool. And, you know, some people are like that. You know, some people got the community pool and everyone in the neighborhood uses it, but that's the owner's choice or not. It's not.
Exactly.
It's not just a given.
I hate when people assume that. Like, I feel like that's a common Reddit story I see is like the previous owners let the neighborhood do this or the kids do this. So now they automatically expect the new owners to allow that. It's like it's their house at the end of the day. They can decide what they want to do, who they want back there. They want to put a damn fence up.
Yeah, it's totally no. And who's saying she's in the wrong here?
Her sister and friend.
Her sister and friend. It's always the family members that are like stupid in these stories.
I don't understand. I want to know the reasoning of why she's the asshole. Like, genuinely, why do they think that she's in the wrong for not letting random strangers into their backyard and use their pool?
I don't know, because we don't have anything else. There's no updates or anything, so we don't know. And I mean, so they have to walk an extra 5 minutes to get to the beach. 5 minutes, is that really that big of a deal?
It's not 5 minutes.
It's probably not either. She's probably just exaggerating.
Yeah,
because it's less convenient for her.
Yeah, like boohoo, you have to walk 5 minutes. You live next to a beach, okay? How much more
you
privileged can
already
you be?
live next to a beach. This is definitely Florida. This is giving Florida energy.
100%. A private beach too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like,
it's
away.
A private beach. Yeah. And I mean, it also like creates like a liability if people are like on your, like, what if somebody trips on like a rock in your yard or something and then they try to sue you?
Yeah.
You know, so that would be another thing I wouldn't even want to worry about. So just be like, no, you're not coming through my yard. And I mean, it depends on the owner and where you are in the country or in the world. But, you know, some places it is just completely normal, like that people just go in other people's yards and they're like, hey, how's it going? You want to have a barbecue or something? But like, and they just like show up in their backyard.
Yeah.
But I guess it's not here. For the previous owners it was, but not these people.
Well, it sounded like the previous owner had given out their phone number to the people in the condo units.
So they did?
Yeah, because the Karen came up to her and said that they could just send the owner a text that they wanted to use the pool.
Oh, right.
So it's like clearly you knew the owner then to some extent. Like, these are random people you're coming in and asking, yo, you're blocking off your pool from us?
Yeah, so they're asking for two things. They want to use the pool and they want to go in their yard so that they can get to the beach quicker.
Yeah.
And they're not obligated to do either of those things.
No, not at all. First of all, I would not want random kids that I don't know in my pool too, because it's a liability thing. What if they drown?
Yeah.
What's on you?
And they're also gonna pee in the pool.
Disgusting.
So yeah, we've determined not the asshole on that one, but this next one has a crazy title. The title reads, "Neighbor is shit bombing my front yard."
Bro, this is perfect timing for what just happened.
Maybe this is her again. She's come back.
Oh my God.
And now she's shit bombing.
Oh my God.
If you don't know what we're talking about, check out last week's episode. There'll be a card in the top right corner. So that's a crazy title. This was originally posted in Legal Advice, ended up on Best of Redditor Updates. So I think it's going to be crazy. So here we go. Hey all, I have a shitty situation here that I'm hoping to get some advice about. This is in Idaho. My neighbor is shit bombing my front yard. A new neighbor bought a house across the street about 6 months ago. A few weeks back, I was working in the garage when I saw him take his dirty dog. No, wait, it doesn't even say dirty. It just says his dog. Where did I come up with that? I'm inventing. You dirty dog.
No.
I guess I was thinking about something else. A few weeks ago, I was working in the garage when I saw him take his dog directly across the street into my front yard. He let it pee in my yard and then walked straight home. He didn't notice me. My garage is set up as a shop and is pretty busy, and the garage door is up a lot. But this piqued my interest because it's goddamn weird. Now, my wife and I have a dog, so there are a few dog droppings from her that we pick up on a regular basis. My wife had been doing the duty recently, so I asked her if there are more piles than normal. Sure enough, she said there had been a ton for a while now. She figured it was assholes walking their dogs and letting them crap in our lawn. I figured it was our new weirdo neighbor. It happened again around a week later. I was in the garage as this neighbor took his dog into our lawn. This time, the dog dropped a deuce and he started to walk away without picking it up. I called out to him asking if he needs a plastic bag to pick up after his dog, and he avoided eye contact and scurried back home. I went across the street and knocked on his door. He didn't answer. We set up a security camera to discreetly watch the front lawn, and I kept an eye out for when he was next in our yard so I could talk to him. I reviewed the footage over the next few days, and sure enough, he was consistently taking his dog to do the deed in our yard. Why our yard? No clue. We've never had any interaction with this guy whatsoever. The next time I saw him walk into his car, I confronted him. I simply told him that I knew he was taking his dog to shit in our yard, and if I caught him doing it again, I'd call the police to report him for trespassing. He denied doing it, claiming it must be the other neighbors, got in his car, and drove away with me standing in his driveway. So I reviewed the footage from the last few days. Dude is not walking his dog into my yard anymore. He's letting the dog shit in his yard. He then scoops it up, walks it across the street, and tosses it into my yard with a shovel.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What the absolute fuck? How do I even begin handling this? Okay, that's the first part.
There's more?
Yeah, this is Best of Reddit Updates. That's the original post.
Okay. Is it that hard to just take a bag and pick it up?
Well,
that's like my main thing is like, okay, now it's pooping in your yard, right? How much more extra work is it to get a shovel, scoop your dog's shit, walk across the street, throw that shit into the person's yard, and walk back?
Exactly. This is more work than if he just picked it up. He's doing more work now.
Yeah. Just out of spite. Why?
Yeah, but what's the spite for? We don't know.
Do you know these people? Do you have something out against them?
He said they've never even talked to each other before. Unless OP's lying about that, and like maybe OP like his wife or something. Like, I don't know. Like, that it could be that.
Yeah,
because
it could be.
He put like a little update here, not the full update that comes later, but okay, so I'll read this. My wife noted that what we think might be his kid comes around most weekends. In the interest of remaining neighborly and with the possibility the neighbor dude might be losing his mind, we're going to talk with them before lawyering up or involving the fuzz. Updates forthcoming.
Okay, here's my other question. What legally could you even do about this?
Well, he's trespassing.
But he's not going onto the yard anymore. He's taking a shovel and like slinging that shit onto the yard.
So it's not trespassing, but I don't even know what you would call this.
Exactly. Like what do you call the cops? Yo, my neighbor is literally throwing shit into my yard. What is the cop gonna do? I mean, obviously they can come over and like talk to the guy and be like, hey.
Destruction of property. I don't know.
Killing my grass.
Yeah, it could kill his grass. I don't know. But there's definitely if anybody's a lawyer out there, tell us in the comments what this would be called. Legally.
Yeah, like what could you do? How likely are you going to win a case? What case would you present to the court?
Like what's the statute that says you can't drop shit in somebody's yard?
Like what could you categorize this as to get in front of a judge? Anyways,
we don't really have that much to go on there, but there is an update from 18 months later. So how long is that?
Like a year and a half.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, yeah, so exactly a year and a half. So exactly what you said.
Yeah.
So let's see what happened with this. Starts with, "Hi everyone, remember me? I sure forgot about you, but not intentionally." Okay, this guy he's got his fedora on for that one.
100%. He's a Redditor.
Yeah.
He was itching to put this on Reddit.
Anyways, so it starts with that. Please accept my sincerest apology. Oh, that wasn't the end of it.
Oh, no.
Anyways, okay, let's get past this whole Redditor crap. My wife and I have been on all sorts of adventures, moving out of the state, living in an RV with too many cats, a meth-crazed former friend going on a rampage, and delirious dad dementia drama. It has been a wild ride. You can thank everyone's new best buddy, COVID-19, for providing me with the time, aka being in quarantine, to remember to get on this. A shout out goes to a couple to remain. This is so, oh my God, this is so.
Can I just say his like introduction to the update totally checks out that he now lives in an RV with a bunch of cats. like that makes sense now.
Yeah,
he really did have a fedora on.
He did. And you know, this is the thing about these, like, this isn't even an "Am I the asshole?" But sometimes the way they write it, I'm like, you're not in the wrong here, but I don't like the way you wrote this, so I think you're an asshole. I don't like that whole thing.
Yeah.
Because it's just so, I have my fedora on. Last sentence, I can get through this. A shout out goes to a couple of two remain unnamed Redditors for poking at me to finally update. Okay, the shit bombing neighbor situation ended up having a different resolution than we could ever have imagined. As you may or may not remember, we were planning on talking to his kids. The next time someone rolled around, we pounced talking to his son. It turns out they suspected old turd tosser was suffering from an early onset dementia that led to a, well, fuck moment. Where some people get all loopy and nice or just shut down altogether, Crap Cannon turned into a grade A asshole. I could relate completely. My father also suffers from dementia, and just like Feces Flinger, he was gone enough to be a huge fucking nuisance for anyone unfortunate to be around him, but not far enough for the kids to get guardianship. Just like us, they were waiting for the shit to hit the fan, pun intended, so the authorities would step in, an evaluation could be done, and they might get some legal leverage on their dookie dumping daddy's behavior.
Oh my God.
The names are, he keeps changing
so
it every time. I know.
First of all, you're the asshole.
This guy's the asshole. Okay. So we set up a camera on that part of our yard and waited until he died again. No.
Oh my God. He died again.
No, it says he did it again. Okay. So we set up a camera on that part of our yard and waited until he did it again. He never dumped shit in the yard again. We're guessing the son talked to him, but he did take his dog over to drop a deuce in our yard. Evidence in hand, we called the police, kept it to just the facts, thanks Joe Friday, and hoped they'd do something. They talked to Shitbasket. He promised to knock it off, and you know what? He actually stopped. We moved shortly thereafter and heard a few months later from the new tenants, they're friends of ours, that his property is for sale. I'm guessing the kids finally got him the help he needs. Everyone hug now, happy ending. Okay, that's not really a happy ending because the guy has dementia, and he could be dead because the house is up. So he's either in a home or he's dead.
Yeah.
And he has dementia. So not really a happy ending, I don't think.
No.
But you know what? This isn't even an "Am I the asshole?" post, but I hate this guy. I truly hate this guy just because of the way that he wrote this and kept changing his name, Shitbasket, Feces Flinger.
Okay, listen, if the guy has like problems, I just think it's just like kind of rude to just keep calling him names, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like if I didn't know the guy had dementia, I'd be like, oh, you know, sure, these names are called for. But when you find out that that guy actually has like a mental issue that is causing him to act like this, and you're still calling him like a bunch of different names.
Okay, and the thing is, he wasn't doing that in the original post. He's only doing that now after he's found out that he has dementia.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't calling him any names in the original post.
It's the Reddit syndrome. Got it.
Yeah, it definitely did. Because that whole first paragraph,
the guy seemed like the original post seemed like a normal dude that just needed help. The update sounded like a Redditor who had spent way too much time on Reddit and lied to everyone he had been stalking Reddit the whole time he had been gone that 18 months.
You know what I think happened? I think the feces flinger, or whatever you want to call it, I think he saw the original Reddit post, went over to the guy's house, killed him, and now is posting from his Reddit account.
What kind of conspiracy is this?
Because this seems like a completely different person in this update.
Well, they did move into an RV and have multiple cats and had a run-in with someone on meth. So they're definitely a different person.
Which is what? Yeah, what is going on in Idaho? Because what?
No, they said they moved out of state.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, so they're not in Idaho. They're probably in Illinois, let's be honest.
Yeah, or that or California.
Yeah.
Nothing against Redditors, but...
No, everything against... I'll say it. I'm not scared to say it. Everything against Redditors.
You know, you can be a good Redditor or a bad Redditor. And he's a bad... This dude is a bad Redditor. He turned into one. He found out what Reddit was. He posted a story. And then he just got sucked into the Reddit rabbit hole.
Yeah, it probably
is
that.
This is what happened to him.
Because he said all these people were private messaging him, and they're probably...
You know, it's probably just like he felt so powerful getting all this attention too, you know?
Yeah, and it went straight to his head.
I think he was fishing for like upvotes with all those shit comments.
So yeah, even though that guy says happy ending, not really, because the guy has dementia and he could be dead.
Yeah, and he's just bullying this old man.
For no reason. Because he's a Redditor. Anyways, it's not an Am I the Asshole post, but he's the asshole. Moving on. Anyways, on to our next story, which comes from Best of Reddit Updates, originally posted in Legal Advice again.
We got another shitter on our hands?
Well, no. So the title reads, my neighbors didn't like the color on my house, so they had it painted a different color while I was out of town.
Diabolical.
That's actually now I see why
insane.
It's in Legal Advice. So this is from September 5th, 2015. So this is probably a really weird question for me to ask, but it's a weird situation. I'm not really sure what I can do. My house is on a corner lot. 2 years ago, a newlywed couple moved in to the one house that's beside me. Right away, they started making weird comments about the color my house was painted, yellow, and soon switched to outright demanding that I paint it a different color. They have called the police on me about this, as well as the city, and both of whom told them to pound sand because I hadn't done anything wrong and there was nothing they could do. They also tried suing me in court. The suit was thrown out and they had to pay my legal fees. And getting our other neighbors together to form a homeowners association. Oh, these are the exact type of people that would form a homeowners association. Jesus Christ. In the hopes eventually I could be forced to paint my house a different color. Our other neighbors also told them to pound sand, and they have basically alienated themselves from everyone else in the neighborhood at this point. I recently had to go out of town for something. I was gone for 2 weeks. When I got back 2 days ago, my house was gray. Seriously, I actually almost drove past it because I'm so used to my yellow house. I knew immediately who was responsible, but when I went over and knocked on their door, no one answered. I think the couple figured out that I was away and just not at work when they saw our neighbors collecting my mail for me, because I sure as hell never told them I was going away, and I know my other neighbors hate them too, and I didn't tell them. The neighbor from across the street came over and showed me pictures that he took of the painting company setting up and doing the work. He said he and another neighbor called the police, but the painting company had a valid work order and had been paid, so the police couldn't do anything. He also told them about it, but because they were paid to do the work, they said they had to do it to avoid being sued. I called the painting company to get a copy of the work order, and it was in the name of a Mrs. Jane Smith and was paid for in cash. A redhead woman and her redheaded husband came to the company to hire
Redheads.
them. Literally. My neighbors are both redheads. Saying they would be out of town and would like their house painted while they were gone. They gave the painting company pictures of my house taken from the street. I have a surveillance camera at my front and side doors and in my backyard because I work shifts. And as a woman living alone, I don't want some stranger breaking into my house and waiting to ambush me when I get home. My neighbors never set foot on my property at any time, so they can't be charged with trespassing, and they didn't do the painting, which was actually done properly. When I called the police, they reiterated that since the painters were hired, had a valid work order, and were paid to do the job, they can't be charged with trespassing because it was reasonable for them not to know, and they were acting in good faith and didn't cause any physical damage to the house. Also, the neighbors can't be charged with trespassing or vandalism because they didn't come on my property or touch the house themselves. I don't know if I can sue anyone because there was no actual damage or harm done to me or the house. My neighbors still have not answered their door or shown themselves. I am pissed off beyond belief. I liked my yellow house and I can't believe how f***ing crazy that they have been. I wish I could show a court or city council how psycho they have been over this. I want to know if I have any recourse or if I can do something to get them to pay to paint the house back to yellow. Does anyone know what I can do to get them to fix this and paint it back? Edit, I live in Louisiana.
That's actually insane.
And there's also no way that's legal.
There can't be a way.
And just because the cops are like, oh, well, they had a work order and whatever. And okay.
They have proof, though, that the neighbor did this.
Yeah, he has proof that they're not the property owners.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure a lawyer would be able to pick this up.
And okay, and it says they like commissioned the work under a name of Mrs. Jane Smith, which is like a generic name that they put in.
It's like Jane Doe.
Yeah, like John Doe or whatever. So she ordered the work under an anonymous name.
See, that's crazy that the painting company didn't confirm.
That's what I was going to say.
Didn't do anything to confirm who owned the property, anything like that.
Especially
Jane Doe, yeah.
Yeah, especially for using an anonymous name.
Yeah. If anyone came to me and was like, my name's Jane Smith, I'd be like, give me ID.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely. You are not a Jane Smith.
I think he could sue the company for negligence.
That, maybe. I definitely feel like she can sue the neighbor, or at least do something. I mean, I'd paint my house the ugliest yellow color I could too.
I mean, I don't know what, how much it costs.
If they can't find any loophole, like if there's no legal thing they can do, paint their house yellow. Hire a company.
Yeah, and then
to
you'd be like, well,
their house yellow.
Yeah, and then it'd be like, well, you did it to me, and it was legal for you to do that, so I can do that.
Yeah.
And then they'd probably just have a battle of everyone in the neighborhood painting each other's houses. That actually sounds really fun.
What's wrong with yellow?
Yeah, my old house was yellow.
Yeah.
And it was kind of ugly, but
I mean, to each their own, though, you know? Like, she liked her yellow house. What's your problem? Also, an HOA. I hate HOAs.
Who doesn't?
There are Karens. Karens love those things.
These neighbors, they're the people that created HOAs. They like HOAs.
I'm just saying that if you live in an HOA, I'm sorry. If you are like in charge of the HOA, you're an asshole.
Just click off this video right now if you're an HOA
don't support
president.
HOA presidents.
No, not at all.
Every time I think of like an HOA president, I always think of the movie Over the Hedge. Have you ever seen that movie?
No. Imagine getting up in the morning and just going on a walk and taking a ruler and just going on everybody's lawn.
No,
and being
that's
like,
genuinely what HOA presidents do.
2 centimeters over.
Like, how crazy is it to like be fined because of your home? Like what you do to your own home.
Yeah, it's crazy. You put like a sign in your yard. I've seen this before. Like people put like a sign in their yard that says whatever. It doesn't even matter what it says.
Yeah.
Be like that's an HOA violation.
Yeah, they leave their garage door open for longer than 2 minutes.
That's an HOA. But you can't have your garage door open past 7:46 p.m.
You guys can't park an extra car in your driveway. No cars can be in the driveway.
That like actually is
I know.
rules of some HOAs. It's so
and
dumb.
It's crazy. It's like, are you for real? I can't have. Get out of my face. I will never live in an area that has an HOA.
Yeah, and you have to pay to live in an HOA. That's so dumb.
I know.
Some comments on that one. Call your homeowner's insurance, file a vandalism claim, insurance company pays you, paint your home back yellow, give insurance company all information, let them sue them. This is why you have insurance. So I guess he can do it through his insurance.
Well, that's nice. That's good to know for anyone out there.
I was also thinking small claims court because I don't know how much it costs to like paint the house, but I think small claims court is for like less than $1,000 or so. Well, it probably depends on the state.
I was gonna say, I feel like painting a house is probably gonna be at least like $2,000-$3,000.
Is it really that much to paint a house?
I feel like that's what they would charge.
Oh, actually, we have the answer right here.
Oh.
So in another comment, somebody said, they defaced your property. That is vandalism. Depending on how much it costs to fix, it may be a felony. You also have damages. The cost of painting your house back to the color you like. The principle applies to someone who paints a beautiful mural on a drab gray wall. That is still vandalism, even though in many respects it is an improvement. OP said the neighbors, paid $4,000 in cash, according to the painting company. So they hated the color of his house so much that they paid $4,000 to paint it another color. That's insane.
How long do you think they've been saving up for this?
They're like,
they started a fund.
They're like this. Putting your $50 to the paint the neighbor's house fund.
They went out collecting funds from people.
They did a GoFundMe to paint their neighbor's house.
They probably worded it though like, we want to paint our new house.
Yeah, probably like he didn't have enough money. He wants to paint it and doesn't have enough money.
Look at this ugly yellow it is. We need money to paint it beautiful gray.
Yeah. But let's find out what happens because we have an update from the next day. I was going to wait until after the weekend to talk to the lawyer I used for their last lawsuit against me, but they already, I didn't even forgot to talk about that. They sued him already before it, but it was thrown out. Okay, so he hasn't talked to a lawyer yet, but there have been further developments, so I had to call him this morning. Beyond the fact that they have filed another lawsuit against me for the cost of the painters.
No
yes,
way.
Seriously. I can't say anything further about what has all happened on the advice of my lawyer. I will provide an update once everything is resolved. So they sued him.
Oh my God. They filed a lawsuit for them to pay for the paint job they hired people for. I can't believe this. I'd be so pissed. We got to go back to our guy with dementia, right? I would just take a shovel and put paint on it and start flinging it from the side of the road onto their house, right? Like, I'm not trespassing.
We don't have any more than that because it says OP hasn't posted in over 8 years.
No. I was waiting for an update.
I was going to say I can't believe this, but unfortunately I can believe this.
Oh, I 100% can believe it, but I also can't believe that we have people like this in society.
They hated the color of his house so much that they sued him over it, paid $4,000 to paint his house, and then tried to sue him again to get the money back.
We don't even need an update, right? Because we already know who's winning this lawsuit.
Yeah, that's hopefully.
They paid for it, and they had no legal right to get that work done. They're losing. And I guarantee they had to pay to paint the house back.
I hope so.
I guarantee they had to have.
I hope so. Did this guy go on like Judge Judy? I want to see the court proceedings. Okay, so would you immediately want to repaint the house yellow?
100%.
See, I would paint it an even uglier color just to spite them.
100%.
I paint it like hot pink.
Oh my God. No, you do hot pink, but with like yellow trim.
Yeah, hot pink with yellow trim.
Yeah. Put some yellow flowers on it, you know.
And then be like, you still want to make that HOA?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, on to our next story, which comes from Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, Am I the asshole for refusing to move my Ring camera after neighbor confronted me? I, 25-year-old woman, have lived in my apartment complex for a few years and have always had a Ring camera for security reasons and to avoid package theft that happens pretty often where I live. My Ring camera is attached to my door and faces my neighbor's door across the hall about 3-ish feet. Recently, a new neighbor moved in and knocked on my door to ask if I could move the camera because it makes them uncomfortable that it faces their apartment door or turn off the motion-activated sensor. I had no problem with this and ordered a new mount to place slightly to the side of my door so it's not a full view of their unit for their peace of mind. However, I think they assumed I brushed them off because I didn't fix it the next day after asking me. As a result, they've been walking up to my camera multiple times a day, leaving somewhat threatening messages into my camera like, you don't want this to become a problem, or your liability is going to become my liability. I don't even know what they meant by that. And now I don't want to move my camera at all since they're trying to intimidate me and make me feel uncomfortable. Would I be the asshole if I don't move my camera anymore since they're trying to intimidate me? By the way, Ring cameras are not prohibited in my complex, and plenty of neighbors have them throughout the community.
Not the asshole if you don't move it.
No.
I would do the same thing because I'm just a bitch.
Yeah, and I mean, she was going to move it anyways.
Yeah, and that's like the thing. Have some patience.
I don't even think she had to move it, but she was going to move it.
Yeah, because she's going to be nice. But then you start threatening me. Yeah, no, I'm not moving it now.
Yeah, now I'm not moving it.
Yeah.
I don't.
And I would report them to my landlord too and be like, yo, they keep threatening my camera.
I mean, I guess I kind of see where the neighbor's coming from a little bit, that they don't want a camera pointed at their door. But I'm also like, you live in a shared space. You live in an apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's definitely cameras in the hallways.
Yeah,
already.
100%.
So, like, and wouldn't you want extra security? But I guess it's not like under her account, so she can't see it. I just get a Ring doorbell too if I was the other neighbor.
Exactly.
And pointed at her door.
My thing is like, unless the neighbor was like a creep or something, then I don't care. Like, if the neighbor across from me has a Ring doorbell and it's pointed right at my door and they were like creepy, like inappropriate creepy, then I would probably have a problem. But if they're just a regular dude who's just trying to live life, I don't give a crap.
I don't know. I just keep coming back to, like, you live in an apartment building with other people.
Yeah.
You can't have like a full expectation of privacy in every single nook and cranny of the entire building that other people also live in. In your apartment, sure. But the hallway is not your apartment.
Yeah, no.
It's anybody can be in the hallway that lives there. I think the neighbor's kind of reaching to just even ask for her to move the camera in the first place, because it's like, it's on my door.
Yeah. And it's like, what are you doing that's so bad that you don't want a camera pointed at your apartment door?
See, that's what I'm thinking. It's like the neighbor is a drug dealer or something, and they don't want to have a camera pointed at their door.
Like, I could see maybe if like the camera, like if you opened your door and like the camera could literally straight shot see into your apartment. If like it's an open concept apartment, you know, okay, maybe I get why you don't want a camera that's motion activated for them to be notified you're there opening your apartment door where they can see right in. Okay, maybe I can understand that. But it's like threatening them because they didn't move it right away.
Within 24 hours.
Did you just can't be patient? Like, you can't wait?
And they're also just not thinking, because she, like, the neighbor wants her to move it, and like, she needs to get this new mounting thing to move it.
Yeah.
So how do you expect her to move it without that?
Exactly. Like, what? It makes no sense.
Yeah, and
have some patience. And I'm that spiteful where I totally would not move it after they made threatening comments like that.
yeah, no. Now I'm
Now
not
you just
moving
pissed
it.
me off.
You ruined your chance.
Like, also, how often are they leaving their apartment in the span of like a day? She said they left multiple messages. You're taking time out of your day to walk up to someone's camera and leave a threatening message because you're upset that they didn't move something after they said they would. That's like the key thing. Maybe if she just slammed the door in your face and said, "F you, I'm not moving it," then okay, maybe the comments still not warranted, but more understandable.
Right. Yeah.
She literally said, "I will move it. I totally understand. I'll move it."
And also, she could just like, so she's concerned about the motion sensing or whatever. She could either just turn that off completely, or you on a Ring camera, you can like change where the motion sensing area is. She could like take it off of the area where her door is, and then it wouldn't come on every time she goes into her house.
Yeah.
Like there's so many solutions to this, and resorting to threatening messages in the camera is not the best solution here.
No, it's like, what is wrong with you? Maybe after a week, if they didn't move it, maybe knock on their door and just say, "Hey, we talked about it. You said you're going to move it. Like, are you going to move it?" But not even 24 hours later, you're not even going to be civil and talk to them about it.
Yeah.
You're going to immediately jump to threatening messages.
Yeah, I definitely think they're either a drug dealer or a serial killer. And they don't want that's why they don't want the camera on their door, because other than that, I'm like,
yeah.
What are you going to do? It's in the hallway.
And a
what are you
shared
gonna do?
space.
An interesting point here is now you could say that the OP is more, I guess you could say the OP is more entitled now to not move it, because now their neighbor is like a threat to them.
Yeah, exactly.
So now they even have more of a reason to keep it pointed at them. So the neighbor's just making this whole entire situation
you
worse.
Basically just confirmed that OP needs a camera pointed at you.
Yeah. Just completely ruined your shot there. You just had to wait probably like another day for her Amazon package to show up.
Exactly.
And you didn't. So somebody in the comments asked for more info. They said, when they originally came over, did you tell them you had no problem moving it? It doesn't make a ton of sense to me why they would come over with a request but not even give you a day to do it. And OP said, when they came over, I told them I'd be happy to turn off the motion activated sensor while I look into options for an alternative mount. Maybe because I didn't explicitly say that I'm going to get and install a mount on said day, they thought I blew them off. But this was 2 days ago. I'd understand if longer time had lapsed. Also, they were polite when they first asked me, and this sudden 180 of behavior in such a short time frame is alarming and confusing to me. Okay, so I didn't completely understand that. So she turned off the motion sensing completely while she's waiting to get this new mount.
Yeah, like she said she was.
So
and she did tell them that she was going to she had to look into options for getting a new mount.
Yeah.
So that tells you right then and there it's not going to get moved right now. It's going to take a day or two.
So I guess this neighbor just didn't listen or didn't understand her because she turned off the motion sensing. And that was like kind of the big deal, was that it was pointed at their door and it has motion sensing so it would see them every time. But she turned that off and she's going to move it. And she said she was going to move it.
Yeah. And I agree how they were so polite coming over, but then like a day or two later, they're making extremely crazy, threatening comments. That is a 180 flip.
Okay, but somebody asked, so if you turned off the motion activated sensor, how are you seeing those messages that they're leaving? And OP said, I first heard them whispering at my door. I opened it, said hello, and can I help you? They ignored me and just walked away and slammed their apartment door. So they're being super passive aggressive for no reason. I'm confused, honestly.
How creepy is that to hear someone whispering at your door?
Yeah, that's listen, she has so many reasons to not move the camera now.
Knock on the door and speak your piece, bro. If you have that big of a problem, say, hey, why haven't you moved the camera yet? And then to be ignored, like how awkward is that to open the door and your neighbor's like there, like crouched over, kind of like whispering into the camera. And you open the door and they're just like, and they just turn around and walk away.
And
like, you know how like Ring doorbells are usually kind of lower? If they're whispering into it, you know their face is in that camera. So you know they're like hunched.
Yeah.
They're hunched down to get into the frame to whisper their little message. I want the footage of her opening the door on the guy.
Yeah, release the footage.
Please.
Release the unredacted footage. There's a lot of people are saying in the comments that she should like get the property management of the place involved because they're new and they're kind of harassing her, so they can probably be pretty easily evicted. And a lot of people are also saying that they're probably drug dealers.
Yeah, thank you.
It's got to be something like a drug dealer or something, because I don't know why else you would be so pressed about this Ring camera, because Ring cameras are everywhere. Cameras are everywhere.
I have a camera at my apartment.
Yeah, everywhere you go, you're being recorded. It's you can't even escape it nowadays, and like that's not necessarily a good thing, but that's the world that we live in. Okay.
Yeah. See, my camera's motion activated too, but guess what? I don't look at my camera unless it's like a suspicious time of the day, and it's only out back at our parking spaces.
Yeah. The original poster's asking, would she be the asshole if she doesn't move the camera? And I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No. I don't even think she had to move it in the first place, and she was already going to do that, but now she even has more of a reason not to move it. So,
and I'm just a spiteful person, so I agree with anyone who does something out of spite. It depends on what they're doing. Let me clarify there.
No, anything. That's your record. That's on the record.
No, it's not. It's not. Cut.
Anyways, on to our final story, which comes from Best of Reddit Updates, originally posted on Legal Advice. Again, so many neighbors on Legal Advice suing each other. And the title reads, neighbor cut down several trees on my property, claiming they were a hazard. What do I do? This is like the painting one.
The tree, bro. That's crazy.
All right, here we go. Hi, a friend told me to check this sub out for legal advice. I'm not sure whether this is worth getting a lawyer over, but I am pretty pissed. So I moved into my current house about 2 years ago. It's a beautiful 3-acre property, mostly flat, except for about a dozen large trees bordering part of a road that runs alongside my property. I'm not sure what type they are, but they are pretty big. I think they're oaks. I love them. They provide some great shade in the summer during part of the day and are just pretty. My neighbor doesn't like them. He's not really my neighbor since his house is quite a bit down the road, but he's the closest one to me. When I first moved in, he came over and introduced himself and asked if I planned to do anything about the trees. I was confused and told him no. He told me a little bit before I moved in, one of the trees had a branch break off and fall into the road, causing an obstruction that lasted a whole day, according to him. He said the previous owner didn't care and didn't cut down the trees, but he, the neighbor, hoped that I would. I told him I would talk to the previous owner and see about it. I did that, and though it was 2 years ago, as I recall, the owner told me he went out and moved the branch the moment he saw it. We talked a bit more, and I decided not to cut down the trees. Like I said, I liked them. Anyways, that's all the backstory that I think matters. So I was away this past week/weekend visiting family for an annual reunion. I come back and honestly almost drove past my house. This is exactly like the
Literally.
one.
My God.
Because I was so used to seeing the line of trees and they weren't there. In all caps, he cut down all my trees. I immediately went and asked him, and he said he had removed them due to being a hazard and that it was legal because the city signed off on it. I was livid, but just left and told him to stay off my property. They aren't even stumps, guys. They are completely gone. I asked my other neighbors, one who lives down the road the opposite way and another across the way, what happened, and they said he had a company out there cutting them down all week. One of them asked him about it, and apparently he showed them some document from the city that gave him permission to remove the trees. Is that true? Can he just remove my trees? Should I call a lawyer about this? Should I call the city? I don't even know where to start. It's left that whole area of my property an ugly strip of dirt and loose earth. I know the trees are definitely on my property. The previous owner and real estate agent walked around with me, and I remember them showing me the extent of the property, and it's not like the trees are right up against the road. The trunks were like 15 to 20 feet in from the road, and were probably 15 feet apart. I'm not sure, but they stretched a pretty good amount along the road, and some of the branches definitely hung over the road. What should I do?
You know what you can do, literally, is you can hire a company to pick up a tree, like a living tree, like a full-grown tree, and put it in your yard. That's
Really?
the first thing I thought of. Yeah, my parents thought about doing it with like a weeping willow. They literally will go, they will pull it out of the ground, roots and all, and they'll haul it to your home, and they will plant it in the ground.
Wait, so you don't have to wait like 100 years for the tree to grow?
Yeah. You need some water?
Ugh.
You were slurping that shit down.
No, the straw just sounds weird sometimes. I swear I wasn't sucking that hard.
That's what she said.
I'm skeptical that the city signed off on this.
Yeah.
Especially if they're not that close to, well, he said they did hang over the.
Yeah, but he said they were 15 feet away from the road and definitely on their property. If the city had a problem, the city would contact the homeowner. Well, they should contact the homeowner.
But also, is this even a city? Because he said his next door neighbor is like down the road, like half a mile.
Well, if they live in the same city,
But
like
this
if they
sounds
live in
like
like a
it's-
city area. Well, there's people out in the country here who still are considered in the city. Like if you, like for example, like for some reason, if they have to put something in your property, like a drainage thing in your property to make sure the area drains, like they will send you a letter and they will tell you, hey, you have to do this, you have to pay for it. Like even if they have to put a sidewalk in or something, the city contacts you and tells you you have to do it, and they tell you the timeline that you have to get it done. So I highly doubt that the neighbor could go to the city and be like, these trees that aren't on my property are a hazard. And the city would just be like, okay, go ahead, take care of it. No, the city would probably send someone out to check on it. And then they would contact the homeowner and be like, hey, we deem these trees as hazardous. You have to take them down.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they were actually a hazard, if the city called them a hazard, or if he's just calling them a hazard and making this up.
Because a tree branch landed in the road. Like if the only reason I could see it being like a hazard is if there's like power lines and it's impeding power lines. But then the company that takes care of the power lines would contact you and say the same thing the city would say. And they'd make you, the homeowner, deal with it because it's your property and your trees.
And yeah, and also a tree branch falling in the road, that happens like every time it rains here.
Exactly. Pull it out of the road yourself.
Like, where is this where tree branches never fall?
Yeah. Oh, it happened 2 years ago, too.
Yeah, that's the only time.
First of all, okay, this is what OP needs to do before we read the updates. OP needs to hire a company to go pick up like 12 trees and replant them.
Yeah.
And then contact the city and say, what the hell? And then contact the lawyer and say, what the hell?
Yeah.
That's my legal advice.
Plant double the amount of trees.
Yeah, 24 trees.
There's a little edit here. It's not a full update, but just a little edit. So I've been meticulously checking this for comments. Thank you so much, everyone who has offered advice. I also called the previous owner, who was rather surprised to hear from me, and told him what happened. He was also pissed. He told me those trees had been there since before he bought the house 20-something years ago. And he also told me what kind. He says they were white oaks, but I'm going to go with what some people suggested and hire an arborist to come out. By the way, I should have been more clear. Whoever removed the trees didn't take out all the stumps. I meant like the classic 2 feet stump wasn't there. They were trimmed down to like a few inches, barely noticeable, and there is a lot of loose dirt, like they tried digging or something. I also saw the comment about a paint sketch and made one. He made a paint sketch?
Like
Wait
a
a minute.
sketch of like what it looked like?
Oh, yeah. He made a sketch of where the road is, where the... I'm going to put this on screen. So the trees are like 15 feet from the road, and his house is all the way back here. So they do overhang the road.
Yeah. But how many trees overhang the road everywhere?
That's what I was going to say. Like trees are everywhere, including over the road.
Yeah, grow up, bro.
Like,
literally grow up.
He's getting mad because nature's out there being nature and the trees grow.
Like it's not even like he's not even across the road from the guy, right? He's down the road.
Yeah, so I don't know why he's so concerned about it.
And how much hatred do you have to have in your heart towards trees?
Yeah, and I can guarantee you those trees were there first.
Oh, 100%. 20 years gone. You know what? This guy needs to go live in an HOA.
Yeah, this guy needs to be he needs to run for HOA president.
Yeah.
Right now.
Mm-hmm. He needs to go live in one. ASAP.
Or city council president, or really any position of power, because that's what everyone in those positions is like. Anyways.
Yeah, all assholes.
So, okay, that wasn't the end of that. He says, I'm going to talk to the police tomorrow and see if I can talk to whoever is in charge of these matters with the city. Hopefully they can tell me if they gave permission to my neighbor or not. Thanks, everyone. So now, after the edit, the quick update. He says, hi, everyone. This blew up overnight, and I'm so thankful for all the advice. This was a busy morning, but I think I'm on the right track. Some of your comments were shocking. Are trees really worth that much? I know my neighbor is a little wealthy since he's told me about a summer house he has in Sun River. Is that okay that I mentioned the general area of his summer home? But I don't know if he paid for this or what. Wait, so he's thinking he took down the trees to sell them?
No, I think he's saying like it's gonna cost a hell of a lot of money to take down 12 trees. I mean, it's hella expensive. So taking down 12 fully grown oak trees, that's gonna be a lot of money.
Yeah.
But also, trees can add value to your property.
That's true. That was just the first paragraph of that. I thought he was saying he was trying to sell the trees.
Yeah.
So I went to the police first thing and asked to report trespassing and possible vandalism. The officer took down my story, and I even brought him some photos, which he asked to keep. He then told me, and this kind of pissed me off, that unless I had proof of my neighbor cutting these trees down or giving authorization to cut them down, it may turn into my word against my neighbor's. He suggested I just pursue this in court myself. Is he right? I don't want to question a police officer, but I want to be sure. Well, at the police station, I asked who I would talk to specifically with the city about permits and tree removals, and the officer told me to try the Public Works, which matched what a user commented. Thank you. I went home and called them. The lady asked for my street address so she could check it against their records, and I did, and she found nothing. Not a single thing. She said there was nothing regarding my address or property in the last 6 weeks. I noted that and thanked her. Then I called an arborist, like many of you suggested, and made an appointment for later this week. She, the arborist, also asked that I have some photos of the trees when she comes, which is fine since I have more. Finally, I looked up companies that do landscaping or logging or tree removal, covering all my bases since I really don't know who would handle tree removal anywhere other than a forest. Anyways, after calling a few places, I got one who confirmed that they did the job and told me they were following a city order. That call was after I called the lady at the public works for the city, and she told me there was no record of my address. Did my neighbor lie to the company? They didn't ask me for more details, and when I asked who showed them the order, they said they couldn't tell me. What the is that true? I'm going to look up some law offices in my general area and reach out about all of this. Does this fall under a specific type of law office? Like, should I hire a specific lawyer? So, sorry, I'm really out of my league here. I'll let you all know what happens, though. Thank you again for the great advice and support. Edit to the quick update. The company was a tree service, by the way. Didn't know that was a business type. They aren't exactly local, but relatively close by. They didn't tell me what happened to the trees either.
This is crazy.
All over some trees that a guy doesn't like.
Lied about having a city order to take down the trees.
Well, we don't know. We don't know if he's lying or if the city's lying to him or to OP.
Well, the city can't lie.
Oh, yeah,
it's his property. But it's his property, right?
Yeah.
So why would they lie to him and say that?
Maybe the mayor really doesn't like those trees.
Maybe the guy is the mayor.
I was going to say, maybe his neighbor is the mayor.
Oh, my God. But, like, I think what's also crazy to me is that this tree removal service couldn't tell the homeowner who authorized and gave them the permission to chop down these trees. You're not gonna. I own the trees. I
bet you the neighbor guy paid them extra to be like, if he calls, don't tell him it was me.
And then, well, guess what? The tree service is in for a hell of a lot of trouble then.
Yeah. I'm ready for this guy to call a lawyer.
My question is what is wrong with these companies and not confirming with the homeowner, not doing any sort of investigate? I feel like if I owned a company and I did like tree removal, house painting, any sort of stuff like that, I would immediately be like, okay, I need to confirm who the owner is.
If you're doing something to really anybody's property, you have to confirm that whoever's telling you to do it, that it is their property.
Well, like, okay, hold on. I know I'm going back here, but that painting one, the neighbors paid, like the bad neighbors paid this painting company to paint the house. Multiple neighbors came up to the painting company and was like, hey, those people don't own the house.
And they still did it anyways.
Yeah. And they said, well, we were paid. Okay, give them the money back and say we're not doing the job because you don't own the property.
Yeah, that's...
How hard is that?
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I don't even think we said that when we were talking about that
No,
story,
because it just came into my head. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that is really stupid. They could have just been like, oh, okay, well, we won't do it then. Yeah. We'll just refund the money.
These people don't own the house? Oh, okay, we'll refund the money and we'll stop the work.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually.
Like this tree company,
Wait, and didn't one of the neighbors come here too and ask them what they were doing?
I think they asked the other neighbor. No, I don't remember. And I'm sorry. If I was a company and some random person said, I'm going to be gone during like this week, can you get this work done? I would be like, okay, do you live there? Like I immediately would be like, I'd rather meet you in person at the house to confirm that you live there.
Yeah,
that's like, even if I wasn't even thinking about that, I just feel like that makes more sense as a contractor to go and make sure the person lives there. Like that's what happens with a lot of contractors. They meet you at your home to like start the work.
Yeah, that's like why I couldn't imagine. Well, because most other services they need to come inside your house, so somebody has to be there. But I mean, just showing up somewhere and starting to paint a house?
Yeah, or chop down trees. I would be like, I want to speak with the homeowner.
Yeah.
And if I knocked on the homeowner's door and they weren't there, like for this tree situation, I'd be like, they're not here. And I would try to call, or if I found out the neighbor was doing it, immediately I'd be like, this is sketchy. I want to confirm with the homeowner that this is what we're supposed to do. Because that's just weird that your neighbor is taking care of it. And this tree company knew the homeowner wasn't taking care of it. They knew that this neighbor, whoever it was the one who gave them like the city thing, this city piece of paper that said these trees have to be removed, because they wouldn't tell OP who it was who gave them this documentation. So they knew it wasn't the homeowner. I just would never do the work. Like, sure, it'd suck if I lost out on money, like a big job like that. You're making bank to remove 12 huge trees, but it's also like,
it's a huge liability.
Yeah, I would not just go and be like, this random person who doesn't own the property gave me this documentation. I'm not going to talk to the homeowner about it. Or confirm with the city.
Yeah, why would this random neighbor guy be giving them a city order? Wouldn't the city be giving them a city
Well, the
order?
homeowner would be the one giving it, because the homeowner would be the one who received it, because the city came and decided that the trees were dangerous. It would go straight to homeowner. It would not go to the fucking neighbor. If you out there own any sort of company, painting, tree removal, verify who lives there before you do the work. I just don't understand. I don't get it. Please, for the love of God.
Verify.
Verify.
Check and verify.
Please. Please. Or you're going to end up on one of these Reddit stories, and we're going to read about you, and we're going to call you stupid and incompetent.
Yeah.
Yeah, those mean words.
What she said.
Thank you, Julian. Backing me up.
Okay, so there's still 2 more updates. This is so we've had an edit, a quick update, an edit to the quick update, and now update. So this one reads, anyways, rather than updating the original post again, I wanted to let everyone know where I'm at. This is beginning from the end of my last update on the original post, which detailed how I went to the police, found the company that did the job, and called the city to find there was no permit issued / documentation related to my address. Below is the official update. I have called a lawyer. After some in-depth searching and a few calls, I have connected with a relatively local lawyer. I'm a bit rural, and we talked for about an hour. He wanted all the details I had, especially when I mentioned the arborist. He asked for the number and told me he was going to ask for additional information from the inspection that would be important for a lawsuit. He also gave me the number of a surveyor and told me I should call them ASAP. He then set me up with an appointment at his offices next week after the arborist visit. As far as the criminal charges, he told me that was my call, but we could talk about it more next week. He did comment that making a police report was a smart move, so thank you, Reddit, for that advice. Lastly, he told me not to contact the neighbor anymore, to get a written / signed testimony from the witness neighbor, and to report any documents in the mail from either my neighbor or the company that did the job, as well as refusing contact should the neighbor come to my door. I asked if I could continue updating you all, and he said that was fine as long as I don't disclose personal information, which I won't, obviously. So it looks like I'm taking my neighbor's ass to court. I hope somehow I can get my trees back, even just having new ones planted. That area of my property is so barren now. Sad face. I'll be sure to update if more information comes to light that I can share. And of course, if it gets there to what happens when it's all over. Thank you so much again for the advice. And then there's one more update, and it's called Final Update. But
oh my God, I hope we have some good news here.
Anyways, the final update says, hello, legal advice community. I have not forgotten about you who helped me set on the path to justice. I'll get right to it. I can't speak to all the details, and I'm sorry about not continuing to update. After everything got underway, I figured it would be best not to. To keep it short, we, my lawyer and I, spoke to the police, who then spoke to the neighbors down and across the street, the ones who witnessed my trees getting cut down, who stated that they saw the neighbor and the company cutting down the trees. And then finally they spoke to him, the neighbor. I don't know much beyond that with the criminal investigation. What happened with the whole city document or the company and why that is will be explained below. I hauled his ass into court. Well, first, the arborist came, and as did the surveyor. The trees were on my property, and they were white oaks. The arborist gave me an estimate on having 15 mature white oaks brought and replanted on my property, which was just shy of $650,000. Though he did say some trees would die and that it would drive the cost up. I also had my property appraised for the difference before and after losing my trees. It then became a question of whether I wanted to pursue my lost trees and see how much their lumber was worth, or sue for the replacement costs and loss of property value. Basically, do I want the trees back, or do I want the costs of the ones I lost? Apparently, you can't have both. Well, guys, I picked the trees.
Hell yeah!
The actual court stuff started a lot sooner than I thought. We filed, a few weeks passed, and a few days before our day in court, his lawyer reached out with a settlement offer. Apparently, he was wealthier than I thought. We accepted, and while I can't speak to the details of it, I'm getting the trees back. It's going to take a long time, apparently, several months, possibly all the way until September, since the progress didn't start until just this week due to the holidays. But I will have all 12 trees back on my property at no cost to me. My neighbor has also put his house up for sale, and I haven't seen him for quite some time now. Oh, well, there's a bit more to the settlement, but I don't feel comfortable speaking to that. Hopefully that's understandable. I remember some of the comments about whether the trees were a hazard to the road based on how far they were from the road. I ended up having to check with the county, not the city, and they sent someone out to measure and mark the boundaries. My trees were at least 5 feet beyond it, so outside the boundary. Not even close. Just thought I'd add that in. Anyways, there it is. I plan to take photos of the trees once they start getting put in. And of course, they are all in place and I have them all back. I'll be sure to share them. I want to thank everyone for their advice. It was a huge help. I didn't know you all were so into trees, but I'm glad you are. Have a good day, everyone.
Hell yeah. Like I said, you can get trees planted on your property, fully grown. They can haul them in.
He got them trees back.
Good for him.
He got
Good
them
for
trees
him.
back. So, okay, so the guy settled, and so on the low end, it's $650,000 because I guess when they put some of the trees in, they said some of them would die, so they'd have to do it again. So it would be even more than that. So at minimum, he settled for $650,000 at minimum.
Yeah.
And then the guy sold his house. So he probably
I
had
would
to
sell my
sell
house
his
too.
to-
I'd be so embarrassed though. I would want to move.
Well, do you think he sold his house because he was embarrassed or because he had to sell his house to get the settlement money?
Well, if he was rich, probably both. Let's be honest. It was probably both. He sells his house because 1, the trees are coming back and he hates those trees.
Yeah.
2, his neighbors won. They won, and that's just embarrassing to have to live next to someone who beat your ass in court. And 3, you need the money to pay for the tree replacement.
And so we don't know the details of this whole like city order that the neighbor had, but I guess it's not even in the city's jurisdiction. It's the county because the county came out to
Yeah.
measure. So the whole
So there's probably something, like they probably got the guy on that, but he just didn't want to disclose it. OP didn't want to disclose because he said there's other things that
in the
was
settlement. So he probably got even more money.
Probably that, or like there was some other like stipulation.
Yeah.
So I'm so happy.
This is the best possible ending. He got the trees back. Personally, listen, I would have taken just the money, but
I would have done the trees out of spite, bro. Damn, too bad we didn't make it to court because then we could pull up the court case.
Yeah, then we could have looked. Yeah,
We saw what was all going on there.
Yeah, get these guys on Judge Judy.
Literally, what goes through your mind of thinking that that's a good idea?
Well, okay, if the guy really is like rich and he's, whatever, he probably thinks he's like, I just have so much money, I can do whatever I want.
Well, he probably thought that the neighbor wasn't going to do anything.
Who would think nobody would do anything?
That's what I'm like. That's what I'm like. You don't think that they're going to try to pursue something legal against you?
It's the same thing with the house painting one. They probably thought they weren't going to do anything either.
Like what? I don't understand people's thought process.
This guy's thought process, he's thinking, he's driving down the road and he's like, man, I don't like those trees. I got to get rid of them.
Not even your trees. Like, that's the crazy part to me. Does he do that for every tree that hangs over the road?
Yeah, so every time he goes into like a city and he sees a tree like off the side of the road, he's like, oh, I gotta get someone to cut that down right away.
But like how many country roads here in Wisconsin do you drive down that have literally trees hanging everywhere?
They're lined with trees, yeah.
He's literally, he probably goes down and he's like, chop them all down.
I mean, maybe they live in like Arizona, so there's not them. Wait, is there like a lot of trees in Arizona? Because it's like really hot.
I think it probably depends on where you are.
Yeah, because I just think of Arizona like a bunch of cactus everywhere.
Yeah,
which probably isn't true, but
probably not. But
I'm like, how this guy must not be used to seeing trees.
That or he's so deeply offended by them.
But I just don't get
maybe
these.
Like someone in his family got crushed by a tree, and he's got like.
He's got trauma.
Yeah, he's got trauma.
So then when that branch fell on the road, he's like, no, those trees got to go. Yeah, they got to go now.
Yeah, he was having some flashbacks to grandma getting crushed. You know, like the song, My Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer?
Yeah.
This is like, my grandma got crushed by a
My
tree.
grandma got...
Exactly. That's probably what happened. That's why, yeah, when it landed in the road, maybe he was also like on the way to his grandma's funeral or something. The grandma got crushed by a tree, and then a tree lands on the road, and he can't get there, and he just can't handle it.
So every time he sees a tree waving in the wind, he's just like, shiver me timbers, it might fall.
We gotta cut that bitch down. How much you want to bet the neighbor was old? The neighbor who chopped these trees down. I picture like an old man.
Of course.
Like a very old man.
Well, yeah. When I see somebody like living out in the country, like where their neighbors like half a mile down the road. I'm like, you have to be old. There's
Yeah,
no
there's
way.
there's no youngin in there owning that.
No, because I mean, I'm sure there are young people who live like out in the country, like by themselves, and I'm like, that must really
Not around here, partner.
suck. That must suck.
See, I don't think I would mind it, but
Oh,
like
I would.
my thing is like you're so far away from like police, fire departments, hospitals, right? If you're having a medical emergency all the way out in the country, you're a goner.
Yeah,
If
it's like
someone's
I'm 30
robbing you-
minutes away from the hospital.
Yeah. An ambulance is going to take 30 minutes to get to you. Or if someone's robbing you or is threatening to kill you or broke into your house, is chasing you around with a knife, you're cooked. You're cooked. You better get your shotgun out because like what?
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. We just had a very long conversation about Game of
Nothing.
Thrones, Stranger Things, country people, the Titanic. Oh, we went on like an hour and a half long tangent.
100%
So
an hour and a half long.
I'm cutting all that out probably. So I don't remember what the last thing we were talking about was. But I think we're happy that the guy got his trees back.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, I would have taken the money, but he likes trees, and that's good for him. Trees are good. They're good for oxygen. They're good for the earth. Trees are, they're probably smarter than us. They predate us by a lot. They predate the dinosaurs.
Yeah, they're pretty
So
cool.
they must be pretty wise.
I also just like that the guy got his trees back so he can rub it in the neighbor's face that his diabolical plan of chopping down the trees is for naught.
Yeah, he made the neighbor move.
Of embarrassment and being poor now.
Yeah,
Had to pay $600,000 to get some trees moved.
minimum, probably more than that. You know what I do? I like purposely kill them just so I could get more and get more money.
Why did I think you said you were gonna purposely kill the neighbor? I was like, oh, Julian.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill the neighbor so I'm gonna take out a life insurance policy and I'm gonna kill the neighbor.
Yeah, in his name. And you're gonna show the life insurance agent that you have city approved consent to
and then
do so.
I was gonna say I had a city order to murder him. And today's theme is all about embarrassment and cringe, which there is a lot of on Reddit. And today I'm joined by the most embarrassing person I know, my best friend Kerrigan. I was planning that all day because I want to get your reaction.
Right when you said I'm joined with and I was immediately like, no, he can't do that to me. He can't. I'm betrayed. That's the next week's betrayal.
Betrayal is the next one. Before we get started, guys, smash that like button and hit subscribe. Was that embarrassing for you? You get secondhand embarrassment from that?
I did.
Because it was, did you?
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, remember to subscribe and hit the like button. It really helps us out a lot. We're trying to get to 5 million by the end of the month. I'm kidding. Anyways, on to our first story, which comes from Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, Am I the asshole for saying yikes when a friend asked me out? Yeah. I think I would die inside if that happened. Anyways.
I think we're about to.
Yeah, I think we are going to die inside. Okay, here we go. I've been friends with this guy named John for around 2 to 3 years. We're fairly close, and John has always tried to let on hints that he might be interested in me. Despite that John knows that I'm in a long-time relationship with my boyfriend of around 4 years who we'll call C. Now, C trusts me, and despite knowing that John might be interested, he's let me handle it by myself. I've tried to make it painfully as obvious to John, who knows I'm in a relationship. I might say things like, wow, you're a great friend to me. When asked if I'm interested in front of him, I would say, no, he's like a brother to me. Now, John and I were at a friend's place, still social distancing, of course. This was in like 2021 or something. And we were helping set up her TV. The others were in the living room while John dragged me aside. And to quote what he said, okay, it has the person's username, so this sounds really weird. Twinklefloof, I've really liked you for some time now. Do you mind maybe giving me a shot?
Oh my God.
I was really surprised, and the only thing I could think to say was yikes and dashed out of there. It was awkward the rest of the time, and he never said a word after that. When coming home and telling my boyfriend, he was pissed that John tried to initiate something, but is glad I shut it down so quickly. Now some of my friends are telling me that was incredibly rude, especially since I knew he liked me for a long time. We're in the same friend group, so it's not like I can just avoid John. I've attempted to unsuccessfully. I've tried to apologize, but he won't hear it. Am I the asshole? All names are fake, by the way.
I think I would say the same thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like, I guess it's kind of rude, but sometimes it just slips out. You can't even.
Well, when you're caught in the moment after all of like the hints of you're a brother to me, you're my best friend. Like, I feel like that's a pretty justified answer.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Yikes.
yeah.
Jankies.
And she also could have just been saying yikes because like she has a boyfriend. It could have been for that. It couldn't.
Yeah.
It might not be because like, oh, you're so ugly, I would never go out with you. But it could just be like, yikes, why are you asking me? Like, I have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
Which she doesn't say if it's because he's ugly or if she has a boyfriend. It's probably both. But
I was gonna say probably both.
I would think of this a little bit differently if she didn't have a boyfriend, but she does. So I think that reaction is perfectly
honestly,
justified.
I'm siding with my girl. I even think if she was single, I would not think she was the asshole. Cause like, how many times can you make it painfully obvious that you don't like someone, yet they still ask you out?
That's true.
It's like, are you that dull? You don't understand what signs are. You don't.
Well, a lot of people don't understand.
Well, maybe they should. So.
How do I say this? I mean, it's easy to kind of, well, no, I couldn't see how this guy could think that that's,
Yeah. See, you can't even comprehend what the guy was thinking.
Yeah, I can't. Only because she already has a boyfriend. If she didn't have a boyfriend, even if she's been dropping these hints all along, it's easy to get into this kind of delusional thing where you think that every little thing means something, even though it doesn't, even though they're giving you massive hints that tell you the opposite. You just ignore those because that's not what your delusional brain wants to see. So I can see that because I do that all the time as well. So I
Yeah.
Like I would never go after somebody that's already in a relationship. That's the thing that's really getting me.
And that's what confuses me, because why are the friends saying you're the asshole for saying yikes? What?
Yeah, the friends are
like you're on his side? What was I supposed to say? Yeah, I'll go out with you.
I mean, she kind of just matched his energy because it was rude of him to ask that in the first place to somebody who's already in a relationship, and she said something rude back to him. Just completely matched the energy, which I think is fine. Another thing that I had was, is it worse to reject someone bluntly or lead them on gently?
Reject someone bluntly.
That's worse?
Oh.
No, it's which one's worse?
Oh,
leading them on gently.
100%.
Or, yeah.
Because, like, sorry, just a few things came into my mind right there. Real life experiences.
Yeah, me too.
No, leading them on gently is definitely worse, because you're making them think they have a chance.
Yeah, and it you think you're just being nice. It never works the way you think it's gonna work.
No.
Ask me how I know.
No.
It's always better to just be blunt up front and tell them no than to be like, oh, well, maybe.
Maybe. Like, no, if there's no maybe ever, just say no.
Yeah. Do we think OP should apologize? Because she said, apologize again, because she already said that she tried to apologize, but he doesn't even want to hear it.
Well, that's also on him, though. If
that's
she's
his
already
problem.
trying to apologize and you're not even going to, I don't even think she needs to apologize.
No.
But she did. And you're still not going to listen to her?
Yeah.
Or accept the apology?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're just being a little baby.
Yeah, she didn't even have to apologize. She did. She's kind of going above and beyond here.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy just doesn't want to hear it, which I guess is also fine if she just, or if he just never wants to talk to her again. Because, I mean, I probably wouldn't either, but.
Yeah, but if you're all in a friend group, it's like, we better make amends and move on.
Oh, that was the next thing I had. Would this ruin the friend group dynamic? Which it definitely would. I think we know that.
I just think, things don't get better. if especially if he's already not listening to an apology and other friends are jumping at her saying she was the asshole, I just feel like you're kind of cooked.
I mean, yeah, the way that things have played out here, it's definitely going to ruin the friend group. But there is a reality where this could have happened and they could have moved on from it and been fine. But I mean, it doesn't say how old these people are, does it? No, it doesn't. But I mean, if these are like some like 17, 18-year-olds, yeah, the friend group's probably over because you're not mature enough to deal with that type of shit.
And if you're like 30 or 40, you guys are too old to be doing that.
Yeah, if you're 30 or 40 and you're asking somebody who's already in a relationship if you want to go out with them, then yeah.
You need a reality check.
Yeah. What do you think the least embarrassing way to reject someone is?
Least embarrassing? God.
I honestly think the least embarrassing way is to just be blunt about it and say no. Because
I agree with that.
If you lead them on, then it's going to be even more embarrassing for them later.
Yeah. Yeah.
When they like realize, oh, this isn't going anywhere, or like they're just leading me on or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's always going to be more embarrassing if you do that than if you just tell them no at the beginning.
Yeah.
And move on from it.
Shut it down.
Yeah.
Because also that's like a good way to help the person who has a crush on you kind of get over it.
Yeah.
Like they know it's not going to happen. So eventually, yeah, they might still crush on you for a bit, but eventually they're going to lose interest.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to find someone else or just know it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
So then you all can just move on in life.
But if you keep leading them on, their crush is never going to go away. And it's just going to strengthen. And then eventually it's just going to come crashing down.
Yeah.
And erupt like a volcano, which is a lesson I should have learned a long time ago. Better late than never.
At least you know now.
Yeah. Is there a good way to confess feelings to somebody who's already in a relationship?
Hold it in. I say don't confess. Because that just is like, I mean, maybe say like, hey, I have a crush on you. I know you're with someone. But I feel like that's also just awkward.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, it's just like, at that point, it's better to just hold it in or tell like a mutual friend about it.
I think again, it comes back to how mature these people are or not, because that is a thing that you can confess and move on from. I think if you're mature about it, I had a really good thought in my head. I was really cooking with that and I totally forgot it.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, yeah. I could see a reality where you could confess this and it would go fine if you're both mature about it. But I think if you're going to confess this to somebody who's already in a relationship, you have to also have already accepted and be ready that you may lose them as a friend. And if you're okay with that, then you should do it.
Yeah.
But if you're not okay with that, then you probably shouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you very well, you know, I mean, I don't know.
I think I know where you're coming from. Like if you were just like, or even if you yourself was willing to step away from the friendship so you can kind of get over your feelings.
Right. Yeah.
You know, like confess, like, hey, I have a crush on you. I know you're in a relationship. I think it would be better if I just step away for a while to kind of get over this and see how things go.
That's probably the best way to do it.
Yeah.
But most people probably wouldn't do that because they wouldn't want to like lose them in their life. But I mean, also everybody's relationship is different. Like some people and like their partners, they'd be totally fine with them. Like I mean, some people's partners are totally fine with like them flirting with other people and whatever. It like
what?
No, seriously, like some people's are like that.
I mean, I guess.
And if that's their dynamic, then that works for them, then that's their dynamic.
But like flirting with, that doesn't make sense, because if you're flirting with someone who has a crush on you, you're just leading them on then.
No, not with people that have like a crush on you, but some people are just like okay with their partner like being hit on in a bar and just kind of going along with it. Like some people are okay with that.
I mean, I guess.
And I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm cutting all this out. Cut all this out.
Cut. It's just like that one video. Did you see the video of the guy? What was he? He was drinking a bottle, like a little shot of like vodka or something. And he was just choking on it, and the guy was recording him still, and he's just like, "Cut, cut."
What? I've never seen that.
No, he's like choking, and he's like, "Cut, cut, cut," because he's choking on.
Does he just get closer with the camera? that one of the funniest things to me is when like it's like a bigger YouTube channel, so they have other people edit the videos, and they're like telling them like, cut this, and they're not cutting it. It's in the video, so they're not cutting it.
Please cut,
they're
please.
Like, editor, cut this out, and it's still in the video. But I edit these videos, so I can cut myself as much as I want.
Suicidal much?
No, not that. So yeah, I don't know how much I cut out of that because we went on a lot of tangents, but not the asshole. Not the asshole, okay? Anyways, on to our next story, which comes from Am I the Asshole? The title reads, Am I the asshole for dancing at a wedding even though I was a +1 to a friend? Okay, well, off of that sentence alone, no, you're at a wedding, you can dance. Exactly. But let's see. My friend and coworker was invited to his close friend his close friend
wedding. iPad kid.
I literally actually just turned into an iPad kid. His close friend's wedding.
We're going to his close friend wedding.
You had games on your phone. I went to the wedding to see if they had games on their phone. My friend and coworker was invited to his close friend's wedding and received a +1. Since he had just broken up with his girlfriend, he didn't want to go alone and be seen alone in pictures on social media, so he asked if I would go with him. I love weddings and didn't have any plans for the weekend and always wanted to see this particular venue in person anyway, as I always pictured it for myself, so I said yes. I didn't know the bride and groom, but I'm aware of wedding etiquette such as don't wear white, don't upstage the bride, be polite, etc. The wedding comes and I show up with my coworker/date. I meet a lot of his buddies and we are all getting along fine. One thing about me is I love to dance and never turn down an opportunity. I was on several dance teams in school, so I am semi-trained, so it's not sloppy dancing or anything. During cocktail hour, the DJ is playing some great music, which I thought was more appropriate for the reception and didn't want to let the songs go to waste, so to speak. So I danced a little bit. Nothing crazy, but I loved the music. People were looking my way, but not in shock, but almost like delight, like she's going to be fun on the dance floor tonight. Finally, the reception starts and they are doing the bridal party announcements where the DJs play songs and the couples dance together onto the dance floor. I love hyping people up and getting the party started. So as each couple was announced, I'd suddenly hype them up and show them some fun moves to go along with the songs. Nothing crazy. I'd point at them and do something like shake my shoulders and encourage them to do the same.
Oh, no.
Eventually, my date asked me to cool it, so I did by the fourth couple and didn't do it again as it seems they had routines they practice anyway. I didn't think it was a big deal to help out, but I stopped when asked. I spent most of the night on the dance floor afterwards, dancing with everyone and generally hyping up the crowd. I could tell a lot of guests may have not felt confident, so I would make sure to go to the tables. Oh, Jesus Christ. I go to the tables. Okay. I could tell a lot of the guests may have not felt confident, so I would make sure to go to the tables, sitting down and trying to get them on the dance floor because I know it's important at weddings for guests to have fun. At one point, though, the mother of the bride or groom, couldn't tell, looked at me and rudely quipped, "Can you please stop? We don't know you." When I was dancing next to her table trying to get the grandparents up, I fully retreated and spent the rest of the night at my table and didn't even speak to my date because he basically started to ignore me after the announcements and during dinner service when I asked if he wanted to dance. He said no, he was eating and rudely. So am I the asshole for dancing at a wedding? I get that I wasn't a friend or family, but I was a guest and even brought a card to a couple I just met that day. My coworker hasn't texted me and I see him tomorrow. I also wanted to reach out to the bride via Facebook to see if photos were posted yet and thank her for the lovely time. That's so embarrassing. I don't know how much of that I cut out, and I know I said that like 5 times now, but just to get through that took me forever because it was so embarrassing.
You know, at first I was leaning towards no, she's not. But then when she said she was too extra. When they're having their couple dances, you're starting to dance and shimmy. Like, girl, it's their moment.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're doing anything in a wedding to stand out, you're the asshole. Because
100%.
the wedding is not about you. It's about the people getting married.
And she literally said, I know wedding etiquette. No, you don't.
Clearly
if you're
she
going
doesn't.
out and you're trying to like make yourself the life of the party. How many times did she say people were looking at me like, you know, they were thankful that I helped them?
Yeah, she's trying to make it seem like she's such a saint for hyping everyone up and making sure everyone has a good time. But no, she's just obsessed with herself and she wants everyone to look at her.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, maybe your family's like that. Or maybe, you know, like your friends are like that where they would like something like that. But you don't know this group of people.
Yeah, this isn't.
You don't know their energy or like what they consider fun. And like going up to tables and trying to like coax people who are clearly uncomfortable dancing to come out with you. Yeah, no. I would die. I would kill myself in the back if that happened. I'd be like, no.
So embarrassing. There's so much secondhand embarrassment from just reading this.
Yeah, because she doesn't at all realize that she could have been making people uncomfortable. It's just like me when I see someone who's really getting into dancing and it's like, I mean, that's fine. You do you, but then you make eye contact with them and they start trying to like freaking rope you in. No, bucko. No, bucko.
I mean, if it's like, if the setting is right, then you can do something like that. But at a wedding, you don't even know the bride and groom or any of the family. No.
Yeah.
Okay. She would probably be fun in a club where everyone's drunk, but this is not what you do at a wedding.
Yeah. Or like I said, a family, people who you don't know these people act normal. And if your normal is just dancing around, get a life. Get a life.
I mean, she doesn't say how old she is, so she could be like,
30s.
you know, like, yeah, this does give 30s.
This gives 30s. Okay, can I also bring something up that's not about her? Bringing a coworker to a wedding. I don't understand why people do that. You know how many times I've heard Reddit stories where it's like, I invited my coworker to my grandma's wedding or something stupid like that because I didn't want to be alone. How many times have I heard that story before? 1,000 times. Who the fuck is actually bringing their coworker to a wedding?
No, this guy.
But like 1,000 other people have done this.
I mean, I kind of understand that because I would not want to go to a wedding alone because the choice for them, and it would probably be the same choice for me, is either go with a coworker or not go at all.
But the thing is if you're going, this guy was going to a wedding where his friends were. He was going to be with his friends.
Oh, that's true. She said he met his buddies. So.
Yeah, he just didn't want to be alone and take pictures alone at a wedding. He wanted to have a date. Get over yourself.
Oh, yeah. It's more about the pictures.
Yeah, it was more about appearance-wise. He didn't want to be single at a wedding. He wanted to have someone with him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
But, like, that's not the only time I've heard something like that posted on Reddit where someone's like, I got invited by my coworker to this wedding. Like, who genuinely invites coworkers to weddings?
People on Reddit. People
like
that
as
post
a date.
on Reddit.
Like as a date. I don't know. I've always thought it was weird.
I'm sure he's probably never going to do that again after this.
No, he's not.
She's obviously doing too much. But how do you know when you're helping the vibe versus hijacking the event? Because clearly she doesn't realize that she's being annoying. And even when as she's writing this, she still doesn't realize it. So how do you know? Because there could be a world where if that was like the family's vibe, this would have worked. But it didn't work, and she didn't realize that. So how can you like tell if that's...
I think the first telltale sign was when she first said they were looking at me like I was going to be the life of the party on the dance floor. I don't think they were looking at you because they thought you were cool. I think they were looking at you because you're crazy.
Yeah.
I think that should have been the first telltale sign that something was wrong. But also, maybe she really thought she's going to be fun. But I think after your date tells you, hey, stop shimmy. Whoa. Shit. I'm turning it in. Cut. I think your first sign, other than being looked at weird, is your date telling you to stop, like, dancing when the couples are out on the floor. Like, I feel like that should have been, okay, maybe this isn't the vibe. Like, they don't need me to be trying to hype them up like this.
Yeah. And also, well, I mean, the most clearest one was when the mother or whatever was like, "Can you stop?" But she had two opportunities before that. Everyone was staring at her. Her coworker told her to tone it down, and she did for like 5 minutes, but then proceeded to do more insane stuff.
Yeah.
And she still doesn't realize it because she wrote this. See, this is the thing that shocks me sometimes is how people can write this whole thing out. Is still be like, yeah. and like because if I did this, which I would never do this in the first place, but if I did this and I wrote this out and read it, I think Reddit. I think I would realize this is a dumb post. Of course I'm the asshole. I'm like, delete this whole thing because clearly I'm fucking crazy.
But I think people like, and I know this on Reddit, I think people like try to make themselves look better. You know?
They do.
So like she definitely was typing this out like, I'm going to make it seem like I'm so cool.
Yeah, and she does. That's why she says, these people looked at me like they knew I was going to be the life of the party.
No, girl. They were looking at you like, oh, we have an interesting character on our midst, guys. Come on.
And that's why it's funny. Every time somebody tries to do that in a story, it always makes them look worse.
Yeah, it does.
And they don't realize it.
It makes them look more delusional in the sense of they think they're not the asshole when everyone else is going to read it. I feel like a lot of people probably are like soft asshole, though. I don't think people are coming at her, like, ripping her throat out like we are.
Probably not. Well, let's see what the comments say. This comment says, for dancing, no. For drawing attention to yourself by hyping people up during their introduction or wandering around harassing people at tables because you think people can't have fun unless they're doing what you think is fun, yes, very, you're the asshole. Okay, so maybe they are a little.
Yeah, but yeah, maybe. It's because they're so sick and tired of seeing people paint themselves as this cool, hip thing. This gives millennial, is what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah.
This definitely was no Gen Zer.
Oh, no. Let's see. Another comment here. You're the asshole. You were making yourself the center of attention at a stranger's wedding. This isn't just an issue of dancing like a normal guest. It's about you interfering with the introduction of the bridal party, interrupting the mother of the bride or groom, and making a scene during cocktail hour. Honest question, were you drinking much? This sounds like drunk girl behavior.
Yeah, it does.
She doesn't say. Maybe she was drinking a little bit too much.
What'd we say last time? Don't have alcohol at your wedding.
No,
don't get married.
Don't have a wedding in the first place. Just don't have one.
And like maybe if the bride was like doing like similar stuff, like trying to pull people at tables, but it's also like even if the bride was doing that, that's the bride's thing then. Like don't just leave it. Like, if the bride wanted people out more, she can go grab people. You don't have the right to go grab people unless she tells you you're seeking attention, you're going up to random people, grabbing them at tables, assaulting the elderly. Maybe they can't shimmy their hips, okay? Because their hip is plastic. They don't have a hip anymore.
What?
And like old people, they lose their bones.
They lose them.
Yeah.
They just wake up one day and they're like, oh,
you know, like
I misplaced my tibula.
You know, like their hip cracks or something. They need a new hip. So they can't get up and dance, okay? They're not semi-professionals like you, women.
And she did say she was trying to get the grandparents up off the table. So imagine they're just in like a wheelchair.
I was going to say they have a walker. Yeah, let's get them out there, start shaking ass. Get away.
No updates. Doesn't look like she replied to any comments because they're all coming after her hard. So, asshole. Anyways, on to our next story, which comes from Best of Redditor Updates. Was originally posted in Relationship Advice. Comes from 2019. And the title reads, my boyfriend grabbed a stranger's ice cream. Can't believe this actually happened.
Oh, my God.
What does that mean? Grabbed a stranger's ice cream?
I pictured him like a little kid was walking with their ice cream cone and he just grabbed that thing right out their hand.
He's just like, psych! Mine!
Yeah, didn't even grab the cone, grabbed the ice cream.
Not even the cone, just the ice cream.
Left the cone in the kid's hand and just took the ice cream and left.
Okay, well, let's see if that's what happens.
I hope that's what happened.
All right, so So we were out walking around this evening. He'd mentioned he'd wanted to get ice cream, but hadn't brought money, and neither had I. We usually take a walk after dinner and don't buy stuff during it unless we decide beforehand we want to get something that night. So as we're walking past a group of people, he made a sudden movement to the side and then started running in the opposite direction full speed.
Oh my God.
It was so fast I hadn't seen exactly what he did. People were saying things like, holy shit, and oh my God. One guy said, he took my ice cream. And that's when I realized what happened. He fucking stole this guy's ice cream on a busy street. I was absolutely...
I can't take this serious. I don't know what's this. Oh my God, he took my ice cream. What do you even do?
So, okay, well, let's see. Okay. I was absolutely shocked and mortified. Everyone around us had seen it or else quickly got told about it. They were staring and pointing down the street where he was still running. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I apologized repeatedly to the man whose ice cream he'd grabbed, then said I was going to go find him and got myself out of there, utterly humiliating. Well, he nearly made it back to the house in that time. I got there a few minutes later, and he had been crouched in the stairway, furiously eating the ice cream out of the cup. He scrambled when he heard me coming, dripping ice cream everywhere, looking like a deer in headlights. I can just imagine him. He's sitting there in the stairway. He's like, then he hears her coming. He's like,
I just picture him hunched like a rat. Just like a rat, just eating this ice cream. Shoveling it in, like not even like pretty bites. No spoon, just grabbing that cup, man.
He's just like...
He hears something coming, he's like... Just starts hissing.
Okay. Looked like a deer in headlights. He literally left the cup on the stairs and ran away from me up to our apartment. But I had the keys, so he was just standing there when I got there.
Oh my God! What possessed him? He was possessed. He was possessed. That is the only explanation for this.
I'm just imagining, okay, he's on the stairs and he runs up to the top of the stairs to their apartment door and it's locked, so he can't get in. So he just runs up to the top of the stairs like, and then he can't get in, so he probably just turns around and looks at her and is like...
No, I picture him standing like right next to the door, like facing the wall, not looking at her, staring straight ahead, just like... waiting for her to open the door.
Okay, so what's gonna happen when she gets up there? Let's find
This
out.
has to be fake. Yes.
I, of course, demanded an explanation. He had the balls to deny he'd done anything. He insisted he didn't know what I was talking about. Maybe he was possessed.
I think he was. He was. This is the first case of possession of ice cream.
He had the ice cream devil in him.
He did. He put it into like the stars. He said, I want ice cream. And he saw it. And it was just like instinct, you know, like something just possessed his mind, his body. He had no control over this.
No control.
He's like, oh, are we gonna go for our walk? Why are we just standing here? Let's go. Like, bitch, we already went. You stole ice cream.
Yeah. Okay, he insisted he didn't know what I was talking about. I sort of lost it and started yelling at him. The cup is down on the stairs. Your hands and mouth are covered in it. This makes it even more funny. He's covered in ice cream, and he's like, what are you talking about?
I think for the fans, we need to recreate what we picture this dude looking like.
I bet you somebody's made a sketch of this. There's no way somebody hasn't made a sketch of this.
We have to bank on this.
Okay, so he's covered in him. A dozen people literally saw you snatch it right out of a guy's hand. What the fuck do you mean you don't know? He then changed his story and said it was just a joke. What the fuck? He decided to reenact a YouTube prank video on a random stranger? How is that a prank? After I let us inside, I kept asking what makes him think that's okay to do, and he changed the story again. This time he said he doesn't know why he did it. It was just an urge. I had the urge for ice cream, man. I needed the ice cream.
I couldn't control myself.
I didn't even know what to do, so I told him I needed some time to myself. I'm seriously disturbed. He's got no good reason. This is completely out of character for him. He's always very mild, reserved, and treats people, especially me, very kindly. He's the last person I thought would do something like this. What do I do next to figure out what the fuck this was about? How can I know he's even being honest?
You know, I know this is bad, but honestly, I'm just thinking if you and me were doing this, like we're walking and you grab some random shit, I would start running with you. I wouldn't stay behind. I wouldn't even, if I didn't notice you grabbed the ice cream and I just saw you running, I think just
she didn't see him take the ice cream.
I would be like, what are we running from? And I just start running too. I don't question it. And then when I found out you stole ice cream, I would have laughed so hard.
I'd be like, just had the urge, man.
If I saw you, if I'm running behind you and I just see you crouch in a staircase alleyway thing and just start shoveling ice cream in your mouth, I think I would die of laughter. Like, I don't know if I'd be mad at you. I think I'd be like, Julie, why the fuck would you do that? But I also think it'd be the funniest thing in the world.
It unfortunately is really funny.
Like, she's mad at him. I would be a little mad too, but I would also just think it would be the funniest shit to experience.
Well, for her, it's more embarrassing because she didn't run with him, so she had to stay there and be like,
yeah,
sorry.
he had to clean up. She had to clean up the mess he made.
Yeah.
Like, I would be like, I don't know that guy. That guy was just walking by me. Maybe he thought I had ice cream. Like,
and I didn't say this at the beginning, but the original poster's 28, so the girl and the guy is 29. So he's 29 doing this.
That's even funnier.
Unfortunately, it is.
That's even funnier. This dude, I can just like, I never picture you doing something like that. So genuinely, if you did something like that, I would be in hysterics.
And it wasn't a kid either. It was just a guy. So it wasn't a kid like we thought. It was just some random guy.
Which makes it also funnier.
Yeah, because if it was a kid, I would feel bad because they would probably start crying
Exactly. But like, how funny would it be for that group of friends to look back and remember the time that their ice cream got stolen?
Yeah, honestly, if I was the person who got the ice cream stolen, I would probably think it's funny too.
I would too. I would be like, that guy just took my ice cream. But
holy shit, that guy just took my ice cream.
I would start running after him. Depending on how much I paid for that ice cream and how much I was excited or enjoying that ice cream, I'm chasing him down.
I'm imagining this is like an ice cream truck. The guy just gets the ice cream. He immediately turns around and this guy's like grabs it and starts running.
The girlfriend didn't find it suspicious that the boyfriend starts walking a little closer to this ice cream truck and group.
Yeah.
Like, that's my thing. Like...
Well, I don't think her first thought would be, oh, he's going to steal his ice cream.
I don't think so either, but like, the signs were there. The signs were there. The first sign was him saying, I really want some ice cream. And then brought no money.
Well, they said was that before or after they already left?
Was before. She said that they went on a walk and he
wanted
ice cream.
It was before. And then he proceeded to not bring any money. So yeah.
So he had this planned. No, he didn't have it planned. But the demon in him that possessed him to do this.
Well, he's changed his story 3 times. First, he said he didn't do anything. Then he said it was just a joke. And then he said it was just an urge.
Yeah.
He's got the masculine urge to steal somebody's ice cream.
It's probably the most evil thing this guy has ever done. But it made us laugh today.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, I know this isn't in the Am I the Asshole, but this guy's not the asshole.
not the asshole
not
because
the
it's
asshole.
funny. If it's funny, not the asshole.
Like, okay. Realistically, though, this sounds rude, but I think OP is just kind of boring. Like, you're that upset. I mean, obviously, I'd be upset too. I'd be like, you just stole that guy's ice cream and you made me clean it up, like clean up the mess of like apologizing. Like, I can never walk out there again and we can't run into that group ever again now. Yeah,
that's what if he went back and was like, hey guys, it was just a joke. That's still bad.
Yeah.
Because I also don't like it when people do something mean and like, bro, it's just a joke.
Yeah, I agree.
But like,
I agree.
But
Yeah.
he did leave it all to her to like just be there after that,
Yeah.
which is not cool.
No, it's
So
not.
that would have made me upset too. But the actual joke itself was unfortunately kind of funny.
Yeah. Or even if it was just an urge. Like, I think I would go back and I'd be mad. I'd be like, I can't believe you did that to me. I wouldn't be mad about him stealing. I can't believe you left me there. You didn't give me a heads up. Like, say, run, nothing. You just left me there.
Yeah.
Like, but also shame on her for not running. If I'm walking with my boyfriend or with you or another friend or family and they just take off running, no question, I'm running too. What's happening? Why are we running?
Yeah.
You question later, okay? You don't stop and
Run
go,
now, question later.
damn, why are they running away? I'd be like, oh, let me catch up to them. Why are we running? So shame on her.
So there's kind of two updates to this one. So the first one is kind of like an add-on to the first part that we just read that they put in the comments, and the second part is an actual update. So I'll read what they put in this top comment first. So they say, adding this to the top comment so anyone still following will see. Last night I asked him again what he was thinking. He said, Jesus, I don't know. I already told you. I said I couldn't accept that answer because it's not a real answer. I told him we needed to talk about it because after reading some of the comments last night, I needed to know if something was going on with him mentally. He said it wasn't. I started naming possible things he could be stressed out, like job, family, money, and he said it was all fine. To my knowledge, that's true. If something's going on, then he's hiding it well. He was visibly annoyed by my questioning, and when I eventually asked if he realized how bizarre it was, he snapped, "Who fucking cares? Please stop bothering me. I'm busy." He was just browsing Facebook. He refused to talk about it anymore after that, but has been talking about other stuff as normal. It's like he's just pretending it never happened. If it hadn't, there'd be nothing about his behavior right now that would be weird to me. So now I feel like I'll be crazy if I bring it up anymore. I don't know if I just need to forget about it like he is or what. I'm still stunned and very confused. Maybe he's cheating.
With this update, maybe he's just embarrassed that he did that, and that maybe he's embarrassed that his girlfriend's not having the giggle we had. You know?
Well, I mean, I don't think there's any way you could do that and not be embarrassed about it.
Yeah. But also, like, just knowing that your significant other isn't laughing at it and having, like, kind of, like, poking fun at it is thinking it's serious. I can see him being more embarrassed, but that's no reason to snap and not want to talk about it.
I mean,
I don't know.
He's hiding something because he doesn't have an actual explanation.
But it could just be, you know, I gotta look at it optimistically. He could just be embarrassed, and it didn't get the reaction he wanted. Maybe he wanted her to find him crouched, shoving ice cream in his face, and laugh at him and think it was the funniest thing in the world. And then when she didn't do that, he was just so embarrassed and just shut down.
Yeah, it could be that. I can't imagine somebody going to this extreme for to try and make someone laugh.
I know, but the possibilities.
It's a possibility, but let's read some of the comments from that one. If he had a lapse in judgment and thought it was a funny prank, then I feel he would be laughing when you found him and being all like, dude, did you see the look on their faces? Want some ice cream? Instead, the way you wrote it, it sounds like he was furiously eating the ice cream he stole and then ran away from you when he saw you coming, so he wasn't doing it as a joke. The way you wrote it sounds like he was manic, like an animal completely going on instinct. He wanted ice cream that badly that he grabbed someone's ice cream out of their hand, hightailed it home, and started shoveling it down his throat greedily, and then ran away once he saw you coming. That sounds so insane. I don't even know what to say. I think he is probably embarrassed and doesn't want to talk about it. If it was a psychotic episode or something tied to mental illness, I wouldn't expect him to know/realize this. So asking him, did you have a psychotic episode? Do you have a history of mental illness? Isn't going to be very fruitful. And it will just make him more defensive. You have to get him to see a professional, but don't be accusatory or make him feel like he's crazy. You know, actually, this makes me think of another Reddit story that I've seen where somebody thought that they were like things were moving around the house and they were misplacing stuff, and they were absolutely sure that like this. No, it was that they thought that there was a bathroom in their room. They're like, I've always had a bathroom attached to my bedroom. And then they went on a trip and they came back and they're like, wait, now it's a closet.
What?
Turned out they actually had a brain tumor.
Oh.
So this is kind of reminding me of that. He's just doing something so insane and then being like, no, that didn't happen. Or no, it was just a joke. What are you talking about?
Yeah, maybe
he has a brain tumor.
Maybe we shouldn't be laughing. Maybe the next update is like he did have there was some actual reason wrong.
It could be because
it's still such a funny thing to think about, though.
It is. I hope it's something funny because
I hope it's something funny too. I hope that these guys are still together and they figured out whatever it was that caused this and they can look back and laugh at the absurdity of what the fuck just happened.
Yeah. Let's see here. Well, OP responded to that comment. So let's see. Yes, the way you described it is exactly how it happened. He wasn't laughing at any point. When he was trying to convince me it was a joke, he sounded more defensive and panicky than amused with himself. If I can't tell him about the possibility of a psychotic episode, then how can I get him to see someone? He won't see any reason to go. Well, let's see if he's having a psychotic episode because 4 days later, we have another update. And it reads, so I finally got the explanation from him yesterday. Turns out he was in a Discord server chat where the members all dare each other to humiliate themselves by doing outlandish things in public they'd never normally do. He told me he's left that group because the experience was really stressful to him, not exciting like he thought when he joined. It was the first time he'd taken one of the dares. He said that afterwards, he just didn't know what to say and couldn't believe he'd actually done it. He was extremely apologetic for acting like a lunatic, causing me to worry about him. We had a long talk about it last night. I genuinely believe he regrets it. He knows what a stupid fuck up it was. Not much else to say, really. Just wanted to come back now that I got the answers. Thank you to everyone who tried to make sense of it in the original post and who gave me advice for talking with him.
Okay. First of all, we need to cut this out.
You know what's great about this is that if I look bad, I can edit it out because I'm editing it. But if you look bad, I can keep it in.
You're going to have me going, eh. How does the Discord server know he did this?
That's true. There's no way to know unless he was like secretly recording it or something.
And I want the video.
Which he could have been.
I want that video for real. Give it to me now.
Yeah, I want to hear somebody because he probably has it in like his pocket or something. So you probably can't. You probably just hear it. And it's probably like, holy shit, he stole my ice cream.
You just hear scuffle and just running. He took my ice cream. Just in the distance.
You just hear a scuffle. Then. Oh my God, he stole my ice cream. And it gets more distant as he's running.
You hear people go, he's stealing ice cream. He took my ice cream. And then you just hear him in the alley just
no, then he gets to the apartment. He goes onto the stairs. Then he gets out his phone and you can see him now. And he just starts going like.
The girlfriend comes up. He's like.
Okay, so there's actually a thing in the comments about him recording, so we're going to read this. Somebody asked, did you actually see the Discord and the chats? Because that doesn't make sense. Usually with challenges and dares, there's a camera involved, or else how would the other members know that he did the dare? Your description of events didn't mention either of you having your phones out to record. If there are no videos being posted and it's all based on the honor system that members did the dare, then either your boyfriend is very naive or something else is wrong. And then OP said, he was on his phone during the walk. I didn't mention it in the original post because there was no reason to. Now I know that he was recording in a non-obvious way. He never posted the video anywhere and it's been deleted. Damn. God. He also left the Discord the same night it happened.
Bro did one dare, was so ashamed of himself. So ashamed that he had to leave.
It is really funny, even though like I know I shouldn't think this is funny, but I do.
Yeah, it's our young minds, you know?
Yeah, come on, guys. We're only 21. Give us a break.
Yeah, we're young.
Anyways, on to our next story, which I don't think will be as crazy as that one. Next one comes from Am I the Asshole? Title reads, Am I the asshole for making my friend look bad on a double date by not splitting the bill? My 18-year-old male's friend and roommate, 19-year-old male, David, has been trying to catch this girl 19-year-old woman, Mia, for weeks, but she plays hard to get and always has excuses for not going out with him. This last weekend, she said she couldn't go because her friend from another college, 19-year-old woman, Brooke, was visiting. So then David offered that he could bring a friend, that would be me, for her, and Mia finally said yes. Mia knows me from some classes we have together, and I think she is a really nice person. I was really nervous about going because I've never been on a real date with a woman, and I knew Brooke was going to be totally out of my league, but I had the hope that going with David would make me look better by association. David is, quoting what my mom said after meeting him once, a handsome stud and a big ladies' man. He has been with so many women since we started college last year that I've lost count. Mia is in the women's basketball team, and David is really set to get her because he wants to experiment with sexual positions and see how they work with a woman closer to in height to him. Brooke was very uninterested in me during the whole night. I tried to talk to her following the tips David gave me, but she barely responded and was mostly just looking at her phone. I just knew she was disappointed because of how attractive I am compared to David and how clearly she was getting the short end of the stick in this date compared to Mia. When the bill came, I paid for Brooke's part and mine. David only paid for his, and Mia made a weird face when she realized but didn't say anything about it. After leaving them at their dorm, David was mad at me because he says me paying the bill made him look bad. He says I was showing off because I have more money than him, but I swore to him that wasn't my intention. He explained he has too many dates regularly to pay for all, so he needs to split. As I said, I don't have any dating experience and believe the man paying was the usual thing to do. I usually feel bad for hurting his chances with Mia, knowing how important it was for him, and I have apologized profusely multiple times, but he is still irritated because of all this. Am I the asshole? Okay, this entire post pisses me off. I hate almost every part of this. I'm already mad in like the first sentence because he's like, yeah, David's been trying to get with this girl, but she's playing hard to get and always has excuses for not going out with him. Yeah, probably because she doesn't want to fucking go out with you, dude.
That and she probably knows your track record of just fucking chicks.
Yeah, she probably knows you're a fucking player, and like,
What, the only reason he wants to get with her is because she's tall and he wants to try sex positions with someone his height.
I know. And I hate how David is like, yeah, well, I want to experiment with sexual positions, and she's taller than me, so I'm entitled to her, right? No. She doesn't want to go out with you, dude. She's already like, I hate this so much.
It's, oh my God,
I hate the phrase, like when straight guys will be like, oh man, yeah, she's just playing hard to get, man. It's like, no, she doesn't want to go out with you. And you're just using that as an excuse to like try and keep harassing her.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, take fucking no for an answer.
They can't.
They can't. And that's like.
Yeah, this whole thing upsets me because it's like, yeah, leave her alone. Ever thought about that? You don't have to fuck everything that moves. Keep it in your pants, bro. You know, I just don't. That's the part I don't understand. But also, I'm more concerned that OP thinks that this is just normal behavior of men.
I think OP is being influenced by David because the way that he talks about David is like
how men talk about Andrew Tate.
Oh yeah, because it's like he's saying like that he got tips from David and like he's kind of letting David walk all over him because he's like, well, I don't have any dating experience, so I don't know. And he's also clearly insecure about himself because he's like, oh yeah, Brooke's totally out of my league. But so I kind of feel bad for this guy because they're roommates, I guess, friend and roommate. So I don't know if they were friends before this or they were roommates first and now they're friends. So that's how they happen to meet. But I kind of feel bad for OP because this guy is a terrible influence on him.
100%. 100%.
And it's like Brooke was uninterested in me the whole time. My tips from David didn't work. Yeah, probably because he's a fucking douche nozzle. And so if you're using his tips, of course it's not fucking working.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I agree.
And now David's getting mad at him because he made him look bad because he paid. And I don't even think he needed to pay for both of them if she was like uninterested and on her phone the whole time. Mm-hmm. But he still did anyway, like a gentleman. And this other guy is just like, dude, I go on so many dates. You think I can afford this, bro? Why are you making me look bad?
Because you're a douchebag.
Like he's letting the guy walk all over him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that.
Everything about this post and the way that like David obviously views women is just, it's disgusting.
I agree. It was a hard read. to listen to him. Just like the way David is just dating women just to have sex with them. Like, no wonder she's playing hard to get, because she knows she's not going to get a relationship. She's going to get some disappointing sex.
Right, yeah.
And
I also think David is using the original poster just to get a date with this girl, because like the guy clearly looks up to him. He's like, because he thought that going on this date, OP thought that going on this date with Brooke, with David, would make him look better by association, because everybody loves David.
Yeah.
And so, but David's clearly just like, oh, well, I just want to go on this date with me. So I'm just I know you'll go along with this because you think I'm the greatest guy ever. Like, this guy kind of is like a kind of like Andrew Tate figure to this original poster, which is sad.
I don't like that OP's putting himself down too. Like, maybe Brooke's not interested because she thinks you guys are both scumbags. Because you're not looking cooler by being associated with someone like David.
Yeah, you're looking like more of a douchebag.
Yeah, you look more like you agree with the way he views women and acts.
Yeah, maybe if you went on a date with her alone, it would have been great. But because David is bringing you down, my guy.
Yeah. And it sounds like David made the comment, too, that OP has more money. So David's probably for sure just friends with OP because of his money.
Yeah, I hate seeing somebody like so generous like this OP getting taken advantage by by some fucking idiot like this.
Why? Okay, my other thing though, just quick, calling OP a handsome stud. Why do all the ugly guys somehow get into this mindset that they're like this hot thing that can just fuck anyone they want because they're hot? Like, I don't understand how men just come into that like thought process.
Wait, men that are actually hot, or men that
are like ugly but think they're hot?
Well, I can see how it can be kind of hard to differentiate sometimes between like self-confidence and like ego and narcissism. Because I'm like that sometimes. And, you know, because I'm not cutting this out. I'm leaving this in. I'll say it. Sometimes I'm a little self-absorbed.
No, not at all.
But I'm aware of it, and I'm trying to work on it, because it is hard sometimes to differentiate, like, do I just love myself or am I full of myself?
Okay. Yeah.
So I can see how you can fall into that, you know, because sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm just so fucking hot. Everyone wants to fuck me. But like,
okay. Yeah, exactly.
But then other times I'm like, nobody wants to fuck me. No, but like seriously, sometimes my ego is so large and sometimes it's so small. So I can see how somebody can fall into that. And especially if you are like a conventionally attractive person and a lot of people do have sex with you, that just kind of reinforces that even more with you. Or like if you go out like on a date with somebody that's really hot, you're like, oh, they went on a date with me, so I can get anybody. So especially like he has been with a lot of like different people, so that's just kind of reinforcing it in his head. So I can see how it happens, but I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway because these are 18 and 19-year-olds.
Okay, yeah.
They're college students. They're figuring themselves out. Yeah.
We're like college age, though.
We are. We are also college age.
Sadly.
But we're not 18. And, you know, the amount of, like, the difference between somebody when they're 18 and 21 is a huge difference. To me, I think.
I agree with that. 18-year-old me would not recognize 21-year-old me.
Oh, no.
They would be baffled.
Yeah,
baffled.
And the thing about when you are a teenager is you think you know everything. And you're like, yeah, this is it. I'm fully grown. I'm never going to learn anything new.
And then life
but you do.
And then reality crashes down.
Yeah, so hopefully as OP gets older, they're going to realize that this guy's a douche nozzle. And
or
drop
I
them.
hope people told him.
Yeah, let's look at the comments. Not the asshole. David is, do not try and follow what he does. He disrespects women and is only after sex, and that is not a good goal. He only wants Mia for sex positions with someone closer to his height. That's disgusting. Be positive. Take time to explore the things you like. You will blossom and become more self-assured, and that is far more attractive. David is not a good dating role model.
100% agreed.
Yeah.
100% agreed. Like David seems like he is an Andrew Tate follower.
Oh, like, for sure.
110% is like watching his his videos and whatever the fuck else that bitch does. I don't even know.
Yeah. You hear that, Andrew Tate? We're calling you out.
Yeah, you're a fucking loser. I just can't. How do men like that get a following? It's insecure
because people
white
like,
males.
Because people like. I'm gonna have to cut that out. Bleep. But you're right though. It is like it's listen. These guys are just trying to get your money. That's all they want. They're trying to make a business out of other people's insecurities. And that's
woman suffrage.
Yeah, and that is so scummy. So many men fall into this. I would never fall into this probably because I'm gay. But if I was straight, I might fall into this because it's not. Listen, like there are some people that I would never be like, yeah, they could fall into this, and they do somehow.
You know, I think a lot of the people who fall for it is like young white males, and I think it's because they don't have support. Like gay people have the LGBTQ community to fall back on. Women, we have other women to fall back on. Males fucking hate each other.
Yeah.
You know, like they don't like, they are jealous, you know, they're always trying to be top dog, where I think for them it's easier to fall into, oh, Andrew Tate, because it's a male supporting other males. You know, like they're a community for each other, where it's like it's like a cult, you know?
Yeah.
You have nowhere else to go.
That's exactly what it is. They try to make you think it's like, oh, it's just a community. We're just men helping men. But they're just trying to get money out of you. They want you to buy their freaking $100 course that's just a bunch of bullshit of being like, be an alpha male. Don't let your women talk to men.
Yeah, pee on them.
What?
You know, like how dogs pee on their stuff. You know?
I haven't heard that one before.
No, you know, like dogs pee to mark their property.
I've never heard Andrew Tate say that one, to be fair. But
that's next.
Okay, so yeah, I don't think we don't think that the OP is the asshole, but David's the asshole.
OP could be the asshole if he keeps going down this path, this dark path.
But hopefully he doesn't. This was 3 years ago, so he would be 21 now. So he's the same age as us now.
Life would have hit him.
So this guy's account still exists. Maybe I should private message him and be like, hey, dude, did you grow up?
Did you grow up? Hey, are you still friends with that one dude? Question mark.
Anyways, on to our final story, which comes from Best of Reddit Updates, originally posted on relationship advice. And the title reads, I did something absolutely humiliating in front of a guy I am dating and his parents. I'm taking advice to keep going with him / move past it. Passing that advice to anyone who may need it here. Okay, so there's a trigger warning for this one. It is explosive diarrhea.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So
why is that a trigger warning?
Be ready.
Disgust.
Okay, with that, here we go. So I haven't really left my apartment for a week because of something humiliating that happened recently with a guy I really like who I'm dating. I came to Reddit desperate for unbiased input and got some very conclusive advice. Life is too short to beat yourself up over dating hiccups where you embarrass yourself with something you couldn't control. Don't hole up and drop someone great just because you're embarrassed about a situation in dating is the advice. If you feel like you've done something humiliating in your dating and have no hope, please read my story because I can almost guarantee you whatever you did is not as humiliating as this. So, I've been dating a new guy for 5 months. I like him, and he invited me to his parents' house for the long Memorial Day weekend. Sounded fun, kind of taking the relationship to the next step. I was excited. So the parents ordered takeout Friday night for everyone, and it's extremely spicy Indian food, and I'm like, okay. Not my first choice, but I'm going to try everything to be gracious. Wake up early Saturday at his parents' house, and I'm like, yeah, that's odd. I feel a bit off, but maybe I just need breakfast. Meanwhile, the guy I'm dating and his father have planned a pre-breakfast run, and the dad is like really, really laying on the pressure for me to join in the kitchen. Reluctantly, I put on running shorts and whatnot and head out the driveway with the two of them. We start running. After about 15 minutes, I had fallen a bit behind and was realizing something was very not okay in my body. Everyone knows the not okay feeling and the accompanying dread I'm talking about. The dad slowed down to shuffle next to me. You okay? You need a break? Whoa, you look really white in the face. At that moment, I looked at him and it hit me that I was truly in a bad situation. We were at least a mile from their house, standing on a fully quaint, tree-lined residential street with no public bathrooms or even woods, and I was not okay. I stopped shuffling. The guy I'm seeing responded to his dad's shout and ran back and put his hand on my back. I was hunched over. All I remember is saying, "Don't fucking touch me right now," at a point of no return and unable to fake graciousness in front of the guy's father. "Leave me, fast. Just run ahead. I'll meet you back at the house." Did they listen? You bet not.
Oh, no.
They insisted on staying and calling his mom to drive their car to pick us up. I couldn't even speak. I tried to walk towards a tree, but it was too late. I fully shit in the middle of the road.
Oh my God.
Not like a cute shit I could hide in my shorts. The kind of unforgivable and unspeakable shit where you have to flush the toilet a few times.
Oh my God.
A small or maybe large piece of my soul and dignity was left behind on that street a few weekends ago. I fled the weekend trip early after my shower, making up an excuse. I have told the guy since that I just can't face him in person yet. Someone please help me. If you were dating someone who liked you a lot, then shit yourself in front of you and your family and fled the scene with a fake excuse, is there anything she could do to make things okay enough to continue seeing one another? That's what I posed to a bunch of strangers. The resounding answer was surprisingly yes, I'd still date her as long as she handled it with a smile and sense of humor. So I'm taking that advice and crawling out of my shame to see this guy again. Anyone else who shit in front of their significant other's families should probably do the same.
Oh my God. That's literally like my biggest fear.
Is shitting in the middle of the road?
Is shitting in front of anyone. It's shitting your pants. Okay, that's the thing. In front of the dad, in front of your boyfriend.
In front of the boyfriend is one thing, but in front of their parents also.
Yeah,
is...
and having the mom have to come pick you up, sit in your poopy little pants on that seat. I would walk home. I'd just be like, I'm not getting in your car.
I like how she said, not a cute little shit that you could hide.
I don't think I ever could just let my body do that. Like, it must have been bad if she couldn't hold it in until she made it to the
if
tree.
you can't control it, then it is pretty bad.
Yeah,
But she
if
did have
it's
spicy Indian food.
Yeah.
Which I've never had before, so I don't know what that does to a person's rectum. That's not a good word. I shouldn't use that.
I guess it's just also depends on if you're used to eating that kind of food. Like, if you're used to eating spicier food and, like, then I feel like you're better. And if the parents and the boyfriend immediately were like, oh, okay, this is normal, let's get this, then for them, it's probably normal food that they often eat.
Oh, yeah.
So their body in their, their digestive system is used to that kind of food. That's why they weren't keeled over shit in their pants.
Yeah, but
also, why did the dad have to push her to go on the run? Is she a runner?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like, she wasn't feeling well. Like, she felt weird before the run. She didn't have to go on the run. I can understand the dad being like, "Yeah, come on with the run with us," and you don't want to say no, but
no, I might shit my pants.
Yeah, she could have just said, "Dude, you want me to shit my pants in the road?"
My thing is this is just me. I know when my stomach acts a certain way, I know it's gonna be messy. Like, she should have seen the warning signs. When she first woke up and was like, I feel weird, I would have immediately been in that bathroom trying to get that fucking hell out of me,
Yeah, see,
spicy food too.
Yeah.
It burns. Sitting in it too.
There's probably, like, in the middle of the road, there was probably, like, steam going off of it.
Like, that shit was radioactive. I hope the parents were good sports about it. Because that would be the real defining factor,
I mean, they went and got the car for, honestly, I'd be like, you're not getting in my car with that. I'd be like,
yeah, that stinky ass is not getting in my car.
Sorry, I know we're a mile away from the house, but we're going to have to walk all the way back. Because you are not sitting on my seats.
No. At least they let her go there and take a shower and stuff. I just hope that they were, like, nice. Like, because, like, obviously, if I was in that situation, I'd be so embarrassed that I would almost not want to talk to them. But, like, it would be really reassuring if they were like, it's okay, like, oh no, like, nice about it.
Yeah.
Weren't like, oh my God, you just shit your pants? I can't believe you just did that. You're not getting in my car. walk your ass home. Pack your bags and get out. You know, like I would just hope.
I mean, because it happens sometimes. You can't control it sometimes. I've never experienced that. I've never been able to not control my bowels to that level, but it happens sometimes. It can happen to anyone. It really can.
Yeah, anyone can shit themselves. Do a little shart or something.
Yeah, anyone can do it.
Yeah.
It could be you next. You could be shitting in the road. You never know. It could
Stuck
be tomorrow.
in traffic. Yeah.
Yeah, you could be stuck in traffic and you're like, oh.
It hits you.
If I was like stuck in like traffic on the highway and somebody got out of their car and shit on the road and then just got back into their car.
That's my biggest fear. That's my biggest fear. Like that. Okay, this TMI. I get so much anxiety like that could happen to me that like my body starts to feel like it's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll be like, God, we're in traffic. How bad would it be if I had to pee or had to go number 2 or had to throw up? Like how bad would that be?
Oh, so you get so nervous about it like possibly happening that you end up getting
then
the
I'm
feeling?
then I'm like, dang. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
It's starting to happen. So yeah.
So we wanted to know how the parents acted in all this, if they were nice about it or not. But we might find out because there's an update. And it reads, hey everyone, checking in here with an update to this wonderful sub full of people who talked sense into me earlier this summer. So anyways, I holed up in my apartment for a week after and came here out of desperation for advice. I am really going to spare the details here, but my original post is available if anyone cares to dive in. So I mentioned the last time I posted that the guy and his wonderful mom had continued to reach out to me the week following the incident, after I'd made up an excuse and left the trip early. Taking all your advice, I garnered the guts to meet up with him. He came to my apartment and brought dinner and also a bag full of anti-diarrhea OTC meds, Tums, and honestly, most impressively, a new pair of my favorite running shorts in a color I like and the correct size. He gave me a huge hug and said that the whole shit myself thing and then suddenly not having me in his life immediately after made him realize how invested he is in the relationship. I cried, I think. I was also laughing, but there were certainly tears. We've been dating since. I really, really like him. Even saw his parents again last week when they visited him in the city we both live in. Turns out his dad did go to therapy.
Over her shitting?
Oh no, she says kidding after that.
Oh, I was like, oh my God.
Because I was like, what? I will forever be made fun of by him so long as we stay together, but I'm okay with that. If you ever shit yourself in front of your significant other and their father, please pay attention to how everyone else handles the situation. I was so caught up in my own embarrassment that I almost let a really great person and family go. Thank you again to everyone who helped me get out of my shame.
Honestly, that's a nice update.
That's the best possible ending.
Yeah, I'm glad that they can look at it with humor now. Because that's all you can do. Like, you can't, yeah, it's embarrassing. Yeah, it sucks it happened. But, like, you can't ever stoop that low again, you know? Like, what's the worst that could happen now?
Yeah, now I can do is laugh about it. And it's really nice that he got her anti-diarrhea meds, Tums, and a new pair of running shorts. Yeah. That's okay. That's husband material right there. Let's
I wonder if he brought spicy Indian food again for dinner.
I don't think they're gonna try that again.
They're gonna be like, yeah, girl, you don't get to eat that anymore. They get her regular non-spicy Indian food. This dude can't eat. Can you eat spice?
I don't really. Well, I just don't eat a lot of foods, so I don't really eat anything spicy. I think probably the spiciest thing is. Probably,
if you say orange chicken, I'm gonna beat you up. You're gonna say orange chicken, you son of a bitch.
I was gonna say the barbecue sauce from Buffalo Wild Wings, the honey barbecue sauce.
Isn't that like one of their sweet ones?
The sweet barbecue is lower on their spiciness scale, but the honey barbecue is higher. And
okay, higher where?
It's not a lot, obviously, but it's barbecue sauce. But it's more spicy than the sweet barbecue.
Is it like spicy, like spicier than regular barbecue?
Okay, well, let me put it this way. Okay, my grandma had those wings once, and she was like, oh my God, this is spicy.
Is your grandma old?
Is my grandma old?
I'm just surprised you eat anything that's flavored barbecue. I hate barbecue.
You hate barbecue sauce?
Yeah, I hate barbecue sauce.
Why?
I don't like the taste.
Why?
I can ask you why for a lot of things
That's
too,
true.
can't I?
Yeah, I don't like ketchup because I don't like
You
the
don't
taste.
like ketchup?
No,
Why?
because I.
Isn't ketchup and barbecue sauce basically the same?
What? Ketchup is made of tomatoes,
What's barbecue sauce made of?
not tomatoes. It's made
How
of
do you know
like
that?
it's made of like peppers and.
What is barbecue sauce made of?
Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah, but it's in a bottle scale, and the bottle gets skinnier at the top.
What the fuck?
It
They're
is.
not taking into consideration the shape and volume of this fuck.
Here, so
You say
this-
medium's the middle, and then there's just like 50 other fucking things following it.
No, actually, I think orange chicken's probably spicier than the
Get the
barbecue
fuck
sauce.
away from me.
Do you think Opie should have stayed and laughed it off, or was leaving understandable?
I mean, it makes sense.
It's understandable, but given hindsight, she probably just should have stayed and laughed it off. But it is understandable to want to leave after that.
Like, I don't blame her for leaving. Like, it's not like she didn't do anything wrong. She
No.
did what she thought she needed to do in that situation. But now she knows if she ever shits her pants again in front of them, she can just stay and be like, haha, happened again.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it from the guy's perspective. Like if I was dating some guy and he shit himself on the road, and then he went back to my house, took a shower, left, and then I never heard from him again, I would be like, damn, that
Wow,
sucks.
What happened there? I can't imagine she just didn't talk to him.
No, she didn't. She said that they were trying to reach out to her, and she didn't respond to them.
Oh.
Right? Oh, yeah. She said, I told the guy that I just can't face him in person yet. So, I mean, at least she did tell them, like, I just can't face you. Okay, I
Yeah.
thought she completely ghosted the guy, but she did tell him, hey, I just can't face you yet.
Yeah, like I need a second to comprehend what just happened to me.
Yeah, so that's fine, actually,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
I feel like it almost would have been better if it was just a log. You know, like
Why would that have been better?
because at least you can like hide it better in your pants and then just tell the guys to run ahead and just whip it down quick and let it roll to the side.
Wait, so she shit. Oh, she shit in her pants.
Yes.
Okay, I kind of had the impression that she shit in the road.
No,
like
shit.
she
couldn't.
stopped.
She said she couldn't make it. She was almost to the tree.
Okay,
and it
yeah,
just
that's
happened.
right. Okay.
So that's why I'm like, if it was a log, at least, you know, that you just squeeze between your butt cheeks. Finish the run, you know?
Finish the run? How can you finish the run after that? There's no way.
Get home, go to the bathroom right away, drop it in the toilet, call it a day.
What? You're saying you need to catch this log in your butt cheeks, hold it there while running, finish this multiple mile run, and then
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's if it was a log. Obviously, explosive diarrhea. You can't really do that. I was saying that if it was a log, it would have been easier to cover up and like play off, you know? Just like, oh no, I just had a stomach cramp right there. Let's keep going. I'm just gonna run behind a little slower. You guys go ahead. But I'm just saying, if she felt it in her gut and was like, no, it's not gonna be explosive. It's just gonna be a log. But I still need to get it out of me. She could have played it off more than explosive diarrhea.
she probably didn't know what it was going to be, though.
In situations like that, you know what it's gonna be. You feel that rumble in your gut, you immediately are aware of what's happening. You don't even lie.
Okay,
So funny
guys.
for that.
Like, listen, we've been recording this for like 3 hours because we've been rambling about non-relevant stuff so much. So we don't remember what the last thing we were talking about was. I think it was that we were talking about
The log.
the log. I don't know if I cut that out or not, but I guess I have to put some of it in now so I can cut to this. But anyways, it had a good ending. They're together. That's great. The boyfriend seems like a good guy. Bought her a new pair of shorts, and the family was nice about it, and that's great. And today's theme is something very special because guess what? We have a co-host now, my best friend Kerrigan. We've been friends for about 7 years. So today we're gonna judge some other people's friendships because we're best friends and we know how to judge them. So yeah, Kerrigan, what do you know about Reddit? What's your experience with Reddit?
I only use it for Stardew Valley.
For Stardew Valley?
Yes. Or when you have to look something up, you have no clue. Reddit has all the solutions to every problem.
Oh yeah, if you have to like look up something like for a super specific model of something, you just put Reddit at the end.
Oh my God.
You'll always find the answer.
You will always find it. I've never been let down by Reddit.
Yeah. Before we get started, I just have to remind you guys to like and subscribe down below. It really helps out the channel a lot. But without any further ado, let's get into our first story, which comes from Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, Am I the asshole showing my friend private chats and causing a rift in our friend group? My friend and her fiance have been waiting forever to get married. She and he bought an apartment at the start of the pandemic as they wanted to do a destination wedding, and that wasn't happening anytime soon, so they put their money in a home. Then her mom passed and they spent a lot of money on the funeral as none of her siblings would help. She had her dog get sick and car issues. That meant they spent years saving up for what was needed for the wedding they wanted. My friend complained to me and our friend group a lot of her struggles, and one day she decided she was going to have a cheap wedding rather than wait another year. She said she was going to invite 20 to 30 people, get married in the local garden that had a private area that people can rent out for weddings. She's going to do barbecue skewers and homemade cake. She was telling us about it as she was doing things. She's getting married in July. Our mutual friends, who are all supposed to be bridesmaids, started a chat that was supposed to be for planning her bachelorette party. But then they started bad-mouthing her as she was going to make the wedding bring your own alcohol. She nor her fiance drink, so they cut out alcohol on the budget. I get it, as some people really look forward to free booze, but then it just got meaner and meaner. They had a bet going on how long the marriage would last because the wedding was cheap and her diamond was small. I didn't say anything, but it really bothered me as my wedding was also very small and not very expensive. For different reasons, as I get social anxiety and having people stare at me is stressful, but still I wondered if they said mean things about me too. I was feeling a lot of guilt and admitted to my friend when we got coffee that this chat existed. She demanded to see it and was horrified when I gave her my phone. She cried a bit and a few days later announced she wasn't going to have any bridesmaid and uninvited all the bridesmaids except for me. The three of them obviously figured out it was me, and I'm getting texts from them flaming me for ruining our friendship and sharing the group chat. In particular, the friend who would be the maid of honor is telling everyone I ruined their friendship because I was jealous I wasn't chosen, which is definitely not the case. So there's a group chat and they're getting mad at OP for just telling the
bride
about it.
I would totally do the same thing though. If I ever found out, Julian, that you were talking crap behind my back, I'm just saying, we would be fighting.
Yeah. I mean, she's just telling the, OP is just telling the bridesmaid the truth. And I don't think you're ever the asshole for telling somebody the truth about something.
The other bridesmaids are just mad that they got caught.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't understand how people can be mad. Bring your own booze. Yeah, bring your own booze. Get drunk however much you want. I'm not paying for people's alcohol at my wedding.
No.
There's party animals, bro.
I've never been to a wedding, so I actually have no idea how weddings work.
I've been to one and the bride was like an hour late, but
really? Yeah. Well, did they have alcohol?
No, they didn't.
Okay, so that's kind of like normal for weddings.
I don't know.
To not have alcohol?
I've only been to one wedding. I can't say that's like normal. I know like people usually have like some sort of bar though. But I'm like, if you have to have a bar and alcohol to get people to go to your wedding, I feel like you have a bigger problem on your hands.
I think it also matters too why they don't want alcohol at the wedding, because like if like one of them was like an alcoholic or something and now they're sober. Yeah, but exactly. I mean, I'm guessing if they're okay with people bringing their own alcohol, then it's probably not a case like that.
Yeah.
But I've read other Reddit stories where like people get upset that it's like no alcohol at all, and it's because like one of the people in the wedding is like is an ex-alcoholic and they don't want to be around it, but they're like, I can't drink for one damn day. Should OP have spoken up in the chat first? Like, should she have said something like in the group chat, like, "Hey guys, we should stop being mean"?
I would hope she would, but I can also
because OP didn't say that she did that.
Yeah, I can see maybe if she didn't, because if you're getting ganged up on by like 6 people or however many people were in that group chat, I can. It would be intimidating to like speak up. So I can see maybe she didn't. Obviously, I think she should have. But I can also understand why she didn't. Yeah,
of course, like in hindsight, we're looking at it now.
Yeah.
And being like, oh, well, you should have done this. But of course, in the moment, it's a lot harder to actually do that.
Yeah, it's a different whole situation there.
Yeah. So do we think that OP caused the rift, or was it the friends for actually saying that in the first place? Because we haven't read the comments yet, but I think we know who's going to be on the
No, the other friends definitely ruined it first. I mean, if they were talking behind her back, it was just going to eventually happen that she would be told like mean comments to her face.
Yeah.
Or they would just do something despicable later on. Like it was going to happen no matter what.
Mm-hmm. I actually think I would have called OP the asshole if she didn't tell the bridesmaid about this.
Yeah.
Because she has like all these people in her wedding who are just talking shit about her behind her back.
Yeah, because there's no alcohol.
Yeah. And so honestly, if she didn't say anything, I would say she's the asshole, but not for telling her. But let's read some of the comments. Not the asshole. Whoa, what a mess. I think you did the right thing. Generally, text should be private, but at some point, she needs to know. Yeah, I would agree with that. Not the asshole unless these other friends know that every single person in the group chat feels the same. Then they should have kept those sort of conversations for their eyes only. If you hadn't been responding to their thoughts and kind of did or acted defensively, you think they get the point that they don't feel the same and read the room. The bride should definitely know what her bridesmaids are saying about her wedding, and her future husband, especially in the light of all the things that had affected her choice to have a tiny, inexpensive wedding. Those harpies ought to know what that ring... What is a harpy? I'm googling.
It's probably just like means like a bitch.
Let's see.
Or no, harpy. I feel like it's something to do with like mythology. Yeah, I knew it was something mythology. I don't know. Some creature.
Okay, so it's some creature. I don't know what country this commenter's from. Probably from Reddit land.
Yeah, Reddit land.
Okay, anyways, to finish that comment, where did I leave off? Oh,
harpies.
Those harpies ought to know that the ring doesn't make a marriage work, nor does a big fancy wedding or a booze-filled party. Okay, so I think what they're kind of saying there is, like, does OP know that everyone in that group chat feels the same? Like, are all
like all the bridesmaids in there? Do they know that everyone is in agreement of? I can't believe she's not having alcohol at her wedding.
Right. Or are there other people in the group chat like her and she just doesn't know that, but she's saying that everyone in the group chat is bad?
No, I think what it's saying is like, did you, like, the girls who were talking bad, they should have not talked bad in a group chat if they weren't aware that everyone felt that same way.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I'm kind of hard.
Also, I gotta say something. Is a group chat really private?
Well, no, because there's multiple people in it.
Exactly. So you can't be calling it a private chat because it's technically not private.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect any type of privacy in a group chat with multiple people.
No, if I'm talking a group chat, I can expect that some things are gonna get out there. Because that's why when you're talking to group chat, and then you go to your private chat with someone else in the group chat, and then you start talking crap.
Right. That's when you start talking shit.
Yeah. Not in the group chat.
Yeah, these fucking rookies, they don't know how to talk shit.
Unless I knew everyone in the group chat agreed with my opinion, okay, then the group chat, then I'll talk crap. But if I'm not sure if everyone's on the same page, I'm not talking crap in the group chat. I will talk independently to the person I know feels the same way. Mm-hmm. So they just kind of shot themselves in the foot there.
Yeah, these guys are rookies at talking shit and gossiping because they don't know how to do it right.
No, they don't. They're doing it wrong.
Hello, welcome back. We had a little recording issue, not with this, but with the other camera. This is the first video we're recording like this with multicam, and we have a production crew of 1, which is me, and I'm also in the video, so it's a little bit difficult to make sure everything's working correctly all the time. So sorry for the weird cut, but we were talking about how stuff in a group chat is never private. So Yeah, it's never private if
No,
it's in a
not.
group chat with multiple people. But at the end of the day, OP's not the asshole here. You can't be the asshole for telling the truth. I don't think so. No, not the asshole.
We need like a stamp. Not the asshole.
We need like a button that's like, not the asshole, asshole. Anyways, moving on to our next story, which comes from Best of Redditor Updates, was originally posted in True Off My Chest and Off My Chest PH. I only know one thing PH stands for. Is it that? Oh no, it's Off My Chest Philippines.
Oh.
Not what I thought it was.
What do you think it was?
PH. The story comes from Best of Redditor Updates, originally posted on True Off My Chest and True Off My Chest PH, which is Philippines, not what you think it is. And the title reads, 2 weeks before my wedding, my best friend confessed that the reason why me and my fiance got together and will be married is because they made a bet and the prize was to be my fiance seriously dating her. Wait, do you get that? Because I don't get it. I think we have to read more. Okay. 2 weeks before my wedding, my best friend confessed that the reason why me and my fiance got together and will be married is because of her. I don't know what to do. I've been sleepless for days because of this. I need to get this off my chest or my heart might explode. My wedding is on the 19th and my bachelorette party was last Saturday and was organized by my best friend, Lucy. I partied with the bridesmaid, had some shots, and they were so excited for me marrying the love of my life, Erwin. We've been together for 3 years. After the party, everyone was wasted and went home, leaving Lucy and I in the Airbnb. I was not that drunk, at most tipsy, so I helped her clean up because I will be staying the night with her too. While we're cleaning, she's silent, which is very not her. She was very active during the party, so I thought she's just tired, so I told her I can finish up and she can rest. So she went to the bedroom while I was finishing the dishes. She returned to the kitchen. She told me that she needs to tell me something. So I stopped what I was doing. Then she said she's sorry. She did not expect that Erwin will ask me for marriage because it was a bet gone wrong. I was confused and asked her to elaborate. But what she basically told me is that when I first introduced them to each other, she and Erwin had a bet that if he can get me to marry him, she will exclusively date him. Apparently, they have been secretly dating since before I met Erwin. Their relationship was toxic, so they have these constant breaks, but on this particular break, she allowed him to date anyone. That's when Erwin and I met. When I asked her why she's only telling me this now, she said that she felt guilty. She didn't want to hurt me, but she didn't want to take full accountability and acknowledge Erwin's part in this. She was trying to convince Erwin to come clean together, but he refused and told her, nah, the bet was long gone because he was genuinely in love with me already. When I asked her if she still has feelings for Erwin, she answered yes, and she realized how good of a man Erwin is now. When I asked if Erwin knows how she feels about him, she answered no. But if I allow her, she'll confess her feelings for him. At that point, I just left. I had no energy left, even if I wanted to slap her at the moment. I feel so played and betrayed and humiliated. The two closest people in my life made me pawn to their sick games. I don't know what to do, where to start. I'm so confused. It's been 3 days and I haven't told anyone yet, not even Erwin, who was in HK, which I'm guessing is Hong Kong. Not even my parents. Lucy hasn't tried to contact me, and I think she didn't say anything yet to Erwin. The wedding is in 2 weeks. How do I face this?
Call it off and beat your friend.
So wait a minute. So is Erwin and the friend, are they still like
No,
dating?
I think they were dating. They went on a break. They made the bet that he can get OP to marry him, and then he actually fell in love with her. Like it was like probably like a joke.
Wait, but didn't they say that they had been secretly dating for, wait a minute.
Maybe that means like they were dating and she didn't know about it. She didn't like, OP didn't know that they were dating before they met.
Oh, they had been secretly dating before
yes.
OP and Erwin met. So
first of all, can I say Erwin?
Well, it's probably fake names.
I know,
they
but
always change the names.
You know how I am with names. That's so ugly. Sorry, any Erwins out there.
So Erwin says that he's in love with her now, but the way that it started was because of a bet. So does the origin of the relationship matter?
100%. If I found out, right, that the guy I was seeing just was seeing me for a bet, I mean, that was like a lie, basically.
Yeah, that's
the relationship
true. Yeah.
started on a lie. So what else is he lying about? Right. If he's willing to lie and pretend he wasn't dating your so-called best friend that whole time, then what else is he hiding?
Yeah, I'd also never be able to not think about that.
Exactly. I immediately would just be thinking like, wow, I would just distrust him forever.
Yeah, because I like you're saying, like the whole thing is based on a lie, basically. And the bet was that the friend would date Erwin if he could get her to marry her. Isn't that what the bet was? So if
I think so like so was it all like a prank the whole time? Like he was gonna propose, OP says yes, and he's like, haha, psych, I'm gonna go be with your best friend now because she won the bet.
That's why I'm skeptical that he claims that he's in love with her, because the bet still hasn't been fulfilled because they haven't got married yet. They're getting married in 2 weeks.
Okay, but how crazy would it be if they get married on the honeymoon? He's like, we're divorcing because your friend won a bet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that might be where this is going, and this is on Best of Redditor updates. So there's an update to this.
Oh no!
And I think that might be where this is going.
Okay. Here's my thought. If OP marries this guy after finding this out,
oh yeah, they gotta call the wedding off.
She had to come. Well, yeah, exactly. So the update can't be that he did what we just thought he was gonna do, because she had to have told them and called it off. Redditors, they're gonna be screaming at her to break up.
I hope they are. Actually,
same. We gotta read. What happened?
Let's read some of the comments from that first one.
Okay.
Talk to Erwin. The next thing you need to do is talk to your fiance. Hear him out. Let him explain. By the way, did your so-called best friend show you any evidence regarding her claim? And also, for the record, Lucy is not your best friend. You may have treated her as one, but she did not feel the same way as you do. Yeah, she was drunk, right, when she said that?
That's a good point, too, because what if Lucy was just lying to get OP to break up with Erwin, so maybe she has a chance?
I don't think she was lying.
You don't think she's lying?
Well, because drunk words are sober thoughts. So I think she'd probably been thinking that for a while.
Imagine the twist, though. Imagine the twist.
Okay, what if this? Okay, so what if Lucy wants to... Lucy has a secret crush on OP, and she's saying this to try and get them to break up so that she can get with Lucy.
See, I don't think that would work, because OP was just betrayed by Lucy no matter what. Like, Lucy basically...
Well, that's true, but she was drunk, so she wasn't thinking that well.
True. That's true.
Okay, OP responded to that comment that we just read. I still haven't talked to Erwin, and I admit that I keep delaying it because I'm afraid what he'll say. But yes, I'm picking him up from his flight tomorrow, and I'll have him explain all of Lucy's confessions. I don't want to reach out to Lucy for more info. I just can't see her without getting angry. She shouldn't delay this any longer.
No.
Because the worst outcome is if they actually do end up getting married. Because they shouldn't.
No,
at this point, no. There's another comment here, and I want to read this because this guy is playing devil's advocate. So let's see. So this comment is, okay, devil's advocate here. You need to sit down. You need to talk to your soon-to-be husband. Maybe there was a bet, and maybe in the beginning it was a bet, but he grew deeper feelings, and he actually wants this with you. Or the other thing could be that Miss Lucy in the sky with diamonds in her eyes is lying to you and is jealous because she dated him before he got with you. Or she could just be lying to get you to leave him so she can swoop in and play with his mind a bit. But one thing is for absolute sure, you need to talk to said fiance like right now.
See, I agree with them, but if he changed his mind, like if it started as a bet, he should have come clean way sooner. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
He should have come clean so much sooner.
Well, and I think the reason he hasn't is because he knows if he says that, then it's probably over.
Yeah, as it should be.
Yeah, which it just should be. So.
Yeah.
But we have an update from 2 days later. So it starts by a little history of how Erwin and I met. We met at a company event. My company was the host and his was one of our clients. We bonded over the after party and exchanged numbers. Days after he added me on Facebook, I actually saw that he and Lucy were mutual friends. So I asked him if they knew each other. He answered yes, and they met during their internship days but weren't close. I asked Lucy too, and she confirmed it too, so I didn't make a big deal of it. We began casually dating, no labels, just see where things go. I know he's been seeing someone else at the same time as I do too, but when we admitted to wanting to make things official with us. We broke up with our casual flings, and the rest is history. I appreciate everyone who reached out. Thank you for the kind messages, and it made me realize to think of my situation logically. So I did, and yes, Erwin and I already talked. I picked him up from the airport yesterday and told him about Lucy's confessions. He went pale, but he was calm. He told me to ask everything I want to know, and he will answer truthfully. I'll try to summarize everything here. Number 1, did he know that Lucy and I were best friends when we met? No, they didn't talk much about their personal lives when they were together, but he knows that Lucy's best friend's name is my name, but when we met, he didn't really put the pieces together. What a fucking idiot.
Literally.
Number 2, how long were they dating before we met? He did not keep count because they were on and off again, but they were casually seeing each other for around 4 months before we met. And in his mind, they had never been official as they didn't label their relationship. He did try to pursue her, but she kept messing up with his head. So when she allowed him to date when they were on a break, he thought of it as a way out. Number 3, did they really bet on me? Yes, but he did not take it seriously. He also did not initiate it. Number 4, when did the bet happen? It happened days after I introduced him as a friend to Lucy. He admitted that since we were not still exclusively dating, he sees Lucy. Lucy initiated the bet, and if he does win, she will know that he is mature enough to seriously date. Number 5, when did their relationship end? A month or so before we made our relationship official. He already broke things off with Lucy because he was starting to fall for me. Lucy took it well and did not even bring up the bet. Number 6, why all of a sudden Lucy brought up the bet? Lucy started bringing it up after we made our engagement official. He admitted to have forgotten about the bet until she reminded her of it. So when Lucy reached out to come clean, he refused because he didn't really think that it was serious. Number 7, is he aware of Lucy's feelings? No, he genuinely thinks that Lucy is happy for us. Right now, I don't know where to go from here. I believe him, but I just don't like the idea that the foundation of our relationship is from a bet, whether it be serious or not. It's still not good. Can we rebuild trust from here? I don't know, but I'm willing to try. Aside from this issue, Erwin has been a great boyfriend, and I don't want to make harsh decisions about us and regret it in the end. What I do know now is that we need to call off the wedding. He told me that he'll understand if I don't want to go on with our wedding anymore, but he asked me to consider our relationship because he loves me and he'll do anything to regain my trust back. I also learned that Lucy actually tried to contact Erwin days after the bachelorette party, but Erwin missed her calls. She's still not reaching out to me, but I don't care anymore. Many of you say she's sabotaging our relationship. This is her last-ditch effort to have Erwin by herself, and I think you're right. It just hurts that our 11 years of friendship have to end this way. So there, I think this will be my last update. Everything from here on will be Erwin and I's decisions. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Okay, so I guess the Erwin was actually serious about the relationship.
Yeah.
He completely forgot about the bet, and Lucy just wanted to sabotage everything.
It sounds like Lucy's like manipulative.
Yeah,
like,
because she knew about the bet the whole time.
They were not dating. They were a fling for 4 months. Erwin and Lucy were only a fling for 4 months. You're telling me she fell so madly in love. So this whole time that OP and Erwin were together, she was slowly also falling in love with Erwin.
I guess so.
Because he was proving he could be a good boyfriend.
Yeah, by being in a relationship with somebody else.
That's literally insane. I can't. That's literally insane. Like, what is Lucy thinking? Like, genuinely, what is she thinking? Does she really think that he's just going to be like, yeah, we made a bet we didn't even shake on. I'm just going to abandon my soon-to-be wife and be with you.
I mean, she's clearly latching onto that bet as like something to like not let him go, but she just needs to let him go.
You should learn from this.
Are you talking to me?
No. Who could I be talking to?
I was going to say this kind of sounds.
I don't think you would be that crazy, though.
No, I would not fucking do that, but
you would be.
I see where she's coming from. Not being able to get over this guy that she didn't even know for that long.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't think you would make a bet and then after like 3 years be like, well, you really are a good boyfriend. I think you should break up with your girlfriend and come be with me, like our bet was agreed to be.
But who's worse, the fiance, because he took the bet, or the best friend for revealing it right before the wedding?
I don't know, because the fiance did it more as a joke, like not serious. If what he's saying is true, it wasn't serious, and he used it as like a scapegoat to get out of the relationship with Lucy. That's what he said. Like
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he just used it to try and get out of that whole thing with Lucy because it.
But I mean, so I think Lucy is the worst. Like,
oh yeah, the friend's definitely the worst.
Yeah, but in like the situation comparing them, I think she did the most bogus thing.
It's definitely just like a last ditch effort to try and do something to get with him.
Yeah, literally.
But it ain't gonna work. But I am glad that they called off the wedding, because even though he wasn't like serious about the bet or whatever, you still just kind of have to take a step back after something like that.
Yeah, you have to work on your relationship again.
Yeah.
Like, it's like that trust was broken where you're not at marriage level. Like, you need to rebuild the trust. You basically have to start over.
You know, this is funny because this is a Reddit story where it seems like the OP is actually doing something like reasonable.
Yeah, like is competent. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Not just doing the craziest stuff. Yeah, he did this, but I'm still going to get married to him. Girl, no.
Yeah, which is like, I can understand that, but. Okay, so a comment from that update. Your best friend and boyfriend had a sexual relationship and none of them told you. So your relationship started off on a bet and plenty of lies. Good luck. You should drop both of them, not just the friend. He was wrong just as much as her, and you're giving him a free pass. He was going to let you marry him without telling you he slept with your best friend. How is that a good boyfriend? That's a good point, actually.
That is a good point.
He did sleep with her best friend. Wait, but he said that he didn't know that they were best friends.
No, he said that he didn't know, but he knew that Lucy had a friend by OP's name.
Oh, but he didn't connect the dots.
Yeah,
oh, which I
dots.
don't know if I believe him about that.
I mean, yeah, you know, now that they brought that up, that is a good point that we kind of skipped over. Is he was fucking her best friend and didn't say anything.
Well, and after 3 years, there's no way he still didn't know that they were best friends.
Exactly. Well, she was in the wedding, but she was a bachelorette.
Oh yeah, that's true. So they were gonna have a bachelorette in the wedding.
Well, bachelorette. Hold on.
Wait,
bridesmaid.
See, we don't know how weddings work.
No,
Clearly.
no.
Okay, so that is a good point. So the husband was completely okay with having a bridesmaid in the wedding that he had sex with before, and his soon-to-be wife doesn't know about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of.
I mean, I would. Yeah. At least say something like, "Hey, just so you know, before I met you, I had a fling with your best friend."
Yeah.
Because I feel like if I was told that, I'd be like, ooh. But at least they came clean about it and told me before the wedding. Imagine on the wedding night, they're like, yeah, that friend over there, because they're drunk. And they're like, yeah, that friend over there fucked her like 1,000 times. I'd be like, get the fuck away from me.
I mean, they definitely shouldn't get married, and it's good that they're not, but I don't think the relationship is over because of this.
I think if he's genuinely in love with her and knows what he did wrong and can admit that he did wrong and actually work on fixing it, then I think they can try again. But they definitely crushed all trust.
Because, I mean, it's one thing to say sorry about it, but it's like, what are you actually going to do about it? So only time will tell if he's actually going to do something about it. But anyways, on to our next story, which comes from Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, Am I the Asshole for completely ending 15 years of friendship because my friend decided to test my loyalty and friendship? Listen, I'm already going to say, if you're doing any kind of like relationship test or loyalty test, you don't want to be friends with that person.
No, you don't. You don't. Not at all.
Anyways, here we go. 25-year-old guy, had a lifelong friend, 25-year-old woman, since early school days. We were incredibly close, best friends, inseparable. She came from a very difficult home situation, emotionally draining, controlling family, and overall a lot of hardship. Knowing that, I always supported her mentally, emotionally, and even financially when she needed. She was like family to me. We even went to the same university and stayed close all those years. Our friendship never had any real issues, at least that's what I thought. But around a year ago, she started acting distant, not just with me, but with our whole friend group. She constantly made excuses to avoid us, and we began noticing she was lying about small things. We offered help, but she refused to open up or act any differently. Then she started asking me, and only me, for money multiple times. Since I knew her situation and I was in a position to help, I never said no. I even reassured her not to stress about paying it back quickly. At one point, she told me her family was in serious trouble and she needed a much larger amount. I was hesitant, but I gave it to her because I truly believed I was helping someone I cared about. Not long after, she told us she was dating a new guy. Everything she said about him was a red flag. He controlled what she wore, tracked where she was, had no job, lived in a village, had a kid, had been in jail, and was divorced. God, that list just kept going.
Lived in a village?
Yeah.
Was that a red
flag?
flag?
You can't live in a village. That's a huge red flag.
Dang, didn't know living in a village was that bad.
Maybe he's saying he's like a Minecraft villager.
Yeah. Big ass nose, bald.
And he just goes like, Yeah, he has no job. He's a villager, so he just stands there and goes like,
But villagers usually have jobs.
Oh, that's true. They do.
Yeah. So he's worse. He's worse.
Okay, maybe I don't know what he means by he lives in a village. Okay, anyways, all of us warned her, but she insisted it was true love. I said, if you're sure and it makes you happy, go for it. I wasn't going to tell her how to live her life. Eventually, when it was time for her to pay me back, I politely reminded her multiple times and even told her I'd understand if she needed more time. She kept making excuses. Finally, she promised to send it by the end of the day. Instead, that evening, I got a message from her boyfriend using her account saying he wanted to talk to me. Important note, we'd always felt that this guy didn't like our friendship and was probably jealous or insecure about it. I was in the middle of a university exam at the time, so I messaged back saying I couldn't talk right now, but would be available in an hour. Despite that, my phone kept ringing again and again, which was incredibly disrespectful. Then, out of nowhere, I got a message from another number, still her, saying she was in big trouble, that her parents were throwing her out of the house and she needed my help. After suspecting her lies for months and her strange behavior, now I instantly knew it was another lie. She was clearly with her boyfriend and trying to manipulate me. That was it. I had enough. She tried to send her boyfriend to me instead of promised money. Even when I told her it's okay if you don't have it right now. I told her I don't like the way she was acting and I knew she was lying. After everything I had done over the years, always being there for her, always helping, never hesitating, I told her I no longer wanted to be her friend. Later, I found out from another friend that the whole thing was a test. She wanted to see if I would still help her after everything I'd already done. That infuriated me more than anything. I decided in that moment I would never contact her again, and I haven't. Honestly, I don't care what happens to her now. Whatever comes next is her responsibility, not mine. And to top it off, she now apparently thinks I'm the bad friend because I didn't pass her test after all those years of real, unconditional support. So, am I the asshole for cutting her off completely, even though she clearly still has issues in her life and now even sees me as the villain?
So you gave her money. She didn't pay you back. And that same night, she asked for more money.
Yeah.
After she said, I'll pay you back.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, boot her right then and there. Even if it was a test or not. Like, that's a leech.
Well, actually, he was even saying, you don't have to give me the money right now.
Exactly. And then she's like, no, I'll get it to you by end of day. And then she's texting, yo, parents kicked me out. I need money right now. Go live with your boyfriend in the village.
Yeah, go back to the village, bro. Go back to the fucking village.
Yeah, no, he's not the asshole.
No, OP's not the asshole at all. I mean, like we kind of said at the beginning, if you're ever testing somebody's loyalty, anytime you're doing a test like that, you're automatically the asshole.
100%.
And I mean, this guy has been incredibly generous to her, giving her all this money. And she just keeps asking for more and more. So I'm unclear about if this whole thing of asking for money in the first place was a test the whole time, or if just this one event was a test.
I wonder if like the boyfriend was pushing her to like get money from him.
Probably because he has no job and he lives in a village.
Yeah. Because that's also weird though that the boyfriend was hitting him up. Like, we need to talk. And then immediately after another number, supposedly the boyfriend's number, is texting him, and then he's getting text, I need money because my parents just kicked me out. That just all seems fishy. Like, obviously, I think the girl's fishy to begin with because always asking for money, I don't know. Sometimes you have to surround yourself with better people. I guess I'm so confused on the boyfriend was texting him, then she texted him right after, and they clearly were together because the boyfriend was texting OP on the girlfriend's phone, like the friend's phone. And then immediately after she said, oh, I just got kicked out. You got kicked out when you're hanging out with your boyfriend. So that's why it's like...
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all. I don't think there's an update on this one because I really don't want to know like why she's asking for money. Because my suspicion is she's using it to like buy drugs or something.
Yeah, or paid child support for her boyfriend.
Yeah.
Because he has no job.
Because he lives in a village.
Yeah, he lives in a village. He has to build his house out of sticks and mud.
I really... Maybe it just means like a small town, which...
Maybe he means like like he's homeless. He lives in like a homeless village. You know, like how they build like little villages? Homeless people go down an alley. There's like little huts.
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't call that a village.
I mean, you could call it a village, though. It's people coming together, protecting each other.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't call it just like a village. I would call it a homeless village, not just a village. Because
I like how that's the only red flag we're hooked on is he lived in a village.
This is the most perplexing part of the story is why did he live in a village?
What was he doing there? Living?
Well, no, he was having a kid and getting divorced and going to jail in the village.
I think we can ignore the boyfriend and still come to the conclusion that the friend is in the wrong.
Oh yeah, there's no way the OP is in the wrong for this. And he's been dealing with this for, well, I mean, they've been friends for 15 years, but she hasn't been asking for money for 15 years. But he said that he kind of like was like, oh yeah, well, just do it because I know her situation's not as good as mine. But at a certain point, you kind of just got to be like, okay, well, that's...
Well, if you're not going to help yourself, you know, like there comes a point where you have to start overcoming some issues. Like, yeah, it's difficult, right? Mm-hmm. Like you can't just in one day fix all your problems. But it's like...
This has been going on for years.
Yeah, and you've been getting support, and you clearly had a friend who was willing to help you. Like, willing to help you get out of that situation, but you just didn't.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, she's just taking advantage of him.
Exactly. That's what I'm, like, feeling like, is she realized, oh, I don't have to get help. I can just rely on him, and I can get by.
Right.
Like, no, you have to get help. You have to.
And I mean,
Is she jobless?
I mean, I'll play devil's advocate for a second here. So say I'm her. I live with this guy in the village.
Yeah.
And I have a friend who's going to just give me money whenever I ask.
Yeah.
You know, it could be easy to fall into a thing where it's like, oh, well, I don't have to work because he's just going to give me money.
Yeah, if I'm falling in tough times, he gives me money.
Yeah, so I mean, I can understand how she could get into that, but it doesn't mean that she should.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Because, you're abusing the kindness of one of your friends. You're obviously going to lose them.
Yeah.
And I think it's crazy that she's like, he's the bad guy. How is she saying that? He gives me money. He's the bad guy. Boo-hoo. He gave you money.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what conclusion she's jumping to. I feel like the boyfriend is also kind of playing a part in this.
Yeah, because didn't they say that he's like a controlling boyfriend? Like what she wears and stuff?
None of the friends like her or the boyfriend.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a 15-year friendship, and that's you know, a friendship breakup is almost worse than like a breakup. Oh,
100%.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, because it's like all those like intimate bonding with your friend. It's different than a relationship, like romantic.
Well, and it's because when you go into a friendship, when you go into a relationship, you go into it with the expectation that it could end. But when you go into a friendship, you don't really go into it with those same expectations that it could end.
Yeah, you're like, this is my bestie.
So then if it does, it's like almost more devastating.
And then they talk shit behind your back. They try to get with your fiance, and then they keep asking for money.
And they fucking live in a village.
And they live in a village. Oh my God, the horror. What's this guy got against villages? He's the asshole for not liking villages.
That's the only thing he's the asshole for, is not liking villages.
Did anyone point out the village?
I'm trying to look for that because
this guy sees village of, and he's like, nah, we can't go there.
So I think that one's pretty simple. I mean, the guy's OP's not the asshole.
No.
Friend's the asshole. What does he got against villages? That's really all we're
minor asshole
here.
For the village comment.
Anyways, on to our final story, which comes from Best of Reddit Updates, originally posted in Relationship Advice. And I've heard of this one before, and it is crazy. So the title reads, my best friend since birth gave me a bad reference for a job she told me to apply to. So Background: our parents have known each other since before we were born. My parents moved across the street from her parents. Her mom baked my mom and dad a cake, and they've been best friends ever since. They even got pregnant around the same time and gave birth a few months apart. Tori and I literally grew up together and have always been close. We were inseparable as kids and have always called each other sisters. Freshman year of high school, her dad got a job opportunity and they ended up moving to Cali. We were in Ohio at the time, so it was kind of hard to maintain a long distance friendship because of the time difference and everything that was going on in our lives, but we still remained close, alternating visiting each other during our summer breaks. We applied and got into the same college after high school, so we were finally reunited at college as we dormed together. Things were perfect. Present day, we are both married to our husbands. We live in the same town. Our husbands are best friends as well. Due to this COVID pandemic, I was laid off from my telemarketing job. It was fine at first because my husband was able to pick up a few extra shifts and maintain our household, but his overtime started getting cut, so now we were only living off one income and have had to use our savings to pay a few bills. As of recently, I've been looking for a new job, and it's been hard because no one has been hiring. Toya and I get together once every other week for drinks. I mentioned to her that I was having a hard time job searching, and she suggested I apply at her job and that she would put in a good word for me and I'd be hired. We talked about how fun it would be to work together. Tori is in a similar field as I was, not exactly the same, but she said that I'd have no problem getting in and that they'd trade me for whatever I didn't know. Later that week, I applied and was called a few days later for a phone interview. We went over my application and she asked how I was referred to the job. I mentioned Tori and she genuinely sounded excited and bragged about what a great employee Tori is and how if she was referring me, I'd probably be a perfect fit. We finished up the phone interview and she said that she would ask Tori a few follow-up questions, but that the job was pretty much mine and to be expecting a call back by a certain day. I texted Tori telling her how things went and thanking her immensely. However, the day came that I was supposed to hear something back and I haven't heard anything. At Tori and I's get together, I asked her if her boss ever asked her about me and Tori said no and that she would let me know if she did. 2 more weeks passed and still no word. I asked Tori again and all that she said was that they decided to hire someone else because they had more experience, so I dropped it after that. A month later and I am finally back working and my husband and I are getting back on our feet. I suggested that we invite Tori and her husband over for dinner and my husband immediately said no. I've noticed that my husband and her husband haven't been talking. I asked him about it and he brushed it off. I asked Tori about it at our get-together and she brushed it off as well. However, I knew that was odd as they talked almost daily and got together weekly for beer and poker with a few other friends, and that hasn't been happening either. I decided to press the issue more with my husband and he finally broke down and he said the reason why him and Matt weren't speaking was because of Tori. He explained that the job Tori said she would speak up for me to get, she actually did the opposite. I asked what he meant and he explained that her boss actually did ask Tori about me and she said a few things to deter her from hiring me. I asked why he kept this from me for so long and he said it was better that I didn't know because he didn't want to ruin our friendship. Matt actually told him what Tori did and he told Matt to tell Tori to do the right thing. They got into an argument and that's why they weren't speaking. I called Tori and she admitted that my husband was telling the truth and said the reason why she didn't vouch for me was because she didn't want things to change between us because at work she was a completely different person, whatever that meant. So after thinking about asking me to apply, she decided to change her mind but couldn't bring herself to tell me that. I was absolutely disgusted. She knew how much my husband and I were struggling and decided to sabotage my chance at getting a job for no real reason. I hung up and blocked her number. It's been nearly a month and we haven't talked yet. However, my husband and her husband are back on speaking terms and my husband wants me to make up with Tori and let it go so that things can get back to how they were. However, I'm not sure if they can. I feel like I've been stabbed in the back. Do I have the right to feel how I feel, or is it time to move on and let bygones be bygones? I admit that I do miss her, but I feel like I can't trust her anymore. Had she told me the truth from the beginning, I would have been okay, but she lied to my face on multiple occasions.
First of all, if I applied somewhere and you told me, if I applied to the same place you're working and you promised me you would put in a good word and then you didn't, first of all, what the heck? What did I do to deserve that?
Yeah.
See, you're looking at me like you know something that I don't know.
Well, because I do.
Oh. Also, I do think it's weird that the husband was so angry about this. And then a month's gone by and he's like, makeup.
Yeah, like can we just get back to life now?
Yeah, like, are you done? Are you done being mad about this?
Like, are
situation?
you women done arguing?
I want to have my beer.
But why is she lying about it though? Like, why doesn't she want? Like, why is she lying to her boss that she's like a bad employee? Like, why doesn't she want her to work there?
Why would you say, come apply at the job I work at? I'll put in a good word. And then do the opposite. So you just wasted your best friend's time. And now you made your best friend look like an asshole.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it?
Oh, she fucking the husband?
It just doesn't make any sense.
Oh my God, is there like a throuple going on and they're leaving OP out?
This is on Best of Reddit Updates.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes. Read the update. Screw any comments or anything. Read the update. What happened?
There actually aren't even any comments from just that post.
Because it wasn't crazy.
It just has the update.
Oh.
So we're just skipping right to the update with this one because the update's crazy. So here we go. Thank you all for your comments and advice. I'm glad to know I wasn't overthinking the situation. I called Tori yesterday and gave her the opportunity to meet up, apologize, and explain more in depth. She accepted my offer and we had a lunch at a nearby restaurant today. Some of you guessed that the reason she didn't want me at her job was because she could have been hiding something. That was correct.
Oh.
She told me that she was indeed having an affair with a coworker. I didn't buy it at all. It just didn't make sense because if that was the case, why would she tell her husband that she sabotaged me rather than keep that to herself? Turns out that my husband was pressuring him for answers as well, and her husband kept reminding her to ask her boss why I didn't get the job. That's when she told me what she did. She also gave him a completely different explanation of why she didn't want me working there. She showed me months of steamy texts and sexts, not sex, sexts, like text, like text.
Like texting sex.
Yes, between her and her coworkers, so I knew then that she was telling the truth. I asked her why she didn't just tell me. She said that she was scared that people at her job would ask me questions and it would come out that she's married. The guy at her job that she's been seeing doesn't know and thinks they are in an exclusive relationship. She said that if I found out about the affair, she was afraid that I'd tell my husband, and since our husbands are best friends, he would tell hers. She gets together with her coworker for a few hours after work and on weekends. Apparently, she doesn't even work weekends. Her husband thinks that she is at work all this time. She said that having me work there would ruin things as our schedules wouldn't add up and it would get back to her husband and he would question her about why. I asked her why she would have me apply and say that she would get me in knowing she had no intentions of having me work with her. She said that she didn't think I'd really take her up on the offer as I've made comments before about her work sounding boring and that she was really hoping that if she dragged it out long enough, I'd get tired of waiting and look elsewhere. The $1 million question that I asked her was, what did you say to your boss to change her mind about offering me the job? She said she told her boss that having me work there would honestly probably just be a distraction and she wouldn't perform her best and that I was known to be lazy and a slacker.
Oh my God.
Definitely not true. She did offer her sincere apology and said that she felt terrible knowing what all John and I were going through and she didn't help, but I just can't see myself forgiving her or even trusting her again after the situation. Basically, the best friend that I've known all these years has turned into a complete stranger. I feel like I don't know her anymore. This isn't someone I want in my life, especially after she caused me to look foolish by bad-mouthing me to her boss. I told her that our friendship was over and that she'd better have a talk with her husband because no way I was holding this back from mine. A few hours later, my husband got a call from hers. Tori told him the news and they are now separating and he will file for a divorce in the upcoming weeks. Tori is, believe it or not, moving in with her coworker.
Oh my God.
I haven't heard from her since leaving the restaurant and honestly don't plan on talking to her ever again. Almost 30 years of friendship gone over a string of lies. As for my husband, him and I had a long talk after revealing to me that he already knew what Tori did. I explained to him that it is never okay to keep things like that from me, no matter what. I understand him and Matt have a very good friendship, but me and my feelings should come first in future situations like this. He agreed and will eventually gain my trust back. Added, just to clear things up, my husband never knew about Tori's affair. All he knew was that Tori sabotaged the job. Also, a lot of you are saying that the coworker deserves to know, and I agree. I emailed the HR department at her job and requested a meeting with the woman I had a phone interview with. The meeting is Friday, and I will tell her then about Tori's lie and about the affair and I will let her handle it how she wants to from there. After this, I'm completely done with her. Edit number 2. A lot of you think that me talking to her boss is a bad idea. If anything, I probably won't bring up the affair situation, but I do want to bring it to her attention that Tori lied to her. I don't think her boss would appreciate having employees that would easily lie to their face to cover up shady stuff that they've been doing. I may just send her an email with that part of the recording attached and a quick explanation instead of going to meet her. And yes, I recorded our encounter. If I figure out how, I could possibly post it if anyone would be interested in hearing. I honestly don't care if telling her boss is a fucked up thing to do. She didn't give a fuck about me when she watched me struggle for months and prevented me from getting a job that I desperately needed at the time. So why would I give a fuck about her? She's not my friend anymore anyways. She needs to learn that she can't just do whatever she wants with zero consequences. So stop telling me not to say anything.
Damn.
So.
Oh, damn.
So. That's not the end of this.
What? What?
Unfortunately, or fortunately for us, as we're reading this is not the end of the story. But okay, so I'm interested. What do you think about the husband? So he didn't know about the affair, but he did know that she lied to the boss and didn't tell his wife.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
I don't like that. Like, just tell her. Oh, by the way, your best friend lied about this. Mm-hmm. Like, I think that's weird that he hid it. That is just weird to me. Like, what was he trying to protect his bromance with his bestie?
Oh, it's bro code. He couldn't say it.
Bro, he couldn't risk not having beers every Friday night.
Playing poker.
The wives are mad. Poker. The wives are mad. We can't hang out.
It's like, I just want my women to stay calm.
Yeah. I want to gamble and drink. I don't like her explanation of, well, I offered you the job because I thought you were going to say no.
Yeah, and I didn't think you'd want it anyway. Yeah. So
this great paying job and you are jobless right now and you'd probably take anything you can get because you need money. Oh, I'm going to offer you the job. And then I'm going to be like, ooh, I actually don't want you to take the job. Just don't even offer.
I don't even believe her explanation of that, because I think what happened is she offered the job and she's like, oh, wait a minute. I'm having an affair. And if she works there, she's going to find out about it. Yeah. She's just like, oh, silly me. I forgot I was having an affair.
Oh, no. Kevin in accounting. I'm fucking him on the weekends. Oh, no. She's going to work in the accounting department. Like, what? Her boss came up to her and was like, I just talked to your friend. She's a great. What do you think about her? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's bad. She's going to distract me.
Yeah, more than the guy I'm fucking.
In accounting.
Yeah, in accounting. The cubicle right across
from me. Don't ask me why I go over to accounting all the time.
Don't ask why my bathroom breaks take forever in the family room. I mean, I'm glad that Tori told her husband. I'm just kind of like mean, where I would totally tell her boss. She's fucking Kevin in accounting, by the way. And
I don't think like, she's wrong for telling the boss at all. It is like an HR thing, because like it's two coworkers who are,
especially when you get like an affair. Like if you're just dating, fine,
but it's an affair.
You're cheating on your husband.
Yeah.
With this dude, and you're saying you've been at work this whole time. Yeah, nah.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just petty. Like.
Yeah, it's also just kind of like...
I'm petty.
Yeah.
Oh, you caused me to not get a good job. You were cheating on your husband. Yeah, I'm going to go tell your work. You lost your husband, and I hope you lose your job.
Yeah, and now she's moving in with the coworker.
Yeah.
And it's not clear if we know, but I don't think the coworker knows that he's the affair partner either.
And once a cheater, always a cheater.
Yeah.
Very, very firm on that. Mm-hmm. So this girl... who's to say she's not cheating with Bob in IT or something? She's got 2 affairs going on. She slept with all the men on her floor.
But like I said, this story is not over. Because there's still more. And this was a part that I was just like, I can't believe this.
Oh, no. I love this.
Here's what's going on, guys. I couldn't. The title was confusing. But Tori made a Reddit post about this because she saw OP's like original post, and this is what Tori says about it.
Oh no.
My former best friend posted a Reddit about me in the sub to get sympathy, but it's a complete lie.
Oh God.
So this is from Tori. So this is the girl that we thought has been having an affair this whole time and lied to the boss.
Okay.
So she's saying the whole thing is a lie. So
OP lied.
We'll find out.
Okay.
I actually came across this on Twitter. I gave it a read and noticed that besides the names, the story sounded similar to what happened between me and Megan. I came to Reddit and read the update as well, and it is about me. I am Tori, and I just wanted to clear up a few things. Number one, that night at dinner while she was complaining about not having a job and money, I never told her to apply to mine. I already knew that would have been a bad idea and not for the reasons she stated. She told me that I was just being cynical and applied anyways and put my name down as a referral. Number two, Megan never listens and thinks that she is always right no matter what. My boss did ask me about her and I did nothing but tell the truth. I really didn't think I would be as productive being around her and trying to focus on my job as well. Number three, Megan really is just a lazy piece of shit. Hence the reason why she was depending on my job instead of going out and finding her own. Number four, as for the update she posted, what Megan didn't mention was that my husband and I have been separated for 7 months. We were keeping it quiet, but she and her husband both knew. We are living in the same house until my condo is ready, which will be later this year. Number five, the coworker that I'm so-called having an affair with is completely updated on my situation and has been the entire time. My soon-to-be ex-husband even knows about him, but I never brought him back to our house out of respect. I can't believe that someone I once called a best friend would stoop so low and have the majority of the internet trash talking me when the situation is not what she is making it seem whatsoever. For those of you that took my side, thank you for seeing the bigger picture. Megan, if you're reading this, I hope that I hope that gold was worth your dignity and losing not only your best friend, but your only friend. Oh, and by the way, don't bother contacting my boss. I quit this morning. So it was all a lie. The original poster was completely lying. Or maybe they're not, and maybe Tori's lying about this.
No, because I feel like Tori she didn't make it seem like it was a lie, though. Like, I don't think that Tori is lying.
Yeah, I believe Tori.
I believe Tori because she's very straightforward. Like, OP had a very elaborate story. I want to hear this audio recording that OP supposedly has.
That is true. They said they could upload an audio recording, and it's not here. Is it in the original post?
Yeah, if they've already been separated for 7 months, so what? OP was just trying to get sympathy and public attention with her story?
Probably. Because I don't know why else you'd just make up a Reddit story like this.
But also why is it that the laziest people are always on Reddit making up stories? Like, it makes sense that...
That's true. It's the people that live in the village, really.
Yeah, exactly. With no job.
Right.
So clearly OP meets
so that's her. She has no job and she lives in the village.
Exactly. She has no job, lives in a village.
As a kid, she's probably been to jail. She's probably divorced.
She's getting divorced after this story.
Well, she's definitely going to be getting divorced after this.
How crazy is that, though, to have your best, supposedly your only friend, a good friend of yours, one, air out your dirty laundry to all the internet, but also fabricate most of it and lie about most of it.
Yeah,
it's part of it's true, but the other part of it's not true. So
it doesn't seem like most of it's true.
Yeah, it seems like what's true is that her and her husband are split up. She is seeing someone, and she did badmouth her to her boss. But honestly, if you're a lazy piece of shit, I would badmouth you too to my boss.
Yeah, she was just being honest about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, and the affair isn't even an affair.
No, it was something that they've been split up for months. And the
husband knows about the coworker.
Yeah, so that immediately is not an affair. That's just your significant, your boyfriend.
So now OP is the asshole for calling and saying to the HR that they're having an affair, if that's
100% because she's lying.
Made up, because it's made up.
Because that's not actually what happened.
But I guess it doesn't matter because she said she quit the job anyway. So
I wonder if she quit because of she didn't want. Obviously, I think I'd quit too because I don't want my friend calling my boss, lying about it.
Oh yeah.
And then my boss is now is this true? And then I have to be no, it's not. Defending yourself at work. No, I'm done.
Yeah, I would not want to deal with that either.
No, I'd also want to get as far away from my ex-bestie as possible. Work somewhere they'll never know I work at.
Yeah, I think I might have to leave the country after that just to get away from them.
Literally. Do you think the husbands are actually friends? Do you think that was a lie? You know what?
I think the husbands are actually friends.
Yeah, what if they are friends and like the ex is like just trash talking Tori, and that's why OP is taking the husband's side, you know?
Maybe.
Like maybe it's what OP is just hearing what the husband's saying. Right. The ex-husband saying.
But
maybe, still that makes it wrong anyway for posting it and making and self-inserting yourself in this situation.
Yeah, that is true.
Like all you had involved with this was you applied for the job she worked at and then she told the truth.
Yeah, really? If this story was honest, it would have been like, I applied at a job that my friend works at and she was honest and said that I'm a lazy piece of shit. And guys, guess what? I didn't get the job.
And what do we say about the first story? If you're honest, you're not the asshole.
Yeah, you're never an asshole for saying the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
What if the husbands are fucking?
Yeah, that's why they split up. No, I could see that they need their poker nights. Yeah, are they really playing poker?
Maybe this whole thing is a cover-up for...
Yes.
Their husbands.
Yes, the husbands are fucking. Tori left to go be with a man who will fuck her. And OP is just sad. And, you know, is trying to make up like this story to get sympathy so they feel better about their husband fucking another man.
Let's read some of the comments here. Oh man, the tea is piping.
Yeah.
Why did she sabotage Megan's chance to get a job if she was quitting anyways? Why is she okay with calling Megan a piece of shit but won't actually give any reasons as to why it would be a bad idea for Megan to get the job? And if this was all out in the open and the affair, the separation, why did Tori bother showing Megan the text?
You know, that's a good point. That's why I want to hear the audio.
Tori's story does not check out, is what that commenter says. We don't know that Tori was planning to quit the job.
Yeah. But also, like, that commenter, like, how do you know that Megan isn't lying about being shown text messages?
Yeah, because they say, like...
Or maybe it was, like, that's not, like, what happened. Like, they've been split up and just Megan and Tori met up and Megan was just telling her about her new boyfriend. You know?
Yeah, it could have just been that and she just twisted it into
and then she
whatever
twisted
she said it was.
See, I also think, like, with things like this, I feel like people get too, like, emotionally attached to the first the OP, like, the original poster, where, like, they can never, like, be like, oh, you are the asshole, after, like, more evidence comes to light that they were lying about their story.
Yeah. And I mean, everything on Reddit is just, you kind of just have to trust whatever they're saying.
Exactly. So unless she could post the audio.
if she posted the audio, then I'd believe her.
Get the proof.
I looked at the original post, not just like the compiled post, and there is no.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, the friendship's over.
Oh yeah, it's definitely over. There's no coming back from this.
Like, whoever's lying, one of them's lying, or maybe both of them are spinning the truth. We don't know. We don't know. Why did they separate? Maybe they did separate.
That is true. Why did they separate?
Maybe they did separate because of her coworker, Kevin.
That is true. She doesn't say why they separated.
Not that it's any of my business, but I kind of want to know.
Oh, well, if you're already posting on Reddit, everything is now everyone else's business.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, you got to tell everything if you're posting on Reddit. But this was 5 years ago, so I don't think we're getting another update, unfortunately.
Let's contact Tori.
Yeah, let me private message the
PM
original poster. Okay, but what's interesting about this is the original post from like Megan is still there, but the Tori's update, the original post of that got deleted by the moderators of that subreddit.
Oh.
So maybe it is.
So maybe they are really biased against her.
Or they found out she was making that up.
Or maybe it wasn't Tori. Maybe it was some random person pretending to be Tori.
That's also true. It totally could have been, because anyone could have.
Yeah, been like, hi, I'm Tori. This is actually what happened.
That's true, but we don't know. But that was a roller coaster.
That was.
I remember the first time I heard that one, and I was driving, and my jaw was on the floor.
Yeah, literally.
Like, if somebody saw me driving my car, they just saw me like.
Yeah.
They saw me with like a prime thumbnail face.
Well, I'm glad our friendship's not that messy.
Yeah, no.
Like, what?
If we ever have to make a Reddit post about each other, I
Yeah.
think it's over.
I think so too. That's when you know the friendship's cooked. You have to ask Reddit for advice.
If you have to ask Reddit, oh man,
Yeah.
you're probably living in a village.
That exactly. You live in a village. That's gonna be my new insult now. Oh, what, do you live in a village or something?
Are you from the village, bro? And today's theme is all about coworkers. Anything coworker themed. Bad coworkers, good coworkers. I mean, it's Reddit, so they're probably all bad, let's be honest. But I'm joined once again by my co-host Kerrigan. We've all had coworkers before. We used to work together.
We did.
Back in the day.
Yeah, the good old days when we were young.
Yeah, when we were working as minors.
Yeah.
Which is always fun.
Yeah, at a bar. Bro, we would work for like 3 hours and sit in the basement for like 2 and yap.
That is correct.
Yeah, we were living life.
Before we get started, did you guys subscribe yet? If you didn't, what are you doing? Do it right now. Hit that subscribe button. Hit like down below. Comment any other topics you'd like to see. But without any further ado, let's get into our first story, which comes from Best of Redditor Updates. Originally posted on askamanager.org, and then it was reposted onto Reddit on Best of Redditor Updates.
Askamanager.org is a real thing.
Yeah, it has the link to the original Ask a Manager link. So I think we're going to get responses from actual like managers, because that's the whole point of Ask a Manager.
Oh my God, I can't wait.
So the title reads, "An office lunch thief ate my spicy leftovers and is accusing me of poisoning them. We have a fridge at work. Up to this point, nothing I had in it was stolen. I'm quite new and others have told me that this was a problem. My food is always really, really spicy. I just love it that way. Anyway, I was sitting at my desk when my coworker came running out, having a hard time breathing. He then ran into the bathroom and started being sick. Turns out he ate my clearly labeled lunch. It was also in a cooler lunchbox to keep it cold from work to home, as it's a long drive. There was nothing different about my lunch that day. In fact, it was just the leftovers from my dinner the night before. Fast forward a day and my boss comes in asking if I tried to poison this person. Of course, I denied that. I had done so. I even took out my current day's lunch and let my boss taste a bit. He was blown away by how spicy it was, even though he only took a small bite. I then proceeded to eat several spoonfuls to prove I could eat it with no problem. He said not to worry, and that it was clear to him that I didn't mean any harm. My other coworkers shouldn't have been eating my food, etc., etc. I thought the issue was over. A week later, I got called up to HR for an investigation, claiming that I did in fact try to do harm to this person, and this investigation is still ongoing. What confuses me is there was nothing said about this guy trying to steal my lunch. When I brought it up, they said something along the lines of, "We cannot prove he stole anything." I'm confused at this. I thought the proof would be clear. My boss is on my side, but HR seems to be trying to string me up. Their behavior is quite aggressive, even if my boss backs me up. They just ignore everything he says, as in, he would say, "That's clearly not the case," and the HR lady wouldn't even look in his direction and continue talking. On top of this, HR claims that it would be well within said coworker's rights to try and sue me. The way it was said seemed to suggest that they suggested this to him as a course of action. How can someone be caught stealing my lunch and then turn around and say I am in the wrong? I don't understand it at all. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid that I will lose my job over this. Is there any advice you can give me?
Let the dude sue you and let him lose in court.
Yeah, let him
say.
sue you.
What?
Because I think okay, so this would be like a small but it's not even over money. Like, it's just emotional, not emotional, I guess.
Poisoning, could it be like a criminal charge or something?
But that's so dumb.
I know,
dumb.
but I say let them do it so you can go to court and be like, this is my food. He stole my food that was in the fridge in my food box. Okay, my lunch box. He took it, he ate it, he threw up, and I eat this shit every day.
Yeah, I don't understand how this coworker could steal his lunch.
Yeah.
And somehow they're painting out OP to be in the wrong.
Here's the thing. I've never understood. I see so many Reddit posts where people are like, yeah, my coworker keeps stealing my lunch, so I put like laxatives in it or something. How many people out there are lunch thieves is my question.
I don't know. I've never thought of stealing somebody's lunch before. Well, because I don't eat anything, but I think even if I did eat things, I still wouldn't eat somebody else's.
One, I would be guilty because I just stole someone's food and they now have to go hungry or go buy more. I don't know if what they have is something I like. And also, I work with these people. Why would I want to steal their lunch and then have them be like, you stealing my lunch now? And then have a confrontation about that.
Yeah, I think what these people are doing is they're just really hungry. And when, and sometimes when you're really hungry, you just do things.
I've been really hungry, okay, and the last thing on my mind is, I'm going to steal my coworker's lunch.
No, but it's like, I feel like what they're going through is like, when you're hungry and you don't want to cook something, so you're just like, well, I'll just get like McDonald's or whatever because it's easier. But they're just doing it because it's easier. Like, well, this food's already here and I'm hungry, so I'm going to eat it.
I don't know. It's diabolical.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right, but because it's not.
See, I don't know if that's the thing though. I just think that they're so lazy and that they are just like, it's a community fridge. I don't care if this lunch is labeled and in someone else's lunchbox. I'm just going to take it and eat it.
I don't know. That's dumb. But okay, what? What? Why would HR tell him, yeah, you can sue for this? For what?
That's what I'm like. Why is HR being like, yeah, they definitely, I feel like HR is probably putting it in the robber's head that like, you're fine, bro. He tried to kill you.
Yeah,
like he was trying to murder you.
Yeah, you can sue him for murder. Yeah,
get him.
For you'll
attempted
win.
Murder.
Yep.
Attempted homicide.
Maybe they're trying to get him to sue so that he'll lose, and maybe they don't want him at this job anymore. So they're trying to get him to sue for this stupid reason.
Yeah.
So that he'll spend all this money litigating it, and then they'll fire him or something.
Yeah. See, I don't know if they can. I don't think they can fire you over that.
For stealing somebody's food?
Well, HR is clearly stating that there's no proof that he stole your food. Okay, why was he eating it then? What?
Yeah. Oh,
how would he know my food's spicy?
If there's no proof that he stole the food, then they're going on the assumption that maybe he didn't steal the food. So if he didn't steal the food, then why is OP still in the wrong? Because if he didn't even eat the food and he just got sick for whatever reason, then it has nothing to do with OP.
If he ate his own food that he brought in and got sick, then he is. How do they have proof that OP tried to poison the food?
They don't.
Oh my God,
They don't have proof. Neither of their stories that make sense.
I know. We're poking the holes. They're saying OP tried to poison coworker.
Mm-hmm.
And OP's like, well, that was my food, so he stole my food. And HR's like, we have no proof that he did that. But we clearly have proof that you poisoned his food.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't.
I just feel like okay, how about this? I think the coworker is fucking someone in HR.
I thought, okay, I thought you were talking about OP. Okay, so the guy who stole the food.
Yeah, I believe he's probably fucking someone in HR. So that's why they're backing him up. Or like he's like the office clown and they're like, we like him. We want to keep him.
Okay.
You can go. I just have one question though. Why is this person posting it on Ask a Manager?
Well, because he's asking, is there like anything I can do?
Why are you asking managers though? Wouldn't you want to go to like HR?
Well, his HR is like,
I know, but
this
like
is his HR.
He should go to Ask HR.
I actually think that is a subreddit, Ask HR, but this was back in 2016, so I don't even know when Reddit started.
Reddit's old.
I think it is, isn't it?
I think Reddit's old.
Oh my God, 2005. It started the same year YouTube started. It's as old as me.
Bro, I'm older than
You're
Reddit.
older than Reddit.
No, take it back. Take it back.
I'm also older by a few months, but so this is the actual response from the manager that responded to this on askamanager.org. They said, "What? This makes no sense. You were allowed to enjoy an unusually high level of spiciness, and as a fellow spice enthusiast, I commend you for it. You are not required to make sure that your own personal lunch doesn't contain anything that might offend a coworker's palate, as your coworkers should not be eating your food without any invitation. The only way their stance could possibly make sense is if they're alleging that it wasn't your lunch at all and that it belonged to your coworker and you secretly dumped a toxic level of spice into it. Is that what they're saying? Because otherwise, this is bizarrely illogical. And what's your coworker saying in all of this? Is he trying to claim that it was his lunch all along? In any case, I think the way to handle this is to go a bit on the offensive, which is warranted based on how aggressive HR is being. I'd go back to them, possibly to the boss of the person you spoke with earlier, if that's an option, and say this. I'm extremely concerned by what's been said about this. The food in question was my personal lunch brought in for me and me only. The spiciness of my food shouldn't be anyone's concern, and I'm distressed that I'm being accused of in any way intending harm towards someone else because of what I pack in my personal lunch. I take my professional reputation very seriously, and I'm concerned that this bizarre story is impacting it. I'd like your assurance that the company does not intend to penalize me for eating spicy food at lunch. I'd also put a similar message in writing and email it to them to document our conversation from earlier today. Sometimes ridiculous people back down when they see that you take standing up for yourself seriously. I'd also ask your boss what the hell he thinks is going on. Does he think you have anything to worry about? If he's confident that you don't, and if his judgment is usually pretty good, then I suppose you can just let HR's weird spiciness policing play out and ignore it as best you can. Your company's HR is terrible. So that was the manager's response.
I love that. That's like we need to go on Ask a Manager more, because Reddit would not be that.
Yeah, they would not.
They would not be that.
They'd be like,
that
oh, well, you should kill him.
Yeah, go in and kill everyone in your company.
That's probably what they'd say.
Or they'd be like, no, you should actually go poison his lunch.
Yeah, what are you doing? You should have poisoned him.
Yeah, you should have done that. They'd probably say something like, put your lunch in the fridge again, extremely, extremely spicy with like rat poison, and see if he eats it, like they.
Yeah, that's what Reddit would have said. So very grounded response from of an actual manager there. So there's an update to this.
Ooh.
So, well, I read the first sentence already. Doesn't sound good.
They're fired.
I ended up being fired by HR, as she said there was enough of a case to get rid of me before the top boss came back. I consulted a lawyer who sent a letter to the company informing them that I was considering legal action. The letter contained the reasons for doing so and an account of what happened. 1 week later, I got a call from a guy who owns the company asking me to come back with an apology. Both the HR woman and the thief have been let go. He also gave me a very generous raise. I assumed to gloss everything over. I accepted and am now back at work. As much as I hate to go based on office talk, it seemed that the HR woman and the food thief may have been romantically involved. Didn't you say that?
I literally said he's fucking someone in HR.
Yep. They were seen a lot outside of work together, etc. So I assume it was her protecting him. She may have believed him and thought I was trying to frame him or something. Who knows? I doubt I will get an answer now. Right now, I'm working in the previous position with almost double my paycheck, so it's a great turnaround. The boss also opened more doors for me, offering different training courses that I'll be paid for. It's obviously to keep me happy and stop me from taking legal action, but what more could I ask for? Something unreasonable happened and it's been more than corrected. I'd be happy with just having my job back. I'd rather have not gone through the whole thing, though, at all. I just hope I never have to experience this kind of thing ever again. I don't really have a support group, so was on the edge of losing my apartment, etc. Anyway, thanks for the advice. I had nowhere to turn.
That is honestly the best ending.
Wow.
Like, this is amazing. I think this is great.
Yeah, she turned somebody eating their food into them getting fired, then getting asked to come back with almost a double raise. And the two people that were involved in this got fired.
Yeah.
Seems like a win to me.
Yeah, literally. And they're investing in their career growth by letting them do more training that they're paid for.
Now
that's fire.
That is probably only because she said she was going to sue them. But
hey, a win's a win. A win's a win.
Yeah, I mean,
would you rather be jobless or work at a place where you get double the pay?
Because this still is good though, because so she would have had to pay a lawyer to send that letter or whatever. So she had to pay a lawyer once to get double paycheck.
Yeah, literally. That's a great ending. I was expecting worse,
Yeah,
When you said she was fired, I was like, oh, nah.
I was like, no way, these people are
Nah.
gonna win. I'm like, that's terrible.
I would smear campaign the company.
Would you come back after this whole thing happened? Would you accept the offer to come back?
See, my thing is if the only people who were betting against me was HR lady and the thief, right? If everyone else was on my side, I would come back. But if like half the company was angry at me, like was like, oh my God, I can't believe you tried to kill Jeff in accounting. How dare you? And then you got Jeff fired and our favorite HR lady, and then I wouldn't come back.
Even with double the pay, basically.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I come back and then everyone's stealing my lunch.
Well.
Or I get really mean emails and it makes me feel bad. Actually, you know what?
I'd take that for double the pay.
You know what? Fuck everyone. I would take it too, and I'd come back and I'd be like, haha, bitches, I'm back. Suck it up. And I get more money than you.
Well, yeah.
And they're trying to promote my ass.
Yeah, because then the thing is, you can act like a bitch to everyone and just get away with it because you threaten to sue them. So
yeah, I got the owner of this whole company on my side, guys. Get away from me.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't seem like the case here, though, because it sounds like even like their boss was on their side. It was just the person who did the stealing in the HR, because they were fucking.
Yeah,
so
well, they were.
Should workplaces install cameras near shared refrigerators? No, they should get one of those. They should get one of those Samsung fridges that have the cameras in them.
Oh my God!
Because it'd be so funny to have the footage of him, like the doors closed from the inside of the refrigerator, of him opening the door.
You know what they?
He's like, no, I didn't do it. Then they pull up this footage and it's him opening.
You know what they need? They need a Ring camera on the fridge.
On the fridge
that detects motion. No, inside the fridge. So when you open it, the Ring camera turns on because it starts recording.
Oh, yeah,
it detects the motion. So then you can see what's in the fridge and you can see what they're taking or putting in the fridge.
He would have been caught in 4K if they had a Ring in the fridge.
Yeah, and then they see him running out, fucking hurling because of the spice.
I'm just imagining you get like a notification on your phone that says motion detected in the fridge. So good ending there, but that's not what I want to see.
Yeah, we want to see blood, sweat, tears.
I want someone to die. So
I want a cheating scandal.
Well, I think your wish is going to be fulfilled.
Yeah.
Because the title of this one reads, "My employee started a false rumor that two coworkers were having an affair."
Oh my God, the juice.
That one originally comes from askamanager.org. Again, posted on Best of Redditor Updates. So it reads, "I'm a manager of a handful of frontline managers. One manager in particular, let's call her Emily, approached me the other day to tell me that one of the receptionists, Jane, came to her office and told her there was a rumor going around the office that Emily was potentially having an affair with a new male coworker, John. Jane then told Emily in no uncertain terms that she expected the behavior to stop, the behavior being that they joke around with each other. Emily immediately began to investigate where the rumor was coming from and found it actually originated with Jane. She went through a rough couple of days when she just felt completely blindsided and sick about the whole thing. She's happily married and so is John. I have seen them interact many times, and it's only ever seemed like two colleagues who banter back and forth together. I've never seen or heard anything that would raise concern. I have worked with Emily and John for a long time, and their character is above reproach. I am not concerned at all that there's anything to this rumor. Jane has been at the center of office gossip before. In fact, before she was concerned that Emily and John were having an affair, she felt like another coworker and John were getting too close. I have heard for the last few months that Jane feels she would be a better manager than Emily, and I wonder if this is her way of trying to get rid of Emily. I have never wanted Jane to be a manager. She has never shown in her attitude and behavior that she would be good at it, so she isn't on my radar when it comes to any kind of succession planning. I plan on speaking with Jane about unprofessional behavior and the company policy about not gossiping, and I plan on giving her an official warning on the subject. Is there anything else I can do? How should I word my conversation with her? And can I, in the same conversation, tell her that she will never be a manager under my downline, or would that just be piling on?"
Okay, I need to lay this out here. Jane is the receptionist. Jane goes to Emily, her manager, and says, I heard a rumor that you and John are having a possible affair. You two need to stop joking around.
Okay.
And then we come to find out that Jane is the one who started that rumor.
Right. Okay.
So Jane came to Emily, said, there's a rumor, you're fucking John. I feel like, this is how I'm interpreting. I feel like Jane came in like mama mode of like, you need to stop fooling around with this man.
Yeah. Well, we don't know how old these people are because I was imagining Jane is like younger than Emily. So that
I pictured Jane some like middle age.
You think she's okay? So you think she's older?
I feel like she's older. I don't know. I feel like most receptionists tend to be on the older side, you know?
I'm interested. What was the advice from the manager?
Yeah, literally.
Oh, this is from the same manager as the last post, Allison Green. Well, let's see what Allison says. She said, what's up with Jane's creepy concern about John's work relationships? It would be bad enough if this had only happened with Emily, but it happened with another coworker too. John must be feeling awfully uneasy about Jane's agenda, whatever it may be. In telling Emily that she expects the behavior to stop, that is an interesting or alarming understanding of her authority over other people's relationships. So yeah, you need to shut this down hard and look at whether there are other problems with Jane too, because it's rare for something like this to be unaccompanied by any other problems. If you look closely at Jane's approach to work and work relationships, you're likely to find other issues too, to the point that you might consider whether she's someone you want to keep on your team at all. But even if Jane were an otherwise excellent worker, it's a big enough one that the conversation needs to be a very serious one, especially since there's now a pattern of this behavior. I don't think you'll need to be explicit that she'll never be a manager under you. It risks starting to feel personal, but you can use very serious language to communicate how unacceptable her actions are and to tell her this is a final warning. I'd say it this way. I don't tolerate gossip about people's personal lives on this team. The sort of rumor you've spread can cause real destruction in people's lives, and it creates a toxic environment for people to work in. Both times when you did this, you were wrong about the gossip you were spreading. But even if you have been right, it's none of your business, and I don't want that kind of toxicity here. I'm seriously concerned about whether you'll be able to repair your relationships with the people you gossiped about and whether you understand how we do and don't interact with each other here. It's given me serious pause about your judgment, and it's going to take a lot of work to rebuild my trust in you. Not to mention the trust of the people you've harmed, to the point that I need to question whether I can keep you on our team. Frankly, I'd also add, I'd like you to think about whether you can commit to never repeating this in the future and then come back and tell me your decision. For you to stay on this team, I need to know this will not happen again, and I need to know your plan for repairing the damage this has done to your work relationships. If her actions seemed more akin to idle gossip, I'd skip this. It would be too heavy-handed, but when you have reason to think she's targeting Emily out of professional jealousy, I just want to drive the point home. I'd also check in with Emily and John about what they might need in order to continue working with Jane. They don't get carte blanche here. They can't demand she get a pay cut or move her desk to the basement and so forth, but it's worth exploring whether there's something that would help put them put this to rest. Plus, in having those conversations, you might learn things you don't already know. Maybe Jane has been creeping John out in other ways or sabotaging Emily's projects or who knows what. So talk to them as well.
This Allison girl, can she be my manager? Wait a minute.
Yeah, she's like...
She seems like she's
down to business.
Yeah, she knows this business. Holy shit. I feel like she sounds like she would be a very firm and strict manager, but also would make sure shit gets done.
Yeah. I hope OP actually does this because telling her, you need to make a decision if you're going to commit to this, and you come back and tell me. That's such a power move.
Next thing you know, she's gonna make rumors about OP's fucking Emily, bro.
That's gonna be like,
and John.
Okay, you're done. Bye.
Yeah, you're out. I like a good gossip. I feel like everyone likes a good gossip.
Yeah.
But this kind of gossip, bro.
Well, she's just making up stuff.
Yeah, like fake, no business, possibly just out of retaliation because you want to be manager is crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy work.
Some people are just so bored they have nothing else to talk about. Then
then
they just make up stuff.
I wonder how many people in like the office like take Jane serious.
Probably not.
You know, like when you get to the point of when you know someone and you know they're a gossiper, it kind of gets to the point where you're just like, wow, really? Wow.
Yeah, you're just kind of like, can't believe that.
Yeah, Jane's like, come here. And you're like, what? And she's like, I think Emily and John are fucking. They're married.
Really?
Like, okay, why? Immediately, why do you think that?
So the update on the website is titled False Affair Rumor, the coworker ripping artwork down, and more.
What? Did she go on a rampage? Was she angry and destroying the building?
Oh, no.
Aww.
Never mind. The Ask a Manager post was a bunch of updates from different stories. So just the first one was okay. So all those were updates to other stories.
Aww.
Okay, so just the update to this one. Dang. Sorry, I just edged you all. I'm sorry,
bro. I literally was so excited. Just dried up, bro.
That was a bad choice of words. Anyways, the update for this one is when Emily told me what happened, I did ask how she wanted to handle it. We discussed our options and decided it was just time for Jane to go. She had gossip issues in the past that she was disciplined for. We knew it would take a bit of time to manage her out, but that was the plan. Because this was urgent, I spoke to Jane the very next day and said similar things to what Allison recommended. I don't interact daily with Emily's team as I have other locations I am responsible for, but I have a reputation for generally being easygoing. I think when I spoke to Jane, she was surprised at how matter-of-fact and assertive I was. There was no friendly banter. I told her that what she had done was completely unacceptable and that her behavior would not be allowed in the office. I discussed with her how rumors of this nature can destroy reputations and careers, and Emily and I can no longer trust her. I did tell her that she had a long uphill battle of gaining trust back in this office, and that all the effort in the world may never result in trust being restored. She was upset at this point, not angry, which is what I expected, but she was crying, not at all what I expected. I asked her if she felt she could earn back the trust that was broken and if she felt she could move forward. She said she had been looking at other jobs and said that maybe she should quit. I told her that would be up to her, but I encouraged her to do so. She decided that would be best. I wasn't interested in having her work her last 2 weeks, so I had her write a letter of resignation. Let her gather her things, and that was that. I did process her out as though she gave 2 weeks so she wouldn't lose all her vacation time that we pay out when proper notice is given. I thought for sure she would be combative in the meeting, and I thought she would argue with me. I was surprised by the outcome, but glad I didn't have to go through the couple-week process of managing her out officially. I found out Jane got a new job a couple weeks later as a manager. Maybe someday Ask a Manager will get a letter from one of her new team members about their less than stellar boss. Oh. No one ever called to ask for a reference, so let that be a lesson. After a couple months, we heard from another staff member that Jane was telling people how angry she was, that when she said she would quit, that we didn't try to talk her out of it. She didn't understand why we just let her go.
You're a bitch. End of the story.
So this isn't the first time she had done that. She had already been disciplined for it in the past.
And now she's a manager somewhere?
She's a manager somewhere else.
McDonald's.
Yeah, that's just straight up making up stuff about people for what? Like what is the gain?
I know. It's not even fun then. Like it has to be real gossip.
Yeah, like gossip's only fun because it's real.
Yeah, if you're just making up stuff, like, oh, okay.
It's like
there's nothing to talk about then.
Yeah, it's like these stories. Like you have to go under the pretense that it's real because if everything on Reddit was fake, it's like, well, that's no fun then.
Yeah,
because it's not real.
I want to know that people are actually experiencing these things.
Right.
It makes me feel better about my life.
Yeah. So talking about gossip that didn't actually happen is just
where's the fun in that? Because it's not like new developments will happen. Okay, maybe it starts out and everyone's like, oh, maybe it is real, and then they just see Emily and John go back to their happy family and living life away from each other. Then it's like, oh, so they aren't having an affair. Yeah, so then it's like boring because then it's like there's no juice. It's not still seeping out, it's just not there.
Boring. Yep. Boring. She's a terrible gossiper.
Yeah.
I mean, we're professional gossipers and she is.
We just beat dead horses, actually. Repeatedly, like so bad that the horse doesn't exist anymore.
Hey guys, sorry, that might have been a weird cut. We went on a very long tangent about like detective interrogations. I don't remember what the last thing we were talking about was, but we're moving on to the next story. So this one comes from Best of Reddit Updates, which originally posted on two subreddits, Am I the Asshole and Coworker Stories. Title reads, Am I the asshole for telling my coworker to stop buying me gifts? Original post is from January 20th of 2026. I, 18-year-old woman, started at a new job in October. My coworker, 27-year-old male, well, asshole.
Yeah, immediate creep. Asshole, get him out of here.
All right, next story.
Yeah.
Okay, my coworker, 27-year-old male, immediately started talking to me my first day there. I would talk to him in group settings, but he would always try to get me to go with him to his car for breaks, etc. After about a week of me working there, he started bringing me Starbucks in the morning and even packing me lunch. After 3 weeks, he had planned an entire date to go get dinner and ice cream. I had told him I did not want to go and I would only like to be friends at work, and he said he understood. He kept bringing me lunch and buying me food, but I just kept it friendly and professional and never went anywhere with him alone. Flash forward to December and my battery had died at work. I had asked him to jump it. He absolutely had no idea what he was doing, if I'm being honest. And on my way home, I quite literally caught on what? Oh, it quite literally caught on. I was like, you caught on fire?
Oh my God.
Okay. And on my way home, it quite literally caught on fire and he gave me $400 the next day. I never said it was his fault or blamed him, but like, I don't know. I tried to refuse the money and then afterwards told him I really do not want him to be giving me money or buying me things really at all because I feel like it's something that can be held over my head. He said it's not like that and he does this for all of his friends. Then on Christmas, he shows up to work with Uggs and AirPods, both very expensive things. He said it was because he felt bad about the car and he was trying to make up for the things that I have lost. But I've never said that I lost Uggs or AirPods in the car because I've never even owned Uggs or AirPods.
Oh
I don't know.
God.
It's like she has an Android. She doesn't even have an iPhone. Then I explained to him again that I only wanted to be friends and that all of these gifts and everything was just too much for me and I just don't like it. And he said again that he understood and he was worried that I would think that, but he doesn't want anything with anyone. And then he's been talking to other coworkers about the situation. He doesn't understand why I brought it up because he knew that I just wanted to be friends and everything. And he's just making things awkward with other people that work. And I just don't know if I'm in the wrong. I still have the gifts, but I don't know. Am I the asshole?
No, girl, you're not the
Asshole for what?
telling him that she doesn't want gifts. She probably feels, and this is, I'm a woman. I understand. She probably feels like, and this happens a lot, like you basically feel like you have to cater to the men around you. So she probably just feels bad rejecting this guy's gifts because he's consistently saying, I know you just want to be friends. I want to get you these really expensive gifts, though. So she probably just feels bad in a way because she's like, I think I'm wrong because I'm not accepting his gifts because I take it as he wants to be more, but he's saying he doesn't want to be more. This guy wants to be more is all I'm saying.
Well, clearly, like...
So I feel like she somehow has gotten into the cycle that a lot of girls do of they feel bad for rejecting a man's advance.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's what, because I'm like, how could you even ask yourself, am I the asshole for telling him that I don't want his dumbass gifts?
Yeah. Well, okay, listen, cut this from the video. That's how I felt. I felt bad rejecting that bitch. Because it was like, damn, this poor dude. But it's also like, I don't like him. You can keep that in, but censor that shit out.
Yeah, I'll censor the name. I'll even put a blur over your mouth so you can't even like read lips.
Like it's like you feel bad because it's like they'll sit. It's like the censor that word. Censor that word. I mean, I can even talk about. He bought me those things. I was like, I don't want to be anything with you, but you're getting me these gifts. So it's almost like you feel bad because it's like, okay, this guy has gotten me things, right? Because they clearly like me and they know my stance is we're only friends. But it's like you feel this guilt of rejecting them almost because it's like.
But I feel like that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to guilt you into like dating them.
Yeah. So like this guy. But it's like common for that. I feel like it's pretty common for women to experience something like that where you almost feel like you're in the wrong for saying no to a guy. So I totally get where she's coming from. You're not the asshole, girl. You're innocent.
Yeah,
You're 18 and
no.
he's 27.
That's the other thing. She is 18 and this guy is 27.
That is a predator right there. How many other girls does he talk to that are young is my question.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that it's like, yeah, it's legal, I guess, but is it weird as fuck?
Well, what do you as someone who's almost 30 have in common with someone who just got out of high school?
I feel like it's a power dynamic. They want to have power over the younger person.
Yeah. Because no one their age can put up with them. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah,
or what it is like they think that people around them are too mature.
Yeah, which just means that they're not grown up.
Yeah.
But they're not mature enough to realize that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so she said on the first day, she would talk to him in group settings, but he would try to get her away from the group to go to his car. That is extremely creepy.
That is. In a group setting.
Being like, yeah, come with me to my car.
You want to escape this group setting we're in and go to my car that's parked under the only street light that's turned off? The only yellow street light?
Well, I mean, this is probably during the day because it's at work, but...
Well, it's like in December, right? So if they're in the Midwest, it's dark when you leave work.
Oh, yeah, that's true. She's not the asshole, obviously. This guy is creepy as hell. We'll see what happens, though, because there's an update from a month later, February 18th, 2026.
So this is recent.
Yep. So they say, hi, everyone. So I genuinely was not going to post an update about this because the situation had honestly calmed down. He had not talked to me or anything since I confronted him about everything and had kept my distance. I definitely took into consideration everything that you guys had said. Number one, I did not give the gifts back. He wasn't talking to me and I was not going to initiate that. Number two, I had talked to my HR and they are pretty much not going to do anything. I've switched to part-time and I'm looking for a new job. Now the reason I'm updating is because yesterday I got a message from a random number. I'm going to paste it here, but star out the name. Uh-oh.
Jesus.
Hey, it's blank. I got your number off the work app. I'm sorry about everything. I wanted to hit you up sooner, but I didn't want to bother you. Honestly, I miss hanging out with you and hearing you laugh and talk about whatever was on your mind. It was one of the best parts of my day. It bums me out how things went down, but I just wanted to thank you for being an awesome friend. I miss you and I hope you're doing well. When I got this message, I was extremely creeped out and concerned considering the fact that we do not have a work app that shows our numbers and considering just everything that was said in that message in general. We were never close like that. We hung out in a group setting on breaks at work only. I have taken this message to my HR, but they are not doing anything. What do I do now? I responded to him and blocked his number and will paste that message at the end of this. I don't think there's really anything else I can do until I find a new job. Wow.
I got your number off the work app.
That actually doesn't show numbers.
Get the hell off my line.
That's insane. Okay.
That's like like when guys are like, you didn't give me your number, so I asked your friend for your number.
Yeah, that's
Next thing you know, he's gonna show up at your place or start sending you mail. He either knows he's being weird or he genuinely has no clue that what he's doing is like creepy.
I mean, some guys are that clueless.
Yeah. I don't know. I think if a girl is avoiding you at work and is not speaking to you, you getting her number off anywhere is creepy. You texting her, acting like you guys had some crazy friendship is insane. After like 2 months of working together.
I mean, just in general, getting anyone's number from somebody who's not them is not something you should be doing.
No, you shouldn't be proud of that.
Okay, I forgot to read something here. So it was her reply to his message.
Oh, nice.
She said, I thought we already cleared this up. I'm not interested in being friends. Things got uncomfortable for me, and I didn't feel like your only intention was friendship. The age difference in the gifts made it feel weird to me, and this message honestly made me uncomfortable. Don't reach out to me again.
Hell yeah, girl.
I mean, even if there wasn't this age gap, it would still be weird. That she's clearly not interested in him and he just won't give it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she said multiple times, I don't like you giving me gifts. I don't want to hang out with you. I don't want to be anything more with you. And you're still reaching out to her. Give up, bro. give up.
Yeah, so some guys they just don't know when to quit. They either keep doing stuff like this, they don't know when to quit, or like if a girl rejects them, they'll be like, "What?
Yeah,
you're acting like a bitch.
You're a whore anyway. I didn't want to you."
Like, fucking skank.
Okay. Well, you're a pedophile, basically.
Yeah.
Realistically, let's look at it that way.
And also this, okay, what are these HR people? They're not doing anything about this. And she's she's basically having to quit her job because of this guy. And they're not doing anything about it. I
think that's so crazy. HR should do something. At least just talk to him and be like, you can't do this.
At the very least.
So it's super weird. He's fucking someone in HR.
You know what? Probably. One of the HR people is probably another 18-year-old girl.
Somehow got right into HR.
Okay, I'm trying to find, because she said in the comments that she would keep us updated. So like, where is that update?
Where's the update?
There's no other updates.
She's kidnapped.
Yeah, the guy kidnapped her.
Girl, get on Reddit and update us right away.
Yeah, what are you doing? Like, who cares about what's actually going on in your life? Just update us.
We are invested. We need to know.
Exactly. This is clearly more important.
Yeah. Screw getting a job. Update Reddit.
So she didn't return the gifts. Do you think she should have returned the gifts to the guy?
I feel one in two ways. One, I think I would just reject the gifts. If she did reject the gifts and say, I don't want them, and he still like forced them on her, I would just take them then. Because it's easier than trying to fight this battle with him of giving the gifts back. But if I could just say, no, I don't want them, and he would just back off immediately, I would do that. Even if I had to go like, take them off my desk, I don't want them. I would do that.
I think, listen, I'm terrible for this, but I would accept the gifts. I would accept whatever he's going to give me. I would just milk this guy. I got to be completely honest with you. I would
sugar daddy him.
Yeah, I would be like, look, if you want to give me gifts, yeah, give me gifts. I would endure the like harassment
just to
get just so bad, but I would just to get the gifts from him, and like if he's gonna pay me $400 because my car got set on fire or whatever, like if he's gonna send me money and give me gifts, you know, I'll $20. Listen,
If he said, I have a gift for you, you have to come to my car, would you go to his car?
Probably. If I'm being completely honest, yes, probably.
And it's parked out back, no street lights. It's a white van.
Well, if the guy's hot, listen, I have the I have the luxury of being able to maybe do that because I'm not a woman.
Oh.
But
I mean, yeah. I would not. If a guy was doing that to me, it's immediately like I get flashbacks. It's like, shut it down. Stop.
Yeah, because I put myself in situations that are like probably like that could have gone really badly.
Yeah.
But it doesn't go badly because I have, you know, like I said, like I have the luxury of not being a 18-year-old woman.
Yeah.
You know, I understand why a woman would not want to do that, but me personally, I probably would. Just, you know, because if he's going to give me stuff, I would sell his gifts to get money from them.
Oh my God.
That's what I would do.
We need to start sending you to these workplaces. You need to start intercepting these gifts.
Listen,
you know what you need to do? You need to turn these straight guys gay and ruin their life. Like, make them fall in love with you. They're giving you gifts and stuff. And then once they start making true advances, they're like, they come out to you and stuff. You immediately have to ruin their life.
I wouldn't. Okay.
You immediately have to be like, I don't like men.
Okay.
You're gay?
I wouldn't do that because then you're giving it up. Then you're not going to get any more gifts.
Do it at the end. You know, like they've come out. Okay, be supportive when they come out. And then when they really start like wanting some sugar, cut it off.
But I'm okay with that. I'm like,
you're okay giving the sugar?
Yeah, fuck.
What if
you're
he's
gonna
chopped?
pay me. I don't care if you're gonna pay me. I don't give a fuck.
You're better than me.
I don't give a fuck what you look like. If there's money involved.
There's like cheese?
Listen, there's a price for anything.
No. Julie, we're sending you into these workplaces to ruin creepy men's lives. That's a benefit. You benefit for a little bit and then you ruin their life and you move on to the next victim.
Well,
you don't collect sugar daddies.
Well,
that was the whole plan.
I'll ruin their lives right before they're about to die so that I can take advantage of them for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Because in the long run,
or until they turn poor.
The longer you take advantage of them, the more you're ruining their lives.
Yeah, because you're wasting their time.
and their money and giving it to me instead. So in the long run, it benefits me and the goal of ruining their lives if I just keep it up forever.
God, maybe I am a Scorpio. I'm over here like, we're gonna ruin their lives. And you're like, I just want the money. I'm saying the cruelest things. Yeah, when they come out, you ruin them. You say you're not gay. You make fun of them. All this stuff.
And I'm like, but how am I going to keep extorting money from them? We're both bad in different ways.
Yeah, you're in it for the money. I'm in it for the revenge.
Anyways, on to our next story, which is posted on Best of Reddit Updates. Originally posted on Ask a Manager. Again.
Damn, that site's coming in clutch.
This one's kind of long, so I'm not going to read the manager's response, but I did skim through this one, and it seems pretty crazy by the end. So the title reads, HR won't do anything about a coworker who's angry about my weight loss. So original post, February 8th, 2023. I just came back to work after a month-long emergency medical leave. The TLDR is that after a decade of medical gaslighting, a new doctor ordered an emergency MRI during a routine visit and discovered a mass in my abdomen. I was rushed into surgery within 24 hours. I ended up having an 18-pound benign tumor pressing on my vital organs, and I was about a week away from multiple organ failure. I'm lucky to be alive, and time will tell if I have any lasting organ damage, but right now everything is fine. Mentally, I'm struggling with a few things, but the only outwardly noticeable impact is that I've gone from a size 20 to a size 8. Nobody on my medical team anticipated a change this drastic, but I'm healthy and lucky. I was expecting to get a lot of questions from coworkers because the curiosity exists. I had a basic emergency surgery, but I'm fine now answer to almost everyone except one coworker who I hardly speak to, Aubrey. On my first day back to work, Aubrey came up to me and said, I wish you had come to me to lose the weight instead of resorting to such drastic measures. You're going to gain it all back, you know. I'll be waiting. I was aware of Aubrey's reputation, but since we never worked together, I didn't think it would be an issue. She's one of those people who thinks they're a fitness expert and calls herself a health coach. Nothing to do with the company we work for. She has a reputation for giving out unsolicited and incorrect health advice and is always commenting on people's food choices. I was speechless when she asked why I opted to get butchered instead of putting in hard work to lose weight. There's nothing wrong with someone choosing surgical weight loss options, but that's not what happened to me, and I really resented her aggressive attitude / spreading rumors. During my second week back, she came by my office and at the end of the day in athletic gear offering to go with me if I was too afraid to go back to the gym alone. I wasn't even cleared to lift my kid, do laundry, or climb a flight of stairs, let alone go to the gym with this crackpot. I don't remember what I said to her, but she left saying I'd gain the weight back because I'm lazy. The next day, Aubrey ranted angrily about me in a meeting I wasn't in, missed it for a follow-up, ironically. I don't know everything that was said, but the gist was that if I can't dedicate myself to weight loss, I obviously can't see my work obligations through. HR called for a red flag mediation, and our company mediation can go against your bonus opportunities for the year. I have no idea why I'm in mediation when she's the one being an asshat. At the mediation, Aubrey stated that she was triggered by my new body and I should have thought of other people's feelings and warned her before my surgery. I hardly had time to warn my husband and get my kid out of daycare. I don't owe Aubrey anything. I have empathy that she's obviously struggling, but that does not excuse her behavior. HR said that while they can't ask me to explain my medical history, it might clear the air if I told her what kind of surgery I had and why. I said I wasn't obligated to share my medical information with anyone and that Aubrey having bad coping skills doesn't entitle her to a coworker's personal health information. Their response was kind of, well, then we can't stop her from bullying you. After Thanksgiving, my doctor helped me put in an ADA accommodation paperwork so I could work from home. I was having some mild complications from surgery, but also to avoid Aubrey. This company hates remote work, so they're really not happy. Aubrey still emails me workout videos and diet plans, and when I forward them to HR, their response is, noted. Do you know when you're coming back to the office?
Nah.
I've been thinking about escalating this to corporate with an employment lawyer. Is that overkill? I'm still in a sensitive place after my surgery, and I have no energy for this, especially since Aubrey is fixated on weight loss, which was the primary way doctors gaslit me for years. I've been with this company for 5 years, and I'm just exhausted and disappointed in how they're handling this, and I want it over yesterday.
Can I give a hot take? I know you don't want to share your medical history. I would, though. I'd be like, bitch, I had an 18-pound tumor that almost killed me.
Yeah, but she should share it, but only yelling it in her face,
I
like you
agree.
just did.
I don't think she should sit down and be nice about it. I think she should literally. I'd send her a picture of the tumor. I would be like, can y'all send me the tumor? I'm gonna forward it to
I'd be
her
like,
house.
Look at this.
Yeah. Like, I would, nah. See, I agree. You don't have to share your medical history. And I understand that some people don't want to. This bitch made one mean comment to me. I would have been like, I actually almost died and I had a huge tumor that almost killed me and I had emergency surgery for it. I didn't have weight loss surgery. And then if she kept pushing it, then I would beat her up in the parking lot.
Yeah, I mean, really, like, realistically, I think all she had to say to get her to shut up was, I had a tumor.
Mm-hmm.
And if she still keeps going on about it after that, then it's...
Yeah, and I agree. It sucks that HR won't do anything now, but I feel like HR would do something if you told her, which isn't wrong. It is completely wrong that HR is not doing anything now, and insinuated that the only time they would do anything is if you told her why.
Well, they didn't even say that. They said, well, it might clear the air if you just tell her.
Yeah.
They didn't say that they would do anything about
Well,
it.
I thought they kind of, I felt like they implied that, because she said that they said to her that if she won't tell her, like, well, then she's just going to bully you and we can't stop her from bullying you because you won't tell her why. So I feel like they would kind of do something if she told her. Because HR, which is dumb, is probably seeing it as, well, Aubrey doesn't know that you had this horrific thing happen to you, so she's just trying to be helpful. So if she knows that you had this horrific thing happen to you, and it wasn't necessarily you having weight loss surgery, well, then we can be like, you're bullying her now. Like, I feel like that's HR's twisted view on this, which again is horrific.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's... I really don't know if in this situation, if telling her would even make a difference here. I'm really not, because I feel like if HR is already willing to be like, yeah, well, we can't do anything about it, then telling her I don't think is really going to change anything. It might get Aubrey to just shut up, but I don't think it would make HR feel any more obligated to do something about it.
Yeah.
You don't owe your medical history to anyone. You don't really owe anything to anyone, like especially someone that you just like work with. It's like, you don't need to know stuff about my personal life.
Yeah.
So... I think HR should be like, stop asking her about her personal life. She doesn't want to tell you about it. She doesn't have to tell you about it.
Yeah.
Go away. Get out of my office.
Yeah,
Stop bothering me.
And stop sending her videos and stuff. Like, what the fuck is wrong with
Sending her workout videos?
Yeah, no.
And diet recommendations?
And bitching about her in a meeting. Crazy. I know I said just tell her, but I 100% take them bitches to court if you can.
Yeah, because she said she's talking to a employment lawyer, which is good. And also, is Aubrey, is she stupid? She was gone from work for a little bit and she came back losing a bunch of weight. What do you think happened? Mm-hmm. Like, she thinks that she got like weight loss surgery. You don't know that. She's just assuming that.
Yeah.
And you know what they say when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me. And she's making a huge ass out of herself right now because she's assuming the wrong thing. Mm-hmm. And also, I don't understand this obsession with trying to get into other people's lives in these stories. Like, oh, I have to help you with this. Mm-hmm. I need to do this for you. No, I don't need you to do this for me. Go away.
Yeah, I agree. It is crazy. I'm more pissed. I don't like Audrey, and I'm also pissed. What is up with HR always failing at these things? That's your job, HR, is to help people with problems like this, and you're not. So what are you doing? Like, genuinely.
Yeah, I feel like that department is one of the most, like, I don't know what the correct term is, but one of the most common departments that people are like, you're not helpful.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. Because I just hear so many stories of like HR, like just it being a nightmare, like they don't actually care.
I think HR is more of a thing for the liability of the company itself, but they disguise it as, oh, we're human relations. We're here to help you. Mm-hmm. But I think what they're really there for is to help the company from possible litigation.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're really there for.
Yeah.
And they're disguised as people helpers.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, there are 2 updates from this one. So this is update 2, or I guess update 1, but they call it 2. So they start with, all I have to say for this update is hold on to your banana pants.
I can't grab my pants quick enough.
All right. I saw a lot of comments asking where management was in all this, so I'll address that first. My boss, George, was getting ready to retire while this was going on. George is roughly my grandfather's age, so this entire situation bewildered both him and his replacement, who he was training at the time. Both of them met with Audrey's boss because, believe me, I was documenting everything she did from the jump, and they all assured me that Aubrey would be dealt with. None of them recommended the red flag mediation. That was HR's idea. I was given details of the meeting where Aubrey ranted about me and it was horrible. But apparently Aubrey was asked to leave by her own boss while several other employees told her to stop. So managerially and in the office in general, people were trying to rein her in from many different angles. HR is where the ball dropped and dropped hard. The company just has poor HR structure and bad entry to mid-level HR. When Aubrey's boss referred her to HR regarding her negative behavior, HR took it upon themselves to consider it a mediation situation, which, remember, at our company can go against your bonus for the year. Despite communication from George, his replacement, and Aubrey's boss saying I wasn't in the wrong. When George found out this, he spoke to HR generalist manager, who said that my absence probably caused a lot of strain and extra work for Aubrey, when Aubrey's not even credited to do what I do. Management made a point to tell me how baffled and upset they were with HR's handling of the situation every time something came up. My company mentor was also a huge support during this time until she decided to take another job elsewhere. When my doctor extended my ADA work from home accommodation a second time, HR responded by telling me my attendance was a concern. I emailed their boss's boss, the HR director, and asked for clarification. He said I hadn't come into the office, so of course my attendance was a problem. I reiterated I had medical documentation stating that if work from home wasn't available, then they could offer to the FMLA documentation my medical team also sent. He replied that medical documentation, including both FMLA and ADA reasonable accommodations, doesn't hold much weight with the company. Okay, so now they're just straight up breaking the law.
Yeah, I was going to say now they're just going against law.
So that's when I got a lawyer. Aubrey, as a problem, kind of drifted to the background when HR started their medical documentation doesn't matter campaign. On my lawyer's recommendation, I contacted the HR executive team, which is where this whole curse situation came to light. And I did check with my lawyer about emailing this update, and they laughed and said I couldn't leave people hanging after all that. She got lawyer's approval to post this update.
Hell yeah.
I called the chief HR officer, which for my company is going over like 5 people's heads. But I did it with George's and my new boss's blessings, who is the head of HR, and asked why my attendance was an issue when I had reasonable ADA documentation. She had no idea what I was talking about, so I filled her in on all of it, including the mediation meeting and Aubrey's harassment and the HR director, her direct report, saying medical documentation didn't hold any weight with the company. She was speechless and asked to meet with me and my lawyer as soon as possible. My lawyer hardly had to do anything during the meeting because the CHRO, it's a CHRO. Oh, Chief HR Officer. Okay. Because the CHRO was horrified at everything I told her. I've never actually seen steam come out of someone's ears, but if it was physically possible, it would have happened here. My lawyer didn't need to say a word, but just nodded and smiled when the CHRO offered an extended paid medical leave so I could handle my recovery, and said Aubrey constantly sending me fitness plans would be dealt with swiftly. I didn't hear anything out of Aubrey for a long time, but I did hear through some gossip channels that the HR staff involved in the red flag meeting / threatening to write me up were let go. Aubrey wasn't fired because they believe she was misled by HR. So I understand that part, even if I don't agree with it. But she was on a tight PIP for a while. Then, whoa. Okay, this is just a crazy sentence to put at the end of a paragraph. She says, then she showed up at my house.
No, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. What? She showed up at her. She better be apologizing.
Okay, let's see. Now we move from banana pants to full-on banana ensemble. I'm still on leave, and out of the blue, Aubrey showed up at my door on a weekend with 2 other women in tow, and the commenters guessed it. She's in very deep with an MLM, or maybe a cult. I can't be sure at this point. Aubrey came over to demonstrate some workout techniques and give me some diet supplement samples and discuss a career opportunity because she was worried about my physical and professional health. She didn't make it past my mother-in-law, who has been a godsend right now. My mother-in-law made it clear where Aubrey could stick her demonstration, and they left in a hurry. I notified my lawyer and the CHRO, and suffice to say, Aubrey is now a full-time wellness coach. I'm happy I went with my gut and got a lawyer because the company has changed so drastically over the last year with the toxic HR department encouraging behavior like Aubrey's and spreading false information about medical leave and time off. The company is almost unrecognizable. Also, with my boss and mentor both gone, I don't know if I'm going to go back once I'm medically cleared. The company is also undergoing a restructuring right now, and my department may end up distributed between other parts of the company or even other parts of the state. I have been looking at jobs and doing some resume drafting for a full-time remote position since it feels like it might be a better fit. But many thanks to the comment section and all the support.
Oh
my God.
Shit.
She showed up at her house to sell her a supplement. She was trying to sell her a supplement.
Join a fucking MLM. Oh my God.
Oh my God. This was an MLM scheme.
That's showing up with 2 other ladies is crazy. She got it off the work site, bro.
She got the address off the work site. That's crazy.
I'm so glad that the HR and her, Audrey, were let go. But at the same time, I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Genuinely.
Yeah, I'm like, what is going on with this company?
How the fuck did she get your address?
That the structure is so unorganized and toxic that this was allowed to happen. She caused a whole restructuring of the entire company, which may cause them to move her department and several others to another state.
Yeah. I'm so glad that I thought when she said that she went to like the head HR guy, I was like, so that's top of the chain is saying that about the medical leave.
And then it just, okay, also this like chain of like this HR person and then this one and then this one. Why are there so many people in this chain?
I was just thinking that. So that's why I was like, oh, so he's top dog saying it. Oh, she won that. And she's like, no, there's 5 other people above him. What the fuck do you mean there's 5 other people
That's
above
insane.
him?
Okay, and also she put this at the end of the paragraph. Then she showed up at my house. Like just so casually. And I'm like, whoa, that should have been the beginning of the next paragraph.
Yeah, by the way, she also showed up, but we'll get onto that.
That's crazy. All for an MLM supplement scheme. And she's a wellness coach. But guess what? We're not done. There's a final update. June 12th, 2023. That previous one was April 17th. So a couple months have passed. This is the final update. She says, I got an offer from a local company that's going fully remote with administration and management meeting up once a month. The salary was right. It's 90% remote. It's a good fit, so I'm happy with it. My role is HR adjacent as head of payroll. I report to the COO and was hired by the CEO and COO. I walk in to our first admin meeting, and who is sitting across from me but the HR director who told me medical documentation doesn't matter and orchestrated my red flag meeting. Let's call him Bob. Bob is the interim HR director for this company. Bob looked very uncomfortable when he saw me. We went through some employee files, including several who were on maternity leave and 2 who were injured on a job site. Bob got quieter as we began reviewing medical documentation and approving paid leave. I smiled, looked him in the eye every time I asked, and does Jill have her medical documentation? Great. Medical documentation holds a lot of weight. That's important stuff to have. He looked like he wanted to melt into his seat. At one point, he tried to argue against someone using their PTO to provide end-of-life care for a parent when they had ample PTO. I smiled and said, "You're right. Our employee support fund should cover half this time. It's a shame for them to have to lose all their PTO when they're obviously going to need it to heal and grieve over the next few months. Why don't you get me the paperwork for the support fund this afternoon? That's so generous. Everyone was happy and in agreement. He looked like he swallowed a lemon, but everyone was like, oh my God, Bob, how thoughtful. He had to eat it so bad and got me the documentation an hour later. Bob can suck it. Bob is also only a contractor, so he'll be moving on soon anyway. Medically, I'm doing better and very happy to move on from where I was. Aubrey's been full on radio silence, which is perfect for me. Thanks, AAM team and commenters. How did she run into the same guy?
That's crazy, but good for her. Good for her to be like, yeah, Bob, medical leave, eh?
That's really important documentation to have, isn't it, Bob?
Yeah, it holds a lot of weight.
That is such a power move.
Literally.
Oh my God.
And it's not like he actually works there. He's a contract. So he's like hired for a little bit.
Yeah. So he's just like,
So he has to suffer through this.
So is she, so this is kind of implying that whatever this meeting was, she was like higher up than him in this.
Well, she probably would be because if he's a contractor, he's hired by the company just for like a short time.
Yeah.
So she said what she reports. So it's CEO, COO, and then her, I think is what she said.
Oh, she's head of payroll.
Yeah.
So
she is up there.
How the tables have turned.
Power move.
That's actually insane to walk in and he's there and be like, oh, I can boss you around now. And then he tried to deny some of these PTO so they could take care of their dying family member.
Yeah, that's crazy. See, this is why people hate HR, because they do shit like that.
Yep.
What the fuck is wrong with you? I thought it was going to go south. I thought she was going to be like, yeah, he's like the CEO of HR. I'm under him now, and it's like, I got to leave now. But I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Oh my God. This is one of the best sagas I've ever read on here.
Literally. Like, what?
So, with that, on to our final story, which again comes from Best of Redder Updates. Originally posted on Am I the Asshole? No Ask a Manager this time. So the title reads, Am I the asshole for ratting out my assistant/colleague and getting her fired to save my own job? I know how it sounds, but please read before you judge. I, 30-year-old man, worked at my current employer for 3 years. Last year, March of 2020, I received a promotion to project manager. In the beginning, everything went well, but in the last month, I've been getting more and more negative feedback. I did not understand what was going on or why people were becoming so negative about me. I was losing clients and several colleagues were really upset with me. I was at a loss. I started talking to my manager and my department head about following courses, getting monthly feedback to perform better. I just wanted to live up to the promotion I received. I felt like I was failing. Then a friend/colleague, 27-year-old woman of mine, came to me angry and demanded that I apologize for what I said. I was really confused and asked her why she was so upset with me. She explained she received an email where I was basically blaming her for the issues that I was dealing with. This was an email a client forwarded her. I was at a loss and explained I never send out an email like that and if she could show me. She did, and it had my name, my send address, and everything seemed like it was from me, but I never sent it. Then it clicked with me. My assistant, 39-year-old woman, has access to my email and has the ability to send as me. She's also the only one that has these rights. I was flabbergasted and so much started to make sense. She was next in line for my job and did not receive the promotion. I did. I checked all her sent mail on her PC while she was out for lunch and saw dozens of emails sent as if they were me. An email still open on the screen showed my email address and a written message to my clients with misinformation, passive aggressiveness, and straight up lies. These were sent out under my name. I made screenshots and sent them to myself. Then went to my manager and head of the department. They were pissed. She was fired that same day. I was relieved and all my colleagues were informed. I thought I was completely in the right here, but some people at work are complaining that I violated company policy for snooping on her PC and violating her privacy. My boss and direct colleagues have my back, but the people that know her, she has worked there since 2011 and I've only been there since 2018, say I went too far. Apparently, she's a single mother with 2 kids and needed this job. I also need this job, and she was more than willing to sacrifice me for her benefit. I don't see how I could be in the wrong for defending myself. Maybe I'm just too close to the situation to see it. Did I go too far by going on her PC?
Hell no. She had access to your email where she could pretend to be you. You have every right to go on her PC and get that evidence.
Okay. So, okay. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
So she has access to his email. He did go on her computer, but it's also a work computer.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know if she left her computer unlocked or if he had to like find out her password or something. I'm honestly kind of torn on this because going on somebody else's computer to find incriminating evidence is like, I feel like it's complicated because I feel like we're only like, yeah, of course he should have done that only because he found incriminating evidence. But if he did that and didn't find incriminating evidence, then it would have been like, oh, well, yeah, then he shouldn't have done that. I feel like he didn't have to do that because he already knew that she was the only one that had access. She could have just gone to his manager in the head or whatever and be like, I think she's doing this. And they could have looked at it and been like, oh, yeah, she is. She's fired. So I'm kind of torn on this because he didn't have to go on her computer, but he did. And he found evidence of her doing that.
You know, now that you've explained it like that, I think I agree with you now. Yeah, he should have gone to his boss and been like, hey, I had a coworker come in and say I sent this nasty email and it was not me. And the only person who has access to this is my assistant. I have reason to believe that she may be sending these emails. Yeah, I agree. He probably should have gone that route.
But I don't think it rises to the level of asshole. It just rises to the level of you could have done this a little bit differently.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I feel differently about it because it's a work computer. It's not her personal computer, you know? So it's like there's other people that probably also use that computer, right? And they just log in their own account or whatever. So it's like it's a work computer. It's not her personal computer, so it's not as bad. But you still went into somebody else's account.
You know what this guy should have done? He should have asked the manager.
Yeah, he should have posted on askamanager.org.
Before he did this. No, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah. I think even if I was doing something I wasn't supposed to do, and if I, for some reason, left my computer unlocked and someone went on and they saw that I was doing that, I would agree that it is, yeah, I'm bogus because I was sending stuff like that. But it's also like, damn, bro, you just went on my computer.
Yeah. And it's also like, okay, what were the circumstances? Did he just happen to walk by her computer that had this email up already on the screen and it was like already unlocked? And then he went and looked at the other emails that she had sent. Or did he deliberately go over to her computer to look at her emails?
Probably the latter.
Because it said she had an email still open on her screen.
First of all, who the fuck does that? I never leave a draft on my screen.
Well, she's stupid for leaving her computer just open, but
yeah. But he should have escalated it in the right manner. I agree though. I don't think he's necessarily the asshole for this though, because I mean, they can do is they can go and confront her and be like, we need to have access to your computer and make sure, or they could fucking pull the shit from like, I'm sure your IT department or something could hop in there and be like, yeah, it was her sending
Yeah,
this.
because I'm like IT, like they can, I mean, any company with decent IT infrastructure, they can just remote into the computer and look and look at the screen. So like,
I'm sure they can even see what computer sent a fucking email if they really wanted.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to find out.
Yeah.
So this person says, also, it wasn't her PC, it was the company's computer, so specifically not a personal computer. Many companies have the authority for a manager, supervisor, or superior of some form to access the company equipment if needed. You accessed her work accounts, which ended up being your own account. She was angering clients and your coworkers. Everyone who was mad at you should have been mad at her. Okay, so it is complicated for me because I'm like, okay, is she using her own account to somehow send emails in his name and his email, or is she actually using his account?
Just because it's a manager and then like an assistant to him, I'm going to assume she probably has. So like if they use Outlook, for example, you can change who is sending the email.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
assuming
I'm
that it
assuming
is.
that's what she is able to do. She's able to change it so it looks like he's sending the email with his email, his signature, all that, but it's her. But so I think it's her own account, but she can change who the sender is to
Yeah,
herself or him.
that's what I'm thinking. And also they bring up an interesting point. Okay, so is he like her manager? Because she's his assistant, right?
I would assume then, yes, he is her manager. But I
So
also assume in cases like this, you kind of almost have to have like a permission or like something written up where we have reason to believe I'm entering her computer.
that's what I'm like. I'm like, you should ask her about it. And then if she says no, then be like, okay, well, as your man, like, I'm going to have to make a report about this.
He should have done what the detectives do.
Yeah, caught her in a lie.
Yeah. So
and
did
then
you send emails pretending to be me?
should have interrogated her
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
Left her in the room for 5 hours. And
Yeah.
then
Yeah. And like, so you're sending emails about from me, right? She like, yeah. Have you sent any emails that are fraudulent, basically? No. Well, I get to check your computer in the next hour after it's approved by my boss. So
he's saying, is he the asshole for like ratting her out and getting her fired?
No.
It's like he didn't get her fired. Her own actions got her fired. It
what
wasn't.
was he supposed to do? Even if
what was he supposed to do? Keep letting it happen?
Yeah, no.
Like what are these other people on that like, oh, you took it too far? Like
They,
what?
They probably were like, you should have just talked to her. Like, I feel like that's the mindset they're in. You should have just confronted her about it and told her to stop. But it's like, by the way, she was writing mean emails about you guys and sending it to you guys. So it's not like she
wasn't just sending it to like clients. She was also sending it to people within the workplace, impersonating him. And it's causing, and not only bad, it's causing him to lose clients.
Yeah. And the respect for his position in the company.
Yeah, this is
like they're about to put him on a pit, bro.
Yeah. So there's a small update. No, actually, there's 2 updates. The first one's really short, though. He just says, they just let me know that they are holding a meeting to clarify exactly what happened. They were catching on to the people that weren't happy about her being fired, and they want to quell any issues before they start taking root. I'll update again once the meeting is over. It's an hour and 20 minutes from now. That's crazy to think that he's like updating this in real time. He's like, yeah, the meeting's in an hour and 20 minutes. Okay, it's in 45 minutes, guys. Okay,
I just got the email that I got the Zoom link.
So, final update from the next day. Meeting took about an hour and a half, and after that, I was in and out of talks with colleagues and other people. It was properly explained what she was doing and has done to me and the company. The attitude towards me noticeably changed in a positive direction, with a lot of people apologizing to me and explaining they've known her for years, were friends, and could not imagine she actually did something like this. Honestly, I'm happy it ended this way. HR, my boss, really had my back here and preemptively handled to avoid any linger negativity. Nothing but praise for them. I've requested some time off, which was approved, and I'll be home for a week starting next week per my request/advice they are going to revise, or at least look at, the company policy regarding access to other people's emails and other security issues I've noticed. It'll probably be the last update for now. I might make an update post if anything significant happens. Thank you all again.
So they're reviewing the policy of going into someone else's.
No, I think they're reviewing the policy of like her being able to send emails
like have
in
access
his name.
to someone else's. Okay. I agree. I would hate if someone had access to my email, like where they could pretend to be me. One, because it's like, I don't know what you're sending. Like, I need to know what emails you're sending to people.
Yeah, I'm like, that's weird to be like representing somebody else in an email?
I guess I can understand if it's an assistant manager or like you're an assistant to the manager. Like if the manager's busy and they can't respond to like simple, quick emails, you know, to have an assistant who's able to do that. I can understand that.
But why can't she just email them as, oh, I'm his assistant?
That is true. That is true. Well, it could be because, well, does she receive his emails then?
Well, he must. Well, she must if she's replying to the emails.
So they probably have a shared inbox.
Yeah, which is Like I don't think I would want that. I think this is the only story today where HR actually did something good.
I agree. From the get-go.
Yeah, they were on top of it in this, which is
surprising.
Sadly surprising.
Yeah, I hate to say it. It was surprising though.
So they were the coworkers were saying, "I can't believe you did that to her. She's a single mother and she needs this job."
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, okay, but she was trying to get a promotion at the detriment of somebody else who also needs this job.
And first of all, what was she gonna do? Come in as the knight in shining armor and
be like, look at these emails he's sending.
Yeah, or be like if he is fired because of it, and she gets the job, what is she gonna do? Go and get all the clients back, convince them to come back?
Be like, oh yeah, he's gone.
Yeah,
he can come to me.
So it sounds like she was like setting it up so if she got the job, she could almost go back and like retrieve these clients.
But I don't think that's how it works. If people have a bad experience with a company, they're not going to work with that company.
But I feel like
anymore.
that's like the mindset she's in of, because it's like, okay, you're not just fucking him over, you're fucking the company over and possibly your job.
Yeah, that you're trying to get a promotion in.
Yeah, because if you replace him, right, all the clients out there already have this perception that your company sucks. So when you start reaching out to them, they're immediately not going to go, oh, it's a new person. They're going to be like, oh, it's some other bitch.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not going to be positive.
And also she kind of in a way emotionally manipulated this guy because she made him think that he was doing something wrong. And it's like, why does everyone hate me now? When she was sending these emails as him behind his back to all the clients and all the employees and making this guy go crazy. Like, why does everyone hate me all of a sudden?
How crazy would it be, right, to walk into work and everyone's just like glaring at you and you're like,
what did I do?
Good morning. How's it going? Everyone's just not talking to you. Everyone's cold, mean to you. And it's just like, what the fuck happened? And then to have a coworker come in and confront you and be like, I can't believe you said that about me. Said what? I just said good morning.
Yeah, and also, how did she think she was not going to get found out when she's sending emails to other employees as him? Do you think they weren't going to confront him about it? And he's going to be like, what are you talking about? I never said that.
Yeah, or take it to HR. You really think HR, they're going to investigate? I mean, that's usually what HR does. They look into things before hopefully they look into things before they jump on it.
Yeah, so I don't know what her game plan here is just non-existent.
I think she was probably just so blinded by like her upset that she didn't get the position.
Yeah, so in a fit of rage.
Yeah, she basically was just acting irrational because she was upset she didn't get the job she wanted. And probably to her, which I feel like this does happen. It happens a lot I hear stories all the time about this of like parents who are like, I want your PT. The time you have scheduled for PTO, you should actually let me have that week off because I have kids.
Yeah.
Like I feel like a lot of people are in that mindset. So she probably was like, I need this job more, this promotion more because I have to support my kid. I need it over this dude because he doesn't need the money and I need it. Like I feel like that's a mindset a lot of people are in.
Yeah, it is.
Where it's like, I don't care that I'm not fit for the job. I need the promotion and the money more.
I deserve it more.
Yeah.
Because I have kids.
Yeah.
Because I decided on my own free will to have kids.
Yeah.
I deserve it more.
Yeah. So I feel like that's probably also just because what the coworkers were saying of, she needs this job. She's a single mom. She probably was telling them this. Like she was probably telling them, I needed this, or like I needed that promotion, or I need this job to get like sympathy.
And today's theme is all about people who are the devil, just the absolute worst people on the entire planet. We all know about Am I the Devil on Reddit, where the worst of the worst people end up. That's what we're looking at today. And I'm joined by the worst person I know, my best friend Kerrigan.
We know worse, come on.
Yeah, we do.
You know, I think I would be honored though if I was considered the worst person ever in your perspective. Like, I feel like that's an achievement.
That's an achievement?
Yeah.
You get like a Steam achievement notification in the corner.
Worst person ever.
Well, I think some of these people that we're going to read about today have gotten that Steam achievement. They've 100%ed the game of being the worst person.
Yeah, they got the Reddit achievement.
Before we get started, have you guys subscribed yet? If you haven't, what are you doing? Come on, get with the program. We're also on Spotify. Check out the link in the description if you want to listen to it there. But without any further ado, let's get into our first story, which of course comes from Am I the Devil? And the title reads, Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend she's too obsessed with anime and video games? So first, I'm new to Reddit and English isn't my first language, so please bear with me. Well, I think he's about to get a great introduction to Reddit.
Yeah, literally.
He's 23-year-old guy, his girlfriend, 22-year-old woman, met at an anime convention earlier this year and started dating a couple months ago. Since that, we're both really busy. I'm busy with work and she just started her PhD. This Christmas is our first time off together. She's always been into video games and anime and that stuff. I am too, so I found it quite endearing. We would watch them together or play something together every weekend, but since she has some time of now, I'm just seeing how obsessed she is with all that. She changed literally every wallpaper on her phone/PC/tablet, etc. to some anime/game character she's been playing on her PS5 nonstop. She's ordered some merch as a treat herself for Christmas. All she's wearing lately is merch. She's talking nonstop about all those things, working all day on her cosplays for the next year and so on. Like I said, I have those interests too, but isn't that all a little bit too much? At least that's what I told her because I kind of snapped when she refused to go somewhere with my friends that are partly hers also because she wants to do an anime marathon with her best friend. I mean, she suggested that we meet my friends on the next day, but I'm pretty sure she's going to come up with that obsession of hers and refuse to go anyway. So I told her that she needs to talk to a therapist of hers about her crazy obsession, and she should rather be studying and working up for her exams and everything that are coming up at the beginning of 2022 than wasting her time on those things. She got really mad at me because I can't even let her have fun in her free time, which is total BS because of course she can have fun, but that is just obsessive behavior. It makes her really unattractive. Now she is refusing to text me/pick up my calls. She still lives with her aunt and her family and won't even let me in their house so I could talk to her personally. My best friend said that I'm really overreacting and all, but I'm still convinced she should turn down her obsession a little bit and take life seriously. We're adults for God's sake and shouldn't be wasting all our time on that, especially since she's only a student and doesn't even have a real job yet. But I'm really starting to miss her, so am I the asshole? Sad face.
This dude sounds like he's never had a hobby.
Yeah, he's like, my girlfriend has an interest and I don't like it.
Yeah, she's too interested in this thing.
But okay, but the thing is, he does like it though because they met where?
At an
anime convention?
Yeah.
So what is he doing there? He must be obsessed.
Probably.
He must be obsessed with anime too.
He probably doesn't put deodorant on it. It's a red flag.
Yeah, you know.
I'm just baffled on why he seems so offended about like that she has an interest in a hobby.
Yeah, I don't get it because he's like, yeah, she changed her wallpaper to an anime character. Isn't that crazy? She's obsessed.
No.
Have you seen like half of everyone on Reddit's profile pictures? What are we talking about here, guys? This is the worst place to possibly post about somebody liking anime.
You know what's kind of rude? I literally was thinking, I was like, how did this get put on Am I the Devil? The update either has to be like, he burned all her cosplay outfits or something for me to justify it being posted here because he's an asshole because it is like, bro, it's not like she's spending every waking moment on anime and her games and stuff. It's when she has fucking free time.
Yeah, which is what you do when you have an interest in something.
You know what I would do on like spring and like winter break? I'd just sit on my computer or play games, or I would just be a lazy bum.
Right.
Do my hobbies. Like,
he's mad that his girlfriend, I think he's jealous that his girlfriend is better at like doing cosplay characters than he is. Because I don't know, he just seems so upset that his girlfriend has an interest in something besides him. Probably.
Yeah,
is probably what it is.
Yeah.
He probably thinks, oh, she should only be into me and nothing else.
Yeah, and it's also weird that he was so upset that it sounded like she already had plans with one of her friends, right? To watch anime. And he was so upset that she turned him down to go hang out with his friends, who are also, I guess, her friends. But it's like, she already had plans. So what if her plans were to watch anime with her friend? She had plans with someone.
Yeah.
She's not just going to cancel that to go hang out with you and your boys.
Yeah, I think his expectations of what a relationship is not correct.
It sounds like he thought she was cute because she was interested in that stuff. Part of me feels like he's just really being a man right now and is like, oh, a girl that likes anime and stuff. Aw. Wow, she's so different. But then when he's like, oh, she really likes anime, he's like, yeah, I don't like this anymore.
Yeah, because he said that the obsession makes her unattractive now.
Yeah.
But at the beginning, he said he liked her because they met at an anime convention and she liked anime.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, you meet a person at an anime convention. What else do you expect?
Yeah. And it's like, it sounds like she does cosplay. So she probably was in cosplay when you met her. What do you think is gonna happen? I feel like he's just upset that she likes anime more than him.
Probably. She's just a better anime enjoyer than him.
She knows more of the history of like all these anime shows.
Yeah, and maybe if we were into anime, we would be more offended by this.
Yeah.
Because I've never watched an anime ever.
See, I have, and I like it, but I don't get like obsessive with it. Like it's just like another show to watch. But I don't think hers is obsessive. It's just like her interests and hobbies. If she was binging anime all day from like 6 a.m. to like midnight every single day and wouldn't go outside, wouldn't shower, wouldn't brush their teeth, wouldn't eat food, okay, then you have a problem. But on her free time, she's playing video games.
Yeah, but he's just like, she changed her wallpaper to an anime character.
She took me off her wallpaper.
I can't. What? She's obsessed.
Like, bro, she's not obsessed with you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think this just got cross-posted onto Am I the Devil because it's on Reddit and there's so many people that love anime on
Probably
Reddit.
all the people who loved anime saw this post and immediately were like, this is the devil.
You're the worst person ever.
Literally.
Okay, so I'm going to read some comments. Somebody said, you're the asshole. If her interests aren't interfering with the rest of her life and responsibilities, it's not a problematic interest. Honestly, it sounds like you're trying to push her into things she just doesn't want to do, as she has the right to do what she wants with her time. You also put emphasis that her interests aren't for adults and she doesn't have a real job, but interests aren't designed to an age group, and you literally met at an anime convention. She's also a PhD student, which sounds to me that she is already incredibly accomplished in her studies, which is a great accomplishment at her age. If you sound this selfish and demanding of her on the internet, I can only imagine how you sound to her. Yeah, he did say this, like, this is such a childish interest.
Yeah.
Like the comment said, it doesn't matter what age you are. You like whatever.
I want to know what he
like.
likes so I can make fun of it.
Well, he said that he likes anime too, so I don't understand how he's like, I can't, she's so obsessed with anime. I can't believe she likes anime. So he's basically saying, yeah, I hate her and I hate myself too. I don't get, I like what?
For me, I feel like he likes it, but not as much. Like, I feel like he does like it, but like maybe he's just put off that she likes it more than him, like I said earlier.
Okay, let's read his edit. He says, thanks for all the replies. I realized I was wrong for saying that, and she finally let me apologize. She broke up with me, though, because apparently I'm a controlling, misogynist asshole who doesn't respect her enough. So I guess it's better that way, because if she goes that far as coming up with such BS instead of realizing we have a problem together, she's way too much into her obsession. It makes her unattractive anyway, so thanks for everyone who made me realize we just don't fit together. Okay, maybe that's why it ended up on Am I the Devil, because he doubled down.
Oh my God.
He said, nope, it is an obsession. It's unattractive. And yeah, thanks for letting me know that that she is terrible.
I think that's so crazy that he said, yeah, I went and I apologized to her because I realized I was wrong. But then she broke up with me, so fuck her, and she is obsessed, and she's a piece of shit, and it does sound like he's a controlling, misogynistic fuck, bro.
Yeah, he proved her point that he is by that edit. So this was 4 years ago. So if he was 23 then, so he'd be 27 now. So probably hopefully his brain's developed by now.
Yeah. No, I feel like the path he was going down. Now he doesn't watch anime at all, and he thinks it's only for like weirdos.
Probably.
Like, I feel like that's where he's at now in life.
Yeah, and the the ex-girlfriend probably has her PhD and she's probably a rich ass
Yeah,
doctor
literally
now.
living life and still doing anime and cosplaying. Like, good for her.
Good for her for breaking up with him, having some self worth.
Yeah. You know, I think I'm going to do a rating when we're done with this.
Okay, do a rating. So
Yeah.
that one's probably that's the only one, but it's
Yeah.
probably going to end up being at the bottom.
Yeah.
Anyways, on to our next story, which comes from Am I the Devil again. This title is crazy. Title reads, Am I the asshole for wanting my wife to abort a future daughter and try again for a boy after she changed her mind on the amount of kids she wants?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hey, babe, you want to just try again? Like, what?
Yo, let's clear that out and let's do it again.
That's it. That's insane. Okay.
This one's already at the #1 spot right now.
Okay, so the crazy title. The story reads, when my wife and I got married, I told her that I wanted at least one boy, and she did not have any sex preference but wanted 4 kids. We had agreed that if the first 3 children were all girls, we would adopt a boy or do IVF or abort until we get a boy. That is crazy.
That is, and I guarantee she did not agree to that.
Well, we had discussed this prior to getting married. I figured with 4 kids, we were probably to get at least one boy, so the drastic options were not too likely. We have a daughter who is 7 now, and since having her, my wife kept pushing away, wanting to get pregnant again, and said she needed time / wanted our daughter to be a little older. Recently, we finally decided to try again, and she is now pregnant with another daughter. She has now finally told me that she does not feel like having 4 kids anymore, which I understand, as raising the first has been a huge amount of commitment for her. I reminded her that I still wanted at least one boy and suggested she get an abortion and we try again. This is completely legal in my country, and there is no issue of too many men like in India in my country. She eventually agreed, but she seems upset at me and sad, and I think she has a preference for girls, but we already have one. I'm an engineer and self-employed, and while I would never force my kids to choose a career, I feel like a son would be more likely to continue the family business and have a genuine interest in it. There it is. That's why. I have worked with women in my field, and they are rare and do not seem as passionate. My daughter does not seem like she will go in that direction. She has very girly interests like fashion and does not seem to have the aptitude for math and puzzles like her cousin who is her age. Am I the asshole here since my wife had agreed to this already when we married?
Oh my God.
I like how he says so casually, so we can have a boy. I mean, if it doesn't work, we'll just abort until we get one.
Oh my God. I think it's so crazy that I knew it was, from the title alone, I knew it. But right when he said, my wife took a lot of time and effort raising our daughter, when he said that, where he's like, yeah, it took a lot of commitment for my wife to raise my daughter, he was an absent father, bro. You know, he was not waking up to change the diaper, to feed the baby. He probably didn't even take her to school.
He's too busy being an engineer, I guess.
Yeah. Like, what?
But this is just crazy because he's like, he's not viewing his wife as a person. He's viewing his wife as like an incubator or like a machine that just spits out baby. It's like if you don't get the one you want, it's like if it doesn't give you it's like a gumball machine. If it doesn't give you the one you want, just shove it back in there and try again. Like, what? And like, okay, it's one of those things again where he starts this paragraph with, I would never force my kids to choose a career. But I really want them to be engineers.
But right when my son is born, I'm gonna be putting him in engineer classes.
Right, like
he's gonna know how to do everything.
Yeah, I like how he also just called his daughter like stupid.
Yeah,
he's like, I don't think she'll go in that direction. She just doesn't have the aptitude. Yeah, she's too dumb.
She likes girl things. She likes fashion and like things girls like. Oh, okay.
Yeah, she can't be into math or anything like that.
Like, what? You just know that if the wife goes through with this and they keep trying and have a boy, that boy is going to be so praised by the father that boy is either going to be the most spoiled bitch ever, or that child is going to fail miserably because of the pressure that's put on them.
Yeah.
Like, they're either going to be raised to be a jerk or they're gonna be so stressed out and feel like a failure in life right away because their dad's pushing them so hard to be an engineer like he says he won't, but we all know he will.
Yeah.
So I just think it's crazy how, like, he can't just be happy he's having another kid. He's like, oh, a girl, you say? Well,
I don't know.
Get the coat hanger. I just think that's a crazy thing to put on a person of, we're going to have a boy. Well, just adopt a boy then. Like,
yeah, he said that was one of the options.
So it's like, okay, then adopt a boy.
He thinks doing this abortion until you get a boy is less, because he said he called those drastic options. So he thinks aborting until they get a boy is less drastic than adopting or IVF.
Oh my God.
He's just, I mean, he's just clearly like, this comes from a place of misogyny from him. Yes. Because he's like, well, he has to be a boy to be an engineer. Mm-hmm. And, you know, it comes from two places of bad. One, he thinks that women can't be engineers.
Yeah.
And two, he thinks that his kids have to live on the legacy of the family business of engineers.
No, they don't. I also think it's funny because he did say that he's met women engineers and they don't see him as passionate. You know why they probably don't?
Because of people like him.
Of people like you. I guarantee he sees a woman engineer. He's like, oh, never seen one of you in this field.
Didn't know
before.
We got a new receptionist.
He sees a woman engineer. He probably just starts grilling her. It's like, what is this? What is this? What do you do in this situation? And she's just like, bro, I know how to do my job. And he's like, are you now? Do you know?
It's like, oh, why don't you go get me a coffee, okay?
Let the real engineers talk.
By the way, you got a nice set of bahonkas, too. He just seems like that type of guy.
He does. You know, he also seems like the type of guy, if his wife doesn't, he's going to go get a mistress and just
so he can get a boy.
Yeah, just so he can get a boy.
Or he'll just steal some kid.
Yeah, or I feel like he's going to be the type where he's like, okay, well, if you don't, then he's either going to divorce her and then go find another young woman. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be a young woman. It's not going to be someone his age. It's going to be like an 18-year-old.
Yep.
He's going to be like, you, give me a boy. And then he's going to just keep doing that until he gets a boy.
Crazy. Yeah, he probably would.
Did he ever post an update?
No, because his account got banned.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it says the post has been removed due to the status of the original poster's account. This account is currently shadow banned or suspended, suggesting this account is in violation of Reddit's terms of service.
Oh my God, so you know he was tearing people up in the comments or something.
You know what you have to do to violate Reddit's terms of service?
Literally. Like, you can see anything on Reddit.
He's probably posting an r/abortion. Like, my wife's saying it's bad to keep getting abortions. I know she's wrong, though. Tell her that she's wrong, guys.
We're on our 5th one, and she still hasn't given me a boy. What the fuck? The doctors are saying her uterus is no more, bro. What?
But I don't believe him, okay? So I came to r/abortion to ask.
All right, I'm going to give my ranking right now. So this one, currently number 1. And the first one's currently number 5.
Okay, well, right now it's number 2 because you only have 2.
Well, I'm ranking it out of all of our possible.
Yeah, but you don't even know the other ones yet.
It's a blind ranking.
So right now it's just 1 and 2.
It's 1 and 5.
Okay, fine.
Out of the 5 videos, currently my ranking is abortion 1, anime 5.
Okay, well, let me read this title and let's see if you change your ranking. So the next story title reads, I pretended to have a vasectomy 2 years later and my wife is pregnant.
You know, this is sitting at number 2 right now because he's not talking about abortion yet.
Yet. Let's see. So, hello, Reddit. I've been a long-time lurker, but I haven't posted. I'm a frequent user of this app. However, my wife doesn't really like it, but I still want to be precautious as she knows my user. So this is my throwaway account. I'm going through a horrible dilemma, and I'm in so deep, I have no idea what to do. Yeah, maybe he was in a little bit too deep there. I'm done with my stupid jokes. Okay. He's in too deep and I have no idea what to do. My wife and I have been married for 9 years and we have 2 kids together and we weren't planning on having more. Well, my wife is set on that idea, but I wanted to have at least 5 kids and she only wanted to have 1 or none. Okay. Well, okay.
Oh my.
A quick pause.
God.
If one of you wants to have 5 and the other either only wants to have 1 or none, why are you married?
I don't like the way this is going so far.
Okay, well, let's see. This doesn't take away from the fact that she is a great mother. It's just her preference. Going into the marriage, we sort of compromised to have maybe 2 or 3 kids. I am set on having 3 kids, but she didn't want any more. It's been 5 years since having the first 2, and around 2 years ago, she was hell-bent on me getting a vasectomy. I wasn't comfortable with it and refused, but it became the center of our arguments. We dated for 5 years before getting married, so we have been together for a total of 12 years when this occurred. Now we have been together for 14 years. These were such lovely times, and I didn't want to end our relationship on this, especially since we have kids together, so I agreed to the vasectomy after months of arguing. Fast forward to now, my wife is pregnant. She doesn't know how this could have happened, but I do. I never got the vasectomy. 2 years ago, I pretended that I got it and told her someone else took me to the appointment, and I took off a week of work so I can recover from it. I tried to be cautious during sex by pulling out, but it clearly didn't work. See, he was in too deep. Now my wife is furious as I told her that the vasectomy could have failed rather than telling her the truth. She is also scheduling appointments with lawyers so she can sue the practice in which I received the surgery. However, if they have the records, it will prove that I never got it. Now my wife is also thinking about having an abortion, but I am trying to convince her to drop this whole thing, and if anything, this child is a miracle. What should I do now? I'm worried if I tell her the truth, then she will leave me! ! I don't want to lose her. She's the love of my life. I don't know what I can do without her. I know this is my fault, but please help me on how I should go about this.
You know, I'm surprised that it went this long without her getting pregnant.
Yeah, he was okay. He went 2 years of not being in too deep, and then he just slipped up once, and he was
like,
deep.
it's been 2 years. I might as well just
What if
let it rip?
What if he did it on purpose because he wants another kid?
See, I'm feeling like he did do this on purpose. Well, okay, well, I feel like that anyway because he purposely didn't get a vasectomy, and he has said that he wants 3 kids. This is literally perfect. So I feel like he was along the mind of, well, I'm not going to get it. She's going to think I got it. If we have another kid, I'll be happy. So like he won twice.
But he's not gonna win the second
I know.
time.
No,
he thinks he's going to.
He won twice because he didn't get the vasectomy, and he was gonna get another kid out of the whole matter. If you know.
Well, that's what he thought was gonna happen.
Okay. On a helpful note, bro, you have to just tell her. You can't. Do not let her find out by hiring an attorney and then finding out that you never got one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You want to break it to her. You have to break it to her.
If he actually lets her find out from a lawyer instead of him,
she's going to be going to a different type of lawyer.
Yes. I think she's going to be doing that either way. But
yeah. But it's like, bro, don't let her sink like $2,000 to get a lawyer and only for them to find out that the practice never performed the surgery on you.
Yeah.
I can picture him being like, they must have just lost the records.
He would probably try to because he's already been like, oh, the procedure must have failed. I don't know.
This is a miracle, baby. Might as well keep it.
Yeah. Look at this. It's a miracle. Why don't we keep it? That's how he thought this was going to go. And she was going to be like, you know what, honey? You're right. We should keep it.
No, she's like, fuck that. I didn't want a kid. It sounds like she already compromised. She wanted 0 kids.
Yeah, she already did.
1 kid. And now she has 2. Also, I've noticed this. What is up with straight men wanting to have like 7 fucking kids?
Because they don't have to do any of the work.
I know, but it's so crazy to me because it's like, okay, you're going to have 7 kids and you want a stay-at-home wife and you just want to go to work. It's like, bro, you know how, first of all, how expensive that is. Second of all, like, you're not going to help you're not going to do anything with your kids. Your kids are going to probably end up despising you and your wife is going to fucking hate you. So it's like you lose. You literally lose. I just don't understand. I've heard so many men say, I want like 5 kids. I'm like, okay, first of all, do you know what it's like to raise 5 kids all at once? It's stressful, bro. The money's tight. If they all want to do sports and activities, okay, now you have to wrangle 5 kids and get them to the right place. It's a lot of work.
Yep.
And it's like, you can't just leave that all on your wife. And I guarantee you're not going to want to do it. So it's like, why do they always want 5 kids? I don't get it.
Because they get to have all the benefits of having a kid without having to do any of the work.
I don't know. It pisses me off.
So like they'll have someone on the weekend to like play ball with and help do child labor from yard work or whatever.
6 a.m. Be like, get up. Like, we need to cut the grass.
It's like when they come in on the weekends, like on a Saturday, and they're like, it's 9 a.m. Why aren't you out of bed yet? I've been up since the crack of dawn.
Yeah, and they list off the 5 things they've already done this morning.
I've already mowed the lawn, trimmed the hedges,
changed my tire.
But then the funny thing is that they'll be asleep by noon on the couch.
You know, I will say this, though. I can agree to a sense that maybe her pushing you to get a vasectomy, something you don't want to do, it was a little extreme of her. But I feel like she probably did that because she didn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, it's like, why did she feel like you needed to get a vasectomy?
Yeah, why was it such a big argument that you needed to get one? Like, I don't want kids at all, but I would never tell my partner, you have to. Unless they made me feel like they were going to do something like this. And it was like you do that because I don't trust you situation.
Yeah.
So I feel like, yes, it's a little bogus that she tried to make you do this, a procedure you don't want to do. But on one hand, I feel like she probably had some sort of explanation of why, and a distrust towards you to some capacity, to why she would be pushed to that point to demand something like that out of you.
Yeah.
I will also say a vasectomy, one, they can be reversed, I believe. And also I've heard that it's not really like a crazy procedure. Like it's like a...
Yeah, I don't think it's
like a 10-minute thing and you're done. But it's like childbirth is 9 months of suffering and then 4 weeks of bleeding nonstop. And a lot of women tear when they give birth, which means that their vagina... In her eyes, she probably was like, yeah, I did that fucking twice, bro. You can get your ball sack cut open a little bit and have them do a little snippy snip tie.
Oh, I think this video is going to get age restricted now. That sounded very disgusting, actually.
You know, the thing is, though, is men don't think about things like that.
Yeah,
they do not think that an 8-pound thing is coming out of you.
I don't want to think about that.
See? And that's why these men who want 5 kids don't think about these things. They don't think about it. They don't think about what the woman goes through.
They should make him do one of those, like, things that shock you to simulate the cramps.
Yeah. Yeah. The contractions.
Oh, yeah, the contractions. You know, but it can't be that much worse than getting, like, kicked in the balls. Like, let's be honest, guys.
Okay, how about this? You do a pregnancy one, and I'll do one of getting kicked in the balls.
I don't think that exists. I don't think there's a get kicked in the balls.
I think we
simulated.
can make it exist. So then I can experience getting kicked in the balls, and you can experience like period cramps and.
That was a joke.
No, I think we have to now. By law, I think we have to. I think
we're okay.
I think all men need to experience it.
No, I think we're okay.
I think they do.
We have to sign up for the draft. That's hard enough. I might have to cut this out, but I think this could be bordering on assault because she did not know
to
that he lied to her and said that he had a vasectomy when he did not.
Mm-hmm.
So she did not want to get pregnant.
Yeah, no.
So this not a good guy.
Yeah, no. Okay, I'm gonna move. Okay, I think this guy's number 1 right now.
Okay, this guy's number 1.
But it's like it's really hard. Like I'm not like the other guy is super bad too. Everyone keep in mind, no one be mean about my ranking here. Okay, these are all really bad people.
So we've got 2 stories left, so we'll see how your rankings change.
Yeah.
So our next story, of course, comes from Am I the Devil? Title reads, Am I the asshole for leaving a bad review on a facility director I bullied 12 years ago?
I'm sorry, that's just... Okay. And I thought I held grudges.
So, okay, so...
What the fuck?
Okay, so we don't have any of the context yet, but I'm picturing her finding this person that she went to school with, right? And writing a review of her online. It'd be like, She was such a loser 12 years ago.
Bro, in high school, this bitch was a fucking dork.
Yeah.
Like, I would never go to her business because, God, she was just so gross.
I haven't even been there, but I know she's a fucking loser.
Yeah, she fucking sucks at her job. I know it. She got a fucking C in math. Like,
so, story reads, I was a bratty teenager. I treated others unfairly. I'm not proud of it. After graduating high school, I didn't have a clue on what to do. So I went to a community college and chose a program that sounded interesting. Because I'm very outgoing, I made friends pretty quick. People found me hilarious. I hate this already. People think I'm so funny.
People love me. Uh-huh.
Of course they do. The main reason I was so funny was I really ripped into one of the shy girls in class. Obviously, I had issues with my security at the time and have gone through therapy. During this period, though, I didn't have the right guidance. I knew to make friends, we had to find a common ground. She was just an easy target. It should be noted, I think she suffered from anxiety before the program. The more classmates and I laughed at her or snubbed her, the more anxious she became, to where the instructor told her this wasn't the career for her because she wasn't functioning to her full ability. It doesn't matter, I know, but I regret it. No one will believe me, but I did experience karma and lots of it after all this. Now, my fiance and I decided we wanted to adopt a pet, and one of the animal rehabilitation centers were listing an adorable dog. We decided to meet her. First, we had to talk with the facilities director, which, surprise, surprise, is the girl I bullied. We recognized each other pretty quick. I don't know if it was the past or her being so shy, but she was very uneasy through our conversation. She seemed in a good spot overall, married, kids, obviously successful career, which was a relief to me. I hope she had moved on from everything. I did admit to her I was sorry for how things were all those years ago, but she had obviously flourished beyond that. She smiled and said, yes, she has. I'm relieved and believe the past is the past. An hour later, the fiance gets a call saying we're not approved for the next steps of the possibility of meeting the dog. Obviously, I was wrong in my assumption. I reviewed this facility and called her out by name because I know very well there isn't anything about us that makes us unfit owners. My fiance doesn't agree with me, though. In fact, he says I'm only fueling the fire, and maybe if I hadn't been such a bee, we wouldn't have been rejected. Am I the asshole?
Yeah. You bully a girl to find common ground with probably all the other popular kids, so much so that the professor called her out and said that she's not fit for that career because she is so anxious because she goes to school, college, you're all adults, and you bully her. And then you say, oh, I went to therapy. I'm over it. I got karma, whatever. Past is the past. Clearly, it's not the past. It's made that girl's life hell. And now you're writing a bad review about her because you got denied for being... I guarantee they're probably like crackheads or something.
I know, because her immediately assuming that they got denied because it was her.
Yeah.
It probably wasn't. I don't think that it was.
No.
I think you're probably just terrible pet owners and they don't want to have you adopt a dog.
Also, just her immediately jumping online to write a bad review and specifically call this girl out by name just shows that therapy failed. Because
you're immediately going to bullying her again.
Yeah. Or putting a stain on her name possibly by making a review like that. You know what you could have done? We applied, we got denied. We're not sure why we got denied. Bam. Okay, still a bogus ass review to leave on a place because you got denied, but you have to call her out by name in your review.
Yeah, that's the part that's like, okay, well now you've moved on from real life bullying to cyberbullying.
Yeah, literally.
So somebody said in the comments, wait, so you bullied her again? Clearly you haven't grown up at all. Massive, you're the asshole. What an entitled asshole. Unfortunately for you, being a horrible bully does in fact make you an unworthy owner. That's her prerogative to decide. If you don't like it too bad, it's 100% your fault. Okay, somebody else said, you're the asshole. You effectively said to this woman, sorry, I was a horrible human, but it looks like you've done fine anyway. Dismissed the harm you did in the same breath as apologizing for it and expected her to place another living being in your care. Ha, no. And then you publicly blame her for what sounds like to me a perfectly reasonable professional judgment. Yikes. If the facility director didn't know you, she still might not have moved you forward toward adopting a dog. Knowing you as she does, it was her duty to halt the process. You sound like you need to work on you a lot more before trying to take on the responsibility for a dependent soul.
Mm-hmm. I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
That like hits the mark spot on.
Yeah, she did say to her, she said that she was sorry and said, but you've obviously flourished beyond that. So she did basically say, yeah, I'm sorry that happened, but it's fine because you're good now anyways.
Yeah, you still succeeded in life.
So it's fine that I bullied you, right?
It's also like she doesn't even have to accept your apology too. Like like she doesn't have to accept your apology. Just because you apologize doesn't mean the past is the past.
Yeah, just because you say sorry doesn't mean, oh, so everything's fine now, right?
Oh, we're best buds now. I forgive you for making my life hell.
It's like, yeah, so I murdered your son, but everything's fine now, right? Because I said sorry.
I'm sorry, bro. It's all good. We can be buddy again and give me a dog. Like, yeah, no, bitch.
No, but I think the thing that got this on Am I the Devil was her update. So the update reads, okay, do you guys not see the irony here? I found so many messages in my DM and in my comment section calling me every name in the book and wishing death on me. To defend a victim of bully, you become a bully. I get it. I'm a terrible person who deserves nothing but pain and suffering. Thanks. The last 12 years I've been cheated on, broken up with right after I had a stillborn and suffered many miscarriages. But again, this isn't enough. I need more karma. I showed these comments to my fiance and no, he doesn't agree with any of the judgments. After cooling down, he realized it was pretty childish of this girl. She is the owner of the facility. All adoptions are decided by her. When I mentioned her flourishing, it was because I was surprised. Okay.
Oh my God.
But very happy she had moved on from something that happened 12 years ago. It was great to see. No, I wasn't making it by myself. Also, when we talked, she mentioned how she would have hated being in that kind of career that program was designed for. Getting booted out made her realize her true passion was for animals. I'm not trying to defend my actions. I'm saying I didn't completely ruin her career path like some suggest.
You know, she probably said that just to make you feel good in a sense because she doesn't want to start the bullying again.
Yeah.
She probably just said that because one, she's now associated that career path with the trauma you put her through. And also just was like, yeah, haha. You know why she likes animals? Because she doesn't have to deal with fucking people.
Yeah.
Like,
doesn't have to deal with people like you.
You know what? Yeah, you do deserve everything that happened to you,
Listen,
girl.
when I mentioned her flourishing, it was because I was surprised. She's like, yeah, I was surprised this fucking loser could get a real job. Like,
yeah. It sounds like she's still in the mindset of how she thought of this girl when they were in college.
Exactly,
That she was a loser. And even her mention that the girl's still like shy and anxious. Yeah, she's shy and anxious because her fucking bully walked in.
Yeah, like she's still talking down about her.
Yeah, she's still acting like she is a better person. I hate this woman.
And okay, so she writes this whole paragraph about trying to defend her actions, but at the end she puts, I'm not trying to defend my actions. I'm just saying I didn't completely ruin her career path like some suggest.
You know how this could have been so much easily resolved? She could have gone on and be like, guys, I read your comments and I understand that I was in the wrong. And I am truly sorry for this. I know I'm an asshole and I know I probably deserve some of these comments. I have got karma, but blah, 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 blah. You know, she could have just taken on the criticism. Yeah, it's bogus to get death threats. Yeah. Do I think she deserved death threats? No. I don't really think anyone deserves it except for really, 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 really bad people. And I think she's like kind of in the middle. So she just seems like she's mad that people are still hung up on the fact that she bullied this girl.
Yeah.
Which is a totally fair thing to have people still be hung up on.
And she's also mad that people aren't agreeing with her on the internet. Like she's lost the room. And the room is coming after her.
Yeah.
And she's like, guys, do you not see the irony here? Like, guys, you have to stop. And you know what always works on the internet is when you tell them to stop.
Oh,
they always stop.
They'll just stop. I don't know. I'm glad that she gets a taste of what it's like to be bullied.
Yeah, now she knows what it's like.
Yeah, now she understands what that girl probably felt like. But this time she can hide behind a screen and people don't actually say this to her face or know where she goes to school or works or lives.
Yeah. And she clearly wanted to post this just to get validation. She wanted everyone to agree with her.
Yeah.
but nobody agreed with her.
Yeah.
And she's just mad about it. And she even, I think she's making this up about saying, actually, now that my husband's thought about it more, he's on my side too, actually. Yeah, that's right, guys.
Either she's lying or she manipulated the shit out of him.
Yeah, I think she just made it up. But yeah, so where's that in what's your ranking now?
I feel like I'm pretty happy with my 1 and 2 spots. I'm going to put her at number 3 because I do think she's a fucking piece of shit. But I think the 2 dudes before her have committed worse acts than she has at the moment.
So it goes, 1 is the
vasectomy
guy, 2 is the abortion guy.
That's such a crazy thing. Vasectomy number 1.
Vasectomy, abortion.
Bullying.
Yeah, 3 is this one, and 4 is the...
No. 5.
Oh, 5 is the anime one.
4 is open right now until we see what the next story is.
Okay, well, next story is...
I think it's the last one, isn't it?
Yep. Final story. Title reads, your ranking's going to change. Am I the asshole for euthanizing my daughter's emotional support animal for her own sake?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I don't even think we need to read this one. Asshole. Video
Number
over.
1.
Number 1.
Because he committed the crime of killing something.
Okay, well, listen, let's hear him out. Okay, let him cook. Let him cook.
Yeah, let him cook himself. Holy shit.
Okay, so that one reads like this. My daughter recently turned 20. She's been dealing with a major depressive disorder, social anxiety, anorexia, body dysmorphia disorder, and 2 autoimmune diseases since she was around 12. I'm very involved in her treatment and obviously wanted her to get better. So when her therapist recommended getting her a dog to register as an ESA, we got one for her 16th birthday named Juniper. I generally dislike animals, but it was for my daughter's sake, so I caved. Junie and my daughter grew close, and I have seen a notable difference in her since we got the dog, especially in her sense of independence and self-esteem. 4 years later, my daughter is now a part-time tutor, volunteers with the elderly, and attends school full-time with excellent grades. I'm so proud of how far she's come, and though I realize she has ways to go, Junie has helped her, and I credit the dog for that immensely. Here's the problem. While my daughter was at school, Junie got out of the house and got hit by a car since we live right in front of a busy street. My wife and I rushed her into the vet and were told that Junie would need surgery, which would cost somewhere in the ballpark of $2,000. I make a good salary, but I just cannot justify spending that much on a dog, especially when it may not even work and Junie will probably be crippled. Plus, she was pushing 5 years old and her breed usually only lives for 9 to 10 years. Due to all these reasons, I decided the humane and logical decision would be to euthanize Junie. At this point, I called my daughter to let her know the situation and the solution I'd chosen, and she freaked out on me. She tried telling me she had $700 in savings and would quickly find a job to pay me the rest back, to which I declined. A, it's not about the money, and B, I don't want to risk ruining her mental health by getting her a job, especially since she'd likely have to quit one of her volunteer jobs, which have helped her so much. I explained this to her, but she wasn't hearing reason, so I put my foot down and said my decision was final because the dog was technically mine since I paid for it. Then I hung up. We put Junie down, surrounding her with love and gratitude. When we got home, my daughter had just pulled in and was hysterical. I told her she was too old to be acting like this, and one part of becoming a competent, independent adult was accepting what life throws at you. Now she isn't speaking to me. I'm beginning to think I should have at least told her we were so she could say goodbye. On the other hand, Junie already served her purpose in helping my daughter, and she only had the dog 4 years, so I don't understand the huge overreaction. Am I the asshole?
This has genuinely ruined my day.
This might be the worst thing I've ever read in my entire
Like
life.
that, the more he kept talking, the more and more like the pit in my chest like just started to like consume my entire soul.
This is actually so bad.
This man is the worst person in the world. First of all, I don't even know where to start. Genuinely, I'm so baffled that I don't know where to start dissecting this story.
I think this guy would win the Reddit award of worst person.
Yeah,
on
he's
Reddit.
number one right now. First of all, how much do you want to bet he was the one who let the dog outside?
He's probably like, oh no. He opens
It's
the
like
door,
the cigarette
no,
thing we
Junie,
just-
don't get outside.
The front door, I'm going to leave it right open in front of the dog.
I hope the dog doesn't get out. Oh, look, he's getting out. Oh, darn. Oh, look, there's a car. Oh, no. What a shame.
Well,
$2,000. Yeah, I don't know if I can shake it. Even though I make a good salary, apparently.
the thing is, too, is like the whole thing of him being like, it's $2,000, that's too much. And the daughter literally being like, I will pay. A lot of places like that, they can do, depending on where you go, they can do like a pay plan, like how hospitals do it. She could have done something like that. He could have given her the chance. One, I just think it's bogus, no matter what, to not let her be there when they put the dog down.
Yeah, that's crazy to just do it and be like, hey, guess what? Your dog's dead. Put her down today.
I'm watching them push the shit through the IV. So she's dead. She's dying right now in front of me. Oh, you want?
Just wanted to let you know.
Oh, too late. What the fuck? And then when she comes home, sobbing, crying, hysterical because you killed her emotional support animal, her animal that supports her emotions, that helped her get to where she's at. You killed it when there was a perfectly viable option to keep the dog alive.
And he says, you gotta grow up, be an adult. Come on now.
What? The reason she got this far is because of that dog. Do you think that because the dog's gone, she's just gonna still be doing great? No, she's probably gonna fall right back into a horrific depressive episode.
Who wouldn't?
Literally.
After this.
And she's gonna crumble and fall, and you, her dad, who is also one of her support people, has now completely become an enemy to her, where she cannot and will not ever trust you again.
I don't think she's ever gonna talk to him again.
No. I hope she doesn't. Because what the fuck?
Okay, so he said it's $2,000 and he makes a good salary. But then when he calls her, his daughter, and she says, oh, I can pay $700 to pay you back. His response is, well, it's not about the money. And I'm like, so why didn't you do it then if it's not about the money? If money's not the problem, then what? Why are you being like, I just can't justify $2,000? But later, but it's not about the money. It's whatever.
I feel like, one, he just doesn't like dogs, like he stated, or animals, like he stated, and he doesn't want. I think it is about the money a little bit, and I think it is. He genuinely thinks that this dog has served its purpose. It's also crazy to me that he's like, the dog's 5 years old. They only live till 9 or 10. Yeah, that dog had 4 to 5 years left in it.
And I'm like, so he's only halfway through his life. like
what? That's like saying someone who's like 30 is basically halfway through their life. It's like, and it's okay.
Well,
take him off life support.
like
what? I want to know what his wife fucking thinks about this.
Yeah,
she was there.
Was she there?
Yeah,
during this?
It said that him and his wife rushed.
So why is she complicit in this?
That's what I'm wondering.
Do they both just hate animals that much?
I want to know what the wife thinks.
I mean, clearly the way they think about animals is not the way that most people think about animals, because he's like, yeah, well, dog fulfilled its purpose, so don't eat it anymore.
He sounds like the type of person who's like, oh, your medication that prevents you from being depressed is working. Oh, you don't need it anymore then. You can get off the medication. You're not depressed anymore. You don't need the medication. No. The medication is preventing you from being depressed. This dog was basically doing that. It was helping your daughter stay more mentally happy and independent.
Yeah.
You literally admit that she had made such a significant improvement since getting this dog for her. You really think that just now that it's gone, she's going to be... I don't understand how he can believe that. Like, it's super baffling. He's probably one of those people who's like, mental health issues didn't start existing until just recently.
Yeah.
Everyone's depressed and has anxiety now. You know what they did to people who were depressed and had anxiety? They put them in a mental hospital. They hid them from society. Mm-hmm. You didn't see those people back in the day. God, I hate people who think that.
Because like to me, a pet that's part of the family. Like that's
Yeah.
a family member.
That is.
You don't just go like, yeah, well, I got hit by a car. My mom got hit by a car, so I guess
Yeah.
that's
like,
it.
What up? What can you do? It served its purpose.
Yeah.
Was he gonna do that to his wife? Oh, well, she cooked me meals for
10 years, so see ya.
Whatever.
Well, guess what?
Is there an update?
It says edit, but it's kind of wordy for an edit, so it has multiple paragraphs. So we'll see how much of an edit this is, or maybe it's
Is
an
it gonna
update.
be 4 fucking paragraphs of him justifying himself?
I'm guessing probably.
Oh my God.
But let's find out. So, edit. Jesus Christ, message received. I guess I'm the asshole. I still believe I made the best choice, but I suppose I could have let her be more involved. Some people are asking the same questions, so I'll answer them here. I'm not a sociopath. I'm just excellent at separating emotion and preference of logic, especially in times of crisis. This does not mean I don't feel anything. I love my daughter more than anything in the world. Well, clearly not enough to not kill her emotional support animal. Jesus Christ. My wife was 100% on my side for the actual decision of putting Junie down and agreed our daughter should not witness it. She did, however, disagree with the words and tone I used towards my daughter when we got home, which is where I began wondering if I was the asshole. I am not and never have been jealous of Junie. That's ridiculous. She was an emotional crutch for my daughter and will always be special to me in that way. My daughter did not love me any less after getting the dog. If anything, she loved me more. Lastly, thought I would update you all that I did, in fact, talk to my daughter today. It took her some time to let me in, but once she did, I was able to explain my side, give her my reasonings for what I did, and convince her to forgive me. She agreed, and we are all moving past this ASAP. I'm actually about to run out and get her favorite fast food for dinner, and we're having a family movie night. She's still acting distant and mopey, but she has her regular therapist appointment tomorrow, so I'm confident that she can vent there, and her therapist can help her through this without any permanent damage. By the way, I also offered to get her another dog, which wasn't easy for me, and she declined, so I don't think her bond with the dog and like for animals in general was as unbreakable and solid as you all commenters are claiming. Junie just wasn't meant to be around that long, and I'm glad my daughter was able to have 4 years with a dog she liked. Now we're moving on. The end. Except it's not the end because there's edit 2. To everyone leaving horrendous messages in my DMs, take a look at yourself and the words you're using against me and consider how hypocritical it is that you're calling me the asshole when you're telling me you hope my daughter murders me. You know what? I hope his daughter does murder him.
I hope so too. I think the daughter probably just accepted the apology because she lives there and she
doesn't want to deal with his crap.
Yeah. And she's just doing it to calm the water. I'm sure right when she's able to, she's leaving that house and probably is going to go low contact.
Yeah, as soon as she turns 18, she's leaving the house and you're never going to hear from... Oh.
I feel like that's probably what's going to happen. I don't think she agrees with her dad. I think she probably told the therapist, and the therapist is probably like, what the fuck? Yeah. I can't imagine a therapist would be like...
Yeah, I think your dad did the right thing, yeah.
I think a therapist would be like... Oh. So I think the daughter just accepted it to calm the waters because she acknowledges that she's going to have to live there. She's taking the high road, I think. Yeah, which is actually pretty respectable for someone who just went through this. Obviously, she said she doesn't want another fucking dog right away because who's to say you're not going to let it get hit by a car again? And she's going to have to go through the whole thing. And now you also just proved to her that if her next dog had any sort of medical issues, you would immediately go to putting it down. So I don't think this is an issue that's everyone's moving past and it's over and done with. I think this is what you think is happening, but I feel like there's secretly probably hatred.
Oh, yeah.
In her heart.
This is lifelong resentment that is brewing here over this.
This is something that's going to sit in the back of her head for a very, very, very long time. She's going to remind you at your deathbed. God, I hate this dude. He is a sociopath.
He said, I am just excellent at separating emotion in preference of logic.
The logic is this dog could have lived, and yes, they would have probably had some sort of medical help that needed to go along the way, but it's also a living animal that is a part of your family.
He clearly doesn't see it that way, though.
But it's like people who get pets have to understand that just like you a human can get hurt. You can get hit by a fucking car. You know, you can have cancer. You can have something. When you get a pet, you have to understand that if they also have an illness like this, you have to just expect to help them, get them help. You don't just get a pet just to have a pet. That's a living animal that you are taking and are supposed to take care of. So it's so crazy to me when people are like, yeah, it broke its leg, put it down. Oh.
And I think that's the problem here is he's not an animal person. Mm-hmm. He just got the dog because he thought it would help her daughter.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason.
You know what comment he made in his edit of how he's like, I'm not jealous of the dog? I think he was jealous of the dog. I think deep down, even if it's subconsciously, I think he was, to some extent, probably like, I was my daughter's backbone, and now this dog was my daughter's backbone. I feel like he probably did, to an extent, resent that dog.
Yeah,
because it sounds like he always wants to be his daughter's hero or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like how he came in and apologized, and he's now getting her favorite takeout dinner and having a movie night and stuff. It's like, it seems like to me that he might have, even if he can't acknowledge it, been jealous of the relationship and the way she relied so heavily on that dog.
Yeah,
because she used to rely on him. So I think he was jealous of the dog and probably thinks, oh, the dog's gone. She's going to start relying on me again. No, she hates you.
Yeah, now she hates you. But he doesn't think that she hates her, but she probably does. So some comments here. Somebody said, you're the asshole. I wish I didn't read this. The animal was a living being and member of the family, not an object to be discarded once it had fulfilled its purpose. If you can't justify spending money on medical treatment for a pet, then you don't get a pet. Simple as that. People who have such a cavalier attitude about euthanasia making me sick. That's enough internet for tonight. Yeah, this legitimately is like one of the worst things I've ever heard in my life.
Because it's just like the not caring for an animal that's dying or like is injured and immediately just to be like, put it down.
I know. He's like treating it like it's a piece of trash.
Yeah.
To just throw away.
Yeah. It's like, oh, this toothbrush? Yeah, it did its purpose of cleaning my teeth.
Yeah.
Just chuck it. Like, oh.
That's what he's treating this dog like, though. He's like, well, it's worn out now. It got hit by a car.
Yeah.
Time to get rid of it.
Yeah, time to throw her away. It's like when you get rid of a year-old car, you know, it's like, we had some good times together, bro. Time to go to the dump, though. Like, no, this is a living animal.
Yeah. Somebody else said, you're the asshole. Jesus, this is actually sickening. Saying that Junie had already served her purpose in helping my daughter is such a gross thing to say. How do you know your daughter doesn't still rely on that dog emotionally? Just because she's doing better doesn't mean she still doesn't have those mental health issues. You basically killed your daughter's best friend for no reason. You said you could afford the surgery. I wouldn't be surprised if your daughter regresses majorly due to this. Shame on you.
Genuinely disgusted.
He didn't respond to any comments, I don't think. He did. He did respond to some people's comments. Okay. Somebody said, you're the asshole. Say goodbye to your relationship with your daughter because it died the day you decided that your daughter's decision in mental health didn't matter enough. Okay, so then he said, her health, mental or otherwise, mattered to me more than anything. How does me choosing her sanity over a dog mean she doesn't matter to me? If she got a job to pay it, she'd be stressed and potentially regress. And that's if the dog even lived. I didn't want my daughter to make such a hard decision and have the consequences lie on her shoulders forever. So I took that burden as her father.
You know what you could have done? You could have just paid for the fucking surgery. You could have been like, honey, your dog was in an accident. I'm going to pay for the surgery and we're going to hope for the best. And if she said, let me get a job, you know what you say? You say, no, I'm going to take care of it. Don't worry about it. Just worry about your dog getting healthier. He's so wrapped up in I don't want my daughter to get a job and pay me back for this. Why can't you just, if you say money's not a problem, why can't you just fucking pay for it then? So now you're going to no matter, she probably would have done better mentally if you would have tried to help the dog. Killing the dog is going to make her go right back down to where she was mentally because her support's gone. And doing what you currently did is going to do that same thing because her dog is. Hold on, what did I just say?
Killing the dog is going to bring her back down mentally, and doing what you just did is going to.
So I basically said the same thing. Anyway, killing the dog is going to bring her down mentally, and also is anyway because her dog died and her dad betrayed her. So it's
I think that'll bring her down lower than where she was before.
Yeah.
Because she just experienced someone close to her dying.
Yeah. And even if she went and got a job, that was her choice. She's an adult. She can choose.
Yeah, that's the thing also is like, well, I don't want to get her job because it'll stress her out too much. But it's also like, she's an adult now. If she wants to get a job,
she can.
She can.
She can get a job. If she wants you to save her dog and she wants to pay for it, she can do that as well. Like, I genuinely am seeing red just thinking if I was put in this situation, if one of my dogs got hit by a car, and if my mom called me and said, yeah, our girl Timber was hit by a car, surgery's $2,000 or put her down, and we've decided to put her down, I'd be like, I'd pay for the surgery. I'll pay for it. And they said, no, we're putting her down. I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Let me pay. And they're like, it's too late. Decision's final. We're putting the dog down. It's happening now, by the way. So it's going to be too late for you to come here.
And he said, no, because I paid for it.
Yeah.
So just because it's been your animal, I paid for it. So
I think I'd go to jail.
And also his conclusion of because she said she didn't want another dog like a few days after this happened. It's like, well, she must not have cared that much anyways.
Yeah, she didn't want a fucking new dog. No, because she didn't want to replace. It's basically replacing the dog you killed. And again, she has no trust in you that if you get another one and they have medical issues, she has no trust that you're going to try and keep the dog alive. You're just going to be like, oh, well, put it down and we'll get another one. What can you do? What can you do?
Jesus Christ. He's like, these dogs, they only last like 4 or 5 years and you have to get a new one. And
like, what? And it also just sounds so crazy to me that he's like, well, my daughter forgive me, said she doesn't want a dog, so I think we're all good. I mean, we're just going to put it all behind us. Oh, we love that dog. R.I.P. Junie. Yeah, what can you do, though? Moving on in life. Moving on in life? What? How? Ugh.
Just
I hate
insane.
This. I hate this. This has ruined my day.
So now we have all the stories. So what's your ranking now?
Okay, this one, number 1. So this is where I'm getting tripped up, is number 2 and 3. So the vasectomy and the abortion one. For some reason, putting the abortion one at number 3 really bothers me. But I also don't think, God, okay. Dog is for sure number 1. Anime one is for sure number 5 because that was the most tame. The bullying one, I think I'm pretty okay with putting at 4 because that one is bad. But
it's not as bad as the others. I mean, it's not.
And I'm going to sound like OP in number 4 story. At least the girl she bullied is doing okay in life to some capacity, right? Yeah, she had a run-in with her bully, but she is doing fine overall. And OP is getting the backlash she deserves and didn't get a dog. So it's like a win-win. The number 3 and number 2, I'm so hung up on. Do I think a guy who's so nonchalant about getting an abortion and just keep trying again is worse than a guy who lied about having a vasectomy, got his wife pregnant, and is trying to gaslight her into not contacting an attorney to sue the practice that gave him a vasectomy when they really didn't because he never actually got one? Now, the reason I put the abortion one at number 2 at first, before we heard this dog story, was because I was like, the wife hasn't done it yet. There's still time for this dude to get the karma he deserves. Mm-hmm. I put the vasectomy one at number 1 because he already fucked up and he's already fucking up another person's life with his lying actions. I think I'm going to keep it the way I have it, though. Dog, vasectomy, abortion, the bullying, and then the anime obsession.
There you have it. There's the ranking.
I think I'm pretty happy with that. Do you agree or do you disagree?
Okay, dog's definitely number 1. I do think the vasectomy one is worse.
But I just feel like it's so weird to put abortion at number 3. Like, I feel like...
I know, but the guy in the abortion story, he hasn't done anything... Well, as far as we know, he hasn't done anything to his wife.
Yeah.
But this guy borderline assaulted her and is
Yeah.
trying to gaslight her into thinking that didn't happen. So
Yeah.
I think that one's got to go at number 2, and then the rest of it's the same. So
Yeah. See that one. I feel weird about putting the abortion one at number 3 because I call it the abortion one. I think that's why I'm like vasectomy number 2, abortion number 3. I feel like I should probably
okay,
not
maybe
call
we should
it.
maybe we should call it like try again. Mission failed. Try again.
Yes, mission failed. Yeah.
Restart mission.
Sun air. I think that's why I keep feeling bad about putting that one at 3 because I keep calling it by that.
Okay, so we'll give it a different name.
I think mission failed.
Mission failed. Yeah.
So dog, vasectomy, mission failed, bully, and anime obsession one.
That's the ranking. That's the official
Yeah.
RedditRead ranking of the worst people. Today's theme is all about fair and carnival disasters. I don't know the last time you were at a fair, but we were at one yesterday, so we know all about fairs. I've gone to the fair like every year, for like the past at least 4 or 5 years. So we're gonna judge other people's fair experiences today because
That's what we do best.
Yeah, and it's fair season. And before we get started, remember to subscribe, hit that like button down below, and check us out on Spotify via the link in the description if you'd rather watch it there. But without any further ado, let's get into our first story, which comes from Am I the Asshole? And the title reads, Am I the asshole for defeating a gang of small children at a carnival game?
What? A small gang is such a crazy thing to call kids. I call them like a gaggle, you know?
No, a gang of small children, not a small gang. So it could be a 50
Oh my God.
child large gang. We don't know.
I call them, that's a gaggle though.
That's a gaggle of kids.
You know?
Story reads, a few years ago, I went to the local yearly carnival, and because I grew up pretty poor, I had never really gone into the sideshow alley to play carnival games. I know that these were pretty much a money trap for suckers, so I went around and looked for something exploitable. I came across this game where you had to roll billiard balls up a board and into a set of holes in the shape of a triangle. The higher you get it, the more points you get. This fed into a sort of horse race thing, and the idea was to get your horse to the finish line by scoring points, racing against the other schleps. This seemed fairly simple, and also I was racing off 5 or 6 small children aged under 10. I was in my mid-20s at the time, and in my head I was like, I'm going to trounce these little kids. So I paid my money and prepared to go to war. Such would be the case, and I won by a country mile. The carny came over and asked what prize I wanted. I hadn't really considered actually winning anything, but having committed the act, I thought I'd better claim my prize. I pointed to a small, roughly 10-inch tall stuffed husky. The carny then got out a big hook and pulled down the biggest effing stuffed husky known to mankind, probably about 3 foot tall, and I was like, what the F am I going to do with this for the next 6 hours as I walk around the carnival? I managed to cram it into my rucksack with its head poking out and had to endure hours of people pointing and laughing at me/it. I survived. However, I caught the train back to where I parked my bicycle at an old family friend's house. I then realized I couldn't both wear my bicycle helmet and have this stupid dog's head sticking out of my bag. In the end, I decided it was sheer bad luck and asked the old lady if she would like a stuffed dog. As it turns out, her dog had just passed away, and she regaled me with a half-hour description of their time together, but she took the cursed dog off my hands with thanks. I guess the more I think about it, karma did come around to bite me in the butt several times, but I still think about it sometimes. Am I the asshole here? For what?
For beating kids at a carnival game? It's not like he like
what?
Rubbed it in the kid's face that he won.
Yeah, I'm confused. What's he?
I think he's guilty because he absolutely whooped some kid's ass in a carnival game.
So what? Fuck them kids, bro. They're just not good enough at the game. It's a skill issue.
That or like a size issue.
No, it's a skill issue.
He's a 20-year-old man and they're below 10.
It's a skill issue.
I guess my thing is like, Julian's like, fuck kids, I hate them.
Yeah, because what?
Yeah, that's what you sound like. This dude sitting here, he's like, I won this dog. I had to carry it around with me. I gave it to some old lady and she had just lost her dog and she told me all the stories about their time together.
So he just feels bad because this lady's dog passed away and tried to
No,
do
I
it.
think what he's trying to say is he feels bad because, as the title says, he whooped this gaggle of kids' ass in a carnival game. First of all, I don't think that's a gang. It was probably like individual kids, you know?
He said it was 5 or 6 small children.
So why is he calling them a gang? I was picturing little kids with like bandanas on. And
I guess any
like
group of children is
like
a gang.
little tattoos.
Like anytime you see like a classroom full of kids, that's a gang, clearly.
You know what I consider a gang? Like a group of 5 young adolescents. Those scare me. When you see a group, when we were at the fair, when we saw those groups of like teenagers who are clearly still in high school, they scare me. Because they're the most judgmental, crazy, living life hasn't hit them, kids, and they do not care, and they're terrifying.
That is true.
And they will call you out, and they will be mean to you if they so feel like it, and that scares me.
That
so
is very
a
true.
group of like 5 kids that are younger than 10, I could probably punt them. So it's like,
yeah, small kids are not scary.
Okay, here's a real question. Do you think you could fight like 100 kindergartners?
Wait, I swear this question has been asked before on like
I feel like I've seen it too, but I remember being so intrigued by that question because I was like, that's such a good question to ask.
I feel like that's the thing. They asked like 100 men or something. Like, do you think you could?
They asked
Or I swear this was asked in like some kind of men's group online. And they like started strategizing like so seriously about how they could do this.
I think I might have seen it on Reddit.
It
I
probably
can't
was
remember.
Reddit. It was probably posted in r/men.
Probably, but I just remember, yeah, a lot of men were really getting into it. And they were like, oh yeah, 100%. And I was like, interesting.
All right, so that one's simple.
Yeah.
He's just overthinking. He's
100%. It's not like he was punting them kids or anything. He just beat them at a game.
Yeah. But you know what I always do in the first one? I always trick you with one that's really tame. And then it gets crazy. So, our next story also comes from Am I the Asshole? Title of this one reads, Am I the asshole for making sure my child won the prize?
Oh, God.
Here's your Karen.
Oh, my God.
Probably. So, story reads, happened a few years ago. Had my 2 young daughters at an amusement park with my sister-in-law and her 2 kids. All 4 kids are young children between 5 and 9. I had my youngest daughter, who was also the youngest child, with me all day. She was too afraid for most of the rides, and we walked around most of the day, and we played some of the chance games at the park. There was one game in particular she liked, mostly because she really wanted the large stuffed toy that was the prize. There were certain rules to win the large prize, including winning a certain number of times. Also, you had to win against a certain number of players. At the end of the day, we still hadn't won the large prize. The only way to do this was for me to get at least 2 of the other kids to play as well as me. I asked if any of the other kids would play so my daughter could have a chance at winning the larger prize, but my sister-in-law said she wasn't going to pay for her kids to play. I agreed to pay for all the kids, but I told them before they played that regardless of who won the game, that my youngest was going to win the prize. Since I had paid all day, I was paying for all the kids to play, and we were only playing so that my youngest could get the prize. I thought this was fine. It was quite expensive to pay for everyone to play. Of course, the oldest child, my niece, ended up winning, and when I instructed the worker to give my daughter the prize, my niece got upset, and so did my sister-in-law. Even though I had told them all ahead of time, they acted like I was cheating my niece. This really pissed me off. I didn't think I was being the bad guy here. If this was what was going to happen, we simply would have left with the smaller prize she had already won and been done with it. I can understand the child being upset, but my sister-in-law could have helped the situation instead of acting like I did something wrong. I didn't really have enough money to pay for multiple games so each child could win prizes, especially if my daughter, who was the youngest, would lose all of the rounds and I would have to pay enough times for her to beat her older cousins. My oldest was sad we were leaving and refused to play, and I had to play to have enough players for my youngest to win, so I couldn't help her win. Okay, so that's not what I thought she was going to do. I thought it was gonna be against some other random kids, and she was gonna make them lose or something. Like they're like aiming, and she's like, I push them or something.
I will say though, this is still kind of bogus.
Yeah,
you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of like that one like family vlogger or content creator who like, no, I don't even think she was that. She was like she had her daughter and her daughter's friend, and she took them to like Five Below and let them each get one of those, like, I don't know, some like blind box things.
Oh,
And the daughter got like a regular one, but the friend got like one of the cool rare ones. And the mom made the friend give her daughter the cool one.
Oh my God. Well, that's a family vlogger content creator.
And people were like, bro, we get it that you bought it and like it's your money, but the daughter's friend was so excited that she got that one, and you buy your daughter this shit all the time. And you made the friend give it to her. I think they switched, so it wasn't like the friend got nothing, but I was still like, bro, come on.
I wouldn't expect anything less from a family vlogger,
Yeah,
unfortunately,
I
but
don't either. But like in this situation, like I get it. Your daughter was too scared of the ride, so she didn't really get to enjoy it. So the last thing she can do is get like a cool prize. But it's like, so you're gonna make your other nieces and nephews and stuff play this game, knowing that they aren't gonna win anything, or that if they do win, they technically aren't winning because they don't get a prize. So they beat you, the mom, at this game, and you still were like, okay, give the prize to her.
Yeah, so really what it comes down to is it's a skill issue. The daughter's part, she's just not good enough at the game.
The young daughter and the mom, because the mom didn't even fucking win. The fucking niece won. Okay?
Yeah, that's true. It's just a skill issue.
It is. I don't know. I think that's bogus.
I think this could have been a teaching moment of like, oh well, if you want that, you have to win it. Instead of let's just rig the entire game so you will win it.
Yeah, because what's that teaching your daughter then?
Even though like I know these carnival games are rigged anyways.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think just being like to your kid, you're like your kid saying, I want that. And you being like, okay, so let's rig the system so you can get it. Instead of being like, okay, well, get it the way you're supposed to get it.
Yeah, or just win her a small prize so then all the kids can get something. Like, I get it. She didn't get to go on rides and other kids may have been able to. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's, come on, it's a fucking cheap-ass stuffed animal. That's what it is. You can go to Target and get the same fucking thing.
Yeah, you probably spend more money on it because you have to play the game multiple times to get the
and
you have to pay for it
people.
each time. You could probably buy the stuffed animal for the price it costs to play the game multiple times.
Probably for the cost of fucking admission to this place.
Yeah.
So it's like, what are you doing?
Because also then like it doesn't feel like you're winning the prize.
Yeah, no.
At least to me, I would be like, well, I didn't win that. That we just rigged that to win.
And the thing is too is like those nieces and nephews. I can't remember if she said nieces and nephews. They are always gonna remember this. You know, they're gonna remember the aunt that made them give up their toy, their prize. They're gonna remember that. It's gonna be something that haunts them, and they're gonna end up resenting your daughter for it.
Yeah.
Well, because who knows how often she gets treatment like this.
She's claiming that they knew, like, before they started the game that they were supposed to lose on purpose, or that the daughter was going to get the prize anyways. But I mean, but seeing how upset they were about it, I don't think that they did.
I don't think they fully comprehended that.
Well, yeah, I guess they're children, but
like I don't think they fully understood, okay, if I win, I don't get the prize.
Well, I think they only wouldn't understand that if they're like spoiled kids. because I'm like, okay, if they understood that, because I mean, even if you're 5 years old, I think you would kind of be able to understand that.
Yeah, but I guess I also would feel upset and disappointed if I put in the effort and I beat everyone and I won however many times, and the carny looked at me and was like, pick out your prize. And then I pick out the big one. And then my aunt comes and is like, okay, Carney, give that to her. Give that to the little one. I would be like, I don't even get to hold it. I don't even get to touch that thing. Like, I don't get to claim it yet. I have to he's just gonna give it to her. I don't get to touch it. Are you for real?
That does suck.
I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I would be upset. Even if I knew that was what was gonna happen. I'd still be upset. I'd be like, damn.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because now I just put in all that work and I have no reward.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not going to blame the kids for being upset about something that a kid would be upset about. But
Yeah, she
sister-in-law,
should have.
she did know that that's
Yeah.
what the plan was, and she's getting upset about it after the fact.
She either should have said, no, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to have my kids do that.
Yeah, like if she really had a problem with that,
Yeah.
then she shouldn't have agreed to
I
that.
agree.
To do
I agree
that
with that.
in the first place. So I think this is kind of like an everyone except for the kids.
Yeah.
Everyone sucks here.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Because I don't think the mom should have done this in the first place. And I don't think the sister should have agreed to do it, but she did agree to do it, so she shouldn't have got upset about it after the fact.
Yeah. Yeah.
So everyone could have done a little bit better
why
here.
is this, first of all, why is OP bringing this up a few years later?
This is years later. Oh, yeah. Happened a few years ago.
What is this? She wake up at like 1 a.m. one night and was like, oh, this haunts me. And it's like, I have to ask Reddit their opinion.
Ask Reddit about it.
I gotta get Reddit's thoughts. I can imagine they immediately were like, you're the asshole, you're the asshole.
Let's see. Well, they did vote it. Everyone sucks here.
Okay.
Well, actually, someone said not the asshole.
Ooh.
Actually, a few people said not the asshole. Okay, well, let's see. Not the asshole. Had you not thoroughly explained the situation from the start, I'd say you were the asshole, but your sister-in-law should have handled that better instead of trying to make you the bad guy when you paid for all of it. That is true.
Yeah, but again, I just feel like the OP shouldn't have
done it in the first place.
Yeah, she shouldn't have done that. Maybe like older kids, like older teenagers who don't want a stuffed animal, be like, can you please help? But if they're like younger than, I would say like 11, then it's like, you can't really, come on.
Yeah. And
that's
they're
just
all
like child labor.
9 or younger.
You know?
Yeah.
And they don't even get paid for it.
Unpaid child labor.
Yeah. You could say that her paying for it was the payment for the kids, but it's also not. Okay, she didn't give them money. I'm reporting her to cops for child labor, breaking child labor laws.
This person said, not the asshole. You clearly stated the rules of your own type of game, which is called let my child win so that we can get the large stuffy, which I understand since it's always fun for a kid to take something home from a carnival. They agreed, and then they got upset. There's a good chance that your niece got upset not because she lost her prize, but because your youngest would be guaranteed a prize, but her mother wouldn't do the same for her children. Is this a weird way to get a prize? Perhaps. But I do remember this one time I went to a carnival game when I was a small child, and my cousins and I played until we made sure that we each got a stuffy. It was $2 per play, and a $10 stuffy is actually one heck of a bargain.
Okay, but that's not the scenario that happened here. And I highly doubt that this child who's whatever age is upset that their mom's not gonna do the same thing for them.
That is
such a crazy assumption to make.
Especially of someone who's between 5 and 9.
Yeah.
To have
and then perhaps get your fedora out of here, you fuck-ass loser. What? See, that just tells me exactly what I need to know about that Redditor who responded.
Yeah, I think a lot of these people are not grasping that these are
children,
and the two adults in this situation are the ones who are responsible for them, not the kids here. So
yeah, you know, at the end of the day, what should have happened is the mom, OP, should have just bought her fucking daughter a stuffed animal, gone to the store, pick out a stuffed animal. It would have been cheaper. You would have saved the headache. You would have saved the entitlement. Done and over.
I don't even think she should have bought her stuffy. I think she should have said, like,
she really
to the
wanted
daughter,
her kid to have a stuffy. Okay, go get her one then.
Well, I'm just saying, I think, like, if the daughter was like, oh, I really want that big stuffy, I'd be like, okay, well, you have to play the game then to get it. Like, instead of just, like, buying it for her, being like, okay, well, let's use your nieces and nephews over here to rig the game so you can get it.
Yeah.
I think it would have been a valuable, like, teaching moment.
Especially because if she would have lost, which, well, it's also like the mom said that they had to have enough players, so she had to play, so she couldn't help her daughter play good. So it's like, okay, don't play that game then. Play a game where you can help your daughter try to win something small. Yeah. Because I guarantee, you know, actually I'm agreeing with you. Because I guarantee the daughter winning something on her own or with help would have been 10 times better for her and her enjoyment than just getting handed one.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. because then she actually worked for it. And I feel like even if you're that young, you can still feel the difference between somebody just giving, like handing like a handout for you and actually doing it yourself.
Yeah, I agree.
Some of the comments are not it, but the overall verdict on the post was everyone sucks, which
I agree.
Yeah.
Yep. Everyone does.
Anyways, on to our next story, which also comes from, can you guess? Yeah, it's Am I the Asshole? Okay. Title reads, Am I the Asshole for stranding a girl at the fair? Story reads, this happened in like late last summer, maybe early fall. This was the 4th date, I think, so we weren't really together yet. She wanted to go to the fair, but I told her that I'm scared of rides and wouldn't go on any. She kept bugging me to go, so I folded, and she said it was fine to not go on rides. We get there, and whenever she would go on a ride, she would like try to convince me to go on it with her. But like I said, okay, but like, dude, like he's writing this like it's like a text or something. And that, but like, okay. But like I said, I would refuse every time. I'm not going to have a panic attack just for a minute ride and whiplash LMAO. Whenever she would go, she would like do an exasperated sigh and go on. Eventually she started making fun of me and call, wait, did I write this? Because what the fuck? Okay. Eventually she started making fun of me and calling me a pussy and whatnot.
Oh my God, Julian. This is beautiful.
That's not it. Okay. She seemed pretty frustrated. So this happened like 8 times. And when she went on one ride, I just left and blocked her. I can understand if she didn't want to date me because I'm scared of shit and not manly, but she could have been cool about it at least. I was her ride, so I felt kind of bad leaving her there.
Not the asshole. He said multiple times that he didn't like rides. And after like the second try, she should have just given up, you know?
Yeah, so he said that happened
like
8 times.
Yeah. And then she started being mean to him. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's the asshole for leaving.
Yeah, especially after he stated I don't like rides and said no multiple times.
Yeah, but I'm guessing this guy's young considering how he wrote this.
100%.
So
there's more fish in the sea.
Find someone else.
Yeah, who doesn't like rides? You know, I can agree though that fair rides are really sketchy. Like, I won't lie, when we were at the fair and on some of them rides, I was thinking, what if this just fell apart right here now? You know, like on the one where we had to sit up in the air for could you hear me yelling? I was yelling your name. I was like, Julian!
Was it the one we were on opposite sides? Yeah. No, I could not hear you at all.
I was like, Julian, can you hear
me? I did not hear a thing.
Oh. Oh. But like when we were up there, I was like, what if this just fell apart and I come crashing down?
Well, if we survive, it'd be a nice settlement, I guess.
I also thought that about the boat. I was like, okay, when we're swinging, you know, like when you're all the way up, I was like, what if it just fell and we're just plummet down, you know?
Yeah, what if? Right?
And I also thought that same thing about the round one. Because I was like, what if when we were up there, when we were like, stop edging us.
Yeah.
I was like, what if genuinely we are stuck here?
I think that has happened before.
It
like
has.
Where they get stuck at the top and they have to like sit there for like hours.
See, I could, because just the amount of time we sat up there, my head hurt.
Yeah.
The blood was all in my head and I was like, I'm going to die if we have to sit up here for another 5 seconds. Please stop edging us, bro.
I don't know if once it gets up there, if they actually have control of moving it or if it's just like...
We all gotta move!
Or if it's just like a weight thing. But if it's like, if it just happens to be perfect, it can get stuck there. I don't know.
You would think then that they would be like, okay, heavy people sit at the front and back.
If it gets stuck up there, you see the guy going like, guys, push this way.
Everyone. Because I was like, bro... Please get me down because my head's gonna blow up.
Sorry, I'm just looking at this person's account.
Is he an r/man?
No, he's posted r/male grooming. Think this hairstyle suits me?
Oh!
Does it suit him?
Why did I think male grooming like pedophiles?
Oh, no.
I was like, no. I was like, what? He's grooming? Oh my God, that's worse than r/man.
Like hair. I wanted to see if he had had posted he had like a girlfriend now or something.
Oh, yeah.
But No, okay. Oh, this one. Okay, he's 27 now. That was 231 days ago. Oh no, this post is only 227. So he's 27 and he still types like that. Because I assume that he was like 18 or something.
I was thinking he was 18 too.
This changes my perspective on the story. It changes my perspective a little bit that he is 27 or 26
And
at the time of this.
Bitch.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, honestly.
If he's scared of roller coasters, he's probably scared of getting a tattoo. And
Actually, it's funny you say that because this was 60 days ago, my first tattoo.
okay, that's actually a cool tattoo, but why is that on his leg?
I named him Mandy. Okay, it's not cool anymore, is it?
Ooh.
This is rare because most of the accounts that post on Am I the Asshole don't have any posts, but this guy is so active. And I love it. He plays the piano too, I guess.
Damn.
It's on his personal YouTube channel that has his full name.
Bro, you can find his full legal name from his Reddit. That's crazy.
That's, you shouldn't do that.
You should not do that. Do not let Redditors know who you are.
Like, listen, you need some confidentiality on the internet.
I like how we're saying that, but we're on the internet.
Oh, yeah. And my YouTube channel is my...
Full name?
Not this channel, but my channel is my name.
Yeah. Maybe we should learn something. See, here's the thing, though. I would never have my full name be connected to Reddit.
Oh, yeah. I would never use my
because like on Reddit, it's like no one would know who exactly I am.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of Reddit, I think.
Yes, be anonymous. So I would never have anything that could ever link you back to actually me.
Yeah.
Because it's like, then if you want to go on Reddit and be weird, you can't, you know?
Yeah, you can't go on Reddit and be weird if you put your actual name.
Yeah, because then people can link it back to you.
Right.
And that's just embarrassing.
But hey, you have posts on Reddit. I'm going to stalk your Reddit. And now I found your YouTube and your full name.
Expect to follow on TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, Twitter.
Yep. Expect mail to your house.
Yeah.
Anyways, on to our next story, which of course comes from Am I the Asshole again. Title reads, Am I the Asshole for suggesting to my husband that we go on a ride at the fair?
Definitely need more context.
But let's see. Okay.
I think I recall doing that once or twice.
You asked your husband to go on?
No, I asked someone. We asked someone else to go on a ride, you know, and they didn't. Not my husband. I don't have a husband.
Okay, well, let's see if this is anything like that. So my husband, 40-year-old guy, and I, 39-year-old woman, went with his brother, his brother's children, and our children, 6-year-old boy and 13-year-old boy, went to a small fair/carnival type event in town as something different for the children to do. After about an hour of taking them on rides, I pointed at a salt and pepper shaker ride and suggested to my husband that he and I go on it while his brother took the kids to the bumper cars. This suggestion did not get the reaction I expected from my husband, however. He was immediately angry and started going on about how fairs are for children and we are there for the children, and that I was selfish and childish and was going to put everyone out by having to wait on me to go on this ride. I apologized and said it was fine. We didn't have to go on the ride. I just thought it could be a fun thing to do together, but we could do our own thing when the kids aren't around, that I thought us going on a ride wouldn't be a big deal, etc. But he got us tickets and we rode it. I didn't try to persuade him, and I don't know what made him change his mind, but was it selfish of me to suggest we went on one ride together?
What the fuck? Divorce this man. What?
Okay, this is confusing me because this was voted asshole.
No, the husband put
that's what this post is marked
as.
as.
What? She suggested that they go on a ride because the uncle was taking the kids, so they had some time to kind of do a ride by themselves. And she's voted the asshole. Can we read? Can we read why these people are voting this? Did she do an update or something that's like what?
Oh, I think maybe this is why. I think this comment is okay. Why do so many women on Reddit marry such horrible sounding men? What other dumb things does he get mad over? How many other times has he publicly removed the joy from your life? You're the asshole to yourself for tolerating his craptastic behavior.
So people are voting her the asshole because she's with an asshole.
Yeah.
So you're victim blaming. That's the most Reddit thing to do, honestly. Yeah, that's not what she was asking, guys. She's asking if she's the asshole for asking to go on a ride, not for marrying a dick.
Okay, but actually the funny thing is the only comment that I'm seeing that says you're the asshole is that one I just read. So I don't know how the post got marked as she's the asshole, because the other comments are like, not the asshole. Geez, what a horrible attitude toward life your husband seems to have. Can't even go on a carnival ride. Much like theme parks, fairs, and carnivals are for anyone.
That's what I was gonna say too. Like, why is it's not a kid thing? I'm a grown-ass adult going on rides.
I guess whoever, maybe that one comment was from like a moderator of Am I the Asshole?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I'm right, so.
Was it upvoted a lot or something?
Oh, it does have 274 upvotes, which it is the most upvoted comment.
So I wonder if that's why.
But that's dumb, though.
I know, it is dumb.
That's dumb.
It is dumb, because I was sitting here like, she's the asshole? What? The thing is like, you can't necessarily be like, what you're the asshole for doing this to yourself. Okay, how though? Like, what if he gaslit her or manipulated her or wasn't like this when they first got together? So it's like, why are you calling her the asshole for doing this to herself? She's probably in a bad situation. If this is a common thing, she's in a bad situation. You should be more supportive rather than jumping on her. Like,
Yeah,
that's the part that bothers me a little bit.
That is kind of sad that is the most upvoted comment.
Yeah, because like, yeah, she is doing herself a disservice, sure, of being married to someone that's like this, but she has kids with him. She probably has a whole life with him. Probably when they first got together, he might not have been like this, or he love bombs or is manipulative, you know? So it's like, bro, give her some support. Be like, girl, you're not the asshole in this situation, but leave his ass. Leave him.
Yeah, instead of just being, I don't understand why so many women on Reddit just marry horrible sounding men.
I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, first of all, we should be mad at the men for being like this, not at the woman for marrying men like this. I'm pissed. This has ruined my night.
Yeah, because it's like, do you think women want to marry men like this? Or do you think maybe it's because the men are manipulative and they kind of get tricked into marrying them? Like, stop blaming
the woman for it.
Yeah, like this.
You should be like that your husband's an asshole. He's horrible. You should leave him. He's bad for you.
And like, this is the thing again. Like, I think I talked about this last time, how so many people on Reddit do not realize that these are like real people, and there are like external factors besides what you are just reading in this story.
Yes.
So in a vacuum, it's easy to say, like, if you only live on Reddit, it's easy to be like, yeah, I don't understand why so many women on Reddit marry such horrible men. But like, go outside, touch grass, get off of Reddit. It is really sad that is the most upvoted comment because clearly you've never been outside before.
No.
Because what the fuck?
And clearly, for me, that just kind of shows me that whoever commented that has some sort of resentment to women or women in negative situations if it was another woman. Because I know I'm going to say that, and someone's going to be like, that was a woman who posted that. Okay, well, then she's a bitch. You know, like, she's a bitch. But it just feels like a resentful person for some reason who has beef with women. What?
Okay.
Can we find their full name?
I clicked on the profile. Their banner for their thing is, okay, so their name is Lady Marzana. This user's love language is cash.
Bro, what the fuck?
And
was she sugar baby?
It did warn me when I clicked on this account that it was a not safe for work account. But so did that other guy's account, and there was nothing on there, so I was like, whatever. But this
she's an OnlyFans?
Wait, this pin post it's a picture or a video of something. It links to redgifs.com, which is like, it's usually where there's a bunch of porn on there that's posted on Reddit. So this is an adult website. Are you
gonna watch it?
Yeah, I'm gonna see what it is.
And you're an ugly bitch too. What the fuck? Like, you have any room to be talking about girl, that's not a flattering video either.
Yeah, no. Oh, she's posting in r/camgirl problems.
Yeah, I don't ever want to hear your opinion, bro. See, that's even worse when you find out it's a woman who makes a comment like that. It's like, bro, be supportive to other women. You can say that you need to leave him and you're being an asshole to yourself, but you can also put it nicely and supportively. God.
Oh, she's really active in r/dating advice, r/am I overreacting? Am I the asshole? Am I the jerk?
God damn.
These are all comments that she's commented on posts. It keeps going. This is a Redditor. This is a true bred Redditor.
You know, she probably doesn't have a job. This cam girl thing is her only job, so she can be on Reddit all day.
Yeah.
See, I'm just disappointed that it's a woman saying that.
Yeah, that makes it even worse.
Because, like, you know, maybe she meant it in, like, a way of, like, being, like, supportive, but, like, in a mean way, you know, like, when you kind of have to, like, rip the Band-Aid off. But it's like, I don't know. That's when someone consistently keeps saying that they're in a bad situation. Then you can be like, bro, come on, grow the fuck, come on. We gotta get out of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time that, or we don't know how often this woman has posted, but OP's posted. But it's like, first of all, can we answer the question? You know, that's another thing I've seen on Reddit that pisses me off. I saw something I think it was actually when I was at work. I wasn't on Reddit. I was like scrolling on Reels, and you know, like how Reddit stories come up.
Yeah.
And the thing was, what is like the worst thing someone's told you on their deathbed? And everyone's like, well, it's not really the worst thing. Then don't post. Do not post it. I want to know the worst thing someone's ever confessed to when they're dying. I do not want to know what they said the last time. Go to a different sub post, bro, and post that shit. I want to know the worst things. I want people confessing to murder. Okay? Not them just forgetting your name. Get the fuck out of here. That's horrible for you, but it's not horrible enough for me to listen to this goddamn story. Anyone who starts off with, well, this isn't really what the post is asking, get off the post then. Don't post it.
Yeah.
God, it pisses me off.
But what I wanted to look at, though, is you said you don't know, like, if this other person has posted about this before. So I looked at the account. It looks like she did once. She made one post before this.
Oh.
Because this was only posted 16 days ago. She has made a post before this, but she's also made 5 posts about him after this one. And this was only 16 days ago. Oh, well, I'll just read the titles from them first. So the one before this one was posted in r/narcissistic spouses. And the title is, what does he actually think when he says things that are in opposition? But the posts after the post that we just read that she's posted about, the first one is an r/emotional abuse.
No.
And she titled it, tell me about nice things an abusive partner did for you.
She's putting it together. Maybe that post was the kick in the ass she needed. What the fuck?
And then she posted, actually, this is all on the same day. This is all 16 days ago. These 3 posts, the one we just read, the emotional abuse one, and then she posted again on narcissistic spouses. Tell me something nice your narcissistic spouse did for you. So abusive, narcissistic. And then 9 days ago, she posted an r/domestic violence.
No.
And the title is, husband says his anger is normal. And she also reposted that post into r/marriage. So it looks like maybe she is realizing.
Okay, maybe I take a little bit back what I said, because maybe that comment voting her asshole really was the kick in the ass she needed. Could have worded it a little bit nicer and maybe answered her question, but whatever.
Maybe she's in the process of a divorce. Hopefully. All from a fair ride.
Yeah, starting to put it together. Girl, I hope you get out.
Yeah.
If you're watching, I hope you get out.
See what the fair can do to people.
Yeah, and I hope you drain him of all his money if he has any.
Anyways, next one comes from, can you guess? Wrong, because it's not Am I the Asshole? It's r/entitled parents. Title reads, 2 parents left their infant toddler to go on an amusement ride. Story reads, I went to Six Flags over this past weekend to celebrate a friend's birthday, and all was well until we were in line for this one ride. This line wasn't too bad, and it was about a 30 to 40 minute wait. As we were waiting in line, I noticed these 2 parents with their toddler in a stroller just ahead of my group, and I thought to myself, how are they going to watch the kid and go on the ride? I naturally assumed that each parent would take a turn on the ride and one would stay behind to watch their kid because that's the logical solution. Nope. When it was time for them to go on the ride, we watched these idiots roll their stroller with the poor kid in tow into the fast lane, and they both freaking turn around and head towards their seats on the ride. The poor kid immediately starts crying and sobbing for their mommy. Even the poor worker in the fast lane, who was definitely not getting paid enough to handle this bullshit, just froze in shock. I hope he added babysitter to his resume, because that's what the idiots clearly thought that was on his name tag. When I tell you everybody in line was just in shock, like jaws were dropped and mean glares were thrown, to the woman who was working the microphone and managing the ride, you are everybody's hero. She immediately grabbed the mic and said, "Absolutely not. Your child needs a supervisor at all times." Finally, the parents read the room and shamefully got out of their seats to mend to their child and conversed on the way over. It was clear that they agreed the mother should go first, and off she went. The camaraderie I felt in that line that day was top tier because everyone was glaring at the father as he was waiting for his partner to finish the ride. By the time it was the father's turn, it was clear that he got secondhand embarrassment from public shaming because by the time he took his seat, his head was lowered. This was when my group's turn to take the ride as well, and it was awesome. The parents could not have gotten out of that ride any faster by the time we finished. May this just be a PSA. If you're a parent and your child is too young to go on any of the rides, please, for the love of God, just hire a nanny for the day, or even better, leave your kids at home with a trusted babysitter. The workers at theme parks are not your freaking babysitters, and that is not within their job description. It's embarrassing that that's even has to be explained.
Damn. Y'all should have started booing, though. Boo.
Yeah.
Boo. That's so crazy to just park your kid in the stroller. And I'm surprised that they let them in line even with the kid.
Well, because they probably thought that they were going to do one at a time,
yeah.
like everyone else initially thought.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, if you have a kid that's young enough that they still have to be in a stroller and you can't hire a babysitter, I'm like, why are you even going to a theme park?
I was going to say, why even go?
Like, why are you doing
And why
that?
go if the kid can't enjoy the theme park either?
And that's the thing, is like, they don't care about the kid doing anything. They just want to have fun. But I'm like, if you have a kid who's that young,
yeah,
that they're in a stroller, I'm like, sorry, but you're not going to have fun for a while, unfortunately.
See, that's the thing that like sometimes bothers me is like, you have a kid, you have an obligation to take care of said child. And if you want to go out and have fun, you have to find someone who's willing to watch your child so you can go out and have fun. But it's also like, you have to understand, to a point, you have to sacrifice some things when you have a child.
Yeah.
Like, that's like the whole point of having a child, is that you kind of have to sacrifice some of the things you used to do.
Yeah.
You can still do them, but you also have to make sure that your child is taken care of, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize before they have a kid that they are going to have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then once they do, they're like, yeah, I'm not willing to sacrifice anything. So I guess I'll just leave my kid with the person at the amusement park.
An employee can watch him. Like, what? First of all, I'm just thinking about like when I watch my nephew or even like my little sister, like when they were that young. I was young, but I would never in my right mind be like, I'm going to leave you here with a stranger. Sure, they work here, so they're kind of safe. But I'm going to leave you here as I get on a ride. And then I'm going to be gone on this ride. So who knows what could happen to this child? Someone can come up and just take the stroller. You know, they could just take your kid. Is it less likely to happen when there's a crowd? Okay, maybe. But it's also like, you don't know the shit that can happen, you know? What if your kid somehow gets out of the stroller and just starts wandering around and just walks away? What if they start choking on something and you're not there? What the fuck are you gonna do? What if you die on this ride? Like, what?
Or what if the kid hops out of the stroller and like gets in front of the ride and dies?
You know what I thought when you first started reading the story? I was like, are they gonna park the stroller on the ride? Are they gonna try to take the kid on the ride? Like when you said they rolled the stroller over, I was like, they're rolling it onto the ride? I was like, what? That's what I thought was happening. So I'm kind of glad.
That would have been crazy.
I would have died.
But I love the worker for being over the mic like, absolutely not. No. You need a supervisor for your kid at all times.
I imagine that was the first ride they went on for the day too.
I hope it was,
Like-
because if they did this at other rides and got away with it, that's terrible.
I just don't think they could have gotten away with it because I feel like too many people would have been glaring at them, making comments to them. And I feel like the workers would have immediately called a supervisor on their walkie-talkie and been like, get these people out of here.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like this had to have been the first ride. They definitely left after that too.
Oh, yeah.
They definitely
yeah.
like, fuck, we're out $100 for paying for this day, but we can't go back. The moral of the story is I'm not saying you can't have fun if you have kids, but it's like you have an obligation to take care of your child and get their needs and comfort situated before you can go have fun. That's like what a responsible adult does.
I think so many people, they want the benefits of having a kid around, but not.
What are the benefits?
I think the benefits only come once they're not when they're this young, only when they're
They can do
like
chores.
5 or older. Like they're old enough that you can have like a conversation with them. Like a semi-intelligent conversation.
Yeah. See, my thing is like I can't see myself dedicating my time to a child that I produced. First of all, producing a child sounds disgusting to me.
Well, using the word produced is like,
that's what it is.
That's a weird choice of words.
What do you want me to call it?
Because when I think of like producing, I'm like, oh, like an executive producer for like a TV show.
I
or
think
like,
of producing
we're producing this video.
I think of like making goods, bro. I'm producing.
I've never thought about producing that way, but I guess maybe that's why they call it produce, like the food.
What?
The food, like the produce section. Maybe they call it produce because it is like produced food, because like it's made and like grown.
I was thinking more like in a factory, like you produce goods.
But like the produce section, like food is like all food that is like grown, right?
Yeah, it is. But I was mainly thinking of like a factory.
Like, when I think of factory, I think of manufactured.
Okay, I can't imagine manufacturing a child.
Okay, but you're not a factory. You're not a factory
and I'm
or
not a
produce
vegetable.
section. So
I'm not a vegetable either.
So yeah, those parents are obviously the asshole. This isn't even an Am I the Asshole post.
They're entitled.
Yeah. But guess what? We've got a bonus story for you.
Dun, dun,
6
dun.
story. Never done more than 5. But got another one from entitled parents. Title reads, entitled mom throws temper tantrum at the mention of checking her kid's height. I would if the kid was too short and the mom was arguing with me, I'd be like, okay, sign this waiver. And then I'd let him on anyway. And then they get thrown off and die.
Thrown off and die is crazy.
Okay, so story reads, greetings all, first time poster, long time lurker. During the summer, I worked at a small boardwalk amusement park where we operate some carnival rides and games. As you could expect, dealing with entitled parents and their families is something we deal with every day. But a few nights ago, I witnessed the most surreal display of entitlement I've ever seen, and I think it deserves a post on this subreddit. One of our most popular rides is a paratrooper-style family ride. For those of you that don't know, it's a lot like a Ferris wheel tilted at an angle, and families can sit in these cars that go around. Since there's only a lap bar to hold in the riders, there's a 36-inch minimum for children to ride, even with their parents. Since it's getting towards the end of our operating season, some operators are getting a bit loose on their height restriction enforcement, and we've been on high alert for riders that are too short. Cue the entitlement. So the way we operate the ride is one employee collects the rider's tickets and assigns them to a car while the other stands inside and helps load/unload the passengers. One group that was coming to load was the entitled mother and her 2 younger kids. And I could tell that the youngest of the 2 kids, the little kid, was rather close to the height limit minimum. I flagged down my coworker to check if she height checked a little kid, to which she said no. By then, the entitled mother and her 2 kids were getting settled in their car and were waiting for me to secure the restraints. So I walked over to them and asked if I could check a little kid's height quickly. Me. Hey, ma'am, I just have to check the little guy's height real quick. I'm pretty sure he's good, but I have to double check. Entitled mother, sternly, no, that's not necessary. He rode yesterday. I was taken aback at how aggressive entitled mother was being right off the bat, as it's exceptionally rare for parents to be outright nasty when you ask to check their height. Usually we hear some kind of passive-aggressive remark, but never straight up yelling. Plus, in the amusement park business, we hear the whole, well, he rode this ride yesterday thing all the time. If anything, it's a big red flag that the parents know their kid is too short and doesn't want us to check them. So now I'm even more inclined to check, and sure as hell, she wasn't going to back down. Me, I'm sure he did, but I still have to check his height. It's for his own safety. Entitled mother, not necessary at all. By now, the little kid was starting to cry, likely from his crazy mom getting all in my face and yelling at the top of her lungs. I was appalled at the nerve of entitled mother. Me, yes it is. Entitled mother, don't you dare check his height. He's been riding this all summer. my fuse was shortening real quick. And after all, I had a ride to operate. So I picked little kid up from his seat, very gently, of course, and walked him over to the height stick. This poor guy still in hysterics. The height check took not even 5 seconds. And sure enough, he was just tall enough. So I walked him back to his mom and helped him into his seat. Entitled mother was still screaming, even though little kid was all good to go. Entitled mother, not necessary at all. At all. Like, geez, she would not back down, so I quickly locked up their restraint and got them on their way. Once the ride was going, the mom seemed to simmer down, which honestly made me happy because I would have hated to have seen the kids' day ruined because their witch of a mom decided to go apeshit on some 17-year-old just trying to do his job. From what I heard from my boss, they did file a complaint, but management just shrugged it off since the whole situation was absolutely insane. Please, please, please know that if a ride operator has to check your height, it's not because we're trying to be a dick. It's because, believe it or not, we are concerned about rider safety and want to take all the steps necessary to prevent an accident. Not to mention, we're legally obligated to do so. So no, Sharon, I will not just take your word that your kid is tall enough, you inept, half-rotten cantaloupe.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, this caught me, and I have to make a comment on it. Why the fuck would he pick up the kid?
Because he was...
But, like, the mom screaming at you, the last thing I would ever do is pick up the child of a screaming mother who's a Karen, walk their crying happy ass over to the height thing, check their height, and then carry their asses back. One, I can't believe the mom didn't fucking chase after him or cause a scene that he's picking up this child.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that she didn't.
Like, that's the part that got me the most. Like, one, you'd never catch me picking up someone else's kid. Two, I am just definitely surprised that she did not scream, he's kidnapping! Kidnapper! Or something like that. Because you got off scot-free for this Karen, bro.
But also, that's kind of a power move to be like, I don't care what you're saying. I'm checking anyway.
I mean, like, I'm not saying he shouldn't have checked the height. I'm just saying I would never have the gall to pick up another person's child. Even if the mom asked me to, I'd be like, oh, I'm not comfortable picking up a child, a random kid. Because, like, I don't know them, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And also, like I said, in this dude's situation, he has a mom that's supposedly screaming at him or yelling at him about this. And he's going to go and be like, okay, whatever, and pick the kid up. And the mom doesn't do anything about that. That's the part that makes me feel like, could this be real?
He is also a kid, though. He said he was 17.
Okay, but that doesn't stop Karens. I've seen Karens fucking try to murder a 7-year-old because they were riding their bike or something.
Yeah.
You know, like...
No, but I'm saying since the employee was also a kid, maybe she was less freaked out by like someone picking up her kid because it's also another kid.
I don't know. See, I'm just saying that if I was on a ride again with my nephew and the ride operator was like, we have to check his height, I would immediately be like, okay, that's fine, check his height. But if he came over and just picked the kid up, my nephew up, and walked away, I'd be like, what are you doing? Put him down. I'd be like, what is happening here? I would not be happy.
Okay, actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more funny that is to me.
Like,
I don't know.
what? Like, even if it is, first of all, I'm sorry, I'd be more terrified of a 17-year-old just picking up the kid. I'd be like, where are you? Who are you? What are you doing? Like, I would be like, okay, fine, if you're gonna get to the length of picking up the kid, I'm gonna walk over with you guys. Like, I'm gonna make the kid walk, you know? That part is really funny.
It's really funny to me.
I mean, it's funny, but it's also like, what the fuck is what? No one mentioned that. Read the comments. Has anyone mentioned him picking up the kid, or are they all like, yeah, entitled mom?
No, nobody said that.
I'm going crazy. How has no one mentioned how absurd that is?
I honestly don't think it's that crazy because they have to check like by law.
But that's not like the thing that I'm like getting at. That I don't care that he had to check the kid's height. Why are you picking up a random child?
Well, because I'm guessing wherever the height check thing is for that, it's not something that they can move away from wherever the kid is.
Okay, but why do they have to pick the kid up? Why can't they be like, unstrap the kid and be like, come on, let's go check your height real quick?
Wait, I don't even
Why did they have to pick the kid up? Why couldn't they have the kid walk?
When I thought the kid wasn't even in the ride yet. I thought he was just like standing.
No, they said that it sounds like he had the job of strapping everyone in because he asked his coworker if the coworker height checked the kid. And the coworker was like, no, coworker was like, no, I did not. The kid's already on the ride. And he's like, let's go
he said
check
he
your
picked
height.
him up from his seat. Okay.
Why are you picking him up? Unless he just like kind of like helped him up and then the kid walked. I just pictured this dude picking him up under his shoulders and walking over to the height check.
Maybe by picked him up, he means he kind of just like helped him out of the seat.
I'm hoping
and he
that's
walked
what it is,
over there.
Because all I'm picturing is he picks the kid up off the seat, holds him like this under the armpit.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
and
too.
Walks over to the height check, sets the kid down. Like, oh, okay, you're good. Picks him back up and walks him back. Like, that's what I've been picturing. How does he word he took the kid over?
He says, so I picked up little kid from his seat very gently, of course. Oh, and walked him over to the height stick. Okay, so they did walk. Okay, we just didn't read it right. We just didn't
No, the
understand
thing
it
is I probably just blanked it out because I heard him pick up the kid and I immediately went, he's picking up the kid? He's carrying the kid? Like, that's immediately what my mind went to. I was tweaking out. I was like, I don't care like he did this, but I'm also like, I don't understand how you didn't get screamed at by the Karen for that. If you did carry the child.
I just think the concept of like if a kid's not cooperating, just pick them up like they're a cat and just move them. I swear sometimes that like when those like little kids were like walking in front of us like in our way, I just wanted to like pick them up and move them.
Yeah, place them out of the way. Kids really have no spatial awareness. They'll walk right in front of your path and then you'll almost step on them and they'll look up at you like,
yeah, they'll literally do like
sorry. It's like, get the fuck out of my way, bro.
You almost stepped on my pickaxe. So nobody mentioned about, okay, because he didn't actually pick up.
Well, he picked up the kid, but he did not carry the kid, which is what I was for some reason imagining.
So somebody said, wow, how dare you make sure that her child was not going to slip out of that restraint and fall to death? You are really the absolute worst. Seriously, why do people think that height restrictions exist on rides? It's not because ride operators are... It's not because the ride operators are poopy head meanie pants. It's because they're at risk of actual death if the kid doesn't fit the restraints right on the ride that hurdles them several stories into the air. That's why small children have booster seats in cars too. Same principle. OP said, it's not like they're about to strap themselves into a several ton metal death machine manufactured by a company notorious for literally killing people. No. It's just that we're big doo-doo brains that get our kicks by ruining the days of innocent young children.
You know, that is something that always, like my mom, like if we ever went to something and there's a height requirement, my mom was very much like, if you don't meet the height requirement, too bad, you can't go on the ride, you know? So it's like so crazy for me to think that there are parents, moms, dads, anyone out there who's like, who cares?
You're probably going to care if your kid dies.
Yeah, I hope, okay, put your kid on the ride then and see what happens. Watch them get flown.
So he didn't pick up the kid.
Well, he picked up the kid, but he
didn't carry the kid.
Didn't carry the kid. So
that would have been funnier though, but he didn't.
I was literally tweaking out about that. I was like, I can't believe this dude picked up and carried a child.
But he didn't.
He didn't.
And he's not. Well, that wasn't even an asshole, but
it was an entitled mom though, who didn't care about her child's safety.
What was the craziest one?
I think the craziest one was the one. Just because of what we learned after is the woman who was like, am I the asshole for asking if we go on this ride?
Yeah.
Because finding out then that she's posting on domestic violence and narcissistic spouse and stuff is crazy.
All started from a carnival ride to now an abusive husband.
Discovering that your husband's abusive.
Yeah. I enjoyed stalking everybody's account today.
Yeah, that was
usually they don't have any. And I'm actually stalking the last post account because I forgot to do that. So let's see what's on it. They're not active anymore. Last post was 6 years ago, but so they're a furry, I guess. Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, that pose is crazy.
First time making a tail. The first post this account ever made was an art/furry, and it's buying fur ?
It totally checks out that he worked at a fucking carnival or like a boardwalk amusement park thing. So he's been a furry since he's been 17? He's been buying fur?
Guess so.
How did he get the money to afford a fursuit?
From his job at the Boardwalk Amusement Park.
Oh my God. We have to stalk everyone's Reddit account now when we read their stories.
Well, usually they don't have any posts, or the account is deleted, or it's a throwaway.
That's because we've always read like horrendous stories of like, am I the asshole? And they're voted, yeah, they're the asshole or something. Imagine how crazy it is that this dude doesn't know us and we're talking about him.
Yeah, that's why you don't.
And he one day, if he ever finds us, right, in this video, he's going to be like, that's me. He's going to be like, oh my, that's an invasion of privacy. Okay, lock your accounts up, bro.
Yeah, you put it all out there. It's not my problem.
Yeah, internet safety, man.
Like I said earlier, as my YouTube channel name is my name. And you could easily find me somewhere else, but I don't care.
I just private all my accounts anyway, so it's like...
Yeah, I don't, but whatever. I'm sure people have talked about me before, probably somehow from, I don't know.
Well, if that street light fucking video says anything.
All right, guys, so that's it.
Yeah, nothing more to say.
Yeah, so anyways, guys, remember to like, comment down below any other topics you'd like to see. Hit that subscribe button down below. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you in next week's episode.